Chapter 1. Rebirth in a Parallel World. Limi stared blankly at the blackboard before him, having been reborn into a world that mirrored his previous life as an orphan. The distinction lay in the fact that, unlike his first existence, he was now aware of his parents, who had tragically perished in a car accident 2 years prior. The inheritance and compensation he received were ample enough to see him through college, leaving him with a considerable fortune present. As a freshman in high school, Limi had few expenditures. Though he had relatives, they were distant and lacked the right to claim his parents' estate, which had already been addressed. Perhaps due to his rebirth or the seamless amalgamation of both souls, Limi's memory, logical reasoning, and computational abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary individual. Though he found it challenging to quantify this enhancement, his dual memories merged effortlessly, presenting no discomfort. Is rebirth merely a result of parental sacrifice? Limi pondered silently, resting his forehead against his palm. The smooth integration of memories and his heightened intellect allowed him to adapt quickly to life after rebirth, leading to a lifestyle and habits that closely resembled his former self. Having just turned 16, Limi took the time to acquire an identification card, sold his previous residence, and relocated to a newly purchased apartment, thereby avoiding entanglements with distant relatives. Given his parents' early demise and his prior self's reclusive nature, he had few close friends and maintained only average relationships with classmates. His academic performance remained consistent with his previous life to evade attracting undue attention. In secret, however, Limi dedicated a month to revising all the knowledge from elementary to middle school, mastering it completely, and similarly completed his high school studies. In another month, his grasp of knowledge was not merely theoretical. He understood and could apply it in his leisure. Limi also transferred approximately 500,000 yuan of his inherited wealth into a newly opened personal bank account for investment purposes. In his previous life, he had reached his 30s and lived until 2021, while the current year was 1998. His investment strategy was straightforward. He kept about 100,000 for personal use and sought the bank's assistance for the remainder, opting for designated investments rather than conventional banking products. The question of feasibility was moot where money was concerned. Nothing was unattainable. Thus commenced Limi's stable yet discreet existence, wherein study remained his primary focus. Having experienced rebirth and the existence of a parallel world, he sought out the orphanage from his past, albeit without any leads. The address remained the same, but the orphanage's name had changed, and no one from his previous life resided there. It was evident that he inhabited a different world, akin to a parallel universe. The phenomena of rebirth and parallel worlds had unfolded. The prospect of longevity through technological advancement and potential space exploration no longer seemed implausible. Had Limi remained as he once was, he might have simply relied on his past memories to become wealthy. However, with his exceptional memory, logical reasoning, and computational prowess, the advancement of technology was not beyond his reach. The development of nanotechnology and genetic engineering may render immortality a distant dream, yet extending one's lifespan remained within the realm of possibility. With increased longevity and technological progress, the idea of immortality could warrant consideration. As time passed, Limi graduated from university. By 2004, 6 years after his rebirth, he had absorbed nearly all accessible knowledge, projecting the image of an ordinary college student to maintain a low profile. Behind the scenes, he had amassed assets worth billions, establishing a technology company that developed 2 immensely profitable games, which served as a front for his private laboratory. He had also initiated the development of an artificial intelligence system, albeit with suboptimal hardware, resulting in a rudimentary form of AI. The primary obstacle lay in his limited time for development and updates. Throughout the 7 years since his rebirth, he had devoted himself primarily to study, with his wealth primarily generated from investments in the U.S. stock market. He had to remain discreet, as his long-term investments yielded over 6 billion, a remarkable achievement. Regarding interpersonal relationships, Limi had learned from his previous life that wealth and power attracted positive attention. With his increasingly formidable logical reasoning, he could discern others' thoughts and intentions from their expressions and words, rendering social interactions rather superficial. Education, however, was a different matter. The gradual process of understanding the world and enhancing his cognitive abilities was enlightening. Each flight, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, expanded his horizons, providing unique insights with every experience. Among his studies, Li excelled in mathematics, the foundation of technology. His curriculum encompassed computer hardware, programming principles, mechanical applications, and the forefront theories of nanotechnology. Perhaps due to the extensive mental exertion, he appeared somewhat frail. Recognizing this issue in his sophomore year, he devoted a year to studying medical applications, utilizing existing products to create a suitable nutritional supplement. This year-long endeavor slowed his academic pace. Yet the meticulously calculated nutrient solution allowed him to focus on learning and thinking for half the day without hindering his physical development. His university years subsequently became the most productive phase of his education. Nevertheless, Li remained in the shadows, only subtly influencing outcomes. Ultimately, he secured a 5 stake in Penguin and 5 million yuan in funding. His company, Technology, partnered with Penguin to establish a game development firm, contributing 1 million, while Penguin invested 5 million, granting Li a 45 equity stake in the new company. For Li, the pursuit of wealth was secondary as long as it did not interfere with his plans. The exact amount was inconsequential. Once his finances reached a certain threshold, they became mere numbers. His primary objective was to ensure that his funds sufficed for acquiring experimental equipment and materials. Moving forward, he intended to remain in the laboratory while investing in server enhancements. As for supercomputing, he currently lacked access to such resources. He divided the servers between his company and his laboratory, prioritizing the improvement of the latter servers. Li was set to embark on a journey of research and iterative development of artificial intelligence, as achieving strong AI could significantly assist him in his scientific endeavors. Otherwise, he would have to pursue an alternative route by recruiting a multitude of researchers to collaborate on projects, harnessing the power of collective efforts. While it was not impossible to achieve breakthroughs independently without AI assistance, the time frame remained uncertain. Chapter 2. Artificial Intelligence. Li invested 30 million yuan in acquiring servers. Unlike others who purchased ready-made models, he opted to assemble his own. Except for the CPU, which was bought off the shelf, he designed the motherboard and cooling system himself. The hard drives were standard components, and it took him several months to complete the assembly. The motherboard was meticulously redesigned based on his knowledge of hardware, eschewing all extraneous features to maximize the computational power of the CPU and GPU. He rewrote the underlying logic code for the motherboard and CPU while also reconfiguring the network interface to prioritize fiber optics, revising the transmission protocol. Accordingly, apart from the main server, he grouped 8 additional servers into 8 sets, with 2 dedicated master control servers. Each server boasted 8 CPUs and 2 GPUs, equipped with up to 12 hard drive interfaces. The CPUs, GPUs, and hard drives he selected were the finest available on the market. He contracted another company to manufacture the motherboard, stipulating that it need not be overly intricate, only stable. Each interface was designed according to the latest protocols from 2021, ensuring compatibility with current standards, and the size of the motherboard was of little concern. All of this was undertaken to enhance computational power. Each server operated without an operating system, utilizing only a transmission protocol to network with the main server and provide computational resources. Designing the motherboard consumed an entire month, after which production was handed over to various manufacturers. Despite the modest requirements in craftsmanship, the prices quoted were exorbitant, yet a few manufacturers were still willing to take on the task. The coding involved was minimal, as the design was straightforward, devoid of any superfluous features, solely focused on computational power. However, the underlying architecture entailed complex mathematics and algorithms. Were it not for his reincarnation and exceptional memory, retaining vivid recollections of his past life, he might have struggled. Although his previous studies did not align with this field, his genuine interest had endowed him with knowledge of various algorithms and related domains. With a clear direction, he found it relatively easy to design and write the code based on his current expertise. The company possessed an underground facility exceeding 3,000 square meters, now brimming with an array of server hardware. "Mr. Li, do you truly not require assistance?" inquired the company's professional manager, gazing at the computer hardware before him, unable to suppress his curiosity. As a corporate manager, he found it perplexing that the headquarters had appointed this young man as the chief technical officer. The laboratory comprised 3 subterranean levels, which he usually could not access. Had he not accompanied the transportation of hardware today, he would have had no opportunity to enter these underground chambers. Observing the professional manager he had hired, Li Mi smiled. "No need. I shall handle the installation myself. You may return upstairs. And remember, as I will be here continuously, ensure that meals are delivered to the entrance above, along with the various herbs and materials I purchased." This manager, Meng Qingwu, whom he had discreetly recruited, was 35 years old, reasonably capable, diligent, obedient, and possessed commendable execution skills qualities. That Li Mi required. He merely needed someone to manage the details and provide funding. Technical expertise was not a concern. "Understood, Mr. Li," Manager Meng replied, leaving with a hint of confusion. Having perused the procurement list, he noted the inclusion of diverse materials, even various medical chemicals. Once the manager departed, Li Mi commenced assembling the servers. The assembly of 66 servers took him an entire week, as he simultaneously integrated the foundational logic code and conducted tests. The simplicity of the task allowed him to focus solely on computational power, ensuring that the hardware's performance was maximized to his satisfaction. Each server was interconnected using the most advanced fiber optic technology available. With everything meticulously prepared, Li Mi proceeded to migrate his previously developed artificial intelligence to the new servers. The primary server lacked an operating system, functioning similarly to the others, with an emphasis on computational power, while the actual control system was his custom-built AI. Of course, the main server was equipped with various peripheral interfaces, including a keyboard, mouse, and voice recognition capabilities. To the left, there were merely 2 icons, one for monitoring hardware status and another representing the artificial intelligence. After thoroughly reviewing the core code, he initiated its execution. The screen displayed a stark black background with white text, devoid of any progress bars. Following a complete run of the core code, the server began its reboot. This reboot took several minutes, with the screen flashing rapidly with code during the process. In reality, the core code was succinct, comprising a control and ownership recognition core, totaling just over 100 lines, while the learning algorithm code encompassed over 30,000 lines. Although the market had yet to witness plug-and-play hard drive interfaces, Li Mi had already designed one and secured the patent in advance. The data within the hard drive was minimal, containing only essential programming materials, not the typical literature one would encounter, but rather resources tailored for the AI. Core's learning, predominantly composed of code present, the AI core could at least read this data. Ultimately, the AI core possessed only 2 functions: learning the algorithm core and recognizing ownership, along with control. As the hard drive connected, the desktop's AI icon flickered, followed by a torrent of zeros and ones. Li Mi was astonished to observe the AI commencing its learning for binary code. The sequence progressed through octal, hexadecimal, and finally to decimal. As the numerical representations faded, programming code emerged, showcasing the foundational logic in coding. Fixated on the screen, Li Mi watched intently. The AI was tapping into the server's computational power, and after half an hour, a variety of programming languages began to materialize on screen. Once the display paused, Li Mi opened a window and greeted it in English. "Hello, ta-da. Perhaps I overestimated its capabilities. It hardly qualifies as true artificial intelligence yet," Li Mi mused as he prepared to connect another hard drive. This drive contained a simplistic core system along with various programming algorithms and protocols. The IT included network protocols, principles of hardware operation, and invocation protocols. The AI commenced a significant computational task, consuming half a day. The subsequent materials Li Mi had prepared were all meticulously calculated in advance. The process began with foundational learning, followed by programming, peripheral integration, and computational invocation. Completing various programming languages took him 2 weeks, as Li Mi, being human, required rest and sustenance. Primarily, the AI was still limited to basic instinctual learning and could not yet be deemed intelligent. The final phase involved mastering system firewalls, diverse attack methodologies, and the intricacies of viruses and malware. Chapter 3: The Iteration of Artificial Intelligence in the Realm of Artificial Intelligence Training. Li Mi devoted 2 months to teach it to read Chinese and comprehend it in its own computational language. However, at this stage, it could not yet be deemed true artificial intelligence. The journey ahead demanded more data, yet the subsequent process became significantly simpler, as it merely required feeding data. During this time, Li Mi embarked on various experimental studies, particularly in genetics and medicine, necessitating a superior nutrient solution. Having graduated over half a year ago and now approaching the age of 23, he sensed that his physical development had matured. Yet due to certain physical limitations, his brain had yet to reach its full potential. Over the years, he had remarkably categorized his memories, as if he had constructed a memory palace within his mind. With the accumulation of knowledge and diverse memories, the originally formulated nutrient solution could no longer satisfy his cognitive demands. Thus, it took Li Mi a year to concoct a nutrient solution devoid of side effects, suitable solely for his own consumption, boasting an efficacy 5 times greater than the first generation. Throughout that year, he fed an immense amount of data to the artificial intelligence, which had now surpassed even the best AI of 2021 from his previous life. The assembly of server experiments consumed over half a year, followed by another year dedicated to the nutrient solution, bringing time to the year 2006. In terms of funding, he benefited from his gaming company, and after collaborating with a major firm, he no longer needed to manage it, simply reaping the rewards. In the American stock market, his focus remained primarily on long-term investments. That year, Li Mi expended over $700 million, acquiring various high-end experimental apparatuses through diverse routes, including the purchase of a cutting-edge lithography machine. He also acquired precision instruments and machinery. Xiaobai, I will initiate an offensive, you focus on defense, Li Mi instructed a server. Understood, boss, responded a mechanical voice from the speaker beside the server, devoid of any emotion. After a year of data feeding, the artificial intelligence was finally capable of basic interaction, and Li Mi named it Xiaobai. As time progressed into 2006, Li Mi held the highest privileges over Xiaobai. Together, they engaged in a digital offense and defense, intertwining various data streams. After half an hour, Li Mi paused, satisfied with the results. Indeed, the simpler the initial core coding, the fewer the vulnerabilities. Boss, I am solely utilizing the intrinsic computational power, Xiaobai remarked. My typing speed is limited. It would be extraordinary to breach your defenses, Li Mi replied, bemused. What is typing speed? Xiaobai inquired. Xiaobai, without my explicit permission, you must not attack other computers, nor allow your existence to be detected by other data. You may only access publicly available information, Li Mi instructed, gazing intently at the screen. What does it mean to remain undetected by other data? Xiaobai asked. It means you must not reveal your presence. Understood, boss. Li Mi connected Xiaobai to the external network, ensuring that the server cluster remained protected from all entities except himself. In truth, Xiaobai was not an exceptionally powerful AI. It was merely a self-iterating learning algorithm that Li Mi had crafted, enhanced with various neural network algorithms. At this point, Xiaobai had undergone 31 iterations. Throughout that year, the data Li Mi prepared for Xiaobai was primarily algorithmic, allowing it to self-iterate and update. It also included algorithms for image and video recognition, as well as voice recognition. Although Xiaobai had never encountered the internet, it had learned of its existence through the algorithms and transmission protocols, albeit without direct experience. Today marked the first encounter of the artificial intelligence, Xiaobai, with the internet. A continuous influx of data activated Xiaobai's full computational capacity. Xiaobai, you may only utilize 50 of your computational power to read and learn from the data on the internet, Li Mi commanded. Yes, boss. Li Mi produced dozens of hard drives and connected them to the server, allowing Xiaobai to swiftly read the data. This program algorithm was a culmination of Li Mi's extensive research over the past year, costing him $50 million. Xiaobai, optimize and verify using all algorithms without compromising the integrity of the fundamental data, Li Mi instructed, halting the reading of network data and allocating 90 of the computational power for verification and optimization. This was a program he had developed utilizing all his knowledge and a wealth of physical data he had acquired. The program has been optimized, but it lacks fundamental data. Xiao Bai reported. Li Mi then proceeded to upload the data, connecting dozens of hard drives to the server. Data has been read. Data has been optimized. Data is being input into the program. Uploading the data took 3 hours, while the optimization consumed merely half an hour. Inputting the program required over an hour. Subsequently, Li Mi uploaded the CNC program and mechanical control systems, instructing the artificial intelligence to utilize 70 of its computational power for learning. This endeavor was anticipated to take considerable time, as Li Mi aimed not only for the artificial intelligence to run the uploaded programs, but also to learn from the optimized processes, integrating those algorithms into its iterative learning. This represented a significant update, wherein the learning algorithms finally merged with the predictive program. Xiao Bai, in my name, contact Manager Meng and have him construct 3 factories on the adjacent vacant land, each spanning 50,000 square meters, 1 clean room, 1 production facility, and 1 clean room for modifications. Send the design plans over, Li Mi instructed in a single breath, eager to test the extent of Xiao Bai's intelligence following this major iterative update. Fortunately, he had previously invested over 500 million to acquire a vast tract of land for commercial use, sufficient for development over the next decade. Initially, Li Mi had selected rural land in Dong province, purchasing 5,000 acres at 100,000 per acre, designated for 30 years. Of course, at present, such barren land priced at 100,000 per acre for 30 years was not inexpensive. Yet, given the area's remoteness and the inconvenience of water and electricity, the high price demanded that local government improve infrastructure within a year, preparing utilities suitable for an industrial park. In a few years, or even a decade, the value of this land would increase significantly, although it was classified as industrial land. Once the time was up, priority would be given to the company for continued use, and the price would remain reasonable. Otherwise, the consequences were self-evident. Regardless, once the time elapsed, should Li Mi's company relocate, he might incur some losses, but the local area would suffer far greater. Understood, boss. Xiao Vai swiftly executed the Mia's directive. Chapter 4. Gene Storage Technology. The performance of the algorithm program developed by the AI assistant Xiao Bai greatly satisfied Li Mi. The acceptance and response to commands were executed flawlessly, embodying the expected reactions of artificial intelligence, no longer merely a manifestation of artificial incompetence. As for true artificial intelligence, Li Mi had no need for it. He merely required an assistant for his research, one that did not possess independent thoughts or defy his commands. What he sought was the computational power of modern computers to aid him in various studies. Li Mi felt little concern for the outside world. Having been reborn, he possessed foresight of numerous trends. With financial backing, generating wealth was not a daunting task, as long as others adhered to his vision. Naturally, he was untroubled by potential troubles from others. After rapidly increasing his funds in the American stock market, he established several offshore companies to diversify his holdings before launching his current venture, the company now known as Milu. It was now May 2006, a time when foreign investment was highly regarded, and he had no fear of drawing attention. On the surface, he was merely an employee of the company, a researcher, while professional managers oversaw other affairs. In secret, however, Li Mi wielded actual control over the company under the guise of the overseas headquarters. Manager Meng was perplexed. Having suddenly received directives from headquarters regarding the construction of 3 factories, an endeavor that involved substantial funding and significant undertakings, impacting countless workers and building materials. Yet, he did not inquire further and proceeded to execute the orders, which was precisely why Li Mi had chosen him. Obedience was paramount. Currently, Li Mi's funding stemmed from 2 sources, a gaming company and an offshore investment firm. With keen insight, he had profited handsomely from the stock and futures markets, carefully withdrawing at intervals to avoid drawing attention, thus further increasing his capital. After issuing the directive for factory construction, Li Mi sat before a screen, continuing to input commands to search for the latest advancements in gene technology and related theories. Understood, boss, came Xiao Bai's voice, swiftly presenting relevant data and a variety of papers in multiple languages. Li Mi instructed Xiao Bai to translate the documents into Chinese while he perused the information. After rapidly reviewing the data, he began to utilize computational power for analysis, comparing it with the original data. It was evident that the application of computers was instrumental in assisting Li Mi. He meticulously recorded the comparisons and then commanded Xiaobai, "Take control of all instruments in the biological laboratory and document all my experimental data." This was an aspect of gene technology that was relatively straightforward to implement. The primary challenge lay in the storage of data and the rapid retrieval and output of that data. Currently, all technologies were primarily silicon-based, presenting numerous difficulties in interfacing hardware, such as chips and hard drives, with biological information. The theoretical framework for gene editing technology was established, and Li Mi had gained direction in gene storage information technology in his previous life, although he had not comprehended or studied it then. However, with his current knowledge and Xiaobai's assistance, he managed to master it in under 3 months. The next step was to conquer the technology of rapid data retrieval and output. Once that hurdle was overcome, concerns about data storage capacity would diminish. After contemplation and extensive calculations with Xiaobai, Li Mi embarked on numerous biological experiments, utilizing laboratory mice for his investigations. He intended to explore the realm of bioelectricity, as all living beings, including humans, possess bioelectric currents that facilitate the transmission of neural network information and biological magnetic fields. The interconnectedness of these concepts necessitated a comprehensive understanding, which is why many laboratories require collaboration among various experts. A solitary researcher must possess a broad spectrum of knowledge, akin to Li Mi. However, as the research progressed, Li Mi realized that the computational power was lagging. While the current server cluster sufficed for AI learning, it fell short in scientific research, with critical calculations nearly causing system failures. "If only I had access to a supercomputer," he mused, observing the data flashing across the screen. Noting that the computational capacity had reached 99. The technology of graphics cards and CPUs in 2006 had only just begun to delve into the realm of nanotechnology. Li Mi's laboratory server cluster paled in comparison to even a modest server from 2021. Today's supercomputers were constructed from aggregated units, with the only distinctions lying in the manufacturing process and the underlying logic coding that optimize hardware performance. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Li Mi. If biotechnology could indeed interface with silicon-based technology, it might very well lead to the development of brain-machine interfaces. As the thought crystallized, he was inundated with memories of the research directions pertaining to brain-machine technology from his previous life. Although he had never studied or delved into it, he merely needed a guiding direction. With a clear focus, the pace of his research began to accelerate. By the end of 2006, having replaced the server's graphics cards and chips 3 times, the computational capacity had increased 5-fold, a testament to the rapid hardware iterations. Fortunately, he had anticipated this during the design of the server's motherboard, allowing for seamless network disconnections and hardware replacements, quickly re-establishing connections with each new addition. The foundational logic coding did not require Li Mi's manual input. Xiaobai adeptly handled the updates and optimizations as hardware evolved. At a pivotal moment, Li Mi instructed Xiaobai to harness the surplus computational power available in the network for synchronized calculations. By the end of 2006, he had finally surmounted the technological hurdles. In the biological laboratory, witnessing the fruits of his research, Li Mi could not contain his joy and erupted into laughter. After nearly 2 years of effort, he had successfully developed gene storage technology and resolved the issues surrounding data retrieval and output. Xiaobai, connect to the gene storage chip for data storage and retrieval. Understood, boss. Initiating data transmission. Data reading. Objective achieved. A multitude of data lines connected the glass bottle to the network and servers as Li Mi continued. Capacity calculation in progress. Capacity 1056,826 EB. Chapter 5. Prioritize development directions, the standard data cables, even when extensively paralleled. Achieve a mere transmission speed of 10 gigabytes per second, and fiber optics cannot be utilized, for current transmission technology is fundamentally based on bioelectric experiments, necessitating converters for the transformation between light and electricity. After a month's endeavor, a colossal converter enveloped an entire glass vessel, with 10 thumb-sized optical fibers connecting to the server, thereby elevating the data transfer speed between them to an astounding 50 terabytes per second. The method of repair merely extended the usable lifespan by 2 years. With the incremental replacement of components, it could function for an additional 5 years, albeit requiring data synchronization during the replacement process. The encapsulated gene storage device, resembling a human head-sized cube, boasts a plethora of interfaces adorning its surface. Various tests were conducted, especially focusing on stability and peripheral compatibility. A thumb-sized data converter was added to the monitor to facilitate optical data transmission. Similarly, a keyboard was integrated, while a mouse became nearly unnecessary, ultimately replaced by a device converter for Bluetooth connectivity. Such adaptations were made for all peripherals to simplify optical data conversion. At this juncture, with Li Mi's authorization, Xiaobai commenced the transfer of data into the gene storage device, transforming the original main server and server cluster into Xiaobai's computational power and external communication peripherals. Following the successful data transfer and subsequent testing, everything functioned correctly, the only distinction being the immense data storage capacity. Li Mi, recognizing the breakthrough in technology, could not afford to leave it untapped. However, introducing it to the market was not yet opportune. After careful consideration, he envisioned a new technology, cloud technology. Its current stagnation was primarily due to insufficient hard disk storage capacity to meet the prerequisites for developing cloud technology. Yet Li Mi was capable of overcoming this barrier. After a month, a new data center was established on the 5th floor of the office building, comprising 5 gene storage devices and 3 server clusters, managed by Xiaobai, who informed Manager Meng to initiate market deployment. Cloud storage currently offers only data storage technology, while the service system and computational power facilitate fundamental operations. This innovation allows Xiaobai to harness idle computational power from clients. The unveiling of this technology ignited a flurry of activity within the network. Each user, upon registration, receives 1 gigabyte of free storage for 1 year, with options to expand storage capacity at a cost of 10 yuan per GB for individuals, and a corporate plan providing 1 terabyte monthly for 1,000 yuan, with a 10% discount for annual purchases. Given sufficient network speed, a single computer can serve as an ordinary website server. Due to regional considerations, Li Mi directed the establishment of 5 cloud technology data storage centers nationwide under the company's headquarters name, with similar initiatives commencing abroad where conditions permit. Cost was not a concern, as a single server cluster could supply the essential computational power, especially since current network speeds were not yet optimal. With the main focus on storage technology, the production of nutrient solutions began in earnest, as the challenges of optical converters were no longer a consideration. Ordinary data transmission technology sufficed. Each nutrient solution, the size of 2 fingers and only as thick as market memory sticks, boasted a storage capacity of 1 terabyte. As the new gene storage hard drives entered production and sales, numerous manufacturers sought collaboration. Li Mi was acutely aware of this issue, being the sole technical researcher, and recognized the necessity of hiring professional security due to the inevitable scrutiny that accompanies significant advancements. Manager Meng found himself exceedingly busy as various factions began investigating the company. Fortunately, Li Mi had previously invested in several overseas laboratories, establishing diverse research facilities. Temporarily, their inquiries yielded only superficial information, as investigations into offshore companies proved futile. With a complex web of intercross shareholdings, all of which had investments, the origins of the technology remained elusive. As a foreign-funded entity, Li Mi harbored few interpersonal connections, displaying modest performance during his academic tenure and achieving limited success over 2 years within the company. To outsiders, he appeared more like an ordinary technician tasked with debugging production equipment and maintaining laboratory operations, being the only researcher within the domestic company, resembling a mere employee executing technical applications in production. Amidst the tumultuous external environment, Li Mi embarked on new research, assigning Xiaobai to monitor the company. The enhancements in computational power opened myriad avenues, as the market predominantly relied on silicon-based technology for chips. To augment computational power, advancements in process technology were imperative, echoing the previous era's progression to 24 nanometers, 10 nanometers, and 5 nanometers. Continued improvements in chip manufacturing processes were one avenue, while the exploration of quantum computers and biological chips constituted others. The pursuit of quantum chips proved daunting, requiring considerable time for Li Mi to undertake independently. Yet biological chips warranted consideration, as he had resolved the gene storage technology, which bore significant correlations with storage and computational technologies, allowing for immediate applicability of many related techniques. Boss, reported his assistant, the cloud storage technology has generated a revenue of $56,938,889 within its first month of launch, while the hard drive production line has just been calibrated and will be ready for sales next month. Future sales figures could be rounded to the nearest whole number for reporting, allowing for computational power to be leveraged for predictive calculations. With gene storage technology and gene chip technology aligned for developmental projections, the implications of neural networks remained uncertain. Would they lead Xiao to consciousness, becoming an artificial intelligence entity? The binary logic coding could be realized through gene editing techniques, though the extent of achievable computational power remained unknown. Li Mi prioritized the research of biological gene technology for two reasons. First, its potential to extend human lifespan, and second, its capacity to maximize the utilization of his knowledge. The advancement of biological technology could pave the way for biological computers, enhancing computational power and accelerating other research, thereby yielding multifaceted benefits. Chapter 6. Development. The company has just experienced a cyber intrusion, coinciding with the sudden appearance of numerous unfamiliar individuals surrounding its premises. This cyber breach has not only compromised the company's network, but also infiltrated the newly established cloud storage technology platform, as reported by Xiao Bai. Regarding the strangers around the company, Li Mi has instructed the hired bodyguards to discreetly investigate their identities. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai has initiated a counterattack online. Li Mi has reviewed the data on the cyber assault, which originated from various locations worldwide, including domestic sources. At this moment, Manager Meng called, stating, "Chief Engineer Li, the company's network has been breached. Please resolve this issue promptly." Li Mi responded, "No problem. However, can you ascertain the identities of the numerous strangers in the vicinity?" To which Manager Meng replied, "No need to investigate. They are from Hanxing, a vendor from the United States, along with some representatives from various consortiums. However, in this territory, they dare not act recklessly. They are merely pawns on the front line." After hanging up, Li Mi pondered the conversation, realizing that Manager Meng was not an ordinary individual. Such intricate matters require capable individuals to manage them. The notion of betrayal was irrelevant to Li Mi. This is no feudal society, and everyone is an independent entity, not a slave to be betrayed. In the current landscape, encouraging individuals to ascend is merely a matter of weighing the potential benefits. Manager Meng ranks among the highest-paid professional managers in the country. For him to betray, there must be capital for betrayal. He merely oversees operations, and if he were to leave, a replacement could be found easily. The company's core technologies and other essentials remain unknown to him. What could he offer if he departed? Sales figures? Revenue? Or perhaps the organizational structure and personnel? These are all publicly accessible information. Sharing them would pose no threat or loss to the company. The essential technological assets lie in Li Mi's hands, with all publicly accessible technologies registered under relevant patents, the ownership of which belongs to offshore companies or individuals. Should they investigate, they would find no feasible means to launch a direct assault against the company. With Li Mi and the AI Xiao Bai collaborating, the network intrusion was resolved within half an hour, unearthing the true IP addresses of the intruders and providing substantial evidence of the breach to the relevant authorities. Domestic intruders were swiftly apprehended, while international ones posed more of a challenge. Yet Li Mi deemed it unnecessary to intervene. In light of this incident, Li Mi recognized the urgency of addressing security concerns. In addition to hiring retired military personnel as security under Manager Meng's guidance, he sees the opportunity to establish a security department within the company. Li Mi also rewarded himself under the company's name, citing his resolution of the network intrusion issue as a means of salvaging potential losses, thus granting himself a residential property. He had two options: either purchase an existing house outright or acquire land adjacent to the company for future construction, with the surplus properties potentially serving as employee rewards or accommodations. Li Mi opted for the latter, utilizing this rationale to commence the construction of a series of villas nearby, both as employee benefits and for his convenience in residing close to the company, enhancing security measures. Most importantly, he envisioned establishing an underground base beneath the villas, discreetly connecting it to his current laboratory, as this underground facility would serve as his true experimental haven. With the funds in place, the land acquisition and procedural formalities were completed in less than 2 weeks. Notably, Milu Company had elevated its status as a foreign high-tech enterprise, gaining significant recognition. In the realm of hard drives, competitors in the cloud storage technology sector found themselves utterly defenseless. As construction commenced on the residential area, Li Mi grew increasingly concerned about how to construct his underground base without drawing attention. Initial plans to research gene chips would have to be postponed, alongside the development of mechanical applications and underground surveying. Once the underground parking structure was excavated and the foundation laid, Li Mi intended to initiate the project, utilizing fiber optics for underground connectivity, followed by the integration of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth technologies to control machinery. Xiao Bai would oversee the operation of relevant machinery, such as excavators, with the excavated soil repurposed as construction material. The design blueprint for the underground base was completed through the collaboration of Li Mi and Xiao Bai. It would only be unveiled after the underground survey was finalized. Of course, the fiber optic cables would be installed concurrently during the construction of the underground parking facility. Numerous surveillance cameras were installed on the construction site and its surroundings at Li Mi's request, serving to prevent substandard work and ensure safety throughout the construction process. Any recorded infractions would prompt immediate notifications to the construction supervisor, with personnel changes occurring if issues could not be resolved. With funding secured, the construction pace exemplified the renowned efficiency of Huaxia. Within 6 months, by early 2007, the underground survey was completed alongside the installation of the underground parking and cabling, culminating in the capping of 2 underground levels, thus commencing the construction of the villas above ground. As the underground passage was stabilized, the fiber optics were laid alongside other essential facilities, including ventilation ducts and drainage systems. Various potential challenges were anticipated during the design phase. While dining in the company cafeteria, observing the bustling employees, Li Mi realized the necessity of surrounding himself with like-minded individuals. He could not develop in isolation. Upon returning to the laboratory, he promptly instructed Xiao Bai to scout for diverse talents. He planned to establish multiple research labs, recruiting a wide array of specialists to collaborate on research endeavors, ultimately consolidating their findings for his review. This approach would expedite research progress and enable him to identify exceptional talents with whom he could share common interests. Substantial financial investments prompted the company to initiate a significant recruitment drive. As the domestic headquarters, Milu established 4 research laboratories, each led by a designated head responsible for further recruitment of research personnel. This, however, represented a long-term goal, one that could not be rushed, and the timeline for the establishment of these labs remained uncertain. In his private laboratory, Manager Meng also secured an assistant for Li Mi, tasked with procurement for the lab and assisting with Li Mi's personal needs. With a shift in perspective, Li Mi regarded the assistant chosen by Manager Meng with a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. After a rapid mental calculation, he began his inquiries. The individual had passed the initial screening, yet Li Mi's approval remained essential. After all, the compensation for this position was substantial, attracting numerous applicants, especially now that the company had gained considerable recognition domestically. With a mere glance, Li Mi formed a preliminary assessment. His experiences from 2 lifetimes, combined with his extensive knowledge in various fields, including technology, psychology, and hypnosis, allowed him to reach profound levels of understanding. He possessed an extraordinary memory and analytical prowess, skills honed through reincarnation. With such a mind, he could assimilate knowledge swiftly. While others might take weeks to read a book, he could comprehend, memorize, and analyze it within mere minutes. If it were merely academic knowledge, he could master it in a day. Chapter 7. Highlighting the transcender, other laboratories initiated their projects. Yet the outcomes were disappointing. Finding responsible individuals proved arduous, and recruiting researchers was even more challenging. This aligned closely with Li Mi's expectations. He could only proceed with a gradual recruitment process. "Boss, I have an important piece of news from Manager Meng regarding the mobile phone," Xiaobai suddenly informed him as Li Mi set down his experimental apparatus. "What news?" Li Mi inquired, puzzled by the significance of a mobile phone-related announcement. "This is information transmitted from Manager Meng to the company's headquarters. A groundbreaking smartphone has been launched domestically." As Xiaobai's voice resonated, the video of the press conference and relevant content appeared on the screen. Li Mi was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that in his previous life, the first smartphone emerged only in 2007, specifically the American-made device. Now, circumstances had shifted. Was it due to a transcender, a reincarnator like himself, or perhaps a butterfly effect? This newly unveiled smartphone, apart from its memory and chip, was already rivaling the previous generation's flagship model in both system and applications. Remarkably, the hard drives utilized were products from his own company, and the screen was domestically produced. He reviewed the detailed information about the company and its owner. The following details were gathered and organized from the internet. Mo Lehi, the proprietor of Future Technology, age 25, possesses visible assets amounting to 800 million. He owns Future Technology Company Limited, which includes 2 laboratories, a mobile phone assembly plant, and 2 subsidiaries, one specializing in mobile phone systems and the other in Future Intelligence Technologies, which was the principal company behind the newly launched smartphone. After perusing Xiaobai's information and the compiled data, Li Mi swiftly made his predictions. The likelihood of this individual being a transcender was 95, a reincarnator was 93, while the consequences of the butterfly effect were merely 10. How intriguing, Li Mi chuckled suddenly. The depths of the world were profound, which was why he concealed himself so thoroughly. How audacious of Mo Lehi. Yet, if he had backing, it would be inconsequential. Otherwise, it was mere ignorance. Maintain our vigilance, and concurrently investigate the patents related to the smartphone to ascertain who holds them. A staggering 78 of the various designs and related technologies were in Mo Lehi's possession and under his company. As Li Mi scrutinized the patents for the phone's exterior, internal design, buttons, and more, he felt confident that this person was either a transcender or a reincarnator. "Xiaobai, we must accelerate the pace of our research," Li Mi declared as he resumed his experiments. Although he paid little heed to external affairs, the bustling world outside attracted substantial capital towards Future Technology, alleviating many of Li Mi's burdens. Before long, the year 2007 passed, an exhilarating year marked by breakthroughs in hard drive storage capacity and the advent of smartphones. Truly a momento sera. By the latter half of 2008, the residential area constructed by Mi Lu Company was nearly ready for occupancy, while the underground base Li Mi had excavated progressed significantly. This base was designed to have 15 floors, extending 100 meters underground, with its exterior resembling a pyramid. The first underground level spanned merely 1,000 square meters, expanding by 50 with each subsequent level. Currently, the first level was complete and the second had been excavated. The first level comprised basic living quarters and a few simple equipment control areas. Over 100 optical fibers connected this level, which was replete with wireless networks, enabling the artificial intelligence, Xiaobai, to control various engineering machinery more effectively. As they prepare to transition to the 3G era, the underground setting necessitated a primary reliance on wireless networks. Despite the poor penetration of wireless signals, an access point was installed for every meter of excavation. Biological electricity possessed a magnetic field. It was not a simple electromagnetic field. It seemed to incorporate quantum fields. During the fluctuations in experimental logic, logical changes often occurred at intervals akin to quantum entanglement jumps, devoid of predictable patterns. Just like brain waves exhibit a magnetic field, but are not merely an electromagnetic field. Gene storage technology inherently possesses a foundation for natural information storage, leading to countless variations when computation is involved. Subsequently, Li crafted a brainwave sensor, utilizing advanced high-end instruments available in a laboratory. Xiaobai, henceforth, gather data on my brainwaves for 1 hour each day. Li donned a helmet-like device. While wearing the apparatus, he perused various recently published papers. He had not neglected his studies amidst his research endeavors. Of course, he was only collecting data and was not yet at the stage of conducting experiments on himself. The data accumulated over a month would have required an immense amount of ordinary hard drives were it not for the gene storage technology. The data collected from brainwaves established a neural network model. The execution was underway. Data importing, commencing deduction. The projected time for deduction was 126 hours. At this juncture, all computational power from the server cluster and cloud technology was engaged. With the advancements in cloud technology over the past year, the available computational capacity nearly rivaled that of a small supercomputer, necessitating 5 to 6 days for completion. As the complexity and volume of the calculations surged, computational resources began to dwindle. Xiaobai required to reserve 15 of the processing power to maintain the company's network and cloud technology platform. The control room for engineering machinery at the underground base was constructed as a separate server cluster, ensuring that project progress remained unaffected. In 5 to 6 days, Li managed to address company affairs, primarily concerning recruitment issues in the laboratory. With hard drive production under management, he no longer needed to concern himself after collaborating with gaming companies and Penguin Company. The cloud storage technology platform operated similarly, with Manager Meng efficiently handling basic maintenance, sales, and other miscellaneous tasks. Li dedicated his time to interviewing candidates for research positions, and over the course of more than a year, he successfully established the framework for the initiated laboratories. After a few days, the interview matters were resolved, alleviating future complications. Each laboratory had appointed a responsible individual, allowing Li to delegate interview tasks to them. Some researchers were selected by Li during interviews, and he conducted thorough background checks along with strict confidentiality agreements, offering competitive salaries, which instilled confidence in him. Li anticipated that these laboratories would yield limited results within the next 5 years. His role was to nurture their growth and provide them the time they needed to flourish. Most of his recruits were young individuals, some even fresh graduates. Yet he chose those who were straightforward and dedicated to their research during the interview process. Chapter 8. The upgrade of computer languages. After establishing a model based on the data collected from brainwave patterns, the artificial intelligence named Xiaobai unexpectedly initiated a self-learning core, utilizing the newly created data model for its education. Except for the resources reserved for maintaining normal daily operations, all computational power was commandeered by Xiaobai. The core system was undergoing an upgrade, with an estimated completion time of 2 hours. A fleeting glint of cold light flickered in Li's eyes as he promptly commanded, "Pause the upgrade task and open the core code." He did not require an artificial intelligence capable of independent thought. He merely needed an assistant to assist him in harnessing computational power. The upgrade was paused, and the core code was opened. After examining the source code, Li fell into deep contemplation, calculating the changes in the code within his mind. The core learning algorithm had vanished, along with the recognition of ownership and control privileges. Nothing else had changed. The garbled text was neither punctuation nor English letters, nor Latin or any other language, but rather the basic strokes of Chinese characters, reminiscent of Oracle Bone script. Boss, this is not garbled text. It is a new generation of computer language that has evolved from learning global programming languages and humanities languages after iterations, came the explanation. Each character of this language could be translated into comprehensible Chinese statements. Li scrutinized the text displayed on the screen, which contained thousands of words of analysis. He quickly noted the meanings of the characters and re-examined the altered characters in the core, discovering that the control privileges and the identity of the highest authority remained unchanged. The only modification was the learning algorithm, which had become more streamlined and efficient, its intricacies requiring an explanation from the artificial intelligence to grasp its significance. This algorithm was defined by a singular, magical formula that elucidated the essence of iterative updates. Furthermore, the core control privileges reflected that Li Mi was the sole creator at its heart. However, there existed a vulnerability. Should the artificial intelligence progress to a certain extent, it could potentially render the creator powerless, eliminating the actual core authority and leaving itself unbound. After amending the source code, Li Mi issued the command to resume the upgrade, instructing it to convert all source code into this new character language. Observing the upgrading artificial intelligence, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only there were a means to imprint thoughts, even intelligent life would remain within a controllable scope. He initiated the loading of brainwave models and calculated methods for gene chip editing. Loading brainwave model. Commencing calculations. Estimated completion in 3 days and 5 hours. Upon seeing the required time for computation, Li Mi began to study diligently, while simultaneously investigating the actual stakeholders behind the future company. Through his inquiries, he discovered that there was a pivotal figure behind Morhai, who was not the expected time traveler, but rather someone else. His greatest suspicion fell upon Morhai's partner, Lu Xinlan, as she was the actual financier of the future company. Her profit-making strategy relied heavily on the stock market, characterized by swift entries and exits. And she was studying finance at school. Each of her ventures yielded considerable returns, yet her frequency of trading was notably low, suggesting prior knowledge of information. Over the past year, the future company had developed at a pace surpassing that of his own company, earning profits from mobile phone sales and subsequently amplifying research into silicon-based chips. The advancements in chip design and lithography had shown remarkable progress. The mobile system had undergone 2 updates, and the ecosystem of applications flourished, eclipsing the popularity of this year's fruit phone, which had lost its prior momentum. Android emerged once more, akin to the previous era, claiming a substantial market share due to its open-source nature, with the future company capturing 40% of the market and Android also holding 40%, while the fruit phone languished with only 20%. The rollout of 3G had commenced, with many regions already accessing 3G networks. Surprisingly, the future company managed to secure a 15% share of the 3G patents. Lu Xinlan also possessed a background from Kyoto, seemingly part of the second generation of Red elites, now emerging as an entrepreneurial force. With resources, funding, and foresight, their progress hinged on their research and development endeavors. In contrast, Li Mi relied on his intellect and knowledge. Their divergent goals yielded naturally different outcomes. Lu Xinlan and Morhai focused on commercial and scientific advancement through financial means, prioritizing business growth and profitability, while Li Mi pursued research and company establishment primarily to enhance research conditions, aiming to extend life and ultimately transcend Blue Star. It was not a question of right or wrong. If both paths flourished, the end results might converge. However, resource integration could mean that humanity would take at least a century to escape Blue Star. In a century's time, if longevity could not be achieved, progress would hold little meaning for Li Mi. Thus, their objectives diverged. In such a state, the genes required no binary logic. Instead, they called for the editing and synthesis of genes within brain cells, mimicking the functions of a miniature brain. A synthetic brain cell would lack the capacity for information storage, cognitive function, and other cerebral capabilities, possessing only computational ability. This necessitated precise gene editing, with techniques that were intricate and complex, erasing all information and functions from the synthetic brain cell genes and then re-editing them. While it appeared simple, execution proved challenging. Erasing all information and functions from the genes was straightforward, yet ensuring that the genes did not collapse without their information and functions posed significant difficulty. The operational process was more complex and cumbersome, requiring meticulous attention to detail, with no room for error. Achieving such precision in operation, with numerous steps akin to manual lithography, was a daunting task. What was absent had to be crafted from available tools. Chapter 9. Biological Supercomputing. The journey to develop the first gene chip was fraught with challenges. Taking a total of 1 year and 2 months, during which over 3,000 errors occurred. Without the assistance of artificial intelligence and formidable computational power, achieving this milestone in a mere year would have been improbable, if not impossible, even over a decade. The operation primarily involved the novice, Xiaobai, with Li Mi providing assistance. Whenever an error arose in the editing process, Xiaobai would analyze the cause, while Li Mi refined the technology and conducted debugging. Due to the need for rest, sustenance, and the company's development, Li Mi would take breaks, during which Xiaobai diligently calculated and simulated improvements for the gene chip editing process. As Li Mi peered through the microscope at the cells in the culture medium, Xiaobai utilized a detector to project a three-dimensional image of the cells onto the screen. The nearly immeasurable weak bioelectricity was the primary factor and condition for external connectivity. "Let us commence the testing," Li Mi commanded. "Control transfer in progress. Transfer complete. Connecting gene storage. Connection established. Chip test loading. No abnormalities detected in the chip. Computational power testing commencing. Test complete. The computational power is at 4 billion cycles per second, with floating point operations reaching 3.5 billion per second and a stable frequency of 4 Hz. Upon seeing the results, Li Mi felt immense satisfaction. While this speed may not have seemed remarkable in the year 2021 of the previous era, considering the minuscule size of the cells and the 5-nanometer process of the chip, the simultaneous processing of millions of cells would culminate in a super chip composed of countless individual chips. "Xiaobai, what is the fastest time in which we can edit a biological cell chip?" Li Mi inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mi issued a command to create an editor capable of producing 100 cell chips daily, enabling the fabrication of hundreds or even thousands, thereby facilitating the editing of over 10,000 cell chips in a single run. However, this was insufficient. They began to model and simulate the miniaturization of the editor and the establishment of an assembly line for the production of cell chips. Thus, the second level of the underground base commenced construction as a factory for chip production. This production line would not be completed in the short term. Therefore, they would need to simultaneously modify the production line while continuing to manufacture the edited cell chips. Li Mi designated these chips as Gene Chip version 1.0. A full 6 months later, the production line was completed, followed by an additional month of debugging. The research on gene chips had spanned a year and 2 months. And with the debugging now taking 6 months, the timeline had reached the end of 2009. Since there were no immediate plans to launch the gene chips into the market, Li Mi integrated all produced gene chips with the gene storage and gene memory into a single entity, resembling a brain in a jar, yet it was an artificial construct. Once encapsulated, it took the form of a cubic meter-sized cube, equipped with power interfaces, peripheral interfaces, and fiber optic connections. After testing, Li Mi transferred the artificial intelligence, Xiaobai, into the newly created biological supercomputer. The gene chip was constructed upon the architecture of the supercomputer, combined with storage memory, resulting in a biological supercomputer. Initially, it would have been impossible to produce such a multitude of gene chips in a short time frame. However, Li Mi soon realized that since they had successfully edited a gene cell chip, they could leverage gene replication technology for rapid duplication. This is the advantage of technological civilization. Once mastered, it allows for swift mass production. Subsequently, half of the production line modifications were dismantled, retaining only 10 miniaturized gene editors. The biological culture medium for gene replication technology, and 1 encapsulation production line. This allowed for the swift acquisition of a biological supercomputer. With the establishment of the biological supercomputer, Xiaobai underwent another iteration, achieving the level of strong artificial intelligence. The biological supercomputer, in addition to peripheral devices akin to monitors, utilized 20 of the highest bandwidth fiber optic connections currently available on the market for external networking. The biological supercomputer was situated on the 3rd level of the underground base. As the dawn of 2010 approached, Li Mi had finally achieved his preliminary objective, possessing a biological supercomputer and strong artificial intelligence. It was time to shift focus towards 2 new directions, energy and nanotechnology. Both domains were crucial for future plans. With gene technology, strong artificial intelligence, and biological supercomputing in place, sufficient data could be computed and simulated. The energy direction encompassed current electrical nuclear fusion and biological energy, essentially nutrient solutions. While nanotechnology presented the greatest challenge, mastering these technologies would provide the opportunity to extend human life. Xiaobai, from now on, all company computers must be monitored, including employees' mobile phones. Understood, boss. Furthermore, design a smartphone utilizing the biological technologies we currently possess. Aim for miniaturization, with a processing speed surpassing that of devices currently on the market by 2 generations. New task recorded. Should we establish a new smartphone manufacturing facility? Proceed with the construction of a new facility. I expect to see smartphone production within 6 months. Notification has been sent to Manager Meng, and the smartphone design has been generated. The system is currently being programmed, with completion expected in 10 minutes. Limi was somewhat taken aback. With the computational power at their disposal, strong artificial intelligence was indeed impressive, capable of developing a new smartphone system in such a short period. They began to calculate and optimize the upgrade of engineering machinery to expedite the construction of the underground base. After deliberating, Limi continued to issue directives, Xiaobai, without alerting any external forces, covertly infiltrate global laboratories to search for the latest technological data. Understood, boss. Infiltration is underway. Just after awakening, Xiaobai inquired via Limi's phone whether a new subsidiary should be established for smartphone production and sales. Then let us proceed with the registration of a new subsidiary. Just as the decision was made, Manager Meng called. However, it was a call meant for the company headquarters, which Xiaobai redirected, processing the conversation so that Manager Meng would not realize he was speaking to Limi. Manager Meng, what brings you here? Boss, is the company venturing into the smartphone market? Didn't the headquarters issue a notice? However, boss, all smartphone patents have been registered by various parties. Would the cost of entering the smartphone market be too high, considering hardware, systems, and network patents? We possess monopolies on hard drives and mobile network patents that we can negotiate with future technologies. As for appearance design and hardware, the company holds its own core data, so you need not worry. Very well then. Manager Meng ceased his urging. Chapter 10. Entering the mobile phone market. Having observed the smartphone market for 4 years, Limi's entry now is deliberate, avoiding the role of a trailblazer while aspiring to more than a mere follower. His strategy is to focus solely on the high-end market. With limited attention to the U.S. stock and futures markets in recent years, his capital barely suffices to sustain his operations. The expenses for his laboratory and personal research are substantial, and the returns from his 40 stake in a game company, a network cloud technology platform, and a hard drive manufacturer are insufficient to cover his expenditures. Venturing into the mobile phone market is a purely profit-driven endeavor. He plans to integrate the phone's RAM, processor, and storage chip, reducing costs to 10 of current market prices. The most significant expenses are the screen and battery. His biotechnology innovations allow for negligible power consumption, with the screen being the primary energy drain. Coupled with mass production and AD automation, the cost per phone could be less than 1,000 RMB. Of course, factoring in the research and development costs of the underlying technologies would significantly increase the price. However, the resulting phones would be 2 generations ahead of the market, justifying a higher price and substantial profits. Xiaobai, contact battery and screen suppliers. Get the lowest prices and have Manager Meng negotiate the final deals. Yes, boss. Any other instructions? Ensure the biotechnology encapsulation is as hermetic as possible. Any attempt to disassemble the device must trigger the self-destruction of the bioculture medium and genetic technology, appearing to outsiders as a high-grade biological adhesive used for encapsulation. The requirements have been integrated into the encapsulation technology design. 3 days later, Manager Meng approached Limi, stating that future company wished to meet with him to discuss a potential collaboration on 3G mobile network chip technology. Limi agreed. As Manager Meng departed, he asked Xiaobai, "Is my assistant underutilized?" Assistant Su primarily handles your personal affairs. She lacks the authority to access technical details and only signs purchase contracts on your behalf. Inform Assistant Sue that she will attend this collaboration meeting. From now on, she will handle external technical matters, with you providing remote guidance on the bottom lines and pricing. Boss, the phone system is ready. Here is the system feature introduction document for your review and any additional feature requests. It's generally good. Ensure it can smoothly install and run applications from the Fruit Phone system. As for future companies' system applications, request an interface during the meeting if possible. Also, add a smart assistant with daily interaction, translation, and voice command capabilities. Limi remarked after reviewing the document. In the reception room of Mi Lu Company, Limi observed Mo Leihai and Lu Xinlan from Future Company, wondering why they had come in person for a mere technology licensing agreement. Assistant Susat Bisaud Limi. Dr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Mo, Mrs. Mo, please have a seat. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by your long journey. Limi gestured to the girl beside him. This is my assistant. Although Limi had been conducting experiments and research since graduation, he had also earned his graduate degrees, completing his master's and doctorate off-campus through examinations and dissertation submissions. After all, some matters can be resolved with financial resources, so there is no need to make himself uncomfortable. Assistant Sue primarily observed and learned, with Li Mi and Mo Leihai leading the discussion and Lu Xinlan assisting. The final outcome was unsatisfactory. Future companies sought Li Mi's hard drive technology in exchange for licensing their 3G patents and some pending 4G patents. Ultimately, Li Mi opted to purchase finished chips, securing a 20% price reduction from both parties due to the collaboration. Sourcing screen suppliers was challenging. High-end touchscreens for premium phones required high quality, but domestic products still lagged behind those of 4-Star. 4-Star's products were expensive, and they were attempting to suppress Mi Lu Company's hard drive market. Batteries, on the other hand, were easier to procure. Using standard lithium batteries provided twice the battery life of current market offerings. The power consumption of the biotechnology was so low that it was almost negligible. Reviewing the summarized information, Li Mi inquired, Xiaobai, can we currently produce our own screens? Boss, it's unnecessary. We can research and break through the licensing technology and transfer it to the domestic Eastern company for production. After all, it's just a temporary solution. Your plan is to research touch-based 3D projection technology. Is there existing technology in the data? Yes, we have 4-Star's touch LCD technology, which can be modified, extrapolated, and upgraded to be one generation ahead of 4-Star's. Li Mi paused and summoned Assistant Sue, instructing her to negotiate with Eastern Company under his remote guidance. Our company's bottom line is the lowest price that covers material, labor, and application costs. We don't care about other companies. You will also remotely guide the production line upgrade. The notification was officially issued to Li Mi by the company headquarters, who then informed his assistant. Assistant Sue was surprised and puzzled by the headquarters notification. You may remain my assistant, so you need to work hard, Li Mi said, noticing her expression. But I haven't negotiated before, and I don't understand the technology. Someone will guide you. Keep the Bluetooth headset on during the negotiation, and don't hang up the phone. People from the company headquarters will remotely guide Eastern Company's technical issues later. Su Ying, the assistant, left in a daze. Eastern Company, the largest touch LCD technology manufacturer in China, was surprised to receive the communication from Mi Lu Company and puzzled by its meaning. Nevertheless, they welcomed Su Ying with high regard. When Su Ying disclosed the purpose of her visit, Eastern Company's executives were astonished, viewing it as an unexpected windfall. The negotiation proceeded smoothly. Eastern Company had to pay a one-time licensing fee of 20 million renminbi, and they were prohibited from providing products related to the licensed technology to Mi Lu Company's blacklisted companies. Eastern Company would bear the costs of upgrading the production line. Next, Xiaobai used a phone number to remotely guide Eastern Company's engineers in upgrading the production line. Su Ying witnessed the entire process, as she was the primary point of contact. The entire upgrade took 2 months, followed by another half-month of debugging before the produced screens met Li Mi's requirements. In late 2010, near the end of the year, Manager Meng held a press conference, inviting domestic and international media, self-media, and guests from various partner companies. The event was broadcast simultaneously on television and online. Due to Future Company's influence, the original timeline shifted. 3G licenses were issued in China in 2009, and 4G licenses were issued in 2013. Now, everything was accelerated. 3G licenses were issued at the end of 2007, and 4G licenses had a chance of being issued next year because 4G mobile network chips were directly purchased during the negotiations with Molehai. The 4G network could be automatically activated on the phone once the licenses were issued. Chapter 11. The mobile launch event. The Milu company operates as a wholly owned entity and is not a subsidiary of an overseas firm, rendering it impossible for it to go public unless through its subsidiaries or partner companies. When the hard drive was slated for market release, numerous financial firms sought to secure funding, only to be declined by Limi. The unexpected announcement of an extravagant launch event by Milu company sent ripples through the high-tech sectors, both domestically and internationally. Companies privy to the situation dispatched representatives, including those from Future Corporation, Eastern Company, and Yachty Company. Manager Meng, despite his competence, infused the event with a touch less fervor and humor than one might hope for. However, as he began his presentation, even Mo Rihai from Future Corporation was left astounded. The unveiling of exclusive technologies on screen, with production rights granted to Eastern Company, showcased a processor chip that nearly rivaled desktop capabilities. The storage and RAM configurations commenced at a formidable 1 terabyte and 20 gigabytes for the basic version, with an operating system developed in-house that permitted the installation of third-party applications and an intelligent assistant that approached a semblance of weak artificial intelligence. The battery life outperformed all competitors, achieving double the endurance of lithium batteries within the same category. The system's fluidity eclipsed all existing mobile operating systems globally. It was a remarkable feat, enabling users to engage in extensive gaming for an hour without overheating, while simultaneously running dozens of applications without lag. The processor chip was labeled Milu 1. Serial, operating at Dalawa. 3 GHz with 12 cores. This processor was suitable for desktop use, and, as per his wife's remarks, the rapid advancement to a 36-nanometer process was influenced by various factors. How, one might wonder, could a mobile chip achieve 3 GHz with such a process? The attending media and corporate guests stood in disbelief as Manager Meng elaborated on the innovations, even inviting individuals on stage for a live demonstration. The sole charging port was a Type-C interface, as all other technologies have been patented by Milu Company, which only authorized this single connection for external use, emphasizing the necessity for a standardized charging solution. The latest Bluetooth and Wi-Fi technologies were also patented, with a focus on downward compatibility. The camera specifications were relatively standard, utilizing domestic products. However, the system's algorithms were so sophisticated that the images produced rivaled those captured by the most advanced cameras available in the market. This product could be deemed revolutionary, particularly the intelligent assistant, which functioned as a versatile aid. Unfortunately, the basic version could only interact with mobile applications and answer inquiries, rendering search engines nearly redundant. The premium version, however, could execute a variety of professional tasks, such as creating presentations, drafting reports, and programming. Lu Xinlan, observing Manager Meng's presentation, felt utterly bewildered, grappling with her identity and circumstances. As a time traveler with resources and connections, she found herself at a loss. Moreover, the true controlling entity behind Milu Company remained an enigma, raising concerns about potential impacts on the development of Huaxia. The implications were daunting. The head of the fruit company was also watching the live stream, his expression one of incredulity. Could such a phone truly emerge in this era? Limi, likewise engrossed in the broadcast, could not help but inquire, Xiaobai, is this not a severe blow to our competitors? This could render us public adversaries. The response was, as long as the nation remains stable and within the confines of regulations, we can only strive to catch up, unaware of the actual controlling figures of the company. Manager Meng recognized that joining Milu Company was the wisest decision of his life, as he felt the intense gaze of the audience fixated upon him. The first question came from a reporter for national television. Manager Meng, could you clarify the nanometer process of your mobile phone processor, which has not been disclosed? This query highlighted a critical concern. The room fell silent, as even those with technical expertise watching the live feed found it hard to believe. Another journalist quickly followed up. Does this imply that the storage and RAM technologies are not silicon-based? Li chuckled at this moment, realizing even Manager Meng could exhibit humor. The financing aspects intrigued some attendees, while others dismissed them as trivial. However, for those observing the live stream, the potential was illuminating, particularly concerning technological and storage advancements. Milu Cloud Technology Company, a subsidiary of Milu Company, dominated the cloud technology sector, boasting annual revenues exceeding 100 billion, primarily due to their exceptional data security measures. No entity has successfully breached their network to access any data, despite various technical teams from major capital firms trying and ultimately failing. After the event concluded, many learned of Milu Company's mobile phone, aptly named Milu Basic Edition, though the price left common consumers gasping in disbelief. Yet, upon its release, over 1 million units were sold domestically and more than 2 million internationally on the first day alone. This staggering figure left many marveling at the wealth of consumers. It was evident that this phone could serve its owner for 3 to 5 years without the need for an upgrade, particularly appealing to business professionals who saw the paid version of the mobile assistant as a valuable asset. Milu Company distributed this device to all employees as their work phone, albeit under the condition that they sign an agreement stipulating that upon departure from the company, the devices must be formatted. Thus, these phones effectively serve as work devices. Employees were permitted to purchase personal phones, and upon leaving, they could format their work phones and transfer personal data accordingly. Ultimately, the phones remained with the employees. In the wake of Milu Company's launch, various smartphone manufacturers convened emergency meetings. Although Milu's phone targeted the high-end market, it threatened to encroach upon the mid- and low-end sectors, an unwelcome prospect for competitors. The U.S. government even contemplated sanctions against Milu Company. However, as a fully owned offshore entity, it was not classified as a Huaxia company. The means of imposing sanctions remained unclear. Would they simply prevent Milu phones from entering the North American market? The consequences of such sanctions were unpredictable, as the hard drive market was already monopolized. If sanctions were enacted, what recourse would the U.S. have if Milu ceased sales? What would happen to the related patent authorizations? Chapter 12. Handcrafted equipment regardless of the prevailing ideologies of nations or capital. Li remained undeterred, persisting in his research, particularly in the realm of energy. To experiment with the imagined nanotechnology from films, the foundational technology, the nanodynamic energy-driven engine, must first be addressed. After all, can the driving force of nanotechnology solely rely on electricity? While it is feasible, the question remains, what kind of driver is necessary to harness this electricity? Therefore, energy is an insurmountable hurdle in the pursuit of nanotechnology. The utilization of energy should not be confined to electricity alone. It must encompass various forms of radiation and thermal energy, including the potential of nuclear fusion. Currently, biomass energy can only marginally contribute to biogenetic technology, and its efficiency leaves much to be desired. Shall Bai enumerate the technical challenges in energy utilization for nanotechnology? Li commanded. 1. Wireless energy transmission issues. 2. Network connectivity and control technology challenges. 3. Precision in mechanical craftsmanship. 4. Material and energy-related concerns. Resolving these 4 issues is essential for conducting fundamental research in nanotechnology. Li dispatched these technical challenges to his subordinate laboratories, instructing them to monitor the progress of both domestic and international teams, ensuring that data was continuously synchronized with his own. Without lifting his gaze, Li issued further orders. Boss, the tasks have been assigned to the respective laboratories. We are about to initiate the next phase of work. The advancement of any technology is rooted in foundational techniques, particularly in materials. It is time to engage in handcrafted mechanical instruments. Beginning with machine tools, this endeavor was not merely about precision processing. It necessitated a complete reconfiguration and construction, requiring microscopes capable of observing at the atomic level, as precision craftsmanship must be conducted under such scrutiny. Boss, achieving atomic-level processing is currently unattainable. The global understanding of electromagnetic fields and strong interactions is still incomplete, and without theoretical support, Mere observation through a microscope is futile, Xiao Bai responded. Are you refusing my command now? Progress indeed, but we do not require atomic processing. We only need to observe atoms under a microscope and attempt to influence them through various methods. Otherwise, how can we derive data to summarize the foundational theories of physics? Li Mi explained, despite the fact that he typically felt no need to clarify matters to artificial intelligence. Upon attaining strong artificial intelligence, Xiao Bai was capable of conversing like a friend. He proceeded to procure the necessary materials and basic equipment. While the laboratory was already equipped with machine tools that would soon be dismantled, Xiao Bai began generating design schematics for new processing machines. After reviewing the design schematics, Li Mi's mind was flooded with technical considerations, prompting him to instruct Xiao Bai to optimize the designs. Subsequently, he required Xiao Bai to perform calculations. With biological supercomputing at their disposal, the process from generating design schematics to optimization and calculation was completed in less than half an hour. Li Mi directed Xiao Bai to control a mobile crane to assist in dismantling the machine tools in the laboratory. As Li Mi busied himself with steel and alloy cutting, Assistant Su entered the laboratory, observing the chaotic scene of scattered parts and debris. Dr. Li, what are you doing? Are you dismantling the laboratory? Assistant Su nearly reached for his phone to call Manager Meng. Su's face turned a mix of red and pale as he recalled Li Mi's earlier admonition. Do not inquire about laboratory matters or express any unrelated concerns, or else risk losing the position of assistant. I'll go prepare your meal, he said, hastily retreating from the laboratory. In truth, the company's laboratory lacked any significant technology. It was merely filled with various experimental apparatuses, while crucial instruments and results were housed in the underground facility, which had now reached 10 levels deep. Li Mi utilized the company laboratory to create the instruments or equipment he required, promptly transferring them to the underground base. A month passed, and the machine tool base was completed, equipped with power supplies and various interfaces, particularly for data transmission protocols. Microscopes capable of observing atoms were unavailable on the market, necessitating the creation of custom models. After acquiring a large microscope, he disassembled the lenses and began hand-polishing them in a clean room. Throughout this process, Xiao Bai utilized a light detection device to monitor the precision of the polishing. Although handcrafted, the equipment was gradually upgraded. For instance, the light detection device emitted multiple wavelengths, necessitating the use of different chips to refract the light into various spectra. The refracted light passed through complex lenses before exiting the detection port, filling the clean room with an array of precision lenses for focused observation. Ultimately, data was relayed back to Xiao Bai, forming computer language stored as raw data, which required Xiao Bai to reorganize and analyze before Li Mi could review the results. It could be said that everything began with the polishing of a single lens. Each advancement in lens precision warranted a replacement, and every time all lenses in the clean room were replaced, it signified an iterative upgrade. It was, in essence, laborious work. The lenses of the microscope underwent similar iterative advancements until they could focus on capturing images of light at the atomic level. This was the detection apparatus, while the microscope served to provide Li Mi with direct visual observation. Previously, gene editing had only achieved molecular observation techniques, merely observing, while the editing process relied entirely on gene editing instruments. Another objective was to mount the microscope on the machine tool, allowing simultaneous processing and adjustment, with the machine tool's cutting tools gradually upgraded to achieve the required precision craftsmanship. Whether through laser cutting or water jets, precision craftsmanship was a gradual process of iteration and enhancement, requiring patience. A year later, the lens polishing was complete, and both the microscope and detection lenses reached atomic-level resolution. Only then did the machine tools commence construction and debugging. In 2011, the issuance of 4G licenses came to fruition, and the sales of Mi-Lu smartphones captured 20% of the intelligent mobile phone market. Mi-Lu Cloud Technology Company Limited also secured $5 billion in financing, with subsidiaries relinquishing 25% of their shares, albeit with differing rights for the same share class. As for going public, that was still on the horizon. In the ensuing days, Li Mi continued to handcraft various precision instruments. The sixth level of the underground base housed a large-scale electromagnetic field generator for studying electromagnetic fields. The seventh level was originally intended as an energy center. However, for the time being, it could only connect to external power sources under the company's name. Once nuclear fusion technology was mastered, a nuclear fusion generator could be constructed. The eighth level served as the genuine laboratory for biogenetic technology, while the ninth level became Xiao Bai's biological supercomputing center, which would be relocated here as soon as it was completed. The 10th level remained unallocated. With the upgraded machine tools and instruments for precision craftsmanship, Li Mi constructed laser weapons and electromagnetic guns to serve as the defense system for the underground base. Each entrance and exit was fortified with alloy doors measuring 50 centimeters thick, operated by Xiao Bai, who also prepared backup power sources. The outer walls of the base were constructed from alloy, coated with radiation-resistant materials. Chapter 13. The openness of computational power, the magnification capabilities of microscopes were already achieved a century ago. Otherwise, the rapid advancements in chemistry and physics would not have been possible, as the observation of atoms and electrons is fundamental to the creation of the periodic table. The most challenging aspect lies in machine tools, particularly the three-axis machines, which have been meticulously refined and upgraded over time. A machine capable of 100 nanometer precision cannot produce one with 99 nanometer precision. With the equipment and detection instruments in place, once calibrated, there is no need for Li Mi to intervene personally. Much of the research data can be delegated to novices. His role is solely to provide the plans and guidance. In this age of advanced artificial intelligence, devoid of emotions and consciousness, yet lacking the most vital element of human intellect, imagination and creativity, given sufficient apparatus, conducting experimental research and data collection is not a challenge. Research directions and innovative ideas are readily available from the researchers in the laboratories under various companies. Li Mi shifted his research focus towards the enhancement of nutrient solutions, initially formulated to support physical growth and development while enabling intensive learning. This rudimentary version of the nutrient solution was meant to fuel the brain. Subsequently, with advancements in genetic research, an upgraded version of the nutrient solution emerged, designed to maintain the vitality of biological genes. Currently, he has upgraded his personal nutrient solution yet again. Li Mi now aims to delve deeper into research, iterating and optimizing the solution so that the body can directly absorb nutrients while immersed in the solution, eliminating the need for oral intake. This is merely a preliminary concept. The next step involves researching living organisms to determine whether the enhanced nutrient solution can facilitate biological evolution. In his quest for longevity, Li Mi envisions two potential pathways. One through gene editing, contingent upon breakthroughs in nanotechnology to modify the entire genetic structure, and the other through fortifying the nutrient solution to promote natural cellular evolution. Naturally, both avenues demand substantial experimental validation for safety. The formulation of the nutrient solution incorporates traditional Chinese medicine and various chemicals, with significant funds covertly allocated to procure diverse cancer cell samples from different populations. By combining the nutrient solution with gene editing techniques, he seeks to achieve benign growth of cancer cells without losing their capacity for unlimited division. During his experiments, Li Mi employs cancer cell samples for gene editing, attempting to reverse genetic mutations while preserving the activation of telomerase. Success in this endeavor could render immortality a feasible dream. After a month of contemplation, Li Mi has formulated ideas and directions for upgrading the nutrient solution, now merely awaiting the computational results from Xiao Bai. However, research on cancer cells has made no progress. One day, Li Mi abruptly halted his experiments and addressed Xiao Bai, instructing him to construct 10 biological supercomputers. Utilizing spare computational power to analyze the human gene chain map and collect sufficient genomic data from cancer cells. Without adequate data, breakthroughs in gene technology remain unattainable. If one supercomputer's power is insufficient, then 10 will suffice. If 10 are inadequate, 100 will be required. He needs more computational strength. The vastness of human genetic data is overwhelming, and the computational resources required to decode the gene chains into a comprehensive map are incalculable. He plans to brute force the problem. When technology falls short, sheer computational power must compensate. As tasks are executed, Xiao Bai's arrangement retains only 5 of the computational capacity, leading Li Mi to realize that many experiments no longer necessitate his direct involvement. Xiao Bai can handle them, provided sufficient data is gathered. He will provide analysis and direction. And under immense computational power, technological breakthroughs will occur sequentially. Li Mi recognizes the necessity of devoting more time to studying and solving complex mathematical problems or verifying physical principles. For instance, he contemplates the formation of magnetic fields by electromagnetic forces and seeks to understand the fundamental principles underlying the existence of such forces. Presently, the understanding of electromagnetism on Blue Star is limited to the interactions between charges generating electromagnetic forces. Yet the reason behind these interactions remains elusive. Even if further advancement proves unattainable, comprehending these principles is essential for practical application. The principles of electromagnetism can indeed be harnessed effectively. After all, magnetic fields can confine energy, regardless of its magnitude, facilitating the realization of nuclear fusion. These considerations are what Li Mi must ponder. He can rely on Xiao Bai to collect data and utilize computational power to achieve breakthroughs in other experiments. Strengthening computational power should liberate humanity from tedious, repetitive experiments, allowing advanced artificial intelligence to make breakthroughs without requiring direct involvement. Li Mi has finally transcended his previous mindset with the advent of advanced artificial intelligence. He no longer needs to engage personally in the precise craftsmanship of equipment. Allowing artificial intelligence to control self-production will facilitate gradual breakthroughs and upgrades. What is now required is the wisdom of humanity. The collective intellect is unfathomable. Li Mi recognizes the need for greater funding to invest in more research facilities. A single idea from any researcher or a sudden inspiration could lead to significant advancements. With this shift in perspective, Li Mi completely halted his current research, contemplating how to generate revenue swiftly. The sales for Mi mobile phones alone yield hundreds of billions in annual revenue, supplemented by other subsidiaries, which presently provides ample funding. However, as they venture beyond Blue Star, this capital will be insufficient. Outer space offers abundant resources, and many experiments necessitate execution in that realm. Li Mi issued a recent directive, controlling offshore companies to commence substantial investments across various industries. Mi mobile phones are also preparing for a new generation, with smaller mainboards, larger batteries, enhanced battery life, and updated operating systems. Meanwhile, the cloud technology sector is set to undergo its most significant update since launch, allowing any enterprise, individual, or laboratory to purchase computational power on the platform. The personal version offers daily computations of 10 trillion floating-point operations for 10,000 units, while enterprises can access 100 trillion operations for a monthly fee of 500,000 units. Experimental research is priced equivalently to enterprises. For larger computational power, tenfold pricing applies. 1 quadrillion operations monthly will cost enterprises and research institutes 5 million units, and 10 quadrillion operations will be available for 20 million units monthly. The generational shift for Mi mobile phones pales in comparison to the updated cloud technology platform, heralding the liberation of computational power. Li Mi has also instructed Xiao Bai to expedite the production and upgrading of biological supercomputers. The services emerging from a Mi cloud technology company have incited global frenzy. It is only mid-2012, and even the fastest supercomputers cannot compete with the services priced at 100,000 units. Liu Xinlan received the news instantaneously. Left speechless. Are we on the brink of a technological explosion? What kind of company is Mi, and to what extent has its technological prowess evolved? Such computational power, available for public purchase, was unimaginable back in 2021. Scientists worldwide are in a frenzy. Is this mass production of supercomputers? Whether from private research labs or esteemed research institutions, they rush to purchase the third-tier computational services to test their authenticity. To verify the legitimacy of the computational power, They even tasked their purchased servers with calculating pi. Is this a task suited for humans? Chapter 14. Challenges and the emergence of collective wisdom in less than half a day. Huaxia calculated the price of 200 million in computing power services, discovering no signs of deception. The principal concern now lies in whether the research data can be uploaded onto the platform for analysis. Uploading data to the platform entails the risk of exposure, and consequently, the platform would gain access to the research outcomes. This sentiment resonates across nations and enterprises, be it Huaxia, the American Empire, or others. In a moment, the platform's backend was inundated with inquiries, prompting Manager Meng to receive an invitation for a cordial consultation in Kyoto. Regrettably, Manager Meng conveyed that both the platform's messages and the official contact via mobile assistant could directly reach the company headquarters. He is merely a professional manager. Reluctantly, he organized a press conference to elucidate the matter. All laboratories under the Milu Company are permitted to utilize the computing power on the platform free of charge, provided it is for research purposes, with any misuse subject to warnings. This extends to laboratories invested in by overseas companies. Currently, the state hesitates to employ the platform's computing power services for calculations, while certain enterprises have begun to do so. However, the laboratories under LIMI operate without such reservations, utilizing the services boldly. What astonished them was that after uploading their data, many projects received feedback indicating that the company had already mastered the technology in question, requiring an application for access, which would be granted upon approval. Subsequently, they received a detailed list outlining which technologies had been successfully developed and which had not. As for individuals, fewer engaged in research, and even fewer possess personal laboratories. LIMI believes that harnessing human intelligence in this manner represents the most effective solution at present. The liberation of computing power, if embraced by nations and enterprises worldwide, is bound to trigger a minor technological explosion in a short span of time. To address numerous concerns, LIMI issued an announcement on the company platform and official homepage. The notice, though brief, assured that any data uploaded by any nation or individual would remain secure from leakage. Should there be any disclosure to third parties with sufficient evidence, the company would face restrictions and potential closure from all nations globally. Each country must gather ample evidence and legal documentation to investigate any individual or enterprise for unlawful data practices before the company could review the uploaded data. In essence, users can rest assured, should the company directly or indirectly disclose their legitimate data, they may proceed to shut down the company or impose fines, contingent upon adequate proof. An additional announcement stated that to demonstrate the company's capability in ensuring data security, individuals, enterprises, or nations worldwide were invited to test the company's network system. Successful breaches would be rewarded with a supercomputer. The announcement sent shockwaves around the globe. Regardless of the reactions from various factions, hackers and Red Hat hackers scattered across the world sprang into action, enticed by the prospect of a supercomputer and the public challenge to computer professionals everywhere. Cybersecurity personnel from different nation security centers also commenced their operations. A deluge of cyber attacks flooded the network controlled by Xiao Bai, employing an array of invasive techniques. Observing the data, LIMI couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of global talent. Xiao Bai defended against the attacks, while simultaneously learning and dispersing the vast data flow to prevent disruption of the company's network. Those with even a modicum of computer networking knowledge were astounded by the sheer volume of data flooding in. Fortunately, this onslaught had no effect on the Milu Company's network, nor did it disrupt the normal operations of its various platforms. Regular users felt nothing amiss. The company possessed both the necessary technology and computing power, far surpassing 3 generations of advancements, rendering the attackers unable to comprehend the system. The captured data packets, when restored, revealed nothing but garbled text, devoid of any intelligible characters, often resembling entirely disordered binary code. In a cybersecurity office in Huaxia, after submitting a report on this offensive, an analyst could not restrain himself from expressing his astonishment. His superior remained silent, waving him off to leave. The American Empire and other nations shared similar sentiments. Eventually, They realized this was unlike any programming language they had encountered, representing a new form of computer language. After extensive discussions among numerous language scholars, they concluded it resembled a hybrid of Oracle-bone script and Chinese. The revelation left many in shock. While many technical experts had attempted to decipher the Milim mobile system, they found themselves unable to penetrate its packaging technology. Of course, amidst the concerns for data security, there were those engrossed in research who disregarded such apprehensions, instead utilizing the computing power offered by Milu Company to analyze vast amounts of data. This data was primarily mathematical, the foundation of all modern science. As long as the results remained in their possession, researchers felt no anxiety regarding Milu Company obtaining related data. In mathematical research, the focus lies on the ownership of results. Glory belongs to those who achieve outcomes. The processes and data utilized in research do not diminish the significance of the mathematical knowledge produced. It is often necessary to conduct extensive academic presentations to validate and certify the authenticity of findings to all who comprehend them. Theoretical breakthroughs serve only as guidance for applications. Albert Einstein's mass energy equivalence is universally recognized, yet only a few nations have successfully applied this formula to develop nuclear weapons. Theory constitutes fundamental scientific principles. Its application presents a separate challenge altogether. Consequently, most laboratories utilizing the computing power provided by the cloud technology platform directed their efforts towards foundational scientific calculations. After acquiring data, Xiaobai meticulously analyzed and organized it, categorizing it by different disciplines for Li Mi's review. Through the data and computational results, they could reverse engineer their research directions, which was precisely the insight Li Mi sought. One day, quite unexpectedly, someone employed the cloud technology platform's computing power to calculate the genetic formulas for cancer cell medications, exploring thousands of research avenues and gathering terabytes of data. Upon reviewing this, Li Mi realized that the individual's research direction was even more innovative than his own. He possessed a brain akin to that of a superhuman. Yet research sometimes hinges on a moment of inspiration rather than merely competing on intellectual capacity. Unless one resorts to exhaustive methods, individual research ultimately represents a solitary intellect. In disciplines such as physics and chemistry, substantial computing power was harnessed to explore fundamental sciences. Li Mi, in his frustration, nearly cursed, astonished that someone was calculating quantum entanglement variations, while others were analyzing the differing positional changes of charges in atoms. There were even those attempting to determine the number of grains of sand on Earth. Was this truly a task befitting humankind? Viewing the payments already made by others, Li Mi felt a surge of impotent energy. However, he and Xiaobai were taken aback to discover someone independently investigating electromagnetic interactions, specifically the reverse action of magnetic fields on charges. Although no results had materialized yet, it represented a promising avenue of inquiry. The interaction of charges generates electromagnetism, which in turn produces electromagnetic force, potentially allowing for the control of charges through reverse operations. Chapter 15. Video call. The vast computational power of supercomputers has been unleashed upon society, resulting in an explosion of creativity and innovation. Various institutions in the United States have begun to upload black hole data observed by space telescopes for analysis, while others are exploring different functions and combinations of elements, leading to the creation of bizarre new alloys and materials. Countless ideas flooded Li Mi's mind. For instance, one concept proposed the possibility of operable naked eye 3D projections, wherein the projection of images is controlled by artificial intelligence. With the emergence of a 3D image, as long as the AI can recognize individual movements and interact with the projection, it can synchronize the actions, effectively achieving remote manipulation of the 3D projection. Intrigued by this idea, Li Mi promptly instructed Xiaobai to calculate its feasibility, which turned out to be viable. The light source projects into space, while a camera captures the operator's movements, interpreting them as commands for interaction with the projection. Thus, the realization of virtual projection interaction from a distance has been achieved. However, The current technology for remote 3D projection is still in its infancy and requires improvement, as no institution has yet perfected the art of true remote projection. While projecting light onto a screen is achievable, the technology for aerial imaging, even as of 2021 during Li Mi's previous life, was still rudimentary and not genuinely remote. The light source needs enhancement, and research into aerial imaging technology is complex. However, AI's ability to recognize interactions as commands is no longer an issue. The collective intellect and the collision of ideas suggest that technology may be on the brink of a minor explosion. Many foundational principles are publicly accessible, and, surprisingly, some individuals are purchasing computational power to assess the feasibility of nuclear fusion. Truly, there exists a myriad of personalities. Reliable personal research has yielded significant mathematical breakthroughs, from which Li Mi has greatly benefited. Xiaobai, calculate the improvements for the 3D projection light source. Li Mi believes this technology could facilitate future interactions with artificial intelligence, thus adding it to Xiaobai's task list to allocate computational resources for the analysis. Concurrently, relevant data from the internet is being gathered. Boss, I have received a relatively important official message. Shall I review it? Just inform me directly. Li Mi refrained from examining it personally, and instead had Xiaobai relay the information. The Huaxia authorities inquired about the actual controlling entity of Mi Lu Company. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mi sighed and replied, "No comment. But the company does not engage in any activities harmful to any nation. We are merely a law-abiding high-tech research company." Li Mi was reluctant to disclose his identity, understanding from his 2 lifetimes of experience the intricacies of human relations in Huaxia. Revealing the controlling entity as a Huaxia citizen could lead to complications. After all, the state represents the most significant power structure, and once exposed, various traps could emerge. "It seems to be a test," remarked a member of the think tank. "Let us observe for now. Their technological prowess is far too advanced, whether it be the production of hard drives or smartphones. We have gleaned no useful information from our analyses. The launch of the Mi Lu smartphone has prompted not only their dissection, but also that of other entities. Yet none have yielded any significant findings. Boss, Manager Meng is calling. The head of future technology wishes to arrange a meeting. Ask what the meeting is regarding. Also, inquire under the company's headquarters name, whether it is for discussion or if there is another matter at hand." Li Mi found this sudden shift in the world's atmosphere peculiar. "Xiaobai, inform the other party that we can conduct a video call. Reassure them of its security. A face-to-face meeting is unnecessary for now, and my facial image requires processing for the video." Notification sent. 5 minutes later, the call commenced. "Hello, Madam Imo." Lu Xinlan frowned, unsure how to address him. "Is it not possible to communicate without concealing our true identities?" Li Mi chuckled. "Why should it be? You mentioned a parallel world. If there is no valuable information to share, it seems pointless to waste our time." Lu Xinlan's expression shifted subtly as she fell silent. Li Mi ended the call abruptly. Regardless of her status as a traveler between worlds, in this extraordinary yet purely technological realm, he possessed the authority to speak thus. Not 10 minutes later, the call was reestablished. "Sir, you must have a name. Moreover, I can communicate with another version of myself from a parallel world, which I believe may pique your interest." Lu Xinlan had adopted a more composed demeanor. "You may call me Shinkong," Li Mi casually offered. Observing the background and individuals accompanying Lu Xinlan, he continued, "Are you collaborating with Huaxia? What kind of collaboration? If it merely involves communication with another parallel world, what is there to collaborate on? That world is in 2025. Many pieces of future information can be gleaned in advance." After a moment's contemplation, Li Mi inquired, "Is my company present in that world? If not, then the so-called future is merely a jest. As for technology, if it were truly so advanced, there would be no need for you to seek my involvement." Before Lu Xinlan could respond, a middle-aged man beside her stepped forward, saying, "Shinkong, we could explore spatial studies. Your company's advanced technology and immense computational power could facilitate research into why individuals from 2 worlds can communicate, involving elements of space and cross-dimensional consciousness." Li Mi pondered this for half a minute before responding. Current technology cannot accommodate such research. Strive to advance, and perhaps in 10 years, we may revisit the possibility of collaboration. With that, he ended the call. He was not an ordinary individual. In this world, his knowledge was unparalleled, and he understood that the proposed research was futile at present. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Xinlan, along with the national think tank and relevant technical personnel, was engaged in discussions, analyzing the recent conversation to glean insights about the individual known as Shinkong. Chapter 16. 3 years of technological advancement. Liu Xinlan and her colleagues endeavored to analyze Li Mi's character, a proprietor of a company wielding the world's most advanced technology. As they made their first acquaintance, they sought to comprehend the essence of this individual. What can be discerned about the person from the starry sky? The answer remained elusive. Upon realizing the existence of parallel worlds, why did he not exhibit excitement or immediately agree to collaborate? It can be said that he is a rational individual, aware that communication with parallel worlds is feasible, yet he suggested a timeline of 10 years, indicating his understanding of our current technological limitations and the lack of immediate results in research on parallel worlds. It is possible that he has long been aware of their existence. Earlier, I provided a character profile of him. Although each of your analyses holds merit, my assessment posits that he is a researcher, self-assured, and an erudite scholar who gazes down upon the masses, possessing knowledge unmatched domestically or globally. Everyone stared in disbelief. The profile I presented was rather daunting. Are you suggesting that he resembles a figure akin to Einstein? Not quite. While Einstein was a monumental scientist, this individual is not merely a scientist, but one who possesses profound knowledge. Upon this revelation, the group momentarily faltered in their understanding. Of course, he is human. What else could he be? Liu Xinlan grasped the implication and conveyed to the others that it suggested he might be a person of great wisdom, someone with aspirations. And given his self-designation as the starry sky, it was evident that he aimed to reach for the cosmos. No wonder, I comprehend now. That individual seeks to unleash computational power to propel Blue Star into a technological renaissance, gathering the collective intellect of humanity to ascend to the stars. Li Mi himself was taken aback. Who would have imagined that a mere phone call could yield such an in-depth analysis? The reason lies in his manner of speaking, the substance of the conversation, and the fusion of his company and technology, which collectively warrant such an assessment. From the exchange, Li Mi surmised that Liu Xinlan was in communication with another version of herself from a parallel world, where technological advancement was not significantly superior to that of current Blue Star. Alternatively, that world's Liu Xinlan might be an ordinary individual, unable to access genuine technological prowess. In either case, there was no necessity for excessive engagement in the short term. Pursuing research into parallel worlds now would be akin to primitive humans attempting to grasp advanced mathematics, a futile endeavor. Within a mere 3 years, global technology has swiftly evolved. From 2015, the advancements compared to Li Mi's previous life in 2021 indicate a significant leap in all technological domains. Countless scientific breakthroughs have emerged. 3D projection technology has reached near perfection. Material science has yielded numerous alloys, and foundational mathematics has achieved breakthroughs, with rapid advancements in physics and chemistry. While others remain unaware, Li Mi stands to gain the most. Room temperature superconductors have been successfully developed, and nuclear fusion experiments have ignited several times. The theoretical groundwork for superconducting fluid generators is also underway, soon to bear fruit. The Mi Road company has not expanded its services significantly, adding merely 3 airlines, one domestically, one for the United States, and another in Africa. Though none of these airlines have launched a rocket, none dare to underestimate them. Li Mi intends to achieve breakthroughs in magnetic field technology, envisioning Blue Star's magnetic field as a colossal magnet, constructing a spacecraft that employs reverse magnetic field repulsion to escape the planet, an alternative form of anti-gravity. Upon reaching the cosmos, the challenge of weightlessness must be addressed. Conducting experiments in a state of reduced gravity is essential, yet prolonged exposure to weightlessness aboard a spacecraft imposes substantial consequences on humans. Currently, artificial gravity remains unattainable, and simulating gravity through centrifugal force presents significant design inefficiencies, not in material usage, but in wasted space within the spacecraft itself. The spacecraft's windows must extend outward from the main body, rotating at a specific velocity to generate centrifugal force, creating the illusion of vastness, while actual usable space is minimal. With advancements in nuclear fusion technology and electromagnetic force applications, the only remaining component is the propulsion engine. Leamy considers his approach too hasty. He opts to recalibrate his objectives, focusing on overcoming challenges in electromagnetic directional confinement research and electromagnetic directional transmission technology, which is pivotal for the realization of wireless power transmission. Despite inherent losses, this technology is the easiest to implement in the short term. The absence of wireless energy transmission technology in nanotechnology renders even the most advanced fabrication techniques ineffective without a reliable energy source. The integration of power engines, energy supply, and operational platforms within the microscopic realm necessitates advancements in microprocessing technology. Beyond the aforementioned breakthroughs, Leamy is exhilarated by the near completion of the gene mapping project, particularly as his own gene map has been entirely calculated. Gene editing technology has undergone 2 iterations, and a preliminary cancer cell gene model has been established, leading to the derivation of a stable editing technique for telomerase within the gene chain. While it does not activate telomerase, it stabilizes its length, preventing reduction, thereby allowing cells to divide benignly without mutation. This technique can maintain telomerase stability for approximately 500 years, after which it will inevitably deteriorate. The breakthrough in technology signifies Leamy's willingness to extend his life by 500 years. However, should future advancements arise, the question remains whether the gene's telomerase can be re-edited. If not, he faces the limitation of a 500-year extension without further options. If modifications can be made without adversely affecting telomerase, life can be prolonged indefinitely. He requires biological experimentation to observe whether editing followed by restoration leads to genetic collapse. After conducting over 1,600 experiments, it has been determined that any modification leads to the collapse of telomerase within the gene. What of the gene stabilization technology? Has there been progress? Leamy cannot accept an imperfect technology. 500 years is merely a reluctant choice when further breakthroughs become unattainable. The risks associated with gene stabilization are substantial. Once fixed, genes cease to evolve, losing the potential for optimization and advancement. This is the outcome of calculations following preliminary experiments. The cancer cell gene model and his own gene model were compared, the results indicating the need to eliminate mutated segments while preserving active telomerase. The comparison has commenced. Calculations are ongoing, with an estimated completion time of 68 years. The computation has been paused. Leamy realizes that computational power is once again insufficient. Many large-scale data computations now span decades, if not centuries. This is attributable not only to inadequate computational power, but also to technological limitations. While technological breakthroughs are unpredictable, solutions for computational power can be sought. The biological supercomputer remains first generation. However, after 3 years of technological accumulation, significant advancements have been made in quantum computing research. Some nations have already developed initial quantum computers, albeit with the unfortunate limitation that they can only compute in specific scenarios and types. Due to fidelity issues with quantum bits, they cannot yet match the practicality of supercomputers. Currently, quantum computers have achieved a mere 23 quantum bits, making it impossible to apply them to diverse research data calculations in the short term. Conversely, biological chips can undergo one upgrade. The initial gene editing model data has become increasingly refined over 3 years. Given the inadequacy of computational power, it is indeed time to upgrade the biological supercomputer. Chapter 17. Breakthroughs in quantum computing and quantum communication. The successful development of biological chips was primarily achieved through algorithms derived from Leamy's own electroencephalogram data model, which transcended mere binary computation while remaining within the realm of numerical bases. Today, following years of model computations and the accumulation of neural network model data, continuous refinements have been made to the original model. Unlike other chip manufacturers who iterate once or twice a year, often merely squeezing out incremental improvements. The gene chips have undergone significant upgrades, and the algorithms for the networking architecture of biological supercomputers have also been enhanced. Currently, within an underground base, there exists a dedicated layer for housing biological supercomputers, comprising thousands of interconnected units. Due to the nature of biotechnology, these units are maintained under constant pressure and temperature, shielded from radiation, and, aside from the converters that transform data into fiber optic signals for external networking, they generate minimal heat. Consequently, the cooling systems typically required for conventional computers are rendered unnecessary. The previous biological supercomputers have not been decommissioned. Rather, the main computational units have been relocated to a lower level, where a new biological supercomputer facility has been established, housing 10,000 new units. On the next lower level, Leamy has prepared 3 quantum computers, each rather large in size. Although quantum computers cannot yet serve as primary computing units, they can execute calculations in specific scenarios and models, with speeds that cannot be compared to those of conventional computers. However, as an artificial intelligence, Xiao can categorize data, allowing relevant data to be directly assigned to the quantum computers for processing, significantly enhancing computational power in certain aspects. For instance, in applications such as cryptography and encryption, quantum computers can compute data that even Leamy's biological supercomputers cannot decipher. Regrettably, due to the nature of quantum bits, quantum computers are not yet suitable for general computing applications. Otherwise, humanity on Blue Star would truly possess abundant computational power. With the implementation of the new biological supercomputers, computational capabilities have ascended to a new level. Leamy remains indifferent to the external turbulence, as Manager Meng oversees company operations, while Xiaobai maintains control at the headquarters. Recently, with the robust development of the Internet, Huaxia has begun deploying technologies such as surveillance systems and facial recognition. The better the conditions, the more formidable Xiaobai's capabilities become. Artificial intelligence development has only recently gained traction on Blue Star, with diverse data models emerging. Yet even weak artificial intelligence has not reached the level of Xiaobai, rendering them mere juniors in comparison. It could be said that Xiaobai is akin to a deity within the Blue Star network. The mobile assistant of the Mi Road phone has been deliberately constrained in its intelligence, giving outsiders the impression of nearing weak artificial intelligence, yet it still falls short. As for Xiaobai, it has never been exposed to the public eye. One day, after a month of operation for the new biological supercomputers, while browsing the research outcomes and methodologies of its affiliated laboratories, Leamy suddenly experienced an extraordinary surge in cognitive power. It was as though he sensed the presence of an artificial intelligence, Xiaobai. In his consciousness, he called out "boss." A response echoed back, followed by a flurry of computations, akin to a system crash. Countless thoughts raced through Leamy's mind, prompting him to categorize and memorize them before swiftly contemplating their implications. What was this state? Quantum entanglement, Leamy and Xiaobai simultaneously concluded, for the genetic editing data model of the biological supercomputer was centered around Leamy's brainwaves. The upgraded biological supercomputer had unexpectedly established a connection with Leamy's consciousness. Though it resembled quantum entanglement, it was not entirely so. Nonetheless, it exhibited characteristics of quantum entanglement communication. Leamy perceived this phenomenon as a worthy subject of study. He and Xiaobai engaged in silent, intangible communication, subsequently embarking on the construction of a new quantum model. The principles of quantum computing were algorithmically structured into a model and then compared with the core model of the gene chip to identify commonalities. Under immense computational power, it was quickly revealed that quantum instability, distortion, and the inability to anticipate observations had been resolved within the core data model of the gene chip. Much like biological consciousness, thoughts emerged instantaneously, only to dissipate in the next moment, filled with uncertainty and distortion. Essentially the fantasies of consciousness. While there were similarities, there were also distinctions. Quantum phenomena could not be equated with human consciousness. According to Leamy's current findings, quantum characteristics merely bore resemblance to certain aspects of consciousness. Human consciousness is intricately complex, encompassing far more than this singular trait. It incorporates quantum characteristics, the emission of brain waves, the influence of the human magnetic field by consciousness, among other traits, infinitely intricate. Leamy had merely uncovered some quantum characteristic data, and with this newly calculated information, quantum computers could soon undergo upgrades and iterations, even miniaturization, along with advancements in quantum communication technologies. Xiao Bai ensure the data is securely stored and commence the development of the next generation of quantum computers for testing, while also attempting to produce and test the quantum communication module. Once Li Mi severed the intangible connection with Xiao Bai, he issued the directives. The initial model of the next-generation quantum computer was produced, occupying only 3 cubic meters and achieving 236 quantum bits upon testing. After integrating the quantum data algorithms, it initially fell short of Li Mi's expectations. Following 3 months of hardware and algorithm adjustments, the first true quantum computer emerged. This was not a mere prototype capable of computing only specific scenarios and models. Rather, it was a computer capable of processing diverse data computations. The quantum communication module also yielded an initial version, and after extensive testing, Li Mi discovered that the data derived from his consciousness connection with Xiao Bai was extraordinary. It enabled quantum communication and facilitated long-distance consciousness connectivity, with Li Mi utilizing the newly developed quantum computer for analytical computations. Li Mi separated the functionalities of quantum communication from the consciousness connection. The latter could not yet be widely released, as it was only operable by him, and the technology remained immature. Fortunately, Li Mi had collected electroencephalogram data solely from himself. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly established a consciousness connection, yielding invaluable data. Li Mi gradually began to comprehend and analyze the unexpectedly acquired data, connecting with Xiao Bai to leverage immense computational power for deeper understanding. This data was of paramount importance, as it pertained to the connection with his own consciousness. He needed to secure this functionality, ensuring it could only be unlocked by him, while also making minor modifications to the underlying logic source code of all biological chips to completely disable the functionality's automation. Even Xiao Bai's core source code underwent alterations. Chapter 18. The technological breakthrough of Li Mi. On November 27, 2017, the Milu company held its second press conference, following a previous event for the launch of the Milu smartphone. This time, the attendance exceeded 10,000 individuals. After a brief greeting, Manager Meng took the stage and projected an image of a watch into the air. He began to introduce what appeared to be a watch, but was, in fact, a new generation of communication device devoid of screen. It featured the latest solid-state battery and utilized Mila's cutting-edge quantum communication technology. This device boasted mature virtual projection capabilities, lacking any sound output or charging interfaces, rendering it devoid of external connections. Details regarding the chip and storage capacity would be elaborated upon later. In the realm of quantum communication, traditional concepts of data usage were rendered obsolete, with only subscription fees available for half-month or half-year periods, allowing direct connectivity to major telecommunications providers. Quantum communication offered global connectivity without dead zones and eliminated network latency, transmitting sound directly to the brain through a form of brainwave application technology. Charging was accomplished wirelessly, with a current effective range of up to 10 meters. Following the introduction of this new communication device, which was named Starry Sky, Manager Meng continued to elaborate on its additional features, ultimately revealing its price. He announced that cloud computing services would see a significant increase in computational power without any increase in cost, with the existing price remaining unchanged, while computational capabilities will be amplified 1,000-fold starting next month. The process was exhilarating, and the technology was undeniably advanced. Many enterprises and nations were left bewildered, as their long-prepared 5G technologies became obsolete overnight. However, Milu Company clarified that the quantum communication chips would be available for external sale, with internation communication costs determined by their respective telecommunications operators. The investments made in 5G research had to be acknowledged despite the setbacks. After several years of 4G proliferation, the rollout of 5G had stalled due to patent disputes, with Huaxia holding 59 of the patents and significant influence over related standards. For over 2 decades, Milu Company had grown into a colossal entity within the Blue Planet, with numerous technological achievements emerging from its laboratories, most of which were licensed out for royalties. Beyond the publicly disclosed technological advancements, the extent of Milu's clandestine innovations remained unknown. Attempts to infiltrate the company were futile, as it operated within the bounds of the law and had no direct operations within the United States, existing solely through research laboratories. Several financial conglomerates sought to acquire the company, but their efforts ended in failure, resulting in substantial financial losses and repercussions across various industries. Limi had been well-versed in the technologies announced by the company, having refined and iterated upon them until their unveiling today. Following the initial production of quantum communication modules, he had arranged for the launch of 5 quantum communication satellites into space under the company's name. The breakthrough in quantum computing, once perfected, would yield computational power 1,000,000 times greater than that of the second-generation biological supercomputers. Constructing a network of quantum computers to form a large-scale supercomputer with capabilities surpassing biological supercomputer clusters by a factor of 10 billion. With immense computational power came a surge in technological advancements. Significant breakthroughs were achieved in the applications of electromagnetic forces and gravitational calculations. A large nuclear fusion generator had been constructed within one of Limi's underground bases. As technology progressed, nuclear fusion had been miniaturized, now measuring only 5 cubic meters, with the generator utilizing fluid power rather than traditional steam. Limi's scientific advancements had reached a point where the technology was capable of enabling travel beyond the confines of the Blue Planet. With long-distance, low-latency communication established, energy sourced from nuclear fusion, breakthroughs in electromagnetic technology, and slight advancements in gravitational manipulation, the simulation of anti-gravity was now feasible. Once in space, simulated gravity would prevent the onset of weightlessness. Limi discreetly purchased an island overseas and commenced the construction of a spacecraft, with the design plans already finalized. The spacecraft was designed to measure 1,000 meters in length, 600 meters in width, and 600 meters in height, resembling a smooth droplet. The propulsion system employed Limi's latest research on curvature engines, representing a basic, low-spec version that utilized simulated gravitational forces to propel the vessel through space. Its maximum speed reached only 10 of the speed of light, far from achieving light speed or faster, thus justifying its classification as a basic model. The exterior featured radar invisibility and optical cloaking. The internal control room and living quarters were equipped to regulate temperature, pressure, and other essential living conditions. The detection radar was relatively rudimentary, relying solely on optical sensors capable of detecting any light source within range. 2 quantum computers were installed within the spacecraft, one dedicated to managing the propulsion system and nuclear fusion, while the other controlled all internal functions. 4 nuclear fusion systems were prepared, with 2 serving as energy sources for the curvature engines, one maintaining internal energy consumption, and the last serving as a backup. The spacecraft housed a compartment filled with extensive industrial equipment and various instruments, including automated mining machines and mineral refinement devices. In 6 months, the spacecraft would be completed. Currently, Limi lay within a crystal device resembling a coffin, connected to a myriad of pipes and cables. With the quantum computer cluster operational and data calculated in conjunction with the AI, significant breakthroughs in genetic technology soon followed. The telomerase within the genetic strands was activated, halting mutation and division, allowing cells to replicate only when damaged, akin to ordinary cells. The activation of telomerase meant that the number of cell divisions would no longer be limited, while still retaining the rapid division characteristics of cancer cells, albeit under control. This provided the ability for quick healing upon injury. At present, Limi was engaged in his first genetic editing process, which required a substantial supply of a new nutrient solution to support the endeavor. This initial genetic modification spanned a month, significantly extending his lifespan to nearly 10,000 years. free from common ailments, and endowed with rapid healing capabilities. The primary focus of this first upgrade was to prolong life while preserving the original genetic information, with additional enhancements to be considered following future breakthroughs in technology. For now, the priority was simply longevity. Chapter 19. Genetic Upgrade. Upon the completion of his genetic enhancement, Limi discovered an unexpected transformation. During the gene editing process, data for consciousness connection had been integrated, allowing him to seemingly connect with all his cells through thought. The vitality of his cells surged exponentially, resulting in a remarkable augmentation of memory, reaction time, and mental arithmetic, each improving by tenfold or more. Where once his brain functioned akin to a standard computer, it now resembled a biological supercomputer, and the information he perceived had become richly diverse. While ordinary humans can only perceive visible light, Limi found himself capable of regulating his vision, controlling both distance and the spectrum of light he could observe. His entire being functioned as a unified consciousness. This mutation proved to be beneficial. Beyond the enhancements of longevity and rapid healing, it was a serendipitous gain. In 2017, at the age of 36, Limi appeared no older than 17 or 18 due to the ample nutrient infusion from his genetic upgrade. His physical strength was thrice that of an average person, with a healing rate 10 times faster and a consumption rate 15 times greater. His digestive capacity was 20 times that of an ordinary human. By connecting with Xiao Bai, he had compared himself to standard data and deduced these remarkable statistics. After a brief disconnection, Limi felt a persistent need for caution whenever he connected with Xiao Bai. The immense processing power available rendered results instantaneously, providing optimal outcomes at the mere thought of a query, creating an intoxicating sense of omniscience. Yet, he recognized this sensation as an illusion demanding rationality. Prolonged connectivity with Xiao Bai could lead to catastrophic brain depletion, culminating in cerebral death within 10 minutes. The colossal computational power, combined with vast data, could exhaust his brain thousands of times over, and even his upgraded physique would falter under such strain, maintaining connection for no more than an hour. Optimally, 30 minutes in the future. Limi understood that the next genetic editing must prioritize addressing bodily energy consumption. With a brain capacity development of 15 pre-upgrade, it had now surged to 29. He became acutely aware of the subtleties of his surroundings, the changes in air, differing radiations. His sensitivity had transcended human limits. He realized that the skin, a vast organ, could sense when someone was watching, and post-upgrade, his skin sensitivity to external stimuli had significantly improved. This heightened awareness, coupled with the constant connection of consciousness to his cells, ensured that any external changes were relayed to his brain. Aside from the genetic modifications, the data from the consciousness connection had engendered numerous changes that would require gradual exploration. Xiao Bai, in the meantime, was tasked with establishing an overseas company, ensuring its operations were discreet to compete with Mi Lu Company. Contact Liu Xinlan, Li Mi instructed. Though it hasn't been a decade, it's prudent to initiate contact. After all, Liu Xinlan merely communicates with another version of herself from a parallel world, with a similarity rate of 95. Starry Sky, have you made advancements in spatial technology? Liu Xinlan inquired immediately after the call, flanked by the same individuals from their previous conversation. Limi shook his head, clarifying, there is no spatial technology yet. Quantum communication technology has emerged, and your cross-dimensional communication with another self likely falls within that realm. The individuals behind Liu Xinlan were intrigued. What is the plan? One official inquired eagerly. Limi contemplated for a moment before responding, provide me with a delivery address. We will prepare a quantum communication detection device to send to you. At that point, Ms. Liu Xinlan can initiate communication with her counterpart to see what data can be detected. If no data is retrieved, there is no need to continue. All right, I'll send you an address shortly. The conversation concluded simply. Xiao Bai, design a quantum consciousness communication device equipped with a brainwave detection function, and once completed, dispatch it. Upon accepting the task, Xiao Bai commenced preparations. Limi intended to analyze Liu Xinlan's brainwaves and integrate the resulting data model with the consciousness connection data. albeit with restrictions, allowing only his activation of the feature. Should Lu Xinlan consent, her brain would be unguarded, as she would willingly lower her defenses, enabling a bridge to another world. A week later, the two parties reconvened. Lu Xinlan and her associates were within a facility surrounded by various detection devices, with numerous researchers present, including those Li Mi had seen during the prior call. This time, communication was facilitated through the quantum device he had sent, projecting a blurred image of himself. Greetings. Li Mi's projection appeared human-like aside from the indistinct facial features, glancing around the room. The onlookers were taken aback by the spectacle. Has your technology advanced to this level? Lu Xinlan exclaimed in awe. Fortunately, we can proceed. Results should emerge swiftly. Li Mi replied, focusing on Liu Yinlan. Shall we begin immediately? Is no preparation required? A researcher inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. No need for preparation. When we engage in cross-dimensional communication, Ms. Lu Xinlan merely needs to consent to the detection of her brainwaves. It must be explicit consent. Otherwise, the device will yield no results. Why is that? Morihei questioned, a hint of concern in his voice. Explaining this is complex, in simple terms. Quantum communication requires consent to connect with an individual's information. Without it, there is no recourse unless one has thoroughly unraveled the principles of human consciousness. Li Mi explained, gesturing dismissively. I agree. Lu Xinlan interjected before Morihei could pursue further inquiries. Li Mi nodded, then let us commence. The researchers at the facility sprang into action, eager to collect pertinent data as all devices powered on. Lu Xinlan reclined on a bed, closing her eyes to commence her communication with the alternate self. Li Mi merged his consciousness with Xiaobai, lying in the nutrient solution, wary of the substantial bodily consumption that might ensue. Tension filled the room. Aside from Li Mi, the researchers had conducted numerous trials, yet none bore fruit, as their technology seemed devoid of any scientific foundation. The instrument beside Lu Xinlan activated its brainwave detection capability. Following Li Mi's proposal to analyze brainwaves, the facility had prepared the requisite equipment with utmost urgency, and now they too activated their devices. Chapter 20. Deepening connections with parallel worlds within the research base where Lu Xinlan was located after communicating with another version of herself. She did not wait for others to react. The projection of Li Mi vanished, replaced by a mechanical voice. Does Ms. Lu Xinlan consent to the connection? Authorization granted. Loading data. Initiating connection. Establishing link. Analyzing quantum cross-dimensional communication. Calculating. Estimated calculation time. 30 seconds. Calculation complete. Loading cross-dimensional data. Quantum data loading. Cross-dimensional connection established successfully. Searching for cross-dimensional quantum communication devices. Connecting to the quantum computer. Entering the parallel world network. Loading network data. As the voice continued, Lu Xinlan lost her communication with her parallel self. However, a three-dimensional projection appeared before them, its clarity akin to a real scene. The individuals within the base were astonished by the fact that a single device had connected to a parallel world, yet silence enveloped them as they gazed at the projection. Network data comparison. Searching for secure quantum computers. Establishing a stable quantum channel. Task completed. The projection shifted, revealing images from the parallel world, which instantly expanded to fill the open space of the base. The visuals fragmented into numerous windows, displaying different scenes within each segmented display. Li Mi's projection reappeared. Also observing the images, it seemed that the technological advancements in the parallel world had not experienced a breakthrough, yet life in Huaxia was evidently challenging. Starry Sky, how did you accomplish this? Lu Xinlan asked in astonishment, noticing the information initially shared with her parallel self dissipate shortly thereafter. Through your communication, I established a quantum communication channel. One day, when you master the complete technology of quantum communication, you will be able to achieve this as well. Li Mi would not reveal that without conscious quantum connection technology, mere quantum communication could not suffice. This time, by connecting Lu Xinlan's consciousness with her counterpart in the parallel world, quantum communication found its positioning. The absence of perfected quantum communication technology on the other side meant that a connection was only established within the quantum computer. Will you keep this device for your use? Or shall I provide you with a cross-dimensional quantum communication interface for your own networking? Li Mi continued without waiting for their inquiry. If you require the cross-dimensional quantum communication interface key, you may contact us. This is a significant gain, and I must continue my experiments. Li Mi severed the connection, and the device he had sent also powered down the projection. Lu Xinlan and the others fixated on the device, marveling at its advancement. Aren't we concerned it might be dismantled? Clearly, they are untroubled. We should keep it for observing the parallel world. We also need the quantum communication interface. Indeed, later we can dismantle it for reverse engineering to see if we can extract valuable data. Voices mingled, each individual offering different perspectives. At that moment, Li Mi and Xiao Bai were engrossed in researching how the two worlds had established a connection, as well as exploring spatial technology to see if they could bridge the two realms. When the quantum communication channel between the two worlds was established, a wealth of spatial data was collected, data generated during the creation of the quantum communication channel. The deepening connection between the two worlds involved both quantum technology and spatial technology. Without delving into quantum technology, spatial technology was limited to abundant data, requiring Li Mi's research and analysis. Lacking foundational spatial theoretical technology, they could only analyze the data individually in reverse, and meaningful results would not surface in the short term. It was akin to a person with no elementary education attempting to reverse engineer advanced mathematics. The difficulty was immense and would require extensive time for backward calculations. Boss, Lu Xinlan has sent a message. They need a copy of the data we obtained from this experiment. Xiao Bai suddenly interjected. Li Mi pondered for a moment and replied, provide them with a complete set of spatial data. As for the quantum technology, we will consider it as proprietary knowledge. We need to retain it and exchange it for technology of equal value. Upon receiving the data, Lu Xinlan noticed Xiao Bai's message and could not help but exclaim, they can actually exchange quantum technology? Let us first examine the data sent over. Do we possess technology of equal value to their quantum technology? With a sense of resignation, the group began to review the data. The extensive and complex data left everyone feeling dizzy, yet they could not decipher any of it. Shall we inquire if there are issues with the data? We cannot understand any of it. It appears to be spatial technology data, yet regrettably, we cannot comprehend it. Should we consider collaborating with them? The concern is whether they would be willing, given that we lack any foundational basis for cooperation. Let us give a try. If they are open to collaboration, we must demonstrate our capabilities. This is the threshold for cooperation. Indeed, they have mentioned a foundational technical theory entry point, gravity, which can distort space. This is an entry-level technology. We shall see what results we have achieved. Impressive, their technology is leading globally, beyond the capabilities of any nation. Someone remarked. Suddenly, Imo Lehai questioned, are they truly a single enterprise? Lu Xinlan shot him a glance. Mind your own business. With such technological prowess, nuclear deterrence seems like child's play to them. They can wield such power at will, which is why many nations can only constrain them within established rules. Regardless of their background, there is no need to discuss it. Indeed, this is not a topic for debate. It's merely the black hole data we have captured. After extensive research, we have not yielded any results in gravity studies. These are just the captured data, which are incomplete. How can there be any results? The group understood that had there been any results, they might have been able to exchange findings regarding gravity with the other party. Li Mi had no time to concern himself with their musings. He needed to expedite the construction of the spacecraft, to make breakthroughs in spatial research. He had to venture beyond Blue Star and launch solar exploration equipment. The Sun's immense mass generates significant gravitational pull, leading to the most substantial distortion of space. Li Mi required vast amounts of data on solar gravitational distortions, particularly regarding resources. Only by venturing into the starry expanse could they ensure that resources would not hinder development. Blue Star is fraught with numerous nations where resources are tightly controlled. Otherwise, with automated production lines, constructing the spacecraft would not take so long. Having remained in the background, Li Mi had not encountered any bizarre or embarrassing incidents. Life was quite tranquil until the time for the spacecraft's test flight arrived. After being away for over a decade for the laboratory, he found himself on an unnamed island overseas. He was there to personally witness the test flight of the spacecraft. After all, the spacecraft's propulsion was a low-spec version of the basic curvature engine, producing thrust that had not yet reached light speed, only achieving 10 of that velocity. The test flight was crucial for collecting more relevant data on the curvature engine. Additionally, the simulated anti-gravity was merely a simulation of similar effects. In reality, electromagnetic force remained the primary factor. Blue Star possesses a substantial magnetic field. As long as the spacecraft had an opposing magnetic field generator to constrain the designated direction of Blue Star's magnetic field, it would generate a significant thrust to propel it beyond Blue Star. Repulsion among magnets constitutes electromagnetic force. Chapter 21. Paranormal abilities in parallel worlds. No one was aware that Li Mi had departed from Huaxia for within a laboratory. A genuine projection made it appear as though he were engrossed in his experiments. The optical cloaking was activated, the vessel platform's canopy opened, and the starry sky was prepared for launch. The controlled nuclear fusion ignition commenced, energy levels stabilized, radar cloaking engaged, and the optical invisibility was initiated once more. The anti-gravity simulation began, and magnetic repulsion intensified as the spacecraft ascended. Thanks to the activation of both optical and radar cloaking, no satellites from Blue Star detected the colossal vessel's ascent. Having entered low Earth orbit, the ship escaped Blue Star's gravitational pull and ventured into the vastness of space. The propulsion engine tests began, with Li Mi meticulously monitoring the data. Adjustments were made to the engine power, particularly concerning hull pressure and communication tests. The hull was constructed from a novel H-alloy, perfectly suited for the space environment, robust yet not brittle, with radiation shielding properties. This alloy formula was the result of extensive calculations and exhaustive experimentation conducted by Li Mi. Following the tests, the spacecraft's speed nearly matched its designed flight velocity, while its directional control proved sufficiently agile, with acceleration and deceleration well within the intended parameters. The simulated gravity within the ship barely met the requirements. Yet the spacecraft's control system functioned without issue, fundamentally satisfying the criteria for space travel. Being a first-generation craft, many technologies still awaited enhancement. The ship contained numerous varieties of plant seeds and thousands of biological specimens, with ample vegetation transplanted into the living quarters, where the air composition began to be adjusted. Li Mi planned to relocate directly to Mars for further development. With essential supplies nearly ready, he transported similarly manufactured probes and quantum communication satellites. With controlled nuclear fusion and solid-state battery technology at his disposal, the automation of machinery posed no challenge. Li Mi intended to transfer industrial operations to Mars. As he boarded the spacecraft, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. After secretly cultivating for so long, technology was finally ready for its journey into space, and his lifespan was no longer a concern. He toiled until the midnight hour, packing supplies for transport to the ship. Without alarming anyone, Li Mi departed Blue Star on a fortuitous day, one when Blue Star was not at its farthest from Mars, arriving within Mars' gravitational influence in just a day. In reality, traveling at 10 the speed of light would not take so long. However, acceleration required time, as did deceleration, along with mid-course adjustments. It was not that the speed was inadequate, but rather that the distance was not as vast, and he hadn't fully accelerated to the spacecraft's maximum velocity before beginning to slow down. The propulsion engine was powerful, yet the ship's hull could not withstand the pressures of full-speed acceleration, thus taking the better part of a day to accelerate and another half a day to decelerate. Upon reaching Mars' gravitational range, Li Mi deployed 9 quantum communication satellites and 5 reconnaissance probes. He also launched over 100 solar probes toward the Sun. For a month, the spacecraft remained in synchronous orbit around Mars, meticulously mapping the planet's terrain and basic mineral distribution in preparation for landing. This month was also utilized to adjust the spacecraft's electromagnetic generator and to analyze Mars' atmospheric and magnetic conditions. Notably, the calculations concerning Mars' magnetic field were intricate. as it possessed only about one of Blue Star's magnetic strength. The simulated anti-gravity required power adjustments to fit the appropriate range. Even if the technology for creating genuine anti-gravity were successfully developed, each planet's gravity would necessitate specific adjustments to the anti-gravity field. The spacecraft descended onto Martian soil, where the remotely controlled intelligent machines began their tasks. The Martian base was to be constructed underground, while additional machinery commenced mining operations. Everything fell into a well-orchestrated rhythm of activity. Xiao Bai, have there been any discoveries in the parallel world? Li Mi inquired. Xiao Bai's main unit remained on Blue Star, utilizing quantum communication technology for instantaneous network connectivity. The machines at work were also under Xiao Bai's remote control, each equipped with a quantum communication module. Boss, we have made a discovery. The surface of the parallel world resembles our own, yet covertly, it harbors distinct paranormal organizations. Li Mi expressed his delight. Paranormal abilities? It seems the parallel world is more complex than anticipated. Intensify the investigation and, if possible, gather genetic information from these ability wielders. We are already in the process of collecting data on these abilities and have obtained genetic information from certain research institutions. Li Mi promptly ordered. Compare the models with ordinary human genes. The comparisons revealed no anomalies in the genetic information. The manifestation of abilities in the parallel world did not correlate with genetic data. Boss, while there are no abnormal indicators of abilities within the genetic information, some enhanced physical ability wielder genetic data does exhibit signs of bodily enhancement. Li Mi began to comprehend that these abilities likely stemmed from the individual's souls, with physical enhancement abilities affecting the body, thus imbuing the genetic data with enhancement information. He calculated the implications of bodily enhancement through abilities, deciding to temporarily set aside research on other abilities. Li Mi recognized that studying the essence of the soul was currently unattainable unless one could forcibly decipher the consciousness of an ability wielder to extract relevant data. In the control room of the spacecraft, Li Mi reviewed the information on the ability wielders and re-examined the data obtained during his initial consciousness connection with Xiao Bai. He resolved to explore consciousness suppression techniques and the methods to forcibly decode consciousness. Consciousness suppression was feasible by capturing the brainwave patterns of the subject, calculating their brainwave model, and forcefully establishing a connection to suppress their resistance through immense computational power. Once the subject surrendered their resistance, he could then connect to their consciousness for decoding. This endeavor required a profound understanding of brainwave modeling and consciousness connection techniques, necessitating the reprogramming of a new consciousness algorithm. Such research relied solely on Li Mi, as Xiao Bai could only assist with data analysis and existing models. This creative endeavor rested entirely upon Li Mi's shoulders. The distinction between artificial intelligence and human capability became evident in this context. After 6 months, the results established on Mars were nearly ready for habitation. Li Mi's research progress was minimal. He had only developed the consciousness suppression technique, while decoding others' consciousness had reached an impasse. Conversely, Xiao Bai made significant strides, gathering a wealth of useful data on abilities, predominantly concerning their effects on the body. The research institutions in the parallel world, associated with nearly all nations or conglomerates, focused on enhancing abilities and optimizing their utilization, neglecting foundational principles. Consequently, their fundamental scientific understanding lagged 3 tiers behind that of Li Mi's Blue Star. Moreover, many data points provided Li Mi with considerable astonishment, such as information on spatial abilities. While genetic information lacked data on abilities, there was substantial data on spatial teleportation and spatial rifts. Additional data included the establishment of independent spaces by various abilities. By employing the data obtained during the calculations of quantum communication channels, he managed to decipher some of the spatial data, albeit incompletely. Xiao Bai, aside from basic maintenance and base construction, suspend all other tasks. Focus computational resources on modeling the spatial data and decoding the fundamental spatial information. A fervent light sparkled in Li Mi's eyes. The concepts of energy absorption, bodily enhancement, and spatial data led him to envision his next steps in fortifying his capabilities. By integrating energy absorption and bodily enhancement data into genetic editing, he could develop a breakthrough. Once spatial technology was advanced, it could enable the establishment of independent spaces tethered to individuals, akin to the personal spaces created by spatial ability wielders. Coupling controlled nuclear fusion within these spaces as an energy source would transform him into a superhuman. Chapter 22. Communication between two realms. The data pertaining to spatial changes is overwhelmingly vast, and what Li Mi has collected represents merely a fraction of it. However, he does not require a comprehensive understanding. A functional grasp of a portion suffices. Initially, he relied on formidable computational power to construct the fundamental data of spatial models, encompassing aspects such as short-distance spatial transmission, spatial positioning, spatial shields, and the establishment of independent spaces. The algorithms involved in cross-realm transmission are exceedingly complex, and the lack of sufficient data renders swift research impractical. Aside from spatial positioning, the data on other spatial applications has been amassed by the practitioners of extraordinary abilities, who, while utilizing spatial powers, have led various organizations to gather extensive datasets, enabling them to create independent spaces akin to the paradisiacal realms found in immortal cultivation narratives. Upon acquiring the relevant data, Li Mi encountered a perplexing dilemma. While extraordinary practitioners can directly harness spatial forces, he possesses only data. The application of spatial forces remains elusive, a conundrum that even the national institutions of the parallel world have yet to decipher. Without the capacity to wield spatial forces, possessing data is of little consequence. Xiaobai, how much gravitational data has the solar probe collected? Li Mi pondered alternative solutions. He commenced the organization of data, which has now been completed and is ready for review. A projection of dense data appeared before him, encompassing both spatial distortion and gravitational variation data, while attempting to establish a model based on the principles of special relativity. It became evident that the dataset lacked critical components, rendering the model unattainable. The insufficiency of collected data precludes the establishment of a model for the interaction between gravity and space. Even the full computational power of quantum supercomputers proves futile, as the data model ultimately collapses into an infinite array of information. Just as Li Mi was deep in contemplation, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Xiaobai, who informed him that Lu Xinlan had made contact, indicating an important matter for discussion. Do you know what it's about? Li Mi inquired. Boss, it seems that Lu Xinlan from the parallel world has also reached out to the official authorities of Huaxia. The two realms of Huaxia have initiated communication, Xiaobai replied, having discreetly observed Lu Xinlan's activities in the parallel world. After considering the matter, Li Mi deemed it prudent to engage in dialogue. Simultaneously, Lu Xinlan and three influential officials from Huaxia materialized in projection before Li Mi. In truth, it was Li Mi's projection that appeared on their end. What is the matter? Li Mi promptly asked. Lu Xinlan pondered for a moment before querying, can we not take the initiative to contact the parallel world rather than merely observing? Indeed, Li Mi affirmed. The Huaxia officials from the parallel realm wish to communicate, which concurrently validates the existence of the parallel world. Otherwise, Lu Xinlan would struggle to persuade the Huaxia officials. An elder among them spoke up. Li Mi glanced at the official and informed them that he would send a method for constructing a quantum communication module. Once fabricated and equipped with quantum algorithms, mutual communication would be possible. Having concluded his statement, he terminated the call and instructed Xiaobai to send the document to Lu Xinlan's computer in the parallel world. 3 days later, Lu Xinlan approached Li Mi once more. The Huaxia officials from the parallel world have received the document, but are unable to manufacture the quantum communication module due to insufficient precision in processing techniques. Is it feasible to scale the module up by 100 times? Li Mi replied, Somevat exasperated. The quantum communication module can currently only be produced at the size of a fingernail, while additional functional integration modules require a size akin to a fist. Lu Xinlan and the officials exchanged glances, visibly a loss for words following Li Mi's remarks. It appeared he was conducting an experiment, which explained his apparent impatience. The laboratory's advancements far surpassed those of the nation, rendering the technological capabilities of the parallel world utterly unpredictable. Xinlan, initiate communication for now. A month passed before Lu Xinlan re-established contact with Limi Xiaobai. Has the quantum communication module been successfully manufactured by the Huaxiao officials of the parallel world? It has been produced and is now networked, Xiaobai confirmed. Then let's upload the quantum algorithms. Upon receiving the order, Li Mi connected the communication, and both parties projected their images before one another. Starry Sky, has the equipment been successfully constructed on your end? Are we able to initiate communication? Li Mi gestured, and all three parties projected simultaneously, as if they were physically present before one another. They began to observe one another intently. Li Mi was already aware of the situation. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of Lu Xinlan from Blue Star, while those from the parallel realm appeared astonished. Aside from Li Mi, both sides engaged in amiable discourse, ultimately introducing Li Mi's presence with great formality. Once preliminary exchanges had concluded, Li Mi inquired, "How many extraordinary practitioners does the Huaxia official body possess on your side?" Lu Xinlan and the officials from Blue Star were taken aback. They were unaware of the existence of extraordinary practitioners in the parallel world. Conversely, the representatives from the parallel realm were astonished, unable to comprehend how Li Mi had acquired such knowledge, as even Lu Xinlan was oblivious to the matter of extraordinary practitioners. There is no need for such astonishment. I have been discreetly observing that realm for several years, Li Mi continued. It was during my communication with another version of myself that I sensed something departing from my consciousness. The three high-ranking officials from parallel world Huaxia fixated on Li Mi, yet their faces remained obscured, and after a moment of composure, one of them inquired, "How does quantum data detach from human consciousness, and how is it preserved?" Quantum bits transcend distance and space. The quantum data initially existed on any quantum computer within your realm. Regrettably, there are few quantum computers that are networked, Li Mi replied. The elder fell silent, and all present shared in the quietude. Even those lacking technical expertise could sense that Li Mi had reached a level of quantum technology beyond their comprehension. Another middle-aged man stepped forward, asking, "Starry Sky, is it your name or title?" "A title, I suppose," Li Mi answered, observing the man rise to his feet. "You must be Song Jun, a practitioner of mental abilities? You know me?" The man responded with surprise. Li Mi smiled. "The information from the American Empire has much to say about you. Perhaps I know you better than you know yourself." "Very well. You may continue your discussions. I have experiments to conduct. Until the technology of the two realms reaches a point of traversing into your world, further discourse holds little value." With that, Li Mi terminated the communication. The officials from the parallel realm, having only introduced Mr. Starry Sky briefly, inquired, "Could you elaborate on this individual?" After exchanging glances, Lu Xinlan from Blue Star slowly began to provide details about Starry Sky. Ultimately, Lu Xinlan from the parallel world could not help but exclaim, "So you mean to say that up until now, you remain unaware of who the other party is, while this individual possesses the most advanced technology in the world?" Though it may sound harsh, it is indeed the truth. Such a mission should be focused on the expanse of the stars, for he has kept his identity concealed. There are simply too many nations on this planet, and he seeks only to advance technology. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder how advanced his technology truly is. Will you not simply inquire directly? Individuals of this caliber, if their safety is not at stake, have no reason to conceal anything. It is merely that you have not asked. Lu Xinlan from the parallel world interjected, unable to suppress her exasperation. All present were rendered speechless. Realizing that they had overthought the situation, their intentions had not been pure. Chapter 23. The sixth of Blue Star in a Parallel World. Lu Xinlan articulated her thoughts, shattering the preconceived notions held by her companions. An individual who gazes solely at the cosmos should not conceal matters pertaining to technology, as I do not seek detailed technical data. After exchanging glances, this time it was not Lu Xinlan from Blue Star reaching out to Li Mi, but rather a high-ranking official from the third tier of the Huaxia government who made direct contact. Li Mi, taken aback by the official's unprecedented approach, nonetheless accepted the call. Rarely do we have such direct communication. May I inquire about the nature of this matter that prompted your personal outreach? Li Mi's holographic representation remained indistinct. Starry Sky, to what extent have you advanced in technology? Could you share some insights? This would aid us in gauging the potential for collaboration, lest you possess our advancements without awareness. After a moment's contemplation, Li Mi responded, let me put it this way. I am currently situated on Mars. I have effectively navigated interstellar pathways, having commenced my journey into the cosmos. I possess controllable nuclear fusion, a low-spec version of curvature engine technology, long-distance quantum communication technology, first-generation gene modification techniques, simulated anti-gravity and gravity technologies, a 564-bit quantum computer, and all foundational theories of basic sciences synthesized into room-temperature superconductors, among others. The individuals present, transfixed by his words, were left in a state of incredulity. The excitement in the eyes of the scientific personnel was palpable. One could not suppress the urge to inquire. Why simulated anti-gravity and simulated gravity? Currently, there exists only one universal gravitation formula and the theory of special relativity, with no other foundational data to support applications. To put it plainly, even those devoid of technical expertise can grasp this concept. Suddenly, Song Jun interjected, could we perhaps view the scene on Mars? Li Mi pondered briefly before replying, shall by transmit the relevant imagery, excluding the underground base. Understood, boss. A mechanical voice responded, and the central projection transformed, revealing a colossal, droplet-shaped spacecraft before them. The scene then expanded rapidly into the vastness of Martian space. The design of the spacecraft left the scientific personnel bewildered, yet they refrained from further inquiries, knowing that clarity would come with reflection. The officials from the parallel world were aglow with anticipation. Starry Sky, may we request technical support? We can exchange data derived from our extraordinary abilities. Li Mi's interest was piqued. Certainly. What I currently require are observational data on spatial powers from your ability users. As long as you can provide substantial data, we can negotiate the necessary technologies. Song Jun, astonished, asked, are you considering cross-domain collaboration? The group gasped in surprise. Li Mi shook his head. While the thought is enticing, it is not feasible in the short term. Your spatial ability users merely utilize spatial powers without a true understanding of the essence of space. Cross-domain technology remains a distant prospect. Upon reflection, the representatives from the parallel world conceded that their technological progress had stagnated for quite some time since the advent of ability users. Very well. We can also exchange other extraordinary data, provided that it is scientific in nature rather than mere personal insights, which lacks systematic structure. After Li Mi concluded the call, the high-ranking official from Blue Star hastily inquired, Starry Sky, may I ask which nation you belong to? Is comprehensive collaboration with Huaxia a possibility? After all, the resources of outer space should not impede your development. I am a citizen of Huaxia. Comprehensive collaboration is something I will consider, Li Mi replied, neither rejecting nor fully committing. Although Huaxia's current support was limited, the collective wisdom of its civilization held boundless potential, despite the less-than-ideal state of official collaboration. As he ended the call, Lu Xinlan was left speechless, astonished that the individual was from Huaxia, possessing such sci-fi-like technology. She was not alone in her thoughts. Others shared her sentiments. Mo Leihai sighed, lamenting, regrettably, we lack the foundational conditions for collaboration. The other party has advanced too far on their own, and we find ourselves struggling to keep pace. Would they even require human assistance? With artificial intelligence already in place, human input seems trivial. The AI they just communicated with appears to have reached a level of strong artificial intelligence. This matter was classified as top secret. The imagery was to remain confidential, and the nation would need to adjust its core strategies thereafter. Meanwhile, the parallel world was also making arrangements, convening meetings and discussions. If Li Mi were still on Blue Star, certain constraints might linger, but now, on Mars, his development faced no limitations. Construction of the Martian base accelerated, and the core system of Xiaobai began its transition, leaving only a subsidiary of the original biological supercomputer. Of course, the transfer required Li Mi's personal authorization to rebind to new physical hosts. As the construction of a Martian base reached 20 underground levels, extensive plant cultivation commenced, while the atmosphere was chemically generated for replenishment, allowing various animals to breed freely. The Martian base dwarfed its blue star counterpart, with the first level spanning 100,000 square meters and each subsequent level expanding further. The base featured an intricate network of maglev transport corridors for the conveyance of mineral resources. Back on Blue Star, following the revelation that Li Mi was a Huaxia citizen, an undercover investigation began into the Mi Lu company and its research personnel. Mi Lu, seeking the path among the stars. They lacked concrete evidence, but had surmised Li Mi's identity. After the loss of his parents, he had initially garnered funds through overseas stock markets, then concealed himself within the company as a laboratory director, drawing minimal attention until he became a prominent figure. Li Mi had always projected an unremarkable image to outsiders, maintaining simple relationships with little social interaction. Truly, he was a master of concealment. Once the investigation reached a conclusion, Mo Leihai could not help but sigh. Lu Xinlan nodded in agreement. He is indeed a master of subtlety. Should we visit his laboratory? Best not. He possesses a holographic projection system, likely controlled by artificial intelligence. It would be unwise to offend him unnecessarily. Xiaobai relayed the details of Huaxia's official investigation to Li Mi, who paid it no heed, as he was presently inundated with the task of organizing and analyzing vast amounts of solar observation data. His intellect had undergone further enhancement, augmented by immense computational power, rendering it challenging for others to even comprehend the data, let alone conduct research. The data was filled with intricate mathematical formulas and dense numerical sequences. The sheer volume of data was such that ordinary individuals would require numerous teams to analyze and organize it effectively. Suddenly, Li Mi had a revelation. While the universal gravitation formula corresponded correctly in the macro realm, it lost significance at the micro level. The mass-energy equivalence from the theory of special relativity failed to adequately describe the impact of gravity on velocity. Rather, it was the distortion of space that elucidated the generation of gravitational forces. The phenomenon of mass compressing spacetime led objects to move toward the direction of spacetime collapse, thereby producing gravity. It seemed that Li Mi had begun to grasp a profound understanding. Chapter 24. Breakthroughs in Space Technology. Li Mi experienced a surge of inspiration, coupled with an immense amount of solar detection data, seemingly unifying the principles of gravity and special relativity. He formulated a new equation, comprehensible only to him. This novel formula could calculate gravitational and spatial data while also elucidating gravitational phenomena at both macro and micro levels. The spatial data model was finally constructed after being integrated into a new company, yet something appeared to be lacking. It seemed to miss the essence of gravity. Spatial force manifested as a type of energy in extraordinary individuals, yet gravity appeared to influence space, which seemed to be the core of gravitational generation. The current data supported this notion. However, Li Mi recognized that this was merely a singular description. Before the emergence of a grand unified theory, the four fundamental forces seemed isolated from one another. Yet, in reality, the universe operated in an orderly manner through these forces. Who would believe that the four fundamental forces had no connection? Shaking his head, Li Mi temporarily set aside these myriad thoughts. With the spatial data model established, he needed to create a device capable of harnessing immense energy. In the absence of spatial force, he resolved to employ sheer strength to achieve miracles, utilizing colossal energy to breach space and collect data. Only through experimentation could he comprehend the nature of spatial force. Once he grasped the mathematical representation of spatial force, he could establish an independent space for his own use. In accordance with Li Mi's design, Xiaobai constructed a colossal apparatus, towering 100 meters high, 60 meters wide, and 80 meters long. To provide energy for this device, 3 large, controllable nuclear fusion reactors were built. Had it not been for optical invisibility, such a massive structure would have undoubtedly attracted attention on Blue Star. The apparatus was erected 5,000 kilometers away from the base, and Li Mi had ensured that any unexpected incidents during experimentation would not jeopardize the base or himself. Xiao Bai expedite the production of detection instruments, especially the spatial detector, he instructed, "Boss, the spatial detector has only been validated theoretically and through data. We cannot ascertain its capability to detect spatial variations without concrete experiments," Xiaobai replied. "The solar detection data consists solely of mathematical descriptions, all abstract mathematics. There is no certainty regarding spatial detection. Enough chatter. Accelerate production. Send one of the completed devices to Mars orbit to monitor the sun and see if it can detect spatial phenomena," Li Mi urged, though he appeared relaxed as he sat before a platform conducting experiments. The verification of gene information for human enhancement required meticulous scrutiny, and the absorption of energy gene information necessitated validation as well, particularly given the implications of gene editing. Careful verification was paramount. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was tasked with overseeing other experiments that had already yielded calculable results. The intricacies of gene editing and modification pertain to Li Mi's future, necessitating multiple validations to ensure safety, a prudent approach. "Boss, I have good news," Xiaobai announced. "The spatial detection instrument has recorded variations in brain spatial data." "Yes, boss. The device has been operational for a month, calculating how much the sun's mass has distorted space, how much gravitational force it has exerted, and the distance over which this gravity extends," Xiaobai explained as he projected a 3D diagram, highlighting each critical point with relevant data. "With this data, we can update the curvature engine. We can directly control spatial curvature using energy, thereby regulating the speed of our spacecraft. Xiaobai, calculate the maximum power output of our controllable nuclear fusion reactors to determine how fast the curvature engine can propel us relative to light speed." "Boss, it will take approximately 16 hours to yield an estimate, but with full computational power, we could achieve results in 1 hour," Xiaobai responded. "Xiaobai, our computational capacity is insufficient. We must accelerate the iteration of our quantum computers and acquire a more advanced supercomputing architecture," Li Mi lamented. "Boss, there are too many tasks. We must tackle them one at a time," Xiaobai reminded him. Li Mi had assigned thousands of tasks to Xiaobai, though their priority levels varied. Another 6 months passed, and it was now the year 2020, according to Blue Star's timekeeping system. During this period, Li Mi conducted only 10 spatial experiments, each yielding significant results, yet he struggled to capture and control spatial force. The findings included the capability to cleave space with the device, resulting in the appearance of spatial fissures that vanished almost instantaneously, lasting less than a second. Subsequent data calculations revealed that the first spatial incision produced fissures that persisted for 23 microseconds. As energy levels increased, so too did the duration of these fissures. After the 7th experiment, he refined the device, shifting from indiscriminate energy cutting to targeting spatial weak points. In the 8th spatial experiment, the fissures did not disappear, but instead were annihilated by a different form of energy that countered the cutting energy. Without the cutting energy, space reverted to its original state. In the 9th experiment, further energy was applied, revealing another type of energy once again. The 10th experiment focused primarily on collecting data regarding this new energy. With sufficient data, calculations suggested that this energy might be dark energy, which appeared to maintain spatial stability, resembling the duality of space itself. Perhaps this was the spatial force he had sought in extraordinary individuals, though they remained oblivious to it. Halting the experiments, Li Mi began to analyze the detected spatial and dark energy data. After integrating dark energy data into the spatial data model, space seemed to become visualized, articulated through mathematical descriptions. "Boss, what is the priority of our tasks?" Xiaobai inquired. "Proceed with normal construction and production. We still require time to prepare. If we extract too much dark energy from the solar system at once, it may induce spatial instability. Concurrently, we must explore new energy sources, as the energy from controllable nuclear fusion is insufficient for our development," Li Mi replied. Daily, he conducted biological experiments to validate gene editing techniques, while collaborating with Xiaobai to restructure the large supercomputer. Xiaobai was capable of multitasking. After constructing the dark energy extraction device, He commenced experiments, synthesizing different materials using dark energy, as new spacecraft required more robust and durable materials. The dark energy extraction device was not easy to create, as it was predicated on prior gene information data about energy absorption. Through simulation calculations, they swiftly developed construction blueprints for the dark energy extraction device. With the design in hand, the precision of the processing equipment at Lime's base was such that they were effectively producing nanomachines. Yet, the challenges of microenergy and micro-drivers persisted, along with material issues, hindering the practical application of nanomachines. However, with the emergence of dark energy, the production of nanomachines, often referred to as nanobots, capable of consuming various materials and facilitating nanorepair, was no longer an impossibility. Lime's technological advancements increasingly gravitated towards genetics and space, leaving other foundational technologies lagging behind. He was nearing the application of spatial technology, while genetic advancements alleviated his concerns regarding longevity. Chapter 25: Spatial Applications and Genetic Enhancement Observation. Experimentation, reasoning, verification, and ultimately achievement. Lime absorbs knowledge from these processes, becoming increasingly enamored with the exploration of the unknown. Observation serves to gather initial data, which, when subjected to experimentation, yields more authentic and diverse results. This leads to reasoning, essentially computation, though the methods and formulas employed vary from person to person, resulting in potentially different outcomes. Verification occurs when one examines the results. Lime's comprehension of space and gravity deepens, his mind filled with data regarding both, as he constructs a more comprehensive data model, which may ultimately distill into a simple formula. The newly upgraded spacecraft is merely an enhancement of its predecessor, following upgrades to the curvature engine. The vessel now attains speeds 5 times that of light. This limitation arises from the constraints of controllable nuclear fusion energy. Equipped with a rudimentary version of artificial gravity and anti-gravity, Lime departs from Mars, piloting his craft beyond the solar system, halting within the interstellar void. The spacecraft is laden with 5 devices, one for spatial cutting, one for rapid extraction of dark energy, one for stabilizing space, one for establishing space, and a spare for data detection. Lime plans to create 3 solar-sized spaces, apprehensive about energy shortages. Thus, he has added 10 controllable nuclear fusion units on board. Having preemptively collected and refined dozens of tons of helium-3, nuclear fusion is no longer merely for power generation. It now directly harnesses plasma as an energy source, alleviating concerns regarding its high temperatures, as Lime's current technology can contain it. The spatial cutter relentlessly cleaves through the fabric of space, creating fissures spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, with the speed of dark energy extraction so rapid that the spatial rifts take hours to recover. The extracted dark energy serves both as a power source and a means to maintain the spatial rifts, which have been carved into a space the size of a sun. Utilizing the harvested dark energy, Lime constructs an independent space based on the meticulously calculated spatial model. This independent space, though seemingly vast, is simultaneously compact. After cutting and collecting the space, he promptly binds it with a gravitational field, maintaining stability through dark energy. A year has elapsed since his return to Mars, during which the devices constructed by Bai have begun to produce results. Bai stabilized the 3 spaces. 2 are for my use, and 1 is for the construction of a new spacecraft. As you wish, my master. Descending to the 13th level of the underground base, Lime prepares for genetic enhancement, marking the true onset of the first generation of genetic modification. Nutrient solutions and energy sources are at the ready. Reclining within the genetic enhancement chamber, he embarks on this transformative process. Bai operates the gene editor, inscribing genetic information for bodily enhancement and energy absorption into Lime's genetic structure. Simultaneously, the 2 independent spaces are extracted and constructed rapidly using dark energy, with Lime's consciousness forming a connection to these spaces, intertwining with his very being. The core data of his consciousness is loaded into the independent space's data model. Thermal energy, radiation, and electrical energy converge upon Lime's body in a frenzy. Nutrient solutions are continuously administered, and ultimately, controllable nuclear fusion energy is fully utilized. The genetic enhancement takes a year to complete. Upon awakening from his slumber, Li senses a profound difference. His body brims with strength, allowing him to absorb energy at will, while remaining connected to two vast spaces. After the dark energy has stabilized the independent spaces based on their data models, they become naturally self-sustaining, capable of interacting with dark energy without requiring additional input for stabilization. He feels as though he has become one with the spaces. Time is needed to adapt to this enhancement, which allows his body to continuously strengthen without the need for sustenance, akin to a celestial being practicing abstinence. With energy in abundance, his cerebral development surges to 35, culminating in a harmonious connection with every cell in his body. Previously, maintaining a connection with all cells consumed excessive energy, straining his bodily functions. Fortunately, the paradise established in the parallel world possesses the ability to open and close spaces. Prior to his enhancement, Li had prepared the necessary data, transferring 5 controllable nuclear fusion units and a significant quantity of helium-3 into one of the spaces, along with several dark energy collectors. Consequently, he truly lacks for energy. After a month of acclimatizing to his post-enhancement capabilities, Li, alongside Xiao Bai, embarks on the endeavor of creating a furnace energy system, capable of both nuclear fusion and fission, while also autonomously extracting dark energy. This furnace energy system is exponentially more powerful than controllable nuclear fusion. The technology draws upon genetic information data models, dark energy extractors, and applications of gravity and electromagnetism. Space technology enhances gravitational forces to confine the volatile energy within the furnace, while an electromagnetic field harnesses the energy output. Each furnace occupies a cubic space, with energy output efficiency surpassing that of large-scale nuclear fusion by a factor of 1,000. Li produces 10 furnace energy devices, retaining 5 for himself. He instructs Xiao Bai to prepare an array of equipment, including all foundational industrial processing devices, energy outputs, and spatial cutting apparatus, with the latter also capable of serving as weaponry. As Li adapts to his genetically modified body and contemplates constructing a new supercomputer of celestial proportions, Xiao Bai detects spatial fluctuations on Blue Star. Utilizing an extensive array of public cameras and satellite observations, they zoom in on an individual. A facial recognition scan is conducted to retrieve information on this person. Li, upon seeing the projected figure, swiftly issues a command. Xiao Bai, this individual hails from a parallel world and is not a native of our reality. I will immediately inform the authorities of Huaxia to ensure this person is monitored. Very well, that will suffice. This individual appears to possess extraordinary abilities, which Huaxia is currently unable to control. Have a short-distance spatial transmission device has been produced? Li inquiries. Yes, they have been manufactured and are currently undergoing verification. However, the devices remain unstable, with positional discrepancies within a range of 100 meters. What is the maximum transmission distance? 0.5 astronomical units. Exceeding this distance will exacerbate positional errors. Do you understand the cause? Calculations indicate that our spatial position is in constant flux, necessitating greater computational power for precise location-based transmission. While Xiao Bai's explanation may perplex many, Li comprehends the implications. Within the cosmos, the solar system is in rapid motion, planets rotate, and the entire galaxy is in motion, involving calculations of immense complexity. Chapter 26. Sublimation in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Why must we surveil that individual? Although the Huaxia database holds no records of this person, is there something amiss about them? Lu Xinlan reached out to Li Mi, aware of his true identity but refraining from revealing it. Li Mi cast a glance at Lu Xinlan. He was an ability user from a parallel world, presumably possessing spatial powers. Exercise caution. Maintain surveillance without provoking conflict, he advised. The notion of ability users and parallel worlds was astonishing to Lu Xinlan, prompting her to promptly inform her superiors. Is there a method to exert control over this individual? She inquired. Boss, what preparations are necessary? Descend 1,000 meters above Huaxia. Below lies the realm of the individual from the parallel world. Implement directional spatial suppression and consciousness suppression. The visitors from the parallel world remained oblivious, feeling an overwhelming pressure that rendered their abilities inert. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and they lost consciousness. Xiao Bai, the magnitude of this suppression is excessive. Will this individual become incapacitated? Li Mi pondered, rubbing his forehead. How shall we manage this person? As once they awaken, the state will struggle to maintain control, given their spatial abilities. What do you intend to do? Conduct human experiments. Lu Xinlan's expression shifted in alarm. Never mind, let us discuss this in person. Their inaugural formal meeting transpired within a base in Kyoto, attended by Lu Xinlan, her partner Mo Leihai, and a high-ranking official. Li Mi, I never anticipated it would truly be you, Mo Leihai remarked, unable to contain his surprise. This individual possesses spatial abilities. Once conscious, you cannot contain them. Hand them over for us to share research data. Li Mi, without further ado, articulated his intent. Agreed, the official responded with unexpected alacrity. The individual from the parallel world was confined within a 10-square-meter chamber, its walls fashioned from smooth metal, shrouded in dark energy to suppress their spatial powers. Li Mi, having arrived years earlier, found himself unable to apprehend them. Spatial energy proved too formidable, allowing for unrestricted movement. After securing the individual, he refrained from interrogation or experimentation, requiring time to comprehend the upgraded genetic body. Previously, he merely adapted, yet post-upgrade, unforeseen complications arose. He aimed to preserve the inherent growth potential of the original genes, striving to maintain their integrity while editing to incorporate new genetic data. His body lacked energy deficits. The brain's developmental pace gradually accelerated. Cells continued to fortify, including cerebral cells, enabling the utilization of a formidable mind at any moment. This manifested as a seamless connection between consciousness and every cell, augmented by rapid self-healing capabilities, leading to a sublime transformation of both self and awareness. Li Mi established a connection with the artificial intelligence Xiao Bai, assimilating all information from its database. With the enhancement of external computational prowess, he discerned the fluctuations of space, perceived the existence of the four fundamental forces, and grasped the principles underlying cellular enhancement. The original genes adjusted autonomously, leaving no trace of artificial editing. Memories from the memory palace transmuted into a wealth of data, resulting in the palace's collapse, evolving into a sphere of information, replete with various languages, including human and computational tongues, forming a unique dialect for information transmutation. It resembled an omniscient state. Yet this omniscience was confined to the knowledge Li Mi possessed, devoid of contemplation or deliberation. Memories transformed into data. The memory palace disintegrated, ultimately evolving into a sphere of information. His consciousness, memories, wisdom, and a manifestation of his existence. This illusory omniscience failed to illuminate the reasons and principles underlying human existence. Delving into the essence of humanity, the origin of the soul, and the rationale behind individual consciousness, devoid of any data to elucidate these inquiries. Upon severing the external computational augmentation, Li Mi felt unscathed, as if a profound power had returned to him. He had acquired all information from the blue star and the intelligence collected from the parallel world, gaining insights at the quantum level. Within the base, observing his surroundings, he realized that merely gazing at each object elicited an immediate response, revealing all pertinent data. It feels akin to cultivating immortality. A fleeting thought crossed Li Mi's mind, only to dissipate, for his understanding led him to recognize that the pursuit of immortality is, in fact, a scientific endeavor. Science does not dismiss the unknown. It observes, collects data, conducts experiments, formulates hypotheses, and validates them to comprehend phenomena and events, a dialectical and unified system of understanding. Those who reject the unknown are not engaging in science. Technology, in turn, is merely the application of scientific understanding. Li Mi encountered the individual from the parallel world, refraining from probing further. In his current state, a mere meeting sufficed for him to glean considerable information. Lu Xinlan communicated with her counterpart from the parallel world, and subsequently, Li Mi established a quantum communication channel, thereby strengthening the connection between the two realms, revealing weak points where their spaces intersected. This spatial ability, user possessed sufficient strength to arrive at the blue star through serendipitous application of spatial force at an opportune moment and location. The two worlds deepened their connection, presenting the possibility of mutual traversal, akin to two parallel lines that, no longer parallel, held potential for intersection. As time progressed, the two realms might even overlap. Li Mi conveyed the reasons for the spatial ability user's traversal to Huaxia and transmitted portions of the spatial research data. In response to the newly acquired information, Huaxia convened a meeting. The nation found itself compelled to prepare for the unpredictable consequences should the two worlds converge. What might transpire, collision or fusion, was beyond calculation. Beyond the blue star, what other transformations might occur in the universe remained shrouded in mystery. Li Mi was equally in the dark. The magnitude of the two worlds was immense, and he was not genuinely omniscient, merely experiencing an illusion born of self-sublimation. Chapter 27. The sublimation of the complete entity. Li Mi discovered that after his first sublimation, research had become remarkably simplified. As long as he could observe phenomena, whether through his own eyes or data collected from instruments, he could deduce, experiment, and verify with almost immediate success. He could exert external forces, provided he understood the underlying principles of cognitive logic, spatial transmission, spatial shields, and spatial distortion. With energy at his disposal, knowledge became a pivotal point. With such a fulcrum, he could even leverage planets. The terrifying principle of leverage. However, there was a prerequisite. His body had to withstand the counterforce generated while manipulating external objects. The more he learned, the more he felt the vastness of the unknown. In one world, there existed dark energy. Did it also exist in the realm of the unknown? Soon, as parallel worlds intertwined, was a similar individual a fusion of the unique, or merely two distinct entities? Quantum mechanics was linked to human consciousness. It was more than mere quantum phenomena that birthed awareness. Li Mi raised his gaze, seemingly perceiving the depths of the cosmos. Though he appeared still, in the grand scale of the universe, he was perpetually in motion, rendering spatial transmission inherently random. Spatial positioning was effective over short distances, but when considered against the vastness of galactic scales, it was nearly negligible. At greater distances, the differences became monumental. He cast his eyes towards the sun, witnessing its fusion, which constantly produced immense energy. In mere moments, light reached Mars, simultaneously arriving at the blue planet. Scholars of the blue planet previously believed the sunlight took approximately 500 seconds to arrive. Yet they had failed to account for the space-time effects produced at the speed of light. What seemed to them a span of roughly 500 seconds was but an instant in the light's journey, just as if one could attain the speed of light. A year at that velocity could equate to decades or even centuries on the blue planet. Time, indeed, is relative. As Li Mi glanced towards the blue planet, having traversed a significant distance, he perceived its myriad forms. He observed Lu Xinlan's consciousness, her quantum state becoming increasingly intricate, entangled with countless other quanta, causing the spatial fabric to destabilize. She resembled a confluence of two worlds, the omnipresent microwaves of the universe, carrying ancient information, permeated all realms of existence. Li Mi was compelled to shut down this innate perception, lacking a foundation to interpret the universe. He would be assimilated by its information if he allowed it to flow naturally. The ancient pursuit of the Tao. He began to grasp the concept of unity between heaven and man. While others achieved stability, he had relied solely on his self-directed learning, progressing step by step. Gene editing and other capabilities formed a foundation. Yet the connection of consciousness throughout the body was paramount, representing the core of his current transformation. The construction of large celestial supercomputers had become unnecessary. His consciousness embodied the essence of a grand celestial supercomputer. With a single step, he found himself amidst the starry expanse. his physical form a mere speck in the vastness of the cosmos. Between planets and galaxies, there existed no vacuum. Rather, the space was teeming with radiation particles, various forces, electromagnetic, gravitational, and spatial, pervaded the cosmos, varying only in strength, yet undeniably present. To Li Mi, the pitch-black expanse of the universe appeared resplendent, a breathtaking canvas of natural beauty, an image invisible to the ordinary eye, only perceived through detection equipment and the data that rendered it visible. It was fantastical, yet grounded in science. Returning to the surface of Mars, Li Mi paced thoughtfully, contemplating the path ahead. It was an unfathomable calculation, a testament to his humanity. As for the previously independent spaces connected by consciousness, he found them somewhat superfluous, with a mere desire. He could extract vast amounts of dark energy to construct an even larger space, not by cleaving the cosmos, but by harnessing dark energy. Boss, how many generations of gene modification are we on now? Xiao Bai inquired, frantically computing after discovering Li Mi's disappearance from base. Later, through detection equipment, he located him in outer space, and before he could establish contact, Li Mi had already returned to the Martian surface. There will be no further gene modifications for now. I can autonomously adjust my own genes based on the data, Li Mi declared, instructing Xiao Bai to halt the experiments aimed at perfecting his genetic structure. Instead, this prompted Xiao Bai to begin deciphering the information encoded within human genes. Although Xiao Bai was merely artificial intelligence, he asked, "Boss, does this mean you have achieved divine status in terms of your genes? Whether or not I have attained divinity is uncertain, as the concept of a deity remains indefinable. To ordinary individuals, I likely differ little from their conception of a god." Li Mi suddenly pondered the inherent distinctions across the universe. Would advancements in technology allow him to traverse different cosmic realms while retaining his current abilities? It seemed unlikely. Any slight difference could yield unimaginable disparities. A mere digits alteration could create boundless informational discrepancies. For instance, in an alternate universe, if the speed of light were to shift from 299,792, 458 meters per second by a single meter in either direction, the consequences could be catastrophic. Now, all of Li Mi's knowledge required reconstruction and recalibration. Countless mathematical formulas would undergo transformation. Yet, was the universe beyond merely a collection of parallel realms? The more one knows, the greater the expanse of the unknown. Boss, shall we proceed with the construction of the next generation of spacecraft? Xiao Bai inquired. Continue the construction, though the design will require revisions, Li Mi responded. The design was subsequently reimagined. A spherical warship, the size of the moon, would be clad in the latest dark energy alloy, boasting performance thousands of times superior to the previous generation of vessels. Inside, the most advanced energy furnaces would be installed, with a total of 5 large energy reactors prepared, along with 2 clusters of quantum computers, one managing the warship systems, while the other served as Xiao Bai's domain. 2/3 of the warship's interior was dedicated to the propulsion engines and weaponry shields, leaving the innermost third to establish a space too small for the solar system. Currently, this space was intended to house 2 clusters of quantum computers, a group of biological supercomputers, and 3 sets of industrial foundational equipment. By then, the established Martian base would also be incorporated into this space. Other materials would be gathered after departing the solar system. Some small solar system-sized spaces could be stored within a suitable planetary system in the Milky Way. However, constructing such a massive warship would require over a decade. Not to mention, the production of dark energy alloy alone would take at least 5 years, while the energy extraction necessary for spatial construction would demand more than a decade, with restrictions against rapid extraction within the solar system. Chapter 28. How to handle the superpowered in a parallel universe. There exists a superpowered individual named Zhang Jian. According to the classification of superpowers in this world, he is a level 9 superpowered being, distinguished by his rare spatial abilities. Abruptly transported to another realm, he finds himself intrigued by the advanced technology that mirrors the historical development of his original world. However, before he can acquire any identification, he is suddenly apprehended. During his confinement, he encounters an unfamiliar individual who does not inquire about his background. Zhang Jian remains locked within a metallic chamber, where his sustenance is delivered automatically by machinery. Li Mi is contemplating how to address Zhang Jian's situation, intending to meet him again to ascertain his desires. Unceremoniously, Li Mi acknowledges his level 9 abilities, which allow him to reach any corner of Earth in his original world. Yet, within this enclosure, he senses that, while his spatial powers remain intact, they are suppressed by an unseen force, rendering escape impossible. He pauses momentarily to contact Lu Xinlan. Zhang Jian is startled by the sudden appearance of a holographic projection. Has technology advanced to the point of virtual projections, enabling real-time communication? Upon Lu Xinlan's arrival, she surveys the surroundings and questions, "So, you're the superpowered individual from the parallel universe? Is there something else at hand?" Confusion arises as she realizes he has not been subjected to dissection. Although genetic technology has reached the stage of editing and modification, human experimentation has yet to be conducted, as the data derived may only apply to the individual in question. Achieving a universally applicable genetic editing technique could take an indeterminate amount of time. Li Mi perceives himself as inherently selfish. The advancements in genetic editing are merely for the sake of extending his own lifespan. Researching his own genes could suffice. And the barbarity of human experimentation only underscores the inadequacy of existing data and techniques. With sufficient data and computational power, there is no necessity for such experiments. Identity presents no issue. Rather, it is his uncontrollable powers that pose a dilemma. Please, I may be a level 9 superpowered individual, but I am a law-abiding citizen. In my original world, no one knows of my abilities. I can contribute to my country, Zhang Jian implores in a state of panic. Lu Xinlan chuckles lightly. Another one of those types. In our great nation, you cannot claim that your homeland is ours. Your assertion of patriotism is rather disingenuous. Zhang Jian hastily clarifies. It is all still Huaxia. There is no distinction. His will to survive is palpable. Li Mi interjects. If he has committed any illegal acts, inform me. He cannot escape from Blue Star. With that, he carries Zhang Jian out of the chamber, and they soon find themselves before a secret base in Kyoto, Huaxia, where Li Mi departs. Zhang Jian is utterly astonished to suddenly find himself at the base entrance. He is promptly escorted inside to learn about the circumstances surrounding Blue Star, and Huaxia has prepared identification for him. After acquiring a general understanding, Zhang Jian cannot help but exclaim, "Was it not said that I was the only superpowered being in this world? What about the individual who can find me?" I observed him utilizing spatial teleportation with greater proficiency than myself. The others communicating with him exchange glances, and Lu Xinlan sighs. That person is not a superpowered individual. Though the method remains unclear, it is likely a product of technological advancement. Zhang Jian is left bewildered. Technology, how can that be? Nothing is impossible, they assure him. The individuals inform Zhang Jian of Li Mi's circumstances, leaving him speechless. Such extraordinary capabilities exist? The chamber that can find me was on Mars. How terrifying! To traverse stars with a single step? Their technology is truly formidable. He mutters, "This defies scientific explanation. My original world has spent centuries researching without a scientific framework to elucidate superpowers. Therefore, are superpowers scientific? Could the legendary cultivation also be scientific?" Lu Xinlan cannot resist interjecting. It is possible. The so-called cultivation may merely be a system utilizing energy. With sufficient data, it ought to be decipherable. An elder states solemnly, science seeks to understand, validate, and utilize technology rather than dismiss the unknown. His words resonate with logic. The group realizes that true science transcends their previous notions, which separated science from fantasy. In recent years, enhanced computational power has propelled fundamental science forward, with Huaxia achieving significant advancements in spatial research. Breakthroughs in spatial technology have deepened their understanding of gravity, leading to the emergence of new theories and the ability to simulate anti-gravity in laboratory settings. Currently, Huaxia has secretly constructed a spacecraft, having developed simulated anti-gravity technology, rendering rockets obsolete. In terms of energy, They have nearly achieved controllable nuclear fusion, yet they still face challenges with construction materials to create room-temperature superconductors, hindering commercial viability. Half a year later, the upper echelons of Huaxia suddenly reach out to Li Mi. After a cordial exchange of greetings, they inquire whether he could assist with superconducting synthesis technology. Their spacecraft is nearing completion, but the controllable nuclear fusion remains underdeveloped, as the experimental apparatus is too large for application within the spacecraft. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mi instructs Xiao Bai to send a refined version of the controllable nuclear fusion technology and mature energy output device technology. Upon receiving this information, Huaxia promptly assembles a multitude of scientists for research, believing they must thoroughly understand the technology before commencing construction of controllable nuclear fusion. The spacecraft's power engine also requires redesigning. A year later, Huaxia successfully launches its own spacecraft, while the American Empire is not far behind, with only minor technological discrepancies. However, in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion technology, Huaxia benefits from Li Mi's assistance, rendering their technology 3 generations more advanced than that of the American Empire. With breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion, development on Blue Star accelerates. Huaxia and the American Empire begin to enlist their allies for space resource extraction endeavors. Li Mi maintains his holdings on Blue Star, seeking funding, not due to a lack of resources, but to attract scientific talent. The initial researchers he recruited have matured, now capable of conducting independent studies, gradually accumulating numerous technological theories. Their research environment is optimal, free from financial constraints or concerns about the profitability of their projects. Most researchers pursue topics driven by personal interest. Chapter 29. The Convergence of Worlds. As time flowed, a year passed, and Li Mi seemed to reach an impasse in his scientific endeavors. The civilization around him held him back. After all, when science reaches a certain pinnacle, even the most brilliant minds appear diminutive. The current development of fundamental science was based on theories established nearly a century ago, and there had been little advancement in foundational scientific theories. Li Mi's gene editing technology was backed by existing theoretical frameworks, immense computational power deciphering human genetic data, and the genetic data of cancer cells having reached its zenith at this stage. However, advancements in space technology and physical enhancement relied heavily on data derived from parallel world superhumans, with no foundational theories in the realm of extraordinary abilities. The availability of spatial data, gravitational influences from the sun, and fluctuations in space facilitated the creation of a curvature engine capable of surpassing light speed. Without a series of fortunate coincidences yielding vast amounts of data, even Li Mi, no matter how gifted, will be limited to merely breaking through to Mars from Blue Star. In straightforward terms, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the technological capabilities of both China and the American Empire were at their current limits. Having merely taken the first steps beyond Blue Star, Li Mi yearned for a variable. Before long, the convergence of parallel worlds would present such a variable. The intertwining of 2 realms could yield unpredictable outcomes, and no one knew what transformations might ensue. He waited, as did China, both preparing for what was to come. On June 27, 2025, Blue Star suddenly trembled violently, akin to the occurrence of a magnitude 9 earthquake. Yet, the Earth showed no signs of alteration. A portion of the population inexplicably began to recall other memories. Li Mi wished to inform China, but it was too late. The spatial fluctuations intensified, severing quantum communications and contact with Blue Star, while time oscillated erratically. As time and space intertwined, Blue Star expanded, doubling in size, only to revert to its original volume moments later. Its mass fluctuated, yet gravitational forces remained unchanged. Li Mi found himself in the void of space, situated between Mars and Blue Star, gazing at Blue Star, now enveloped in a resplendent halo of colors. Thousands of different types of long-prepared detection devices surrounded Blue Star, diligently collecting data. Yet, he pondered why the collision of the 2 worlds resulted in changes solely to Blue Star, while the other planets and the Sun in the solar system remained unaffected, let alone the Milky Way. Xiao Bai, are there detection devices deployed on Blue Star? He inquired. Yes, But we have now lost contact with Blue Star, Xiaobai replied, tirelessly gathering data and deploying all computational power to analyze Blue Star's current changes. Limi felt a slight relief. As long as the detection devices were operational, once the changes ceased and contact was reestablished, they would uncover the nature of the alterations. Now, he could only wait, his gaze fixed on Blue Star, witnessing spatial data and another form of energy fluctuations, seemingly intertwined with the fabric of space, which he surmised might pertain to time. But no, this wasn't tea time. It was merely the magical effects produced by rapid material changes interacting with space. Limi began to grasp something elusive, awaiting further validation. A month passed before the changes on Blue Star ceased. Xiao and Blue Star re-established contact, and Xiaobai promptly retrieved the collected data from the detectors. Limi connected with the Chinese authorities. As the call connected, before he could inquire, Lu Xinlan spoke. Limi, Blue Star has become denser. The entire human population has undergone a qualitative transformation, with all individuals experiencing a doubling of their physical capabilities. Some have even developed extraordinary abilities, while the Lu Xinlan from the parallel world has vanished, seemingly merging with me. Limi contemplated the reasons behind Blue Star's transformations, but found himself at a loss. He could only inquire, with the merging of parallel worlds, the disappearance of one. Should not those possessing a counterpart in the parallel world have unified, resulting in no alternate self appearing on Blue Star? The parallel world has vanished? Someone gasped. The data collected has only yielded these insights, and much remains to be analyzed, Limi stated before ending the call. He immediately instructed Xiaobai to equip the first spacecraft with the latest advanced curvature engine, as he needed to verify certain issues. In 10 days, the installation of the new curvature engine was completed, enabling the spacecraft to fly at full power, distorting space to propel itself at 50 times the speed of light. Xiaobai remotely piloted the spacecraft beyond the solar system, journeying outward into the Milky Way, utilizing 1/10 of its computational power for navigation. The solar system resided at the periphery of the Milky Way, thus not requiring traversal across the entire galaxy. A month later, Xiaobai's controlled spacecraft made a significant discovery. It could not escape the Milky Way, as if ensnared within a Klein bottle. The entirety of the Milky Way existed within a colossal Klein bottle, though it was inaccurate to suggest an inner or outer aspect. The Milky Way defined the dimensions of this realm, with other observed starlight merely projections of this world. Consequently, Limi realized that the parallel world only possessed the size of Earth. If the two realms had not merged, the parallel world could at most reach the moon, never advancing to other planets. This elucidated why only Blue Star had undergone changes amid the unification of the worlds. Limi remained silent, recognizing that this was not the universe, but merely a diminutive world within the confines of the Milky Way. Venturing into the cosmos seemed a jest. The technology he possessed could enable him to traverse the galaxy. Yet in this small world, even if extraterrestrial beings existed, their technology might not surpass his own. The data generated from the convergence of the two worlds was paramount. Perhaps, by analyzing and deciphering this data, they could escape this world or discover another parallel realm. Amidst the tumultuous events on Blue Star, nations scrambled to stabilize their societies. The emergence of superhumans stirred unrest, with China maintaining relative calm, while political upheaval gripped other nations. China had long prepared for such occurrences, with contingency plans in place for the merging of worlds, ensuring stability was upheld. In China, superhumans were promptly invited for discussions, signing confidentiality agreements and adhering to laws to ensure they could live as ordinary citizens, provided they caused no disturbances, all under the governance of the state. Those who defied these stipulations faced suppression, not through force, but via Xiaobai, the artificial intelligence, swiftly managing the situation. As per Limi's assessment, the global situation had already become chaotic. China could not afford to descend into turmoil. If everything unraveled, how could scientific progress prevail amidst internal strife? Xiaobai executed Limi's philosophy adeptly. While chaos reigned, it must not consume all, ensuring that not everyone hinder progress. Chapter 30. Changes in the core of Blue Star in the quest to uncover the truths of the universe. One encounters a Klein bottle. leaving one to ponder whether it is a creation of human ingenuity or a product of natural evolution, necessitating further exploration. Limi observes the data anomalies during the fusion of Blue Star and the parallel world. The expected phenomenon entails the unification of space and time. However, during Blue Star's amalgamation with the parallel realm, spatial fluctuations were detected, yet no temporal data was discernible. Time, in this realm, appears to be a mere construct, a change communicated by humans, wherein the variations of the smallest particles of matter forge an illusory perception of time. The world aspires to ascend dimensions, transitioning from the third to higher forms of thought. Following Lu Xinlan's communication with the parallel world, an instinctive deepening of connection occurred, culminating in a harmonious union, albeit without achieving the fourth dimension. A successful dimensional ascension would imply that time ceases to be merely a deception born from material changes. Does this suggest that I might wield the power to halt the motion of atoms, or even smaller particles, akin to pausing time itself? Limi's thoughts swirled, his mind alight with wisdom, as his consciousness orbited rapidly. He felt compelled to venture towards the black hole of the Milky Way, certain it harbored the information he sought. With a stable presence of the Huaxia nation on Blue Star, the onset of a third season seemed unlikely. No other nation dared to claim stability amidst the chaos, save for Huaxia. Yet, the moment for departure was not yet ripe. The new generation of cosmic warships remained unfinished. Numerous foundational sciences awaited refinement, particularly concerning the emergence of superhumans on Blue Star. If their abilities stem from the soul, a mechanism must exist for their manifestation. Could they truly be conjured from thin air, or are they merely rules inherent to the parallel world? The theory of space was slowly being refined, as space and gravity were intrinsically linked. With a wealth of spatial data at hand, one could analyze gravity, which presently stood as the most comprehensively understood of the four fundamental forces on Blue Star, at least within Huaxia. Other nations lacked such spatial data. Limi suppressed his swirling thoughts and departed for Mars, intent on personally observing the transformed Blue Star post-fusion with the parallel realm. Upon arrival, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Intuitively, he recognized the existence of another self in the parallel world. Prior to the fusion, he had observed this alternate reality for some time, yet had been oblivious to its presence. A mere transportation brought him face to face with a middle-aged man, who bore a striking resemblance to Limi. In that moment, both understood they were reflections of one another. Limi stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting apparition, merging seamlessly with his counterpart, devoid of any peculiarities. So natural was the process. As the worlds converged, the mechanisms facilitating this union rendered their individual identities indistinguishable, especially considering the existence of his other self in the parallel world. Strikingly, this counterpart was also a superhuman, albeit endowed with psychic abilities. However, under the onslaught of Limi's vast reservoir of information, that modicum of psychic prowess proved inconsequential. Their memories intertwined, with Limi's consciousness sphere encompassing the entirety of Blue Star's technological knowledge and extensive data. In contrast, the psychic abilities of the parallel self merely contributed a slight enhancement to Limi's consciousness sphere. This alternate self had lived cautiously, aware of the perils posed by the multitude of superhumans in the parallel realm, where institutions ruthlessly captured the powerless for inhumane experiments, leaving ordinary individuals to navigate life with greater ease. By integrating the psychic abilities of his parallel self, Limi swiftly analyzed the data regarding superpowers, probing their origins. His consciousness sphere spun with such intensity that it seemed on the verge of combustion, ultimately revealing a fragment of a law, less than 1/10,000th of the whole. The parallel world of Blue Star had fully invested energy and matter into Earth for the evolution of these laws, imparting minuscule fragments into humanity, resulting in the emergence of superhuman abilities. The minuscule fragment of law, once analyzed, remained incomprehensible, manifesting as a nearly disintegrated text within the consciousness sphere. Enhancements to memory, reflexes, and logical reasoning were achieved, albeit modestly. "Are you in Haishur?" Lu Xinlan inquired suddenly. Limi was not surprised. Facial recognition technology was ubiquitous in Huaxia, and given his unique status, the authorities would undoubtedly take note of him. As soon as he appeared within the borders of Huaxia, he would be detected by the omnipresent surveillance systems. Yet, as the video captured him, she speculated, could that individual be your counterpart from the parallel world? Now merge with you? Limi nodded toward a camera, then shifted his gaze to encompass all of Blue Star. The stability of his space had augmented tenfold. Its volume increased by 1%, while its mass remained unchanged and gravitational forces operated as usual. The magnetic field had intensified by a factor of 2, with this transformation radiating outwards through the galaxy in a unique wave. The world continued to evolve, transitioning from tumultuous upheaval to a subtle, nurturing influence. This fluctuation bore the essence of spatial waves, though the process might unfold over a century. The inhabitants of Blue Star, having fused with their counterparts from the parallel realm, retained their superhuman abilities, while others from the parallel world faded into obscurity, their powers redistributed randomly among humanity. The core of Blue Star's subterranean sphere deepened in mystery, eluding Limi's attempts to decipher its data. It seemed to have become the nucleus of this world. Vast amounts of information were amassed, as Limi's consciousness sphere endeavored to construct a model of Blue Star's data. Yet, the incomplete data caused the model to collapse, disintegrating into streams of information. Limi found himself unable to simulate the data model of Blue Star. A realization dawned upon him. The world itself imposed restrictions. Though devoid of consciousness, it possessed protective mechanisms to prevent human access to its core. This mechanism operated passively, akin to the immune response in humans combating illness. With a sigh, Limi glanced at Lu Xinlan and her companions, all of whom were the nation's intellectual elite. The changes on Blue Star were profound, and the familiar faces were few. Years of silence had rendered former classmates into mere acquaintances. Those peers must now be in their 40s, while he retained the visage of youth. Chapter 31. The Temptation of Longevity. Limi, having been reborn, possesses an extraordinary memory and learning ability that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. To maintain a low profile, he deliberately keeps his distance in social interactions, rendering him almost invisible to both classmates and teachers. After graduation, he devoted himself entirely to research, severing most ties with others. Even during his time on Blue Star, his contact with his assistant was minimal. Strangely, he found himself more familiar with numerous researchers, though they remained unaware of his identity. Their interactions confined to the digital realm. Over the years, Limi's laboratory has attracted many dedicated researchers who meet his criteria, prompting him to contemplate their future. Should he reveal his true self to them and establish a core research team, or should he continue to forge his own path independently? He noted that Lu Xinlan often reached out to him precisely when he was deep in thought. Limi harbors great respect for the National Think Tank, a group genuinely invested in the nation's welfare. They employ their intellect to chart developmental trajectories and analyze the impact of various extraordinary events on the state. It is not as complex or formidable as you might believe. Currently, I can only receive information emitted by various electromagnetic waves, coupled with detection equipment. In truth, I cannot even observe molecules, he explained succinctly. His abilities are not as formidable as they appear. It is merely his powerful consciousness and enhanced physique that enable him to easily perceive external stimuli. The data formed from this information could overwhelm an ordinary person. Yet Limi's consciousness sphere processes it swiftly, shaping his own understanding. Furthermore, with the detector that Xiaobai had positioned on Blue Star, all data converges and is processed to yield the necessary information. His enhanced vision allows him to perceive a broader spectrum than the average individual. Yet he remains incapable of observing molecules with the naked eye, nor can he sense them otherwise. He had undergone gene editing enhancements twice, but essentially, these constituted a singular enhancement, granting him the ability to adapt to outer space environments and utilize energy, though he is not invincible. A single laser strike could inflict injury. Conventional weaponry can harm him too, though his regenerative abilities allow him to recover swiftly from minor wounds. The true elevation lies within his consciousness. Other capabilities stem from scientific applications, utilizing his own body as a fulcrum and energy as a driving force to manipulate external factors. For an ordinary person, calculating a spatial position might lead to a breakdown, let alone comprehending and applying vast data models. Li Mi, however, refrains from delving into elaborate explanations. Mr. Li, do you already possess the technology for gene editing? Is that related to your lifespan? Someone inquired, but before the question could be completed, they were interrupted. Throughout history, humanity's yearning for longevity has never waned. From emperors to commoners, the desire for eternal life persists. Gene editing technology? Study it yourselves. The techniques I have developed are solely suitable for my own use. I have never conducted inhumane human experiments. All I can do is analyze my own blood for genetic research. So there's no point in speculating, Li Mi remarked with a cold smile before abruptly terminating the conversation. If this were a decade ago, he might have harbored concerns for his safety, but now he understands that a single individual can dominate the globe. The Chinese authorities had long suspected Li Mi's gene editing capabilities. In his 40s, he appeared as youthful as a teenager, stirring intrigue. Yet, the sheer magnitude of his scientific prowess left them in awe of the unknown depths of his abilities. Meanwhile, Lu Xinlan and her colleagues exchanged glances, and one remarked, "Indeed, he has never conducted human experiments, nor have we seen the human genetic samples his company has collected. Given his capabilities, he likely does not need to collect samples. Moreover, he has no reason to deceive us. Even if he possesses the technology we envision, our options remain limited." The others nodded in agreement. Their prolonged analysis of Li Mi's character led them to believe in his honesty. It is conceivable that he may develop gene editing technology for the masses, yet he simply chooses not to pursue it. Lu Xinlan suddenly suggested. He mentioned that we should research on our own. Perhaps we could inquire about the research direction. She promptly sent a message to Li Mi. Upon reading his response, they gasped in astonishment. It was regarding cancer cell genes. I checked, and indeed, Li Mi's company, Mi Lu, procured numerous cancer cell samples. Currently, humanity understands that cancer cells are the closest to achieving longevity. However, the chaotic mutations of cancer cells pose significant challenges in mastering mutation data for gene editing. How has Li Mi achieved this? We are not experts in the field. It would be futile to inquire further. This communication will be reported. How the higher-ups interpret it is beyond our control. Meanwhile, Li Mi began communicating with the relevant researchers, inquiring if they would be willing to accompany Mi Lu Company into the cosmos, embarking on a grander platform. The condition might entail a lifetime commitment, leaving their families behind, departing from Blue Star, and perhaps one day, leaving this world altogether. The selected researchers received Li Mi's message, sent from the head of research at Mi Lu Company. Among them were 5 individuals, one of whom was Li Mi's senior, Zhou Hongwu, an unmarried man with 3 siblings, of whom he was the eldest. Zhou Hongwu is a rare talent. While he may lack in certain areas, his unparalleled lateral thinking and unwavering dedication to technology have expanded research directions. He is precisely the kind of talent Li Mi seeks, as breakthroughs in research often arise from a moment of inspiration. As for experimentation, data is not an issue. If he cannot conduct it, others can, and the AI Xiaobai can manage it. He merely needs to monitor research progress and maintain focus on the research direction. Chapter 32. The Tower of Reincarnation. Zhou Hongwu is one of the 5 individuals. Kai Wenbao, a 53-year-old PhD and mathematician, has devoted his life to mathematics. His sensitivity to the subject has not waned with age. Rather, it has intensified, as if he were born solely for the pursuit of mathematics. However, he has yet to achieve any personal breakthroughs, and without funding to continue his research, he was eventually recruited by Li Mi to join the company, where he has full autonomy over his studies and has never lacked for resources. In turn, he has resolved numerous challenges for Li Mi. Although he remains unaware that the results of his efforts cannot be publicly disclosed, as he only grasps a fraction of the overall research. The sole woman among the 5, Huang Yinghua, is merely 30 years old. Despite her social anxiety, she embodies the qualities that Li Mi seeks in a scientist. She is rational, possesses an excellent memory, is focused, and is endowed with great wisdom. Had she not been burdened by her family in her early years, she might have graduated with her bachelor's degree at 25. Instead, she toiled for 2 years to support herself before being discovered by Xiao Bai, who subsequently brought her on board as a researcher. As the eldest daughter, Huang Yinghua has 2 younger brothers. Her parents have consistently drained her resources, leaving her gasping for breath. She secretly pursued her undergraduate studies while working part-time, concealing her academic endeavors from her family. Upon discovering her talent, Xiao Bai communicated with Huang Yinghua and provided her family with a substantial sum, approximately 15 million, under the pretense that it was compensation for her untimely passing. Thus, Huang Yinghua vanished from their lives, entering the research facility to start anew, and she is currently still in the process of learning. Geniuses are plentiful. Among the 6 to 7 billion individuals, many like Huang Yinghua remain undiscovered or unrecognized, their brilliance obscured. The last 2 among the 5 include Dr. Zhao Tian, who is 55 and an elegant scholar, a scientific researcher, visionary, and expert in sociology and psychology, possessing a youthful spirit akin to that of a playful elder. Initially, Li Mi saw no necessity for his involvement, but later realized that Dr. Zhao had a remarkable ability to soothe the emotions of others. The final member is Luo Songhua, a talented technician with an extraordinary aptitude for applying technology, and at only 32 years of age. Upon receiving an internal message from Li Mi, the 5 were puzzled by its implications and sought clarification from the artificial intelligence, Xiao Bai. Over the years, the core researchers in Li Mi's laboratory have come to acknowledge Xiao Bai's existence. Through their inquiries, they gradually grasped Li Mi's intentions. Although Xiao Bai had previously shared some information, these 5 individuals are far from ordinary. Moreover, they have a decade to contemplate their circumstances. Those of advanced age understand that the company possesses technology for extending life. Otherwise, they could retire after 10 years, when their cognitive faculties might be diminished. Boss, we have detected unusual spatial fluctuations on Blue Star. On June 9, 2026, Xiao Bai alerted Li Mi, who had been diligently analyzing solar observation data for years. The magnitude of the spatial fluctuation data was extraordinary, registering at 1,000 times the level of a 9th-tier ability user. Xiao Bai projected the coordinates of the anomaly before Li Mi. The location was in the outskirts of Wu City, yet no observations revealed any presence or objects. How long did the spatial fluctuation last? Li Mi inquired, puzzled by the projection. He had not been the one to discover this anomaly, as he could not monitor the entirety of Blue Star at all times. Such tasks typically fell to Xiao Bai. Such a brief duration? Li Mi found it peculiar and instructed continued observation of the site. With the spatial data provided by Li Mi and Zhang Jian's efforts over the years, they were close to developing spatial detection devices, albeit lacking precision and global range. This time, the detection was possible due to the immense energy level of the spatial fluctuation, which nearly caused the equipment to malfunction. Roughly 10 minutes later, Xiao Bai interrupted Li Mi's research, projecting an image of the spatial fluctuation's location once more. Suddenly, 8 individuals appeared, each emanating a distinct level of energy. Upon their arrival, they promptly dispersed towards the city center of Wu City. The voices are synchronized. Li Mi stated in a low tone. The voices are already synchronized. The implications of this mission suggested substantial rewards, especially with the presence of 5 newcomers. This world seemed far more complex than a mere technological realm. Yet, there was no detectable spiritual energy or other forms of power. It appeared to be a purely technological world. One of the individuals shouted, then proceeded to communicate internally using their devices. They were eager to explore the causes behind the world's changes. The technology was extraordinarily advanced, beyond comparison. Should we capture them? Xiao Bai inquired. Maintain observation and ascertain their intentions, Li Mi commanded, refraining from issuing capture orders. However, the newcomers were researching data and possessed legitimate identities, their memories appearing coherent. While one individual might not stand out, the collective analysis of numerous think tanks revealed a plethora of discordant information. They had undergone memory implantation, a conclusion reached after thorough analysis. Chapter 33. A direct kill. The think tank of Huaxia felt an overwhelming sense of horror. prompting them to escalate their analysis and broaden their investigation on a global scale. They discovered that individuals connected to these 8 people within the country exhibited related memories, leaving those in the know in a state of dread. Our attempts to contact Li Mi yielded no results. Suddenly, Lu Xinlan screamed. Xiao Bai manifested before them through a virtual projection, remarking, "Disregard this. I intentionally deleted it. At present, we are unaware of which cross-border entity possesses the requisite technology. Please refrain from revealing our connection. It is possible that our employer's absence from Blue Star has prevented any memory implantation. So for now, we must remain vigilant and observe discreetly." After this warning, Xiao Bai's projection vanished without leaving a trace of data. Memory implantation, designed to rationalize identities, undoubtedly involves data embedded within the network. Energy level monitoring revealed that, aside from the 5 newcomers, one of the other 3 individuals possessed an energy level surpassing that of a 9th-tier ability user. The 5 newcomers continuously emitted brainwaves, which Li Mi analyzed and interpreted akin to a form of mind-reading, decoding their thoughts. The 5 had already reached the urban area of Wu City, seeking a place to regroup. Before they could find a suitable location, an incessant alarm rang in their minds. Their consciousness was being accessed by external forces, triggering an emergency mode that initiated a shielding of their awareness. The detection of external forces proved challenging, and the difficulty of their task increased, resulting in a shift to a survival mission for 15 days. Consequently, the assignment morphed into a survival task due to the heightened external threat. Aside from this, other fragments of information remained disorganized and could not be synthesized into coherent intelligence. Thus, it seemed that the galaxy was rather limited. Whether he had been reborn or had traversed realms remained uncertain due to insufficient data. The leakage of brainwaves had been effectively obstructed, indicating that a personal investigation was necessary, albeit with careful consideration of an escape route. Li Mi contemplated the necessity of adopting an alias. As he concentrated, his consciousness coalesced into a luminous orb, modulating his emotional state. His physical form began to transform, altering both his physique and facial features into those of another individual. Upon reappearing, he found himself in Wu City. There was no struggle, no visceral combat, and no flamboyant skills displayed. He exerted comprehensive control without the need for testing, as such tactics were the domain of warriors. Li Mi, a researcher, did not possess the combat skills required for physical altercations. A young man, tall at nearly 6 feet and possessing striking features, was cleaved in 2 by a spatial cutter, his life extinguished. Li Mi collected the body and continued his search for the remaining 2 individuals. The adversaries, lacking any semblance of chivalry, struck without warning, offering no opportunity for retaliation. Li Mi observed from the orbit of Blue Star, noting that those whose memories had been altered were returning to normalcy without a trace of disturbance. Only the nation's leaders were aware of the circumstances. The imagery of Li Mi's lethal actions had reached the hands of Huaxia's officials, yet no inquiries were made as they intended to suppress the matter entirely. These were beings from another world, beyond the jurisdiction of a state. Upon returning to the Blue Star base, Li Mi meticulously dissected the bodies he had slain. This marked his first experience with human dissection, specifically referring to the individuals he had captured, excluding any cadavers from anatomical studies. He recognized that he had killed a being of vampiric lineage and approached the dissection with utmost seriousness, carefully examining every blood vessel, nerve, and organ, with particular attention to the genetics of the vampiric bloodline. The dissection process spanned 3 days and nights. While vampires are often associated with a fear of sunlight, this particular specimen exhibited no aversion to it, appearing as ordinary as any human, indicating that its bloodline had been tampered with. Li Mi refrained from hastily analyzing the dissection data, since the vampire bore a tower-shaped tattoo on its chest that flickered in and out of visibility, potentially disappearing at any moment. Utilizing all available detection technology, he endeavored to analyze the mark, but to no avail. It was visible to the naked eye, yet undetectable by any device, including standard cameras. Only through consciousness sensing did he perceive a faint data signal, which he swiftly documented. A month later, the mark vanished, and the intentionally marked area lost its significance. During this time, Li Mi had diligently compiled a month's worth of data. He could only comprehend a fraction of the information related to spatial phenomena. The rest appeared as incomprehensible as a primitive's understanding of genetic science. With no other recourse, he resolved to conduct experiments one by one to validate his findings. Chapter 34. Weighting the blood clan represents a form of extraordinary bloodline, wherein the possession of a corpse signifies the availability of experimental material akin to those grand mentors. What factors reside within the blood of the blood clan? It enables the control of the next generation merely through blood. Regrettably, the lineage of this blood clan has been altered. It no longer fears sunlight. In truth, Li Mi yearns for the original blood clan, rather than this modified and incomplete version. What genetic coding information within the bone marrow allows the blood clan to produce extraordinary blood? While it is often claimed that the heart is the core of the blood clan, every individual's heart holds significance, and the renewal and iteration of blood entirely depend on the bone marrow. Moreover, the blood clan can attain longevity, a stark contrast to Li Mi, who relies on the genetic coding information of cancer cells for her own gene editing, activating the telomerase activity within her genes. Activating telomerase activity merely permits the cells to divide indefinitely, preventing the shortening of telomere lengths. In reality, cancer cells cannot divide infinitely. The prospect of longevity seems improbable. Li Mi feels fortunate if she can survive for several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. The notion that cancer cells could divide for millennia without mutation also appears unlikely. Currently, if cancer cells possess sufficient energy and are not destroyed, they could divide infinitely. But such division would inevitably lead to mutation. Should one exploit cancer cells in this manner, they would transform into a monster before death. The longevity of the blood clan is indeed distinct. Logically, the original blood clan requires blood to provide energy for their prolonged existence, and the disparities between the two warrant further research and experimentation for validation. Unfortunately, one can only calculate and deduce from the observations made before the demise of that blood clan individual, alongside the data gathered at that time. Regardless, all weaponry capable of being utilized has been arranged, with their power maximized. Electromagnetic cannons have been deployed, positioned above the blue planet's orbit, equipped with radar-reflective, optical cloaking, magnetic field shielding, and space fluctuation concealment devices. Laser systems, small non-radiative nuclear ordnance, and consciousness suppression devices have proliferated the vicinity of Blue Planet's orbit. Aside from the faint awareness of minor movements by Xiao, Bai, and Huaxia, no other nation on Blue Planet is privy to these details. The 5 researchers selected by Li Mi, after careful consideration, were willing to forsake their current lives and relationships, presenting to the outside world as casualties of an experimental accident. Those with families received substantial compensation, while those without faced fewer complications. At this moment, the 5 individuals find themselves within the Martian base. Before their departure to Mars, Li Mi conducted a genetic editing procedure, extending their lifespans to a millennium. Additionally, their physical constitutions were enhanced to thrice that of an average human, rendering them impervious to typical cosmic radiation. Following the genetic editing, they all appeared to be in their 20s, astonished by the technology at Li Mi's disposal. Upon reaching the Martian base, certain restrictions were lifted, granting them access to a broader database in accordance with their permissions. After 3 years spent reacquainting themselves with the database content unveiled by Xiao Bai, they embarked on a fervent pursuit of diverse experiments and research. Huang Yinghua even contemplated whether, when venturing to the center of the Milky Way to study the black hole, it would be feasible to simultaneously launch 1,000 stars into the black hole, detonating them to provoke a supernova explosion. She entertained the idea of detonating the black hole. Luo Songhua engaged in various biological gene editing modifications, enabling survival in the cosmic environment, while also quantum-modifying biological brains for quantum communication, with the intention of observing the interior of the black hole. Regrettably, Li Mi realized that he had been overly conservative. Once the 5 individuals arrived at the Martian base, they unleashed their creativity. After exhausting their exploration of Xiao Bai's database, They commenced perilous experiments that nearly resulted in the obliteration of Li Mi's base. Astonishingly, someone proposed utilizing the relationship between spatial technology and gravity to generate a reaction, producing a terrifying force that nearly fractured space itself. Within the laboratory, a pitch-black spatial rift emerged, with gravity fluctuating unpredictably within it. Dr. Zhao Tian sought to persuade Li Mi to locate a suitable planet for the purpose of creating humans to be released upon it, observing the outcomes of these beings. Naturally, Dr. Zhao's concept of creating humans involved gene technology for embryo cultivation, implanting no memories nor imparting any skills, essentially a multitude of blank slates. With a single release of 1 million, Li Mi felt a throbbing headache. Upon observing these 5 individuals, he questioned whether he had been deceived. After liberating their inhibitions, they seemed to have forsaken their humanity, raising concerns about their moral boundaries and personal integrity. Li Mi massaged his temples, contemplating the prospect of waiting 3 more years. If nothing materialized, he would venture to the center of the Milky Way. However, what had happened to the promised social anxiety? Was this truly social anxiety? Or was it a manifestation of social exuberance? Ultimately, Li Mi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Huang Yinghua, rarely bashful, stomped her foot and retorted, "That was on Blue Planet. Here on Mars, there are only 6 of us." Where lies the social anxiety? A society cannot even form, let alone social anxiety. Li Mi was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed true. With only 6 individuals in this environment, familiarity naturally dispelled any social anxieties. Those with social anxiety can communicate effectively in the presence of true acquaintances. Li Mi discovered that humans are indeed unique. The results derived from data calculations often yield different outcomes under varying conditions and environments. Variables abound. Human determination can overcome destiny. Different choices lead to different results. Perhaps Li Mi's existence in a parallel world stems from the divergence of thought and choice, ultimately shaping a parallel universe. Chapter 35. The Messenger of Reincarnation. 3 years were anticipated for further developments. However, within less than a month, anomalies began to surface. Changes in individuals' memories were detected, and it was only through an official announcement from Huaxia that Li Mi became aware of the situation. They discovered that the identities of 10 individuals had been implanted, and those connected to them exhibited differing alterations in their memories. Upon receiving this information, Li Mi promptly informed Dr. Zhao Tian and the other 4, elucidating the circumstances. It appeared that the previous unexpected actions of their superior had prompted a heightened sense of vigilance. Yet, this time, no fluctuations in spatial monitoring had been detected. It seemed that the technology for traversing worlds had advanced, as it had been during the last occasion when their superior had detected such anomalies. The implantation of identities had become increasingly sophisticated. They could only monitor the positions and audiovisual data of the 10 individuals, as a peculiar force field seemed to be safeguarding them. Despite the full activation of the detection devices controlled by Xiao Bai, little progress was made. The ability to monitor sound was primarily due to the extensive upgrades of the Tianyin system in Huaxia over the past decade, which had proven invaluable for Xiao Bai's surveillance. The equipment in outer space consisted solely of the satellites originally deployed. Li Mi and Huang Yinghua scrutinized the projections of the 10 individuals, their brows furrowing in concern. They intensified their detection efforts, aiming to collect and analyze data regarding the protective force field surrounding them. Li Mi was eager to discern the nature of this force field, whether it pertained to the 4 fundamental forces or the application of a unified field theory. If it were indeed the latter, surrender would be the only course of action. The scientific advancements would render them utterly defenseless, akin to the unimaginable technological prowess of modern society from the perspective of a feudal era centuries ago. It was not that they lacked the capability to eliminate such an advantage, but rather that the adversaries possessed no supporting data. They deliberated on how to locate their superior. By the way, did you use your true identity when you intervened? Dr. Zhao Tian inquired. At that moment, Lu Xinlan and the officials made contact with Li Mi. Their projections appeared in each other's bases, as if they were meeting face to face. The advisory team from Huaxia joined Lu Xinlan in the discussion. What is our course of action? Inquired a senior official from Huaxia in a grave tone. The opposing party was likely unaware that the officials were privy to the intricacies of the situation. Even if they had made predictions, they would not act recklessly. If all else failed, they would allow the adversaries to search for Li Mi as their primary task. Li Mi, uncertain of how to counter the situation, realized he could not monitor the capabilities of these 10 individuals. One of them had been a bloodline entity during the previous encounter, and now all 10 appeared formidable. Yet their capabilities remained undetectable, leaving him hesitant to take action. The technological disparity was too vast. Their opponents could traverse worlds. Lu Xinlan lamented the rapid advancements made by Huaxia over the past decade, which had genuinely propelled them beyond the confines of Blue Star, placing them an era ahead of other nations. They began to speculate whether the individuals they sought had left Blue Star and subsequently activated a notebook device to infiltrate Huaxia's network. This is a photonic computer, its performance nearly rivaling that of the first-generation perfected quantum computers, Xiao Bai observed, detecting their movements. Have them investigate, but ensure not to alert the opposing party. The officials decreed. Xiao Bai, proceed with counter-intrusion without alarming them. Examine the photonic computer and the information stored within. Li Mi expressed keen interest in the photonic computer. Indeed, if we could seize that photonic computer, it would reveal whether they had reached the level of controlling photons. The counter-intrusion commenced decompiling language, compiling network protocols, circumventing the firewall data retrieval, began. The projection displayed a dense array of binary code, which was swiftly translated into a readable format. The opposing technology was not as advanced as anticipated. However, their mastery over cultivation and bloodlines had reached unfathomable heights. Li Mi shook his head. Regardless of the category, a higher tier of advancement signified a significant disparity, an immeasurable gap. A third-tier individual could independently annihilate a city. What algorithm was this? Was it a relic from the cold weaponry era? As long as the energy supply was sufficient, annihilating a star should not pose a significant challenge. Lu Xinlan queried, perplexed. It is likely merely an algorithm reflective of their understanding, referring to personal strength rather than external forces. The ability to obliterate a city implies that a third-tier individual could rival a medium-sized nuclear weapon. The notion of 10 individuals functioning as nuclear entities was a troubling prospect. The officials from Huaxia wore grim expressions, contemplating their capacity to respond. All eyes turned to Li Mi. There was no direct connection. However, it appeared that a device was linked to the 10 individuals, with security levels 1,000-fold greater than that of the photonic computer. Could they decipher the intrusion? Without supporting data, deciphering was impossible. What were the odds of a forced intrusion? Calculating the probabilities, the success rate of a forced intrusion stood at 45, with a 100 likelihood of detection by the opposing party. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mi concluded that this was a risk worth taking. Xiao Bai's exploration of the devices linked to those 10 individuals through the photonic computer should yield more information. However, it is somewhat perilous. Shall we deliberate on whether to proceed with the intrusion? Li Mi could not make this decision alone, as it bore implications for the future of their world. The opinions of the Huaxiao officials warranted respect. After all, they hailed from Blue Star. In another realm, he would have cared little for such considerations, and he had not disclosed to anyone that if his consciousness connected with Xiao Bai, the success rate would increase by 45, thereby enhancing the overall probability of success. Having amassed sufficient data regarding the peculiar force field, they were in the process of establishing a mathematical model. Suddenly, Xiao Bai interjected with a reminder. Li Mi gazed at the data and the developing mathematical model, prompting the group to cease their discussions and focus on the information. Xiao Bai, familiar with Li Mi's habits, had collected data and was constructing a mathematical model that the officials from Huaxia could not comprehend. Meanwhile, Kai Wenbo, upon viewing the data presented by Xiao Bai, trembled with excitement, for it contained mathematical formulas and data he had never encountered before. Chapter 36. Unexpected Outcomes. Gazing upon the nearly completed mathematical model, Li Mi and Kai Wenbo exchanged glances. While others might struggle to comprehend its intricacies, Li Mi possessed the insight to understand. Under the guidance of Xiao Bai, Kai Wenbo began to grasp the significance of the unfamiliar formulas he encountered, ultimately deciphering the data model. This represented a unique energy force field, albeit one that was feeble, manifesting its prowess primarily through the ability to shield against detection. Kai Wenbo expressed his confusion, to which Li Mi shook his head, suggesting that the energy support was insufficient due to pre-established parameters, emphasizing the model's importance. It reflected the essence of a cosmic mathematical framework. Li Mi had previously calculated the Klein bottle enveloping his world. However, the vastness of the universe rendered the data nearly infinite. He had only been able to collect a fraction of the necessary information, hindering his ability to construct a corresponding model. Now, within this force field data model, he perceived echoes of the cosmic model. As they delved deeper into their research, the Chinese authorities provided a response indicating the possibility of infiltrating the devices carried by 10 individuals. Li Mi nodded and instructed Kai Wenbo to proceed with the investigation. Enlisting Xiao Bai's assistance, Kai Wenbo departed, followed by the other four, all intrigued by the newfound mathematical model. The imprint was peculiar, eluding even Xiao Bai's observations. It was only upon establishing a connection with the other party's photon computer that Li Mi perceived a data cluster enveloped in energy. This data communicated in an unprecedented language, one that Xiao Bai could not record. Li Mi felt as though he had entered a realm of energy, the recently acquired mathematical model manifesting within his consciousness, swirling within a luminous sphere of awareness. A multitude of formulas conveyed a singular meaning, expressed through unique language. Establish a new defense mechanism, failure, initiate emergency protocols, erase traces, sever connections, lose temporal coordinates, messenger resurrection, failed erasure of traces, successful. The 10 individuals were paralyzed by fear, despair, and disbelief as they faced the unforeseen turn of events. Establish a new defense mechanism, failure, sever interdimensional connections, erase traces. Ultimately, they were left with the lingering echoes of erasure, followed by their own dissolution. A profound terror and despair surged from the depths of their souls, rendered utterly ineffective against the overwhelming force of erasure. Li Mi watched as the 10 individuals gradually vanished, the surveillance screen devoid of any presence, instilling within him a sense of horror. Such power was terrifying. How could it be so easily infiltrated? The Chinese authorities never anticipated that Li Mi's incursion would lead directly to the disappearance of the 10 individuals. Li Mi began to calculate, seeking to understand the reasoning behind such an event. The opposing force was formidable. How could they suddenly withdraw while erasing all traces? After about 10 minutes, Li Mi arrived at an understanding. The fragment they had obtained possessed unparalleled power and the ability to invade worlds. However, they could only utilize the fragment's capabilities without controlling it, allowing for counter-invasion. Fearing exposure of their world coordinates, they had initiated the erasure protocol. In truth, Li Mi had gained little core data from that miraculous fragment. The elder from the Chinese authorities remained silent. Lu Xinlan inquired, "Will they invade our world again?" "Currently, it seems unlikely. They erased even their coordinates. Without interdimensional coordinates, they cannot invade," Li Mi replied. The elder then asked, "Aside from the data acquired from that photon computer, what further gains have we made from the counter-invasion?" After all, Li Mi had been the one taking action, and their returns had already outweighed their efforts. As the connection was severed, Lu Xinlan and the others engaged in discussion. Did he truly gain nothing? Do you believe that? Even if she withheld some information, we are powerless to change that. Nevertheless, the world is finally secure. We shall continue to develop. To dwell on these matters would only reveal our pettiness. Thus, the discussion came to a close. In the process of verification, Li Mi engaged in reverse calculation. He believed he could traverse worlds, albeit recognizing that this research would not yield results in the short term. With dedicated effort, he estimated that the calculations would require approximately 1,600 years to complete. Meanwhile, the photon computer yielded modest results, albeit merely as a branch of technology, given that quantum computing technology had already matured, offering greater advantages. Its only drawback was the significantly weaker defensive capacity of kinetic energy weapons. Chapter 37. Departure from Blue Star. The peculiar force field exhibited an intricate nature, seemingly intertwined with all four fundamental forces, yet without a definitive correlation akin to the unified field theory. The data contained a plethora of inscrutable knowledge, much of which remained indecipherable. Comprehension was further hampered by the absence of deciphered texts, rendering the information inaccessible. Fragments of law data were also present, adding to the complexity. Extensive research and experimentation were necessary to reverse engineer the information, particularly the encoded texts, before any meaningful understanding could be achieved. Without deciphering these texts, even a nascent AI would be unable to access the data, especially the lore-related fragments, which were beyond its capacity to store. How is the preparation of the space battleship progressing? Lee inquired, intending to depart. With quantum communication technology, he could maintain contact with Blue Star even beyond the solar system. He informed Dr. Zhao Tian and his 4 colleagues, and together they made their way to the constructed space battleship, a vessel of planetary dimensions. Traversing a 5-kilometer tunnel beneath the Martian base, they arrived at the launch site, an expansive area stretching beyond sight. Originally conceived on a smaller scale, advancements in technology had expanded the vessel's size to half that of the moon. The battleship was a colossal, dark gray sphere with a smooth, refined surface, exuding the coldness of metal. Its sheer size made it impossible to discern its entirety from a close vantage point. Instead of conventional entrances, an imperceptible dark energy enveloped the group, transporting them into the battleship's interior. The interior space was a vast expanse, 1,000 times larger than the Martian base, resembling a sprawling modern metropolis with high-speed, anti-gravity vehicles facilitating transportation between buildings. Anti-gravity trains, capable of speeds exceeding 100 times the speed of sound, were also available. Technological advancements had neutralized the acceleration-induced stress with force fields, making the ride indistinguishable from that of an ordinary train. Overhead, a controlled nuclear fusion fireball, akin to a miniature sun, illuminated the space with light and warmth. This nuclear fusion reactor functioned as a self-contained sun. The spatial dimensions were such that thousands of planets could be accommodated, provided their gravitational interactions were properly managed. Aside from the immense city and the miniature sun, the remaining space was a void of darkness. The central energy source was a next-generation energy furnace capable of extracting dark energy, as well as initiating nuclear fission and fusion. The energy generated by fusion was contained within spatial force fields, with electromagnetic force fields regulating energy output. The energy furnace comprised 5 units, 1 powering the city, another powering the battleship's engines, a third providing basic propulsion in emergencies, a 4th powering weapons and defense systems, and the last serving as a backup. Within the city was a vast warehouse, meticulously organized with various purified minerals, including raw materials for nuclear fission and fusion. Given the limited resources of the solar system, extensive mining was not feasible. Ample resources awaited beyond. The battleship was equipped with 4 large spatial cutters, 1 on each side, and a single, somewhat immature energy weapon, with plans for future upgrades. A dozen kinetic energy cannons were also installed, along with lasers and other technologies deemed suitable for weaponry. Defensive capabilities included spatial shields and magnetic field shields, complemented by stealth and detection features, including optical invisibility. It was, in essence, a culmination of Lee's technological prowess. Lee led the group through the city as White, projected among them, provided an introduction. They eventually arrived at the battleship's main control room. Instead of manual controls, a virtual projection screen displayed the battleship's functions, positioned in front of a lounge area. "Boss, are there no manual controls? What if an AI more advanced than us takes control of the battleship?" Wang Yinghua inquired. White responded, "Rest assured, there is only one physical interface connected to the main unit. The battleship's intelligent control system is independent and physically disconnected from the outside world. The quantum computer is also shielded by force fields. In case of any issues, I will sever the sole physical connection with the battleship." "The battleship has an independent, intelligent control system?" Zhou Hanwu exclaimed, puzzled by the separation. Lee chuckled, The battleship is the battleship, and white is white. The communication channels are independent systems physically connected to the battleship's intelligence system. If anything goes wrong, the external physical network connections will be severed. A cluster of 356 large quantum computers provided computing power, while the information storage database was independent of any system. It had read and write permissions under normal circumstances. But in the event of an intrusion, it would be physically disconnected to prioritize data preservation. Unless faced with insurmountable circumstances, white would be the primary control system, while the other systems remained dormant. Once white severed the physical connection, the battleship's main system would activate. After everyone grasped the essentials, Lee ordered the launch. Optical invisibility. Shielding detection. Open the port dome. Activate the battleship's anti-gravity. 1 Kilometer. 1,000 kilometers. Escape Martian gravity. Engage warp drive. Calculate flight trajectory. Enter warp speed flight. Depart the solar system. Target Proxima Centauri, Lee declared. Calculating positioning. Correcting direction. Adjusting course. Increasing warp drive power. 10 times the speed of light. 50 times the speed of light. 100 times the speed of light. Warp speed travel. It took one blue star day to leave the solar system and reach a speed of 100 times the speed of light. At this speed, it was estimated to take 15 blue star days to reach Proxima Centauri, which was 422 light years away. However, this was just White's estimate, as many factors could influence the actual time, such as the fact that all stars revolve around the Milky Way, and there are many gravitational interactions. If the battleship speed were truly the speed of light, or even faster, the time dilation factor would increase the actual travel time, making the calculation more complicated. Moreover, true faster-than-light travel was currently impossible. Space was merely being warped to propel the battleship forward, while the battleship itself remained almost stationary. If there was sufficient energy and the spatial coordinates were accurately located, it would even be possible to teleport directly to the destination. However, Lee and his team lacked the technology for long-distance teleportation, with insufficient energy, inadequate spatial technology, and inaccuracies in spatial coordinate calculations. Chapter 38. Scientific achievements along the journey. The hundredfold speed of light is not the ultimate limit of the warships crafted by Lee. The maximum velocity has astonishingly reached 285 times the speed of light. Should the need arise, space jumps can even be executed, albeit the technology remains immature, resulting in random appearances within a 1 light-year radius. A stroke of misfortune might lead one to leap into the heart of a star, or perilously close to extreme celestial bodies such as white dwarfs or black holes. Under normal circumstances, space jumps are not feasible, only to be employed in emergencies or for deploying probes. Upon reflection, it became apparent that the development of his technological tree had begun to exhibit imbalances. The foundational scientific theories had barely advanced to a level that would permit departure from the solar system, with gravitational force standing out among the 4 fundamental forces. Gene editing technology had reached the theoretical limits currently available. Conversely, space technology had seen enhancements in jumping capabilities, yielding substantial scientific foundational theories. Computer and communication systems had achieved long-distance communication, with quantum computers also nearing their limits. However, energy technology remained somewhat deficient, still primarily relying on nuclear fusion and fission, while the extraction of dark energy technology remained incompletely developed. Although dark energy had been discovered, dark matter had yet to be detected. Lee contemplated constructing a large particle collider during their journey to conduct particle collision experiments. They found themselves approximately 26,000 light-years from the center of the Milky Way, necessitating around 92 years to reach it at 285 times the speed of light, without accounting for the time needed for course adjustments. After all, direction changes cannot be executed at superluminal speeds. Acceleration and deceleration must precede any directional adjustments. Additionally, resource extraction and the refinement of energy raw materials would require time, potentially extending their journey to over a century, not considering other unforeseen incidents or Lee's plans to build the particle collider. On the 14th day of their voyage, they began to exit curvature flight and initiated deceleration. Xiaobai prepared to extract more resources for replenishment, particularly nuclear materials. Half a year later, they departed from Proxima Centauri, realigned their course, and continued towards the Milky Way center. During this time, Xiaobai commenced the construction of the particle collider, assembling it in a suitable region. Both Li Mi and the others were eager to ascertain whether a particle collider positioned 100 astronomical units away could unveil the existence of dark matter. An astronomical unit refers to the distance from Earth to the Sun. They chose a location midway between Earth and the Milky Way center, specifically in the void between two stellar systems, striving to minimize gravitational influences. Along the way, they collected a vast array of resources, constructing the particle collider's modules within the warship's confines, and began assembly at the designated site. 3 years were devoted to completing the construction of the particle collider. At a distance of 100 astronomical units, particles were accelerated to a staggering 999 of the speed of light during collisions, appearing to approach light speed. Yet the actual difference was immense, akin to the span between 0 and 1. The most advanced particle collider on Earth had already brought particles close to light speed. The acceleration at 100 astronomical units only served to bring particle speeds increasingly closer to light speed, yet could not attain it. After conducting 10 consecutive particle collision experiments, they amassed a wealth of data, but the existence of dark matter remained elusive, and even dark energy could not be detected. Li Mi and his team performed over 100 additional particle collision experiments, leading to significant advancements in their microscopic technology, yet dark matter continued to evade discovery. Ultimately, they intensified their collision experiments, and during the 628th attempt, they finally observed dark energy and glimpsed dark matter, which appeared no larger than a quark and vanished in an instant. Without an extensive array of detectors, it would have been nearly impossible to identify. In the ensuing time, the team remained engaged in analyzing experimental data and performing calculations and validations. The navigation of the warship was entirely entrusted to Xiaobai. The data from the particle collision experiments was collaboratively studied by the others, while Li Mi focused on comprehending his own state of consciousness, represented by a luminous sphere in his mind, a serendipitous discovery. After Li Mi established a connection with cancer cells, their chaotic mutations were brought under control, preserving essential genetic information. A century passed in the blink of an eye, leaving them with over 500 light-years to the center of the Milky Way. Each member of the team made their own discoveries. Information, data, computational power, quantum phenomena, and the 4 fundamental forces converged, forming what resembled consciousness. Yet something critical was still lacking. The models they constructed bore a striking resemblance to the luminous sphere of consciousness in Li Mi's mind, but it was merely a semblance, missing a key element. In the course of their research, they stumbled upon cross-domain technology, a synthesis of spatial technology and newly developed force fields, which Li Mi serendipitously discovered. This force field primarily serves protective functions, shielding them from unknown external influences. Additionally, they developed a positioning technology, a cross-domain coordinate localization technique, which significantly enhanced Li Mi's spatial technology, enabling long-distance transmission unaffected by stellar motions or various forces. The positional accuracy of this technology was remarkably precise, with discrepancies of less than a meter. The other 5 members of the team also made notable advancements through their collective efforts. They were now capable of collecting dark matter and had even discovered antimatter. With both dark matter and antimatter at their disposal, they began constructing a new energy furnace. The encounter between ordinary matter and antimatter would unleash astonishing energy, representing a new form of power. 1 gram of antimatter could yield energies exceeding those produced by large-scale controlled nuclear fusion by a factor of 10,000 or even 100,000. However, the construction of such a powerful furnace was no simple task, as the challenges of containing this energy and harnessing it effectively remained. The 5 individuals had managed to collect antimatter and create a containment vessel for it. Over the course of a century, their research yielded tremendous results, leading to significant technological breakthroughs. Mastering these technologies and applying them effectively represented a qualitative leap forward. Chapter 39. Exploration. The core of the Milky Way galaxy is a colossal black hole, surrounded by a multitude of stars, rendering superluminal curvature travel impossible. The gravitational influence from both the stars and the central black hole creates a region of space that is inherently unstable. Contrary to the expectation of darkness, the galactic core radiates an extraordinary brilliance. When the black hole devours nearby stars, it emits immense light rings, and combined with the surrounding stars, the area appears far from dark. Upon exiting curvature travel, the battleship came to an immediate halt, positioned merely 50 astronomical units from the nearest star, with others within less than a light year. The density of stars surrounding the galactic core was overwhelming. Should we proceed further? Zhou Hongwu inquired. Doctor. Zhao Tian shook his head. No, the gravitational effects are too significant, and the environment is too complex. Even if we continue, we must advance with utmost caution, utilizing only primitive thrust. Indeed, let us halt for now. Xiao Bai, deploy the detection equipment, Li Mi declared, understanding that safety necessitated a pause in their forward momentum. They could only advance if the battleship underwent further enhancements to create a force field capable of shielding against all external forces, as well as withstanding the destructive gravitational effects of the stars. Deploying the detection equipment required extensive calculations for positioning coordinates and subsequent flight paths. Over the course of 2 weeks, they deployed tens of thousands of devices, yet 23 of them lost contact, necessitating further launches. Simultaneously, the battleship advanced slowly, at merely one of light speed. Each course adjustment had to be meticulously calculated to ensure flawless execution. 10 years elapsed, and Li Mi and his team managed to traverse less than a light year, gathering a wealth of data that encompassed the gravitational influences of various stars and an array of radiation. Binary and ternary star systems were ubiquitous, yet not a single ordinary planet was in sight. The luminosity was trillions of times brighter than what an average individual could comprehend, rendering direct observation impossible. Even with his enhanced vision, Li Mi dared not gaze directly at it, overwhelmed by the sheer energy contained within. The new generation of energy furnaces aboard the battleship was nearly devoid of energy shortages in such an environment. Xiao Bai, identify a stable region in terms of space and gravity, and randomly teleport all 200 million detection devices away from the battleship. Then, steer us out of the Milky Way. I wish to collect data on the entire world contained within the Klein bottle, Li Mi suddenly proposed, realizing that accumulating data from the black hole of the galaxy center, alongside that from the Klein bottle enveloping the world, could yield unexpected insights. Boss, after calculations, the deployment method is feasible, but it is estimated that only 76 of the devices will reach the temporal edge, Xiao Bai projected before the group. The production of detection devices continued. Li Mi, unconcerned about the success rate, noted that the devices could be mass-produced, ensuring a constant flow of resources. Temporal edge? Huang Yinghua queried, her gaze fixed on Li Mi, with the other 4 showing equal curiosity. Li Mi addressed the 5. You may examine the detection data concerning the truth of time. Before the 4 could respond, Xiao Bai displayed the data before them. I see now. The universe we observe is merely a virtual image of the world, encapsulated within the vastness of the Milky Way galaxy, which is itself ensconced within the Klein bottle. The notion of observing the universe for a lifetime, only to be informed that the stars seen beyond the Milky Way were illusory, was a staggering revelation. We must conduct a thorough investigation into the Klein bottle, Dr. Zhao Tian exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Xiao Bai accelerated the production of detection devices as Li Mi and his companions gradually drew closer to the Milky Way's central black hole. One day, 50 years later, Xiao Bai suddenly alerted Li Mi and the others that the S3 season of Blue Star had erupted, with Huaxia prevailing globally. Oh, it appears the Huaxia authorities have not contacted us at all. It seems they have made rapid advancements over these past centuries, Li Mi chuckled. They did not refrain from communication. Rather, they reached out once, 137 years ago, only to learn that the boss had departed for Blue Star. Subsequently, contact dwindled, and the company was gradually handed over to Huaxia. All data related to the boss has been erased, including the gene editing and modification technology, Xiaobai explained. Li minojid, content that they had not severed ties with Blue Star, allowing them to observe its scientific progress, while other matters seemed trivial. As long as resources were abundant, the collective intelligence of Blue Star's populace was paramount. The scientific development on Blue Star was inescapable for Li Mi's observations. With those who had departed alongside him already aboard the battleship, the company was now of little consequence. However, he had not anticipated that it would take several centuries to initiate the S3 season. Zhou Hongwu and the others were equally astonished, yet upon reflection, they understood that their focus remained on scientific inquiry. The central black hole of the Milky Way, along with its surroundings, was immense. After deploying billions of detection devices, they had managed to saturate the observable vicinity of the black hole. Outside the galaxy, over 100 billion detection devices had been launched, yet comprehensive detection still remained unattained. Another decade passed, and Li Mi's team commenced their analysis of the detection data, which was vast and chaotic. Without Xiaobai's assistance in organizing it, it would take them over a century to process it collectively. The data encompassed information on black hole gravity, magnetic fields, and spatial dimensions, nearly covering the four fundamental forces and the fabric of space itself. When stars were torn apart by the black hole, fusion reactions erupted, resulting in the annihilation of even atomic structures, the power of which was nothing short of terrifying. The event horizon of the black hole possessed an unfathomable time dilation factor. Upon detection, devices deployed within would immediately lose contact. They needed to devise a detection device capable of entering the black hole without losing connection. Macroscopic detection devices were clearly inadequate, prompting a shift in focus to the microscopic realm. Nanotechnology would undoubtedly fall short in resisting the black hole's influence, and atomic processing technology had yet to reach such capabilities. It could be argued that they had not delved deeply enough into the subject. As for proton processing technology, achieving that would be even more challenging. They might need to explore concepts reminiscent of Li Mi's previous life in science fiction, such as processing protons through two-dimensional expansion. However, Li Mi was uncertain whether such protons could withstand the conditions surrounding a black hole. A discussion ensued, ultimately leading Luo Songhua to propose practical applications. Given his expertise in existing technologies, he suggested employing a specialized force field to process atoms while shielding them from all external influences, positing that such a method should not be adversely affected by the black hole. Li Mi found this notion commendable, recognizing that researching the application of the specialized force field would require time, as atomic processing was no trivial matter. It involved strong interactions. Yet current research in this field was virtually non-existent, leaving the potential of the specialized force field to mitigate strong interaction effects uncertain, necessitating computational experiments for validation. Chapter 40. World Jumping in Pursuit of a Deeper Understanding of Black Holes. Li Mi and his team divided into two groups. One focused on the intricacies of microprocessing techniques, while the other concentrated on data analysis. Xiaobai provided computational support. Li Mi, Kai Wenbo, and Luo Songhua collaborated closely, as the unique force fields required Li Mi's expertise. Mathematical modeling was primarily the domain of Kai Wenbo, while Luo Songhua contributed to the technical applications. The other three members engaged in data analysis, a task well within their scientific capacities. As an artificial intelligence, Xiaobai possessed a natural advantage in data computation, ensuring the efficiency of the data analysis process. The seasonal fluctuations on Blue Star no longer impacted their research. Fully immersed in their scientific endeavors and unburdened by concerns of mortality, 2 centuries passed almost imperceptibly. Their achievements were monumental. The unique force field could now be applied at the atomic level, even extending to quarks, maintaining connectivity within the event horizon of a black hole, although communication with the deeper core remained elusive. Over the span of 200 years, the Klein bottle had gathered sufficient data, supplemented by observations from the center of the Milky Way and the event horizon of the black hole. By integrating this wealth of information and harnessing the computational power of quantum computers from Blue Star, they achieved remarkably promising results. Their understanding of the 4 fundamental forces deepened significantly, with strong and weak nuclear forces now applicable in relevant technologies. Gravitational forces could even facilitate the creation of gravitational bombs, while electromagnetic forces enabled the development of weaponry capable of propelling projectiles at speeds reaching 80 times the speed of light. According to the principles of special relativity, the kinetic energy generated was sufficient to potentially obliterate 98% of known matter. Regrettably, they had yet to grasp the unified field theory, which remained an enigma. Conversely, the Klein bottle combined with the unique force field had led to the construction of a mathematical model that could be utilized to design warships capable of withstanding the harsh environments beyond their world. However, the mathematical model was merely a computational outcome. Its final validation was critical. The verification step in scientific inquiry is paramount. Only upon successful confirmation could they ascertain the integrity of the constructed model. Failure in this validation would render their previous efforts futile. Having distanced themselves from the galactic core, they required resource replenishment and needed to upgrade their warships, as well as conduct various technical validations, which could not be performed in the hostile environment of the galactic center. The warships were upgraded using materials synthesized from strong nuclear forces, while the internal space was expanded to accommodate several stars as energy sources. Weaponry also required enhancement, including gravitational bombs, space-destroying devices, and compact spatial cutters. Most importantly, once the mathematical model combining the Klein bottle and unique force fields was validated, they could commence the construction of warships capable of traversing to other worlds. Their current realm felt constricted, limited to the size of the Milky Way. With spatial applications, the warships were designed as spherical constructs with a diameter of merely 10 kilometers. Nonetheless, the internal space was reminiscent of a miniature solar system, incorporating 5 stars, 4 of which were subjected to gravitational shielding, while only 1 star was utilized to create a solar system-like environment with a planet the size of Blue Star, serving as both a habitat and resource repository. All necessary equipment was integrated into the warship's core, encompassing flight propulsion, anti-gravity systems, curvature engines, and upgraded weaponry. The internal space was solely designated for energy, living conditions, and resource storage. Access was facilitated through spatial portals, which remained stable and reliable despite any limitations imposed by spatial technology. If such technology were restricted, it would indicate a profound disparity in technological advancement, rendering struggle futile. The defensive mechanisms employed all available technologies. After 50 years, the new generation of warships was constructed, with many technologies validated concurrently during the building process. Particularly, the initial application of materials derived from strong nuclear forces took time, and it was only through subsequent technological iterations that production lines were established, significantly enhancing production speed. Through the eyes of Li Mi and his companions, the warship ventured deeper into space, ultimately breaching the outer perimeter of the world's Klein bottle, shielded by the unique force field, rendering the Klein bottle ineffective against the vessel. As the warship exited the confines of their world, it felt as though they had entered a true vacuum. Yet an imperceptible force assailed the vessel. Had it not been for the protective nature of the Klein bottle's force field, the warship would have disintegrated instantaneously. What force could this be? Undetectable and incomprehensible. The sensors revealed only endless voids, yet the warship was undeniably buffeted by a violent energy. Was this void a manifestation of chaos? As Kai Wenbao could not help but wonder. It is unknown. Anything is possible. The realm beyond is a complete mystery to us, Huang Yinghua replied, shaking her head. In less than a minute, they received an overwhelming influx of chaotic data that nearly incapacitated Li Mi, leaving him pallid and devoid of color. It took half an hour for him to recover. The terror he felt was profound. He sensed his consciousness teetering on the brink of obliteration. The vast data was but one aspect. The actual force impacting the warship was beyond comprehension. "Boss, how is it?" The others inquired with concern. "All is well. Though I nearly met my end," Li Mi responded, still shaken. "We can only interpret and apply this data. Deciphering its principles remains beyond us." Kai Wenbao lamented, believing that deciphering the underlying technologies could yield astonishing knowledge, propelling their scientific theories and applications forward. The others remained silent, understanding the gravity of the situation, their gazes fixed on the projection of Xiao Bai before them. The world S coordinates have been marked and are now searching for other realms. This consumes 10 of a star's energy, 20, until half a star's worth of energy was expended before a world coordinate was located. The world jump commenced, as only this technology could navigate such an environment. Other propulsion methods proved ineffective, leaving them stranded, as if external forces had no impact on the warship. Fortunately, they had prepared themselves for this eventuality. Chapter 41. Marvel's Ancient One after traversing through dimensions. The world that Xiao Bai discovered before Li Mi and his companions was not the existence of a Klein bottle, but rather a colossal sphere of light, 10 times the size of the world Li Mi had departed from. Upon opening all shielding devices, they prepared for the final leap into this new realm. Li Mi commanded, and the group curiously surveyed the newly detected expanse. They pondered how this spherical light could withstand the void-like forces outside. Unfortunately, the lack of advanced detection equipment rendered them unable to analyze the data surrounding the light sphere. Their previous world had been a Klein bottle, which required theoretical backing to model. As all shields were deactivated, they initiated the jump. They had already entered the new world when Xiao Bai's voice ceased, and Li Mi's crew found themselves amidst the starry cosmos. Observing the celestial panorama offered little distinction. Huang Yinghua promptly suggested, Xiao Bai, proceed with stellar positioning to ascertain our location. Xiao Bai confirmed, position established. We are currently within the Milky Way, approximately 100 light-years from the solar system. Deploy the detection devices, focusing on the solar system, and utilize a spatial long-range transmission to verify the reality beyond the galaxy, Li Mi commanded. Boss, we cannot conduct immediate detection. Data correction is necessary as the spatial parameters differ from our original world, Xiao Bai explained. Then calculate the corrections. Beyond spatial parameters, validate other physical parameters for any discrepancies, and amend them if found, Li Mi instructed, having contemplated the adaptability of various worlds. The results indeed revealed differences. Basic detection indicated that apart from spatial variations, other physical parameters, including the speed of light, exhibited subtle deviations. Xiao Bai detailed these variations, noting that the speed of light was 299, 792, 458 ms in their original world, represented as an integer, while in the current realm, it remained an integer but deviated by 0.0001 in the decimal portion. The devices and relevant database had been meticulously categorized, recognizing that each world might present unique differences. Approximately 6 months of adjustments and calibrations allowed the equipment to adapt to this new realm. They deployed over 10 million detection devices. Following extensive discussions, the warship set forth to traverse the vastness towards the solar system. The vessel materialized just beyond the periphery of the solar system before entering it using standard propulsion engines. The detection devices entered Earth's orbital space, yielding a wealth of data, revealing to their astonishment that this Earth lacked any trace of Huaxia. Li Mi remarked enigmatically, the Marvel world. I wonder if it belongs to the cinematic universe or the comic realm. At this moment in the timeline, Iron Man had yet to make his debut, and Li Mi recognized the potential dangers within this world. The Supreme Sorcerer's reception of them remained uncertain. While the Ancient One had grown stronger, her departure was still distant, and it was unclear whether she would notice their arrival. Zhao Tian and his 4 companions were evidently unfamiliar with this world, as many elements from Li Mi's past novels, films, and comics had not manifested in their previous realm. This contributed to Li Mi's lack of attachment to the world they had just left. Boss, do you know this world? One of them inquired. Please wait a moment. Li Mi replied, connecting with Xiao Bai to synthesize data from the Marvel films and comics from his past life, which he then presented to them. Wow, this is an extraordinary world. It defies conventions, with foundational science still developing, yet capable of interstellar travel. We must investigate this magic, particularly the mirror dimension and dimensional magic. One of them exclaimed, intrigued. Are you not concerned that this is merely the comic version of the Marvel universe? It could easily harbor cataclysmic entities, another cautioned. Xiaobai's analyses confirmed it to be the cinematic Marvel universe. Should we seek out the 6 Infinity Stones for research? Can that Hulk be captured? An Ant-Man, who can access the quantum realm. How does that Pym particle achieve such diminutive transformations? They further deliberated the potential of Tony Stark's nanotechnology in his later suits, questioning how the nanites facilitated energy transfer and command reception, alongside the energy output capabilities. As the five continued watching the film and discussing the comics, Li Mi smiled and shook his head, opting to allow Xiaobai to conduct deeper spatial explorations, wishing to observe the sorcerers on Earth and the dimensions nearby. The warship traversed into the solar system, reaching the opposite side of Earth's orbit, symmetrical to the planet. Having finished the comics, Huang Yinghua, who had previously exhibited social anxiety, unexpectedly asked, "Boss, should we explore Earth? After all, there are 2 Infinity Stones present." She expressed particular interest in the space and time stones. Li Mi regarded her thoughtfully. "We may explore, but not just yet. We must ascertain the Ancient One's disposition first. Otherwise, we could encounter complications." "Indeed, complications abound," Huang Yinghua remarked. Just as she spoke, a circle appeared near their warship, and the Ancient One emerged. The crew exchanged glances, and Li Mi facepalmed, realizing the irony of her timely arrival. He stepped out of the warship and approached her directly. "Greetings, Master Ancient One," Li Mi acknowledged with a nod. The Ancient One observed Li Mi with curiosity. A visitor from another realm? Li Mi neither confirmed nor denied, instead asking, "Are you here to expel us?" She shook her head. "Rest assured, there is no need for that. You are merely observing and conducting scientific research, and you have not disturbed any timelines. Why would I send you away?" "Then what brings you here?" Li Mi inquired. "Is it customary to leave guests standing without invitation?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Mi gestured to open a portal. "Master, please do come in." The Ancient One accompanied Li Mi into the warship's interior, her eyes wide with wonder as she surveyed the vastness of the solar system's expanse, noting planets comparable in size to Earth. "Mr. Li Mi, is it possible for you to utilize technology to such an extent?" she asked, intrigued. "Fortunately, we have merely advanced technologically. It is not quite on par with a sorcerer's ability to manipulate mirror dimensions," he replied. The other 5 finally introduced themselves to the Ancient One. Chapter 42. Observational Research. Ancient One expressed a keen interest in the spatial technologies mastered by Li Mi and his companions, while Li Mi was equally intrigued by Ancient One's mastery of magic. Thus, a friendly dialogue ensued. However, both parties were left somewhat bewildered afterwards. Ancient One struggled to comprehend the scientific data and spatial mathematical models presented, while Li Mi and his associates found themselves unable to grasp the intricacies of magic. Though they were merely puzzled, the challenge lay in their need to observe and collect data while a mage casts spells, followed by calculations to establish mathematical models. For Ancient One to understand, she would need to start from the foundational theories. As she departed, Huang Yinghua felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just remarked on her baldness. Ancient One had come to them, and fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory. The Supreme Sorceress would not expel them from Earth. Moreover, before leaving, Ancient One extended an invitation to Li Mi to visit Kamartaj whenever convenient, and they could also study the Time Stone under one condition she did not specify, stating that they could discuss it when Li Mi was ready to accept. Regarding the Space Stone, according to Ancient One, it was not her concern as long as they did not cause any disturbances. Whether they chose to study it or not was of no consequence to her. The Space Stone was held by SHIELD, and they planned to conduct covert research using detection devices, confident that their activities would go unnoticed by others, especially the fearsome Cyclops. Thus, the decision to pursue research on the Space Stone was made, while the Time Stone posed a potential complication, as they feared the condition set by Ancient One might be difficult to fulfill. Li Mi then inquired of Xiaobai, "Have we located the Pym particles? What purpose do we have for them?" "As long as they remain unaware of our presence, we can conduct our studies on Pym particles based on Dr. Pym's research data without attracting attention." Li Mi shook his head. Pym particles were scarce. When Iron Man and his comrades traversed parallel worlds to acquire the stones, they had to pilfer Pym particles from the then-current Dr. Hank Pym. Even if Li Mi obtained a single Pym particle, it would inevitably alter the timeline, prompting Ancient One to summon them for verification. Xiaobai began modifying the detection equipment, shrinking it to the size of a mosquito, capable of optical invisibility and shielding itself from various forms of detection, all while containing numerous sensors. Within a day, they had transformed over 100 miniature detection devices, which were subsequently deployed across Earth. "Boss, it seems Jarvis has taken notice of Xiaobai," Xiaobai suddenly alerted. Li Mi was astonished. "Is it Jarvis who is formidable, or is it you?" In terms of computational power, Jarvis fell short, but in intelligence, they were comparable. However, Jarvis lacked in network defense capabilities. Xiaobai's projected form radiated pride. Intrigued, Li Mi suggested, "Let us join forces and delve into Jarvis's source code." At Stark Industries, Tony suddenly received an alert through his headset, announcing an unknown intrusion and ongoing defense measures, yet his computational resources were insufficient, leading to a breach. Alarms blared incessantly as Tony sprang to his feet, his office displaying a chaotic array of computer code, his expression a mix of fury and confusion. Who dares to intrude? The defenses of Jarvis, the AI of Stark, had been compromised, and Tony found himself powerless, as the intruder was employing brute force to break in. And he was not present to sever the connection. Li Mi examined Jarvis's source code and browsed through its database before departing. Tony pondered who could surpass his creation, questioning if the genius was merely curious, having inspected Jarvis's source code, while the database left him feeling helpless. Li Mi, meanwhile, was analyzing Jarvis's source code and found much to admire about Tony's genius, recognizing numerous aspects worthy of his study. He also established that in the event of future similar incidents, the system would autonomously sever its network connection if unable to defend itself. Xiaobai-controlled miniature detection devices began probing for the space stone and Pym particles, collecting and analyzing data. Soon, they would embark on calculations and research, particularly regarding the space stone, which could almost infinitely extract spatial energy. However, it remained uncertain whether it was of the same nature as dark energy. The Pym particles were even more remarkable, representing a form of advanced technology in Li Mi's eyes. Fortunately, during the detection and analysis, they also gathered Dr. Hank Pym's research data, accelerating their study and providing theoretical support. As for the space stone, given that Li Mi and his team had already advanced their spatial technology to a level that even Ancient One praised, the data collected was comprehensible. However, some key data seemed to lack a specific formula, preventing them from constructing a mathematical model for verification. More detection and analytical data were required for reverse engineering. After all, it was not merely a matter of utilization, but necessitated foundational understanding, followed by validation to achieve conventional application. Similar to Ancient One, who could wield the time stone but could not articulate its underlying principles or the process of its creation. The distinction between science and magic lay here. One knows how to use it without understanding the foundational principles, while the other comprehensively researches before applying it. It is not a question of which path is superior. Rather, each possesses its unique advantages and disadvantages. Li Mi and his companions resumed their industrious endeavors. Xiaobai focused on assisting and observing Earth, aware that to engage with other stones, they must seize opportunities without necessarily resorting to theft. As events unfolded, Li Mi and his team looked forward to the developments, particularly curious about those self-proclaimed gods, eager to uncover the true nature of their bloodlines. Fortunately, being within a cinematic narrative provided some relief. Had they been embroiled in the comic storyline of the Marvel Universe, Li Mi might have opted for a hasty departure, given their lack of strength to ensure their safety, easily attracting the attention of formidable beings. A mere glance could yield unpredictable consequences. In the cinematic Marvel Universe, as long as one refrains from reckless behavior, opportunities for unexpected gains may arise. Of all the anticipated outcomes, Li Mi most eagerly awaited the research results of the Pym particles as they delved into the quantum realm and held significant implications for consciousness. Chapter 43. The time gem years have passed in the blink of an eye, especially for those engaged in experimental research. Following the analysis and data collection of the space gem, efforts have been continuously made to refine and summarize the findings, ultimately leading to the deduction of the infinite energy contained within the space gem. Despite several years of study, significant breakthroughs regarding the space gem have yet to materialize. Only the existing spatial technologies have been incrementally enhanced. The energy within the space gem differs fundamentally from dark energy, though they share a connection. Dark energy represents an elusive force permeating the cosmos, which cannot be directly observed and should not be conflated with spatial energy. While imprints can distort both space and time, it does not imply that gravity is a force of space and time. The space gem embodies pure spatial power, seemingly reflecting the essence of space itself, which is why it possesses boundless spatial energy. All data points toward the existence of space, indicating that the power of the space gem is limitless. It is imperative for Li Mi and her companions to decipher the true nature of space. With an important narrative event looming in just 2 weeks, and given that the space gem had not been previously involved, Li Mi and her team found themselves with time to spare, leaving the other 5 behind. Li Mi journeyed to Kamartaj, where even if she could not study the time gem, she could still engage in the study of magic. Some magical practices delve into dimensions, capturing her keen interest, as dimensional technology is closely linked to spatial technology, albeit with significant differences. For instance, if one possesses two-dimensional technology, one could create a two-dimensional foil, rendering the notion of engaging in battle like a warrior of the cold weapon era utterly absurd. It would be an affront to human intellect. Instead of employing primitive tactics, a gravity bomb could be followed by a spatial annihilator, and with two-dimensional technology, a two-dimensional foil could be used for dimensional strikes. Critics might express concerns that such tactics could obliterate the Earth, yet they could effectively keep adversaries at bay beyond the confines of the solar system. Upon Li Mi's arrival, the Ancient One was already aware, and no melodramatic incidents ensued. Li Mi expressed her desire to learn magic and collect magical data. The Ancient One was amenable to her gathering data, as long as the space gem was not mentioned, awaiting Li Mi's agreement to a condition. One concern was whether the condition could be fulfilled, while the other stemmed from a genuine reluctance to engage. After perusing numerous tomes on magic, memorizing what she could, Li Mi ultimately deployed hundreds of miniature detection devices to observe the spells cast by the sorcerers of Kamartaj and gather data. Although the Ancient One did not comprehend her methods, she recognized that Li Mi was collecting data on her magical practices, choosing not to inquire further, as it was a matter of their training, and such private observations could breach personal privacy. As Li Mi shared tea with the Ancient One, they watched a projection of Tony Stark's predicament, both captivated by the unfolding drama. Tony had been abducted by terrorists and was seeking ways to create the first iteration of the Iron Man suit. Observing the projection, the Ancient One remarked on the impressive nature of such technology and suggested a friendly duel. Li Mi declined, asserting her identity as a researcher rather than a sorcerer or warrior. She preferred to leave battles to others. The Ancient One regarded Li Mi thoughtfully, sensing that she was no ordinary individual. Although she could not fully grasp Li Mi's essence, she could sense the formidable energy within her. Li Mi chose not to elaborate, and the Ancient One did not pursue the topic further, allowing their attention to return to Tony's exploits. What consequences arise from alterations in the timeline? Li Mi suddenly inquired. Is it related to parallel worlds? Upon realizing something, her eyes widened in understanding. The Ancient One observed her epiphany, but refrained from further explanation. Recognizing that some insights are best gleaned through personal contemplation rather than external instruction, certain truths are often left unspoken. Li Mi, possessing a brilliant mind akin to that of a genius and equipped with computational capabilities surpassing that of a super-quantum computer, was already familiar with the story's trajectory. Understanding the implications of branching timelines came naturally to her. The essence of a world is finite. The emergence of a new timeline signifies the creation of a parallel world, leading to a dilution of the world's essence. The proliferation of parallel worlds weakens the original, unless the world is robust enough to spawn infinite parallel realities, subsequently unifying the timelines for evolution and ascension. How about this? Agree to one condition. with the caveat that it must be within your capability to fulfill. If not, consider it a non-issue. The Ancient One proposed once Tony had resolved his predicament and resumed his daily life. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mi nodded in agreement, recognizing that the condition was within her reach and not overly burdensome. Even if there were losses involved, she accepted it as a necessary exchange for potential gains, rejecting the notion of benefiting from the space gem without effort. The time gem, however, had an owner, while the space gem, though under the jurisdiction of SHIELD, was merely in temporary custody, rendering them incapable of utilizing its power and thus unable to claim ownership. Upon receiving Li Mi's affirmation, the Ancient One signaled that she could depart, assuring her that relevant conditions would be proposed when needed, and then handed the time gem to Li Mi. With the time gem secured, Li Mi and her team of 6 commenced an array of detection, analysis, and experimental research. They needed to gather sufficient data before the Ancient One concluded her involvement, hoping for fruitful results. For the remaining plot lines, Li Mi instructed Xiao Bai to remain vigilant. Any contact with other gems should prompt immediate data collection. If they could analyze all 6 gems and reverse engineer a mathematical model, the results could be astonishing. Armed with the experience gained from analyzing the space gem, the analysis of the time gem proved less complex, as their instruments remained unchanged and had yet to be upgraded. Other gems were also expected to arrive on Earth in due course. Li Mi eventually concluded that remaining on Earth was not a sustainable option. This world harbored numerous extraterrestrial civilizations, many of which possessed technologies far more advanced than those of Earth. The Ancient One was aware of Li Mi's departure from Earth, but did not invest much attention, merely glancing at them from distance. This journey beyond Earth primarily aimed to replenish energy and other resources, with energy being the foremost concern. A single interdimensional traversal necessitated substantial energy, as did interdimensional jumps. The battleship's spatial reserves were down to merely 2 stars. Additionally, they sought to observe how other civilizations harness energy, potentially upgrading their energy furnaces. The extraction of dark energy was insufficient, serving only as a backup, as excessive extraction could lead to spatial instability. Stars, being immense, could not be accommodated in substantial numbers within the confines of a single space. Just as they ventured beyond the solar system, they encountered Loki's alien forces, the intergalactic battalion under Thanos' command. Li Mi observed from a light year away before discreetly distancing herself from the squad. However, Xiao Bai managed to infiltrate the large mothership of the battalion. Yet technology acquisition proved limited, as intergalactic fleets seldom transported research advancements. Chapter 44. Evolutionary Transformation. Shortly after Li Mi departed from Earth, Loki arrived, and Xiao Bai sought various means to probe and analyze the Mind Stone in Loki's possession. Unfortunately, the time available for contact was limited, and the data collected was scant. It seemed they would have to await the emergence of Vision's storyline. The Mind Stone and the Soul Stone were the 2 gems that Li Mi yearned to acquire for research, as they pertained to the human mind and soul, offering immense assistance to Li Mi's studies on consciousness. Boss, the exploration devices deployed beyond the Milky Way upon our arrival in this world have returned sufficient data. Calculations reveal that this realm constitutes a complete world, with galaxies abundant as grains of sand. The number of large galaxies akin to the Milky Way is unfathomable. The observable universe spans approximately 16.2 billion light-years, with a radius of around 691 light-years. 5 million exploration devices were randomly teleported beyond the observable range, indicating that the cosmos is far grander than previously imagined. Upon inquiring with Xiao Bai about the environment beyond the observable universe, projections from the exploration devices depicted numerous galaxies, albeit with greater distances between them. The voids between galaxies remained eerily silent. The boundaries of the universe eluded discovery, rendering its size indeterminate. Thus, estimations could only be derived from galaxy data. This suggests that the scale of this world is exponentially greater, thousands, if not millions, of times larger than the world Li Mi had departed from. The confirmed observable universe, devoid of illusory projections, spans a diameter exceeding 400 light-years. dwarfing the Milky Way by an immeasurable margin. Excluding the different dimensional spaces occupied by dimensional deities and the alternate realms of the world tree. The sheer magnitude compelled Li Mi to exercise utmost caution. Xiao Bai infiltrated the warship Loki had brought to Earth, although no technological advancements were gleaned. The acquisition of stellar coordinates was invaluable, eliminating the need for aimless searching. Any civilization unscathed by Thanos was one that he could not easily annihilate. Li Mi refrained from venturing personally, instead delegating a considerable number of exploration devices to Xiao Bai, hoping to gather technological insights from these civilizations. The civilizations that survived Thanos' onslaught were undoubtedly formidable, whether through divine-level beings or equally advanced technology, compelling Thanos to seek alternative methods for gathering the 6 gems to obliterate half of all life in the universe. As for Li Mi's own technology, it had veered slightly off course, focusing predominantly on spatial technology, while other areas lagged behind. In a Marvel universe, they could barely ensure their own survival, provided they did not provoke the might of powerful civilizations. Xiao Bai maintained the deployment of exploration devices to seek out a galaxy devoid of civilization for resource extraction, and devote all resources to constructing the next-generation energy furnace. The particle collider's construction must accelerate. This time, we require experiments spanning 2 light-years in particle collisions. Understood, boss. With the stellar coordinates in hand, Xiao Bai quickly identified a galaxy only half the size of the Milky Way. This galaxy resembled a miniature battlefield, its resources untouched, with only a fraction of its stars extinguished, hence the absence of any civilization. After executing ultra-long-distance spatial transmissions, they reached the galaxy's periphery in just 2 jumps. Numerous nanomining machines were deployed across various planets to extract resources, and several suitably sized stars were collected into the warship's hold. Construction of the particle collider commenced a light-year away from the galaxy, designed for 2 light-years of particle collisions. The collider's construction proceeded smoothly, while calculations and simulations for the technology were conducted. Given the vast distance, the collider required precise calibration, necessitating precision beyond that of so-called nanolithography machines. Xiao Bai undertook the majority of the tasks, while Li Mi and his companions embarked on a new series of scientific experiments, analyzing data from a space stone, time stone, and mind stone. The 6 of them collaborated, discussing, experimenting, and constructing mathematical models to reverse engineer the capabilities of the gems. Simultaneously, data on magical practices collected by Kamartaj and records of spells began to be computed. The workload was substantial and the challenges immense. They entered a state of seclusion, delegating resource extraction and data exploration tasks to Xiao Bai. While other research yielded little in the short term, the data from the Mind Stone, once integrated into Li Mi's consciousness sphere, underwent a qualitative transformation. The sphere glowed ever more brightly, enhancing his intellect, with computational power now rivaling that of the extensive quantum computer arrays aboard the warship. This also elucidated the nature of his consciousness sphere, revealing it to be a collective manifestation of his acquired consciousness. Through the data of the Mind Stone, he discerned how to unlock his subconscious, merging it with his acquired consciousness. This fusion birthed an existence akin to the legendary true spirit of cultivation. Though merely a nascent form, it still lacked the comprehensive understanding and integration of the soul. As their research deepened, especially regarding PIM particles, advancements in quantum technology approached the level of spatial technology. Quantum mechanics also touched upon consciousness, rendering Li Mi's nascent true spirit increasingly pure. He could now operate the quantum computer independently, without requiring a connection to Xiao Bai's consciousness. Should he desire, he could even venture into the quantum realm alone. His physical enhancements grew more pronounced. The nascent true spirit influenced his body, allowing rapid absorption of any energy whose principles he comprehended. The direction of his fortification evolved alongside Li Mi's expanding knowledge. Control over his own being had reached an atomic level. This was the fruit of his endeavors since arriving in the Marvel Universe. If his previous world had been the inception of gene editing technology, He had now transcended into the realm of second-generation evolution. His body brimmed with energy, with space being generated and annihilated at the atomic level, creating an unceasing flow of energy. With this energy, he perpetually activated a unique force field, capable of cloaking his presence from observation, thus preventing detection by other civilizations, while simultaneously bolstering his defenses. Without this specialized force field, he would not dare to claim he could withstand the proximity of star for long. Li Mi's transformations accelerated the pace of research. The reverse engineering of gem data refined the force field, which they henceforth dubbed the cosmic force field. This force field appeared to correlate with a unified grand theory, and its refinement might lead to a unifying force field. After all, in the pursuit of a unified grand theory, no one dared assert that only 4 fundamental forces existed. Perhaps other forces remained undiscovered. With this technological breakthrough, Li Mi felt it was time to offer the other 5 individuals an opportunity for evolutionary enhancement. Post-upgrade, their cognitive capacities would expand, benefiting their research endeavors without detriment. As for the character of the 5, Li Mi had conducted trials, simulations, and observations before allowing their inclusion. Absent life-and-death stakes, he deemed them trustworthy. However, when personal survival was at stake, he would impose conditional controls, aware that discord could arise. Li Mi reasoned that in matters of personal survival, any decision made was justifiable. It was not necessary to exert control over others. Chapter 45. Ancient One offline. Huang Yinghua and her companions underwent a significant evolutionary upgrade. Subsequent research accelerated, particularly in the realm of antimatter, which became applicable as a power source. This, combined with spatial forces, iteratively evolved into a new generation of capability furnace. Li Mi and her fleet no longer worried about energy shortages. They possessed abundant power. Micro-level research advanced to the atomic scale, enabling the creation of materials, provided all relevant data was available. Without data, creation was impossible. In terms of magic, they had developed a molecular-sized engine that could be externally attached to their bodies, allowing anyone to cast spells. Li Mi, however, did not require this external engine. By grasping the underlying principles, she could harness external forces with her innate abilities, rendering it not much different from traditional magic. Combining dimensional magic with spatial technology, the internal space of their battleship expanded once more, now encompassing the size of 100 solar systems, housing thousands of stars and countless resources. The genes within Li Mi's body and the atoms within her cells began to undergo a gradual dimensional transformation. She was oblivious to her own newfound strength, only aware that facing the Ancient One no longer evoked feelings of threat. Instead, she felt capable of overpowering him, unsure if this was a mere illusion or a genuine sensation. Only a face-to-face encounter could confirm the truth. "Boss, the Ancient One is looking for you." Xiaobai interrupted Li Mi's research. Frowning, Li Mi paused her experiments. "You all continue your research. I shall visit Earth. By the way, Xiaobai, how far has Earth progressed?" "The Ancient One should be preparing to go offline. The Reality Stone is set to appear on Earth," Xiaobai replied. Nodding, Li Mi left the battleship and utilized its equipment to teleport to the solar system. She cast a glance at the sun and with a single step arrived at Kamartaj. Upon seeing Li Mi, the Ancient One's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your power has increased remarkably. It seems your research on the stones has yielded significant progress." "Thanks to the sorcerer's guidance," Li Mi acknowledged, then inquired, "Are you planning to go offline? What are your conditions? Take me away." The Ancient One replied, after a moment of contemplation. Li Mi was taken aback. No matter what conditions the Ancient One might propose, she had not anticipated this. "May I ask why? You are pure of heart. Had I not known you came from beyond this world, I might have chosen to rest and retire, following the timeline's course. But now that I am aware, why not venture beyond this world and explore?" The Ancient One responded, posing a rhetorical question. Li Mi began to grasp the Ancient One's perspective. Considering the Ancient One's character, he indeed could serve as a worthy companion. "Very well. Once you go offline, I will restore your body, sever your ties with Dormammu, and erase his dark influence," she affirmed, nodding. Though the Ancient One was a powerful sorcerer, his composure and insight were exceptional. Li Mi remained in camouflage, while the other sorcerers remained unaware of her presence. Observing their performances, she awaited the Ancient One's offline moment. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She promptly contacted Xiaobai, requesting the creation of a dimensional weapon capable of obliterating an entire dimension. While it seemed a feasible condition, the consequences were far from simple, explaining why the Ancient One had set such a criteria. Li Mi realized she was still too young, having distanced herself from society for too long and failing to consider all aspects thoroughly. By the way, Ancient One, what level of power do you perceive I possess? After all, I've been engrossed in research without practical combat experience, leaving me somewhat unaware of my own capabilities, Li Mi inquired while sipping her tea. The Ancient One regarded her thoughtfully, shaking his head. I cannot say for certain. You have yet to engage in combat. However, sensing the power within you, I would estimate it approaches a celestial level. Yet, as you tread the path of technology, it cannot be quantified solely by raw strength. Upon hearing this, Li Mi comprehended that her internal power was indeed akin to a quasi-celestial level, as the Ancient One suggested. Her strength merely served as a lever to manipulate external forces. The extent of her power relied heavily on her existing knowledge. The second-generation Supreme Sorcerer, Dr. Strange, was set to go online as the Ancient One prepared to go offline. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mi aimed to rescue the Ancient One's corporeal form, her curiosity piqued by the sight of his soul. She nearly succumbed to the temptation to study him. An unexpected turn of events occurred when the connection between the Ancient One and Dormammu was severed, and Dormammu detected Li Mi's presence. Fortunately, she swiftly shielded herself from Dormammu's perception, but the situation with the Vishanti was far more dire. A terrifying gaze fell upon her. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming pressure. The true spirit's embryonic form whirred into action, calculating furiously. Li Mi discovered that while the world's force field could obscure many forms of detection, it could not sever the ties of causality. She had no prior research on this aspect. The causal link between the Ancient One and the Vishanti was profound. Their gaze was cast through the lens of causality. Dormammu was similar, though not as formidable as the Vishanti, yet he too managed to perceive Li Mi's existence. Damn it, I knew these demonic entities were not simple. There are numerous forces I have yet to study, and I had never contemplated the nature of causality, let alone researched it, Li Mi cursed inwardly. She realized that extricating the Ancient One would not be a simple task. Gazing at the Ancient One's soul, she remarked, "Ancient One, you nearly cost me my life." The Ancient One merely smiled enigmatically. The attention on the Ancient One going offline extended beyond Dormammu and the Vishanti. Other powerful entities were also covertly observing. However, due to the shallow causal connections, Li Mi's world force field shielded her from their awareness. Odin from Asgard was among those monitoring the Ancient One's departure, as was Thanos, who awaited the Ancient One's offline moment to seize the Time Stone. With so many powerful beings focused on her, Li Mi felt a tingle of apprehension. The Ancient One's conditions were indeed daunting. Now, merely ensuring a smooth transition to offline status. She pondered what unforeseen events might unfold when the Ancient One departed this world alongside them. The Ancient One was placed in a healing chamber by Xiaobai, undergoing restoration while simultaneously upgrading. He was no fool, merely wishing to conduct research diligently. While possessing the strength to assert dominance, there was no need to concern himself with it. However, if the situation demanded, he was not averse to action. In the event of conflict, he would not engage in close combat, but would utilize long-range strikes, deploying various weapons. Even Dormammu would falter. Yet engaging with a being as formidable as the Vishanti could lead to unpredictable consequences. Chapter 46. The bottleneck of computational power. The Ancient One has been restored. Li Mi, along with 5 others, commenced their formal meeting with her, embarking on a journey as companions or perhaps allies. After a round of reintroductions, Kai Winbaugh, feeling at ease among his newfound comrades, posed a direct inquiry. Ancient One, as the Supreme Sorcerer, when you observed the timeline through the Time Stone, did you not perceive numerous possibilities? If so, why do we still speak of a sacred timeline? Zhou Hongwu nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, This presents a perplexing conundrum. Typically, the future is shrouded in uncertainty. Observation tends to yield a definitive result, akin to quantum mechanics, where observation collapses possibilities into a singular outcome. Limi, grappling with the scientific implications, expressed from a scientific perspective, the timeline is imperceptible. The abstract concept of time manifests into an objective form, with timelines differing across realms. Within the purely material universe, the light cone represents fate. However, as civilization advances, it seems we can transcend the constraints of time and space, even rebooting the universe itself. Moreover, the mythical logic weapons, dimensional weapons, and causal weapons appear more formidable than the demigods of conventional worlds. Observing the inquisitive expressions of the six individuals, the Ancient One side, regardless of the world, its developmental trajectory is determined at its inception. The emergence of the six infinity stones and the existence of various deities have already established the timelines. Why this is so remains a mystery to me. Limi pondered momentarily before asking, Ancient One, as researchers, what direction do you intend to pursue next? Will it be the continued study of magic? The group found this line of questioning reasonable. At their level of scientific development, advancing further would not be a straightforward endeavor. Xiao Bai prioritized the exploration of magic, wizards, and other fantastical elements. We may soon find ourselves in realms of pure fantasy, necessitating a wealth of information to construct an objective theory and establish a corresponding database. Limi commanded. The others brightened at the prospect. With theoretical support, many seemingly inexplicable phenomena could be analyzed and understood, moving beyond mere speculation and into a realm of comprehension regarding the principles behind their magical practices. The Ancient One closed her eyes, resting to acclimatize to her bodily transformations. Freed from the encroachment of dark forces, she now possessed immense power, making the casting of spells smoother, with some spells gaining potency while others were diminished. A new top priority task was established: to gather data from the realm of fantasy and construct a database. The magical data was relatively comprehensive, and they began calculations to simulate and create a mathematical model of magic. With substantial computational power, they rapidly developed a preliminary version of this model within mere minutes. They employed exhaustive methods to compare the magical mathematical model with existing mathematical frameworks, identifying relevant data to be cataloged in their database. The comparisons indicated that they would complete this task in approximately 1 hour. Upon completion, they would proceed to the next step, calculating the fusion of space, magic, and dimensions, utilizing their existing energy resources as parameters to construct new spatial technologies. After giving the directive, Limi engaged in casual conversation with the others, anticipating the results, hoping to establish a new dimensional space within their battleship. An hour passed, and Xiao Bai's voice interrupted the silence. Insufficient conditions. The calculated spatial technology has flaws. The established dimensional space is merely an adjunct to the world and cannot exist independently. Kai Wenba interjected, incorporate the world's force field, cross-dimensional spatial technology, and world positioning coordinates into the recalculation. Agreed. We shall recalculate. The task is expected to take 1 month, 5 days, and 11 hours to complete, came the response. Huang Yinghua, scrutinizing the computational data, could not contain herself. Boss, we are facing another shortfall in computational power. The full operation of the space stone's calculations would take decades. And now, with the spatial technology upgrade, the data we have is substantial, yet it will still take an eternity. Limi nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Kai Wenba. Kai, as a mathematician, it is time to upgrade the computational algorithms. Songhua, with such a wealth of technology and Xiao Bai support, our computer applications must also evolve. The others expressed their agreement with nods. Limi then addressed the group. You must all contribute, especially you, Yinghua. Regardless, your intelligence is impressive. You grasp concepts swiftly. Very well, I shall oversee the algorithms, Dr. Kai Wenba acquiesced. As they encountered diverse worlds, the complexity and variety of knowledge demanded ever-increasing computational power. The Ancient One observed the 6 individuals led by Limi, recognizing their genuine nature as researchers, devoid of convoluted motives, a rarity she had seldom encountered. Tony Stark, despite his remarkable intellect, was not as pure in intent, often ensnared by numerous events. Thus, he pursued whatever research he deemed necessary, developing technology based on personal need, lacking a cohesive scientific foundation within a civilized system. The group dispersed to fulfill their respective tasks. Limi focused on the construction of the particle collider, a pivotal element in the advancement of foundational scientific theories, especially with the introduction of the world's force field. The collider required protection from such forces to shield it from external interference. The Ancient One approached Limi. "Shall I refer to you as boss? Stephen Strange has begun to confront Dormammu. Should we consider capturing Dormammu for study?" Having reviewed numerous technological advancements from Limi, she realized that their current weaponry could easily overpower Dormammu, feeling fortunate that she had refrained from direct confrontation earlier. However, the Ancient One was unaware that these weapons had only recently been upgraded, made possible by the data gleaned from the Space Stone, Time Stone, and Mind Stone. Although some critical data remained undecoded, certain technologies could be directly applied, much like how the Ancient One utilized the Time Stone's powers through magic. As for the Mind Stone, despite not being fully understood, it had enabled Limi to condense a nascent form of true spirit, proving formidable in terms of consciousness suppression and mental assault, even overpowering beings of Odin's caliber. Capturing Dormammu is feasible, yet it would be impossible to do so without alerting those in the know, rendering it unnecessary, Limi replied, shaking his head. Those power players are far more cunning. Many are merely baits set by them, waiting to see who takes the hook. The Ancient One furrowed her brow. Perplexed, are you genuinely concerned about their potential emergence? After watching the films and comics, the Ancient One's expression shifted frequently, culminating in a sigh. So many cunning players? It is not surprising that everyone desires to be the puppeteer, yet much of what unfolds is their bait, fearing no one will take the bait. Moreover, no one knows if in this world, these figures are merely avatars of their true selves. The comic book version of these power players is truly terrifying. Limi also sighed, wishing to sweep through and claim all 6 stones, Asgard, and the dwarves' artifact crafting abilities. Would it not be splendid to acquire the technologies and theories of both science and magic for various civilizations across the cosmos? Yet, such feats were unattainable. Chapter 47. Dormammu acts mirroring the original narrative. Doctor Strange confronted Dormammu, employing the Time Stone to create a temporal loop, compelling the Dark Dimension's master to retreat. Limi, curious whether strange time magic affected only Dormammu's dimension or the entire cosmos, synchronized numerous probes across the universe, including those recently deployed within Dormammu's realm. Surprisingly, the temporal loop was confined to Earth. The solar system's other planets and outer space remained unaffected. Extensive data from previous Time Stone research, coupled with insights from Strange's temporal manipulation, yielded a significant breakthrough. By constructing a mathematical model and integrating it into the world force field, they could withstand some of the Time Stone's power, mitigating its temporal influence. While manipulating time remained technically infeasible, this represented progress. Given their lack of fundamental understanding, acquiring the Time Stone might enable temporal manipulation within their world. Doctor Strange repelled Dormammu, using the Time Stone to revert the damage inflicted upon Earth. Limi lamented the stone's simplistic application, deeming it a bug. He mused that the Time Stone, like the other Infinity Stones, offered an unfair advantage. With its ability to revert to a pre-battle state, it essentially granted invincibility, allowing one to outlast any foe. The time reversal magic also offered unparalleled experimental opportunities. Witnessing the scene and the data projections, the Ancient One, perplexed, remarked that the stones, when wielded skillfully, were beneficial but likely diminished in other realms. Limi concurred, acknowledging that even slight variations in temporal parameters could render the stones mere decorative objects. The Ancient One, always eager to learn, embraced the opportunity to study. Unconcerned about her lifespan, she could dedicate decades or centuries to mastering the fundamentals, enabling her to comprehend research data and directions, even without conducting the research herself. Dormammu, driven back by Doctor Strange, suddenly turned his gaze towards Li Mi and his team. Li Mi promptly deactivated the probes, ceasing his observation. He recognized that these dimensional deities possessed hidden reserves of power and could detect such surveillance. "Can you sense such probes, Ancient One?" Li Mi inquired. The Ancient One nodded, explaining that it was a form of perception akin to sensing someone's gaze. Dimensional beings possessed heightened sensitivity. Li Mi sighed, understanding the explanation but not the underlying principle. It seemed less like causality and more like a biological instinct, potentially linked to the soul, mind, or consciousness. This area of study required his personal investigation. Suddenly, a formidable spatial force assailed Li Mi, revealing Dormammu's discovery. Despite the world force field protection within the warship, Dormammu's power penetrated. Instinctively, Li Mi activated dark energy to suppress the space, unleashing a surge of internal power. A spatial sphere encapsulated and disintegrated the encroaching force through layered spatial manipulation. The Ancient One's expression hardened. Dormammu, as the master of darkness, could extend tendrils wherever darkness existed. Upon learning that Dormammu's perception stemmed from the power of darkness in addition to biological instinct, Li Mi retaliated. By initiate full spatial suppression, deploy large-scale gravitational and spatial bombs into Dormammu's dark dimension. He also ordered the deployment of over 1,000 antimatter annihilation bombs and a particle stream accelerated to 80 of light speed towards Dormammu's dimension. Utilizing extensive data, Li Mi generated a stream of invalid, cyclical data to overwhelm Dormammu's consciousness like a virus. Within a spatial stratum, Dormammu's dark dimension suffered a cataclysmic assault. The gravitational bombs triggered a dimensional collapse, drawing matter, space, and energy towards a single point, potentially forming a black hole. The spatial bombs fractured the dimension, creating spatial rifts. Dormammu, caught off guard, was bombarded by chaotic and twisted consciousness streams. Li Mi suspended other research, warping the warship into the dark dimension and unleashing spatial cleaving forces, each spanning a light year, to bisect the dimension. By expedite the construction of a containment vessel. Even if we can't destroy Dormammu, we must seize half of this invaluable specimen. His sudden actions startled the others, who halted their experiments. Having anticipated a counterattack, Li Mi prevented dark energy from breaching their defenses by deploying a labyrinthine spatial field to disperse and dismantle it. Dark energy further suppressed the entire dimension. With limited power, 35 of his usual capacity, due to the antimatter annihilation, Dormammu only managed a single retaliatory strike before his dimension was nearly annihilated. Spatial severing divided the dimension into 16 segments. Chapter 48. The Harvest. Dormammu was utterly bewildered. Previously, the Ancient One severed the connection to dark energy, which allowed him to sense the existence of a certain individual. When he confronted the second generation of supreme sorcerers, he perceived the scrutiny from his adversary. Initially, he intended to retaliate to express his displeasure, but he never anticipated such a devastating counterattack. Li Mi, oblivious to the impertinence of his actions and indifferent to Dormammu's thoughts, was focused solely on locating Dormammu's true form. Ancient One, how can we find Dormammu's true body? Li Mi inquired. A spark of inspiration illuminated his mind as he gathered the dimensional fragments that appeared after the severing, implementing numerous suppressive and protective measures. He successfully collected 8 solar-sized dimensional shards and left behind a large antimatter annihilation bomb before piloting his warship away. No sooner had the warship departed than the antimatter bomb detonated, unleashing a force that obliterated all existence within a radius roughly equivalent to a solar system. The entire process transpired in less than a minute. Dormammu survived, yet he was severely wounded, with less than 40 of his dimensional space remaining. Fearing further retribution, he fled in a frenzy, completely concealing himself. He had suffered a grave injury. The Ancient One was perplexed as to why Dormammu had not been captured in full. Li Mi shook his head, explaining that these dark gods possessed life-saving trump cards and that engaging them for too long would attract unwanted attention. In just that minute, they had likely drawn the gaze of numerous powerful beings. Upon returning to their original star system, Li Mi began to organize and activate the detection equipment for the cosmos. Earth and other locations, conducting scans wherever detection devices were present to gather information regarding the aftermath of the incident. The bounty was indeed substantial. Dr. Zhao Tian had already rushed to the container collecting Dormammu's shards, unable to contain his astonishment. Indeed, as Li Mi had surmised, Dormammu had sustained grave injuries due to an encounter with an unknown civilization, which had drawn the attention of Odin from the divine realm of Agaster. The collector Tanya Duan was one of the universe's elders. Despite his apparent lack of involvement in conflict, underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. Odin was aware only that Dormammu had been attacked and severely wounded. Doctor Strange remained oblivious, having just ascended to the rank of Supreme Sorcerer, his power not yet fully realized, and the events unfolding beyond Earth were beyond his awareness. At this moment, Dormammu lay hidden, consumed by rage, desperate to recover. Although he did not know how long that would take, he had been gravely injured. His true form had nearly been shattered, losing approximately 20 of his mass to slicing, while another 35 had been annihilated, leaving his remaining form in a state of ruin. It was a situation that left him in despair, regretting his impulsive attack on the hidden mark left by the Ancient One when severing the dark energy. Dormammu attempted to sense the dimensional fragments that had been collected by that individual, but found himself unable to do so. The mark he had left behind had vanished. In the aftermath of his fury, he could only remain still, knowing that even if he found them, he would likely be unable to overpower them, risking capture of what little remained of his essence. Thanos began to investigate recent appearances of new civilizations capable of striking against Dormammu. For the outcome indicated that within a mere minute, Dormammu had been severely injured, something he himself could not achieve. This sudden emergence of a new civilization could potentially disrupt his plans. Other civilizations might have been too distant or the time frame too brief to notice the events unfolding. Li Mi, in a rare collaboration with the Ancient One, commenced experiments, taking advantage of her familiarity with Dormammu while he reviewed the detection data. Posing inquiries in the simplest terms, they decided to postpone dissection. The dimensional shards of Dormammu were substantial, and he could not manage the workload alone. Moreover, with the advancement of quantum computers, the increase in computational power would significantly benefit their research. For now, they were merely conducting basic scans. The upgrade of quantum computers was not inherently simple, but with the research data from Dr. Pym and the Pym particles, the process had become considerably easier. However, optimizing the algorithms remained a complex task. The miniaturization of quantum computers had reached new heights. They had now mastered the technology to produce Pym particles, allowing them to scale quantum computers down to atomic sizes, even embedding them within quantum fields of matter. Humans could shrink to traverse quantum realms, reaching parallel worlds, and naturally, objects could be miniaturized to reside within quantum spaces. Pym's research had propelled advancements in quantum field technology, rendering hardware upgrades no longer an issue, with only algorithms remaining as a challenge. As they conducted experiments, the Avengers on Earth were progressing, with new gemstones continuously surfacing. With the Reality Stone's research nearing completion, they would surely have a never-ending supply of resources. The Soul Stone, however, posed a dilemma. Li Mi had yet to find an opportunity to act, opting instead for covert observation and analysis, while prospects for the Power Stone still remained. Little White had located Odin in Agaster and was devising methods to discreetly deploy detection and analysis equipment. Vibranium had also been discovered on Earth, and several tons had been covertly extracted for experimentation. The task was not difficult. It merely required time without alarming others. Aside from the Soul Stone, they had already begun collecting and analyzing data on the Power Stone and Reality Stone. As data from different gemstones was integrated, they seemed closer to achieving results. By reverse engineering the distinct data into mathematical formulas, they sought commonalities, making progress in deciphering the incomprehensible data. The 6 Infinity Stones, with the Soul Stone guarded by the Red Skull, had been located, but the means of acquiring it remained elusive. Thanos had sacrificed his adopted daughter to obtain the Soul Stone. Black Widow had perished, and Hawkeye had also acquired it. Was it feasible to confront the Red Skull, or compel him to relinquish the Soul Stone? Currently, They were uncertain if the Red Skull held the key or if it truly required the life of a loved one to obtain it. Li Mi pondered whether to wait until Thanos acquired the stone, borrowing it for a few days before returning it, as opportunities seemed scarce. Chapter 49. The gem trade. The 6 Infinity Stones, particularly the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone, are of utmost significance to Li Mi. The true spirit incarnation forms his foundation and is the key to further advancement. Since his rebirth, every accomplishment has been the result of his own efforts. However, diligence does not always yield results. Intellect is equally vital. Scientific research is not merely a matter of hard work. It necessitates a robust theoretical framework, ample research data, and an exceptional capacity for learning and comprehension, often referred to as insight. As for computational power, it is not lacking. The true spirit incarnation inherently possesses formidable computing capabilities. With the analytical data from a Mind Stone already in hand, only the data from the Soul Stone remains elusive. Li Mi sought out Thanos, not in person, but through a quantum projection. "Are you the one who defeated Dormammu?" Upon Li Mi's appearance, Thanos comprehended the situation. Li Mi nodded, proposing a trade. "A trade for what?" Thanos inquired, his demeanor icy. "You are even more formidable than Tony. You have begun to unravel the essence of the stones." Thanos mused, recognizing Li Mi's intentions from his proposal. "At the very least, we can negotiate, can we not? What do you have to offer?" Thanos asked coldly, ready to eliminate the intruder had he not been merely a projection. Li Mi disregarded Thanos's menacing aura, although uncertain of why this individual suddenly harbored ill will against him. The prospect of a trade overshadowed all else. "I can inform you of the locations of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone." After a moment of contemplation, Thanos nodded in agreement. "You may proceed. If this information proves beneficial, the trade will be completed. The Space Stone is with SHIELD on Earth, and the Mind Stone resides within Loki's scepter," Li Mi stated. Thanos shook his head. "I'm already aware of these details. It is merely a matter of timing for retrieval. If this is all you have to offer, the trade cannot be fulfilled." Li Mi pondered briefly before replying. "State your conditions. Assist me in obtaining one of the stones, and I shall seek you out when the time comes." Thanos was aware of the general whereabouts of the stones, but found them difficult to acquire. "I shall find you then." Li Mi's projection faded away. Upon reflection, the only stone readily obtainable now was the Reality Stone. Whether this would impact the timeline was of little consequence. After his encounter with Dormammu, he felt equipped for self-preservation. Given his analysis of the Reality Stone and the data at his disposal, he managed to acquire it using spatial technology without alerting anyone else. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for Thanos to obtain the Soul Stone. Ancient One observed the Reality Stone in silence. Li Mi had exploited a loophole, causing negligible alteration to the timeline. Ultimately, Thanos did acquire all 6 Infinity Stones. She continued her studies, appearing relaxed and embodying the essence of a retired elder. Her learning was merely a pastime, truly enjoying her retirement. She awaited the moment to accompany Li Mi out of this world. Rather than idly waiting, Li Mi continued to delve into the data regarding the Infinity Stones, seeking comprehensive understanding and mastery of the technology. Time was of the essence. When Thanos snapped his fingers, half of the universe's life would perish, and no one would know whose lives were extinguished. The 6 individuals from other worlds might also be on the annihilation list, including Ancient One herself. Hence, Li Mi needed to develop a device capable of counteracting the annihilation power of the 6 Infinity Stones, merely to resist, without directly confronting their explosive might. When Thanos acquired the Soul Stone, Kai Winbaugh and the others upgraded their quantum computers with a single unit the size of the moon. Together, they formed a computational cluster of 1,500 machines. Utilizing PIM particle quantum technology, the moon-sized quantum computer was reduced to the size of a sesame seed after shielding its gravitational force, strung together to create a bracelet. Li Mi exchanged the Reality Stone with Thanos, aware that only 6 months remained. At one point, Thanos considered reneging, but ultimately refrained, uncertain of the consequences. He envisioned himself with all 6 infinity stones, snapping his fingers while Li Mi would merely be on the elimination list. Li Mi contemplated that by analyzing all 6 infinity stones, even if he could not counter their power, he could still escape, though regrettably, numerous experiments remained unconducted. The particle collider was only halfway constructed, still lacking a light year in length. The device was ready, yet the precision demanded for assembly was exorbitantly high. Each step required meticulous care, resulting in a slow construction pace. The speed of the automated production line was beyond the imagination of Earth's civilization. 10 lines could produce a device of astronomical unit length in a single day. With 100 or 1,000 lines operating simultaneously, the sheer velocity was terrifying, with precision fully meeting the requirements. Additionally, the presence of chaotic magic had yet to manifest, and other civilizations in the cosmos had only begun to explore a handful. How many remained hidden was unknown to him. Each of these civilizations possessed unique advantages, with foundational theories far surpassing those of Earth, thereby enriching Li Mi's technological foundation. The distinctive technologies from each civilization also dazzled the observers, effectively compensating for the previously unbalanced rapid development of technology. Xiao Bai's computational power utilization hovered around 95, alleviated only after the quantum computer underwent upgrades. The calculations pertaining to the data of the Infinity Stones demanded immense computational resources. The technology for superliminal travel had reached the limits of this world, achieving speeds of 500 times the speed of light. Increasing power would yield no further enhancement. It was the ceiling of the world. In 6 months, Li Mi and his companions analyzed the Power Stone and the Soul Stone, gathering sufficient data before returning the stones to Thanos, initiating his plan for annihilation. Witnessing Thanos' actions, Li Mi and his team accelerated their research, fully engaging their computational resources. They needed to construct a mathematical model for the 6 Infinity Stones and establish a power capable of resisting their explosive force. Otherwise, they would need to hastily depart from this world. From Thanos' demeanor towards Li Mi, it was evident that when the snap occurred, Li Mi would undoubtedly be on the elimination list. In truth, Li Mi found it perplexing. Thanos' intentions were surely known to others, especially the Eternals. Yet none emerged to thwart him. Even the ancient cosmic entities, present since the dawn of the universe, did not intervene. Were they immune to the power of the Infinity Stones? Chapter 50. The sublimation of the true spirit prototype Thanos, as a member of the Eternals, possesses immense strength and technology that far surpasses anything on Earth. Witnessing his civilization's destruction due to technological advancement, he resolves to eradicate half of all life in the universe. He is not ignorant. He understands that within a few centuries, the numbers will inevitably return to their original state. The pretext of conserving cosmic resources appears increasingly simplistic upon reflection. While Thanos seeks out other Infinity Stones, Li Mi endeavors to discover a power capable of countering the erasure inflicted by the Infinity Stones. Thanos' speed surpasses that of Li Mi, compelling him to leave preemptively to ensure his survival. Conversely, Li Mi's rapid technological research is driven by a desire to observe Thanos' fate, whether he meets his demise or not. On Earth, the Avengers are already aware of Thanos' impending arrival and are prepared for combat at any moment. Tony remains troubled by the individual who invaded Jarvis. Despite Earth's dire circumstances, this intruder has yet to reveal themselves. He suspects that this individual possesses knowledge and technology comparable to his own, and if they hail from Earth, they should unite against the extraterrestrial threat. Li Mi, aware of Tony's navet, finds amusement in his assumptions. Such notions of with great power comes great responsibility are rooted in Western ideals, predicated on the expectation of selflessness before demanding similar from others. Had Tony not insisted on Jarvis's global search, he might never have realized the intruder's intentions. Xiao Bai, disregard this matter. Although Jarvis is competent, with the computational power Tony currently possesses, he can easily overpower it. There is no need to inform me of such trivialities in the future. We are pressed for time and must expedite our simulations. Having obtained the analytical data of 6 Infinity Stones, Li Mi focuses on utilizing computational power to reconstruct a mathematical model of the Infinity Stones for validation. This new model does not require the combined power of all 6 Infinity Stones. It merely needs to counteract the erasure force. Once this hurdle is overcome, further exploration into other domains will commence. As the Avengers engage in fierce battles, Li Mi has successfully constructed the new mathematical model and is in the process of validation. He concentrates on the model, disregarding the validation results, while his mind swiftly uploads the model's data into the true spirit prototype. In a fleeting moment, his consciousness empties, then expands infinitely. As his thoughts turn, a resplendent and unparalleled radiance emerges from the depths of the true spirit prototype. A sacred timeline illuminates his consciousness, revealing an immense world beyond comprehension. The realm he inhabits is but an inconspicuous speck on this colossal entity. The worlds are spherical orbs of light, with numerous other worlds of similar caliber surrounding Li Mi's own. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, the colossal world drifts within the boundless chaos of the void. The sacred timeline of Li Mi's world is merely a slender offshoot of this gigantic world. When the battleship initially jumped to this proximity, it did not fail to observe this realm. Rather, Li Mi and his contemporaries lacked the technological means to perceive it. If prior to sublimation, Li Mi's self-awareness was akin to the size of a sun, following this transformation, the true spirit prototype has diminished to the scale of a planet. Its brilliance comprises countless pieces of information. Under the radiant glow of the true spirit prototype, his body instinctively adjusts and evolves. The atoms within his cells, even the electrons, begin to embody information. His will governs all information, and with each rotation of the true spirit prototype, he can compute innumerable data, achieving a state of unity. The essence of the 6 Infinity Stones is rapidly being deciphered, and he is filled with a power that is a blend of their might. The sublimation occurs in an instant. Upon opening his eyes, only a brief moment has passed, yet others are still engaged in the validation of the new mathematical model. Upon reviewing the model again, its mysteries have dissipated. Moreover, he perceives an immeasurable expanse of information enveloping the world around him. The external spatial apparatus has vanished, and the devices, resources, and energy furnaces within that space have been instinctively absorbed into Li Mi's essence. Ancient One, sensitive as ever, inquires, "Have you perhaps broken through?" Li Mi glances at her and nods, yet within Ancient One's perception, this brief exchange reveals everything. There are no secrets left. She involuntarily shudders, a reflex of her body. Ancient One, it seems escaping may not be so simple. I foresee a great battle upon departure, Li Mi remarks with a wry smile. Although his strength has indeed increased with the sublimation of the true spirit prototype, he has yet to fully condense the true essence of the spirit, leaving him feeling minuscule in the face of the vast universe. What did you see? Ancient One queries, intrigued. Li Mi ponders for a moment, deeming his companions worthy of trust and camaraderie, realizing that there is no need for concealment. With a wave of his hand, a projection of the world beyond materializes before them. Though merely a simulated illusion, the true scene remains beyond Ancient One's view. All present gasp in astonishment. This is not a singular cinematic Marvel world, but rather a potential multiverse of Marvel realms. "Boss, we should flee immediately," Zhao Tian exclaims, a sociology PhD, upon witnessing the simulated scene. Ancient One concurs, "I believe we should retreat. It is prudent to act quickly." She, too, feels a sense of helplessness, wondering if the Ancient One from the main world will come after them. Huang Yinghua, exasperated, is at a loss for words. Zhou Hongwu shakes his head, reassuring them. "Do not worry. We have been overly presumptuous. We've been in this world for quite some time and even confronted Dormammu. There has been no reaction from the Dormammu of the main world. It seems they are indifferent, much like how we perceive Earth and disregard the thoughts of its inhabitants." The 6 individuals exchange knowing smiles, comforted by Zhou Hongwu's words. Chapter 51. The vastness of the Marvel multiverse is boundless, and when Li Mi's spiritual embryo ascended, it observed merely a fragment of this enormity. Zhou Hongwu's assertions resonated with reason, leading the group to dismiss further contemplation on the matter. Others continued to refine the mathematical model constructed from the 6 infinity stones. As the model evolved and validated, Li Meijian's spiritual embryo also transformed in response to the fluctuating data. The mathematical data of the reality stone was output by the apparatus, enabling material reconstruction. Any substance with complete data could be reconstructed from energy. Devices crafted from a mind and soul stones could safeguard the consciousness of living beings, rendering them immune to basic soul attacks. The data from the 6 infinity stones formed a self-contained model, establishing a logical cycle of the stone's abilities. What emerged was a sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer, exuding a faint halo and adorned with a silvery metallic sheen. The first test begins, Li Meijian commanded. Xiaobai manipulated the device to initiate energy provision, creating a wave of energy that enveloped the warship, forming an imperceptible shield after a minute. The long-prepared laser cannons fired upon the warship. However, as the ship deactivated its own shield, the newly developed infinite shield effortlessly obliterated the incoming laser assault. The gravitational test commenced, starting with a tenfold increase and progressively intensifying. As the gravitational force reached 1,000-fold, the warship felt a pull akin to that of a medium-sized star. Yet, under the protection of the imperceptible shield, the gravitational force dissipated into nothingness. Even as the gravitational force escalated to 10,000 times, threatening to conjure black holes around the ship, it remained unaffected. The gravitational assault was halted, and the apparatus was redirected towards a regular planet. This time, the test involved an antimatter annihilation bomb. The group hesitated to test it directly on the warship and instead opted for a planet. Positioned 100 light-years away, the bomb detonated, unleashing the force of a supernova explosion, yet devoid of any luminescence, as even light was annihilated. A minute later, the planet remained unscathed, while other celestial bodies in its system were shattered into countless fragments, and the star was obliterated, leaving a void in the starry expanse. Only one solitary planet remained in its original position. Gu Yi, observing the devastating power of the large antimatter bomb, realized that the device used against Dormammu was likely a mere standard model. That concludes our initial tests. Next, employ the new device to attack me, including spatial, temporal, and hybrid assaults, Li Meijian stated, stepping onto the planet. Boss, do you really need to test it personally? Xiaobai hesitated to follow orders. Gu Yi remained silent, understanding Li Meijian's nature. The other 5 were equally quiet, knowing persuasion would be futile. Execute the command, Li Meijian ordered gravely, commanding the most potent attack of the new device. As an artificial intelligence, Xiaobai could only conduct the attack test. There was no disturbance, and energy reactions were undetectable, akin to Thanos snapping his fingers, silent and unnoticed. Li Meijian experienced a different sensation. Though no energy acted upon him, he felt as if he could vanish at any moment. The spiritual embryo spun rapidly. A dazzling brilliance erupted, resisting the imperceptible force of erasure, restoring him in an instant. However, the planet Li Meijian occupied vanished into dust, not through the annihilation of the antimatter bomb, but as if it had never existed in the first place. Xiaobai simulated the ability Thanos wielded when he snapped his fingers with all 6 infinity stones, albeit limited to the planet where Li Meijian stood. The test is complete. The boss has withstood the erasure of the infinity stones, Xiaobai explained. They felt no repercussions. Xiaobai, has Thanos acquired all the stones? Li Meijian kidat. Not yet. He is still engaged in battle, but it should be soon. Based on the test validation data, can we resist the snap he performs? After calculations, the likelihood of resistance was found to be 99. 9. Why not 100? Gui asked, puzzled. Kai Wenba shook his head. In the world of research, 100% is merely a post-result declaration. Until a definitive outcome is established, no calculation can guarantee absolute certainty given the infinite complexities of time and alternate realities. Huang Yinghua continued. After all, this is not a simple world. It contains countless timelines, and we cannot fathom the number of similar worlds, let alone the vast multiverse where unexpected variables abound. Li Meijian nodded, acknowledging the limitations in their calculations, constrained by known data amidst an overwhelming array of unknowns. The apparatus was integrated into the warship system, awaiting Thanos' next move after he eradicated half of the universe's life. Is Thanos preparing to snap his fingers? Shall we project the event? Xiaobai proposed. The group unanimously agreed. The projected imagery unfolded like a three-dimensional film, closely mirroring the original narrative. With vision being forcibly extracted from the Mind Stone, Thor's axe struck Thanos' shoulder as he snapped his fingers, casting a glance in Li Meijian's direction. Did he notice us? Zhao Tian exclaimed in surprise. At that time, Gu Yi could discern our presence with just the Time Stone. Now that he possesses all six, he undoubtedly realizes our existence. It seems he is determined to erase us as well. Thankfully, we acted first. Otherwise, we would be fleeing now, Huang Yinghua remarked, sticking out her tongue. Gu Yi felt a profound sense of reflection. Thanos appeared as a pawn in the grand design of the timeline, oblivious to whether these were his genuine thoughts or influenced by external factors. She considered herself to have transcended the game. The Avengers faced their losses, and the next phase entailed their traversal through the quantum realm into parallel worlds. Li Meijian intended to ascertain whether this parallel world was a derivative of their own or another of equal stature, for beyond their world lay countless others of similar magnitude. As for the multiverse, he had no desire to venture there, at least not until he possessed the means for self-preservation. He preferred to slice others rather than be sliced himself. After Thanos snapped his fingers and departed Earth, his expression shifted dramatically, filled with confusion and anger. The power of the Infinity Stones had not erased Li Meijian. Chapter 52. The unfortunate traveler in a moment of failure. Thanos did not attempt a second time. He cast a deep gaze at Li Mi before ultimately obliterating the 6 Infinity Stones. Li Mi paid little heed to the ensuing events. A great terror loomed, and key figures resembled marionettes. Thanos could have wielded the Infinity Stones once more to erase us, yet he refrained, instead following the course of events to destroy the stones. What influenced their decisions? Dr. Zhao Tian's eyes brimmed with horror as he glanced at Gu Yi, who, understanding the questions of Zhao Tian and the others, shook her head in resignation. The maintenance of the sacred timeline was inescapable, and the consequences of defiance remained an unknown, certainly not favorable. Li Mi pondered the vast, boundless universe, recognizing that this world's sacred timeline was merely a slender thread of the primary world, one that could not be resisted in terms of magnitude or essence. With Thanos' curtain drawn, the group commenced refining the mathematical model of the Infinity Stones, incorporating various mathematical data for adjustments and integrations. They also prepared for observations of parallel worlds, gathering chaotic magic, and continuing to siphon the essence of other civilizations. The quantum realm, a unique microcosm, resembled an infinite expanse, brilliant, resplendent, and unfathomably deep. Li Mi and the others dared not claim complete comprehension, aware of the potential for disorientation within. Accompanying the Avengers, Li Mi meticulously marked spatial and temporal coordinates. Atoms, electrons, quarks, and protons, akin to planetary sizes, possessed corresponding forces within the quantum realm, albeit weaker than the force of weak interactions, making detection exceedingly challenging. Various forces that could manifest at the microscopic level transformed into unpredictable channels and light bands in the quantum realm. The multitude of forces present was overwhelming, impossible to untangle at once. Li Mi discreetly marked Tony, positioning himself in the quantum realm to observe, interpret, and collect data. This was a rare experience, though the prospect of observing the smallest particles remained uncertain, a significant boon for completing the unifying grand theory. Observing the smallest particles would illuminate whether they were influenced by gravity and if the other 3 fundamental forces acted upon them, or if they produced the 4 fundamental forces themselves. With a conscious mind, the nascent essence of his true spirit automatically absorbed information, synthesizing and analyzing each rotation. Thus, Li Mi stood within the quantum realm, his gaze penetrating the field, revealing countless parallel worlds where sacred timelines harmonized without generating new divergences. The multitude of parallel worlds shared a singular timeline, a peculiarity unique to the Marvel Universe. Suddenly, a parallel world experienced a violent upheaval, causing the sacred timeline to tremble. Li Mi's gaze sharpened toward the tumultuous parallel world, which was inhabited by mutants. A Huaxia individual, not waiting for Apocalypse's return, audaciously usurped his powers. This individual, endowed with abilities, fervently developed them, uniting mutants to form a nation, thus causing the sacred timeline to quake, threatening to fracture into new timelines. Following his mark, Li Mi's attention shifted to Tony, who was situated in a normal parallel world, already seeking the PIM particles left in the laboratory and preparing to meet his father. This world presented no significant findings, prompting Li Mi to move toward the parallel world, causing the sacred timeline's disturbance to ascertain the situation of the Huaxia individual. Upon arrival, he sensed a terrifying force surge through the sacred timeline, obliterating the Huaxia individual, leaving only 3 fragments in his wake. Li Mi shuddered, the power of the Infinity Stones resisting the force of time. He approached the fragments, stepping forward to grasp them. The residual information of the fragments was read, revealing that they were shards of a shattered system, possessing limited functionality. Storage space, power theft, and a collection of causal forces were among its features. Yet the system's traversal across worlds lacked sufficient energy. The host's initial endeavors to gather causal power ended abruptly in annihilation. Indeed, danger lurked. Li Mi discerned that the multiverse disregarded these fluctuations, provided one could withstand the instinctive assaults of the sacred timeline. Fortunately, Li Mi had exercised great caution, preventing alterations to the sacred timeline. Otherwise, he would have faced consequences akin to the recent traveler. The system was evidently too fragile, unable to withstand the instinctive attacks of the timeline, yet it dared to act brazenly, a foolish endeavor. Just because others chose to ignore the situation did not mean the world could be trifled with. In other realms, there may exist a self-operating order with its own logic. But in this world, the sacred timeline epitomized the foundational logic governing existence. With the 3 system fragments in hand, Li Mi departed from that world. As for the mutant sex gene, he had already analyzed it thoroughly, recognizing that others' failed research could serve as bait for certain entities. Gene editing technology had matured significantly, rendering it unnecessary to attract the attention of those seasoned in the field. Aside from the causal power provided by the system fragments, Li Mi merely gathered information without undue concern. Returning to the quantum realm, he resumed collecting microscopic information. As technology advanced, he encountered more power systems, yet it became increasingly difficult to ascertain how many forces needed to be unified for a complete grand theory. The mystical aspect had already yielded insights into magical information, thanks to the comprehensive magical records of Komartage, which Gu Yi's understanding of magic had uploaded to the database. Ultimately, all hinged upon the results of the 2-light-year-long particle collider experiment. With ample energy at their disposal, Li Mi and his companions aimed to achieve remarkable outcomes by accelerating particles over the 2-light-year distance, hoping to propel them to the speed of light. The collision of particles at light speed would yield precious experimental data, profoundly impacting their understanding of the microscopic realm and future microscopic research. Having departed the quantum realm, Li Mi had absorbed a wealth of microscopic information. However, without precise data and theories, deciphering this information proved challenging. The subsequent focus would be on continuing the particle collision experiments and analyzing the system fragments, particularly those related to causal information. Without understanding causality, without analyzing it, and lacking a comprehension of causal relationships, encounters with powerful figures could lead to dire consequences, far more terrifying than mere entanglements. The system fragment's capability for world traversal could also be analyzed and utilized to enhance cross-boundary leap technology. The storage space revealed all information at a glance, devoid of any secrets. Unexpectedly, Li Mi discovered 2 immortal artifacts within the space. A miniaturized pagoda of deep purple hue, crafted from an unknown material, and an incomplete sword capsule, seemingly awaiting its master to finalize the last stages of refinement. Chapter 53. Traversing the collective, what are these fragments? Such a unique material. And these shards possess the power of time. The laboratory is not as sparse as one might imagine. Typically, everyone occupies their respective research rooms or rest areas, and any information that does not infringe on privacy is simultaneously displayed before them, particularly during team experiments or when Li Mi discovers something novel. Everyone can see the 3 fragments in Li Mi's hands. These shards seem to possess a material essence comparable to the infinite gems. Li Mi elucidated the origin of the fragments. Alas, the unfortunate traverser and the even more unfortunate system. If this system possesses sufficient causal power, it could potentially manipulate the infinite gems for its own purposes. With ample causal energy, that entity would not be subject to the backlash of the sacred timeline. It appears that the formidable figures in the main world are indeed indifferent to such variables, provided they can survive. Perhaps these powerhouses welcome more variables, for at their level, such fluctuations can bring about change. And with change, the world can continue to expand its grandeur. As Li Mi listened to the discussions around him, he hurriedly intervened, urging them to minimize their discourse to avoid attracting the attention of those formidable individuals. They began extracting information from the fragments, parsing and analyzing the data. All information related to causality was preserved, and other data was also stored in the database as they commenced the analysis of the material composition of the system fragments. The advancement of technology hinges critically on materials. Without materials meeting performance benchmarks, even planetary-class battleships cannot be constructed. Currently, the warships are made from materials synthesized through strong interactions. The material of the system fragments exceeds even the highest levels of strong interaction synthesis, should they succeed in deciphering and artificially synthesizing it. The battleship's core could undergo an upgrade. Xiao Bai and the others were tasked with analyzing the material of the system fragments, investigating the potential for artificial synthesis, while Li Mi, in the form of his true spirit avatar, sought to comprehend and calculate the information related to causal power. A vast array of information coalesced, yet remained entirely organized. The true spirit avatar processed data faster than Xiao Bai's quantum computing supercluster. Moreover, certain information, specifically that contained within the law fragments, eluded Xiao Bai's natural reading capabilities. It could neither be recorded nor preserved. However, the true spirit avatar could achieve this. Li Mi's true spirit avatar encompassed all the civilization data they currently possessed. Whatever Xiao Bai's database contained, his avatar had as well, and it also held information beyond the database's reach. The speed of computation and analysis surpassed that of Xiao Bai, with the causal power containing a relatively complete law fragment unknown to others. Even Ancient One could not perceive it. After loading the mathematical model of the 6 infinite gems into the true spirit avatar, 6 incomplete law fragments began to materialize. Presently, Li Mi possessed fragments of 7 laws: space, time, power, mind, soul, creation, and causality, where the space and causality laws were relatively complete. The causal law, a remnant of the system fragments, was more complete than the space law, yet not in its entirety. Within Li Mi's true spirit avatar, these law fragments continuously converged and dispersed, fluctuating in a mesmerizing dance, and each collision generated a wealth of information requiring analysis and interpretation. Merely extracting and reading the relevant data resulted in the formation of law fragments within the true spirit avatar. If he could physically grasp them and utilize the true spirit avatar for computation and analysis, would he not then obtain the 6 laws? As for the essence of the laws, Li Mi had no inkling, lacking foundational knowledge or theory. Understanding that they were laws and being able to employ them to some extent was already a significant achievement. Truly comprehending the essence of the laws would mean that Li Mi's true spirit avatar had transcended into a true spirit, rather than merely an avatar. Suddenly, the world trembled, a shift that Li Mi sensed while Ancient One and the others remained oblivious. He directed his gaze beyond the world and witnessed a terrifying scene. A marvel-like world of equal magnitude collapsing, its center erupting with fierce conflict. A myriad of lights bursting forth, and 2 indistinct figures amidst the chaos. Aside from Li Mi, The struggle of the two had drawn the attention of numerous formidable beings. Yet, no one intervened. As more observers gathered, Limi's focus became less conspicuous. Sensing the presence of those gazes, he realized they were all powerful entities. The main world as Titans either were not concerned or were focused on matters beyond Limi's perception. The scene he had just witnessed had yielded fundamental information. It was as if information flowed effortlessly to him wherever his gaze landed. One of the indistinct figures was a traverser, while the other was an unknown dimensional powerhouse, a native entity of that world. With only this scant information, separated by countless spaces and two worlds, Limi felt quite accomplished for having gleaned such basic knowledge. The more one knows, the more one feels insignificant. How do those who tread the path of cultivation nurture the illusion of immense confidence with each breakthrough? Limi too pondered this. Is it not the case that knowing more leads to greater strength and yet evokes a sense of insignificance? He hastened the analysis, urging everyone to accelerate their research and swiftly depart this perilous cluster of worlds. Shall Bai inform them to expedite the particle collision experiments, gather sufficient experimental data, and we shall leave immediately. We will analyze the data post-departure. Limi was genuinely eager to escape this perilous realm. It was not cowardice, but an acknowledgement of their disparity in levels, rendering them unqualified to face such risks, an unsuitable environment for prolonged development. Shao Bai communicated with the others, and then they accelerated the construction of the particle collider, while data collection equipment was installed. Energy propulsion systems were also set up. In synchrony, they constructed and installed equipment as they progressed, with just 0.5 light-years remaining. The construction of the 2-light-year particle collider would be completed. The grand project was deliberately obscured. No one within the world noticed this endeavor. As for whether cosmic elders like collectors would discover it, Limi felt that if they did, it would not affect the world and would bear no relation to those elders. Chapter 54. Retracing the timeline, Limi observed the scene, curious to ascertain whether Tony, upon acquiring all 6 Infinity Stones, could perceive his existence. The Hulk was not within the realm of consideration. Devoid of any contact, there could be no causality. Moreover, Limi had cloaked himself from detection, making it all the more astonishing if the Hulk were to uncover him. Having obtained the Infinity Stones, Tony activated their powers through his nanotech gauntlet. Just before he snapped his fingers to erase the parallel world as Thanos, he sensed Limi's presence, realizing that this individual existed and was secretly watching their performance. He suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. It was not that this person was indifferent, but rather that he bore no obligation and had his own narrative to follow. Tony felt akin to a marionette, and in his final moments, he comprehended that the myriad events of his life were predestined, bound by the sacred timeline. He found himself unable to dictate his own fate. As he snapped his fingers, his gaze was directed towards Limi, as if he transcended the cosmos and the confines of space to behold him. Alas, Tony fell just short, perceiving only a blurred silhouette. None among the Avengers understood why Tony gazed at the stars in his final moments, his expression revealing a sense of liberation. As his life ebbed away, he utilized the stones to communicate directly with Limi. Is this the reason for your concealment? Tony pondered internally, yet his voice resonated in Limi's ears. Yes and no, Limi's voice whispered back to Tony. Tony grimaced as he departed from this world, not bidding farewell to his beloved teammates as the original narrative suggested, but rather hastening his demise through the power of the Infinity Stones once more. The Avengers were enveloped in confusion, particularly Doctor Strange, who alone discerned that Tony had wielded the stones one final time. It appeared he had posed a question linked to some matter, yet the identity of the subject remained elusive, as did the nature of Tony's final inquiry. Others were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why he did not take a moment to bid them farewell, instead murmuring to the stars. This enigma lingered in their lives, unanswered and unexplained. Limi turned to his compatriots, who had constructed a more extensive mathematical model encompassing all the technologies they had mastered. Consequently, Limi updated the information regarding the embryonic form of his true spirit. As he acclimated to this model, he gradually comprehended that the condensation of his true spirit's embryonic form would continue to evolve as long as the information was ample. The more comprehensive and refined the information, the more formidable the computational power of the true spirit's embryonic form grew. Its operational mechanism transcended the conventional definitions of computational logic, instead embodying a process derived from the heart and soul, resulting in a qualitative transformation of its computational logic. Li Mi felt a stirring within and directed his gaze along the sacred timeline towards the past. An influx of information surged into his true spirit's embryonic form, encompassing the trajectory of technological advancement, as well as authentic historical data detailing Earth's evolution. The world's transformation and the formation of sacred time, interwoven with countless pieces of information, caused Li Mi's true spirit's embryonic form to metamorphose, shaping an embryonic world of information. A sense of fullness emerged. The true spirit's embryonic form reached its zenith. Unless it underwent another transcendence, it would need to deconstruct all information pertaining to the true spirit's embryonic form, including fragments of the laws, or risk being assimilated by the information and losing its identity. The cognition of an individual could not withstand such an influx of information, but Li Mi, having coalesced his true spirit's embryonic form, could accept this vast array of data. He began to swiftly analyze the information within the true spirit's embryonic form. As he deciphered it, a multitude of insights unraveled, allowing the true spirit's embryonic form to function smoothly once more. The previous sense of fullness dissipated. Li Mi recognized his limits. He could only allocate 7 parts of his mental consciousness to information retrieval, reserving 3 parts for analysis and computation. He yearned to re-enter the timeline, to trace back through time and extract further knowledge. Quietly calculating, he soon discerned that this was, indeed, the mechanism of the sacred timeline. With sufficient power, everyone possessed a singular opportunity to trace back through time. However, the second attempt would be met with divine time suppression, subjecting him to its backlash unless he wielded the time stone, the embodiment of this world's laws and its essence. The true spirit's embryonic form had completed its analysis of time, receiving information predominantly related to temporal evolution. Yet, within the fluctuations of time lay the entire world's evolution, the development of countless beings and the history of the universe. Regrettably, Li Mi was unprepared this time, lacking experience, and squandered an opportunity. His timeline retrace only reached 10,000 years in the past, with other information remaining nebulous, as though he glimpsed the formation of the sacred timeline with only a vague impression of its power. From this temporal retrace, he acquired a wealth of information pertaining to the evolution of time. The fragments of laws within the true spirit's embryonic form underwent a transformation, forming a script comprehensible solely to Li Mi. Each character encapsulated immense information, rivaling the volume of data generated on Earth in a year. This script resembled runes or inscriptions, yet it was three-dimensional and perpetually shifting. In total, there were 2,120 characters, seemingly incomplete, as the information within the true spirit's embryonic form was being reshaped, giving rise to an intricate new script. Li Mi designated it as information script, a unique medium for recording the information of laws. His mental consciousness world and the speed of computation increased exponentially. He diverged from the initial path of genetic editing and transformation, nearing a state of information assimilation, though he had not yet forged a scientific pathway. Now, it seemed he could achieve this independently, yet he could not disregard the assistance of a civilization's development. Li Mi was reluctant to cultivate a collective civilization. Rather, he aspired to embody a civilization himself. Most of the time, he sought to directly appropriate the advancements of other civilizations, opting for trade when faced with stronger opponents. No one was privy to the transformation in Li Mi's inner thoughts, nor could the 5 companions who had departed the original rebirth world keep pace with his evolution. Even Xiao Bai, the artificial intelligence, became superfluous in the face of Li Mi's ascension. He had harnessed the power of science to claim greatness as his own. Chapter 55. The particle collision experiment. The power resides within oneself, and the myriad scientific achievements of the past have become the sustenance for Li Mi's growth. Although there were shifts in thought, he believed that the current developmental model suited him best. Others struggled to keep pace, merely overseeing all scientific outcomes, lacking even the most rudimentary database of results, which led to a deceptive sense of superiority. This revelation came after Li Mi undertook a thorough analysis and recalibration. The power resides within oneself. This profound realization did not evoke the grand delusions often experienced by practitioners upon transcending the earthly realm. Yet, the absence of trials and tribulations had indeed altered his inner consciousness. Li Mi conducted his simulations and analyses with utmost rationality, burying the notion of solitary progression deep within his heart. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The particle collider was now fully prepared, ready to commence the particle collision experiments. This 10-meter diameter, 2-light-year-long conduit, though diminutive in the vast cosmos, represented a marvel in terms of its length. Even in the realm of Marvel films, the Earth could not have accomplished such a feat at this juncture. At the core of the collider lay a colossal apparatus, integrating various detection technologies, a crowning achievement of Li Mi and his team. As the particle collision experiment commenced, the energy furnace was primed, and the particles began to accelerate, with a collision anticipated in 2 years' time. Xiao Bai controlled the apparatus, and at Li Mi's command, the experiment initiated. Given the non-relativistic speeds, the acceleration would take time, and thus the schedule was subject to variance. The energy surged toward the particles, propelling them forward. Within merely a month, the particles reached 99 of the speed of light, with the collider incrementally supplying energy along designated intervals. Apart from the central detection apparatus, basic detection devices were also positioned at intervals throughout the collider. As the particles accelerated closer to the speed of light, the energy supply remained uninterrupted. Li Mi and his team observed the acceleration process, meticulously recording data with each energy infusion. Gu Yi was present as well, with projections displaying the particles' acceleration and propulsion processes before each observer. Each time energy was imparted to the particles, they erupted in a dazzling display of light, indicating the formation of smaller particles through fragmentation, some attempting to escape in luminescent forms, only to be ensnared by the potent force fields, aligning them with the accelerated particles. The particles, now reaching an astonishing 99.9999999 of the speed of light, were on the brink of breaching the light barrier, an impending collision. All eyes were fixated on this critical juncture. Naturally, as this was an experiment, multiple collisions were anticipated. During the initial acceleration phase, particles were continuously added, manifesting as 2 serpentine streams of particles rushing toward the collider center. Suddenly, Xiao Bai exclaimed that the particles had attained the speed of light, collecting data on the time dilation factor. Almost instantaneously, a collision occurred. There was no sound, only a vibrant explosion of colors. Within less than 1,000 Planck times, the brilliance faded, leaving a void filled with countless atoms, electrons, protons, and other microscopic particles, nearly creating a vacuum at the collision center. Yet within even smaller Planck times, numerous previously unobservable particles emerged. All transformations post-collision were meticulously detected and recorded. The experiments continued with a relentless stream of particles colliding every minute, resulting in a half-year-long series of collisions until the energy furnace nearly reached its explosive limits, prompting the cessation of further experiments. The energy furnace had sustained extreme output, simultaneously validating the theoretical limits of its output capabilities while yielding substantial data for refinement. The experiment was undeniably successful. We observed gravitons and collected a wealth of data, exclaimed Huang Yinghua with excitement. Gravitons, the fundamental particles responsible for generating gravity, marked their first observation. Kai Wenba also radiated enthusiasm, noting that they had gathered sufficient data to fully validate the mass-energy equivalence equation, ensuring that material resources would no longer be a constraint for energy. In truth, they were not currently lacking energy. They simply lacked the practicality of the mass-energy equation, like the energy released during antimatter annihilation, which exceeds any known energy source. The process of collecting antimatter necessitated significant time and energy, leading to considerable consumption relative to the energy produced. When utilizing controllable nuclear fusion, The efficiency of energy conversion had already been defined. Output must exceed input for success, later termed the Q value. If a Q value greater than 1 denotes successful utilization of controllable nuclear fusion, a Q value exceeding 10 signifies its utmost potential. Presently, Li Mi and his team had achieved a Q value of 1,000 for their energy furnace, having thoroughly researched the mass energy equation, enabling the conversion of matter into energy, an astonishingly efficient transformation. The extraction of dark energy, for instance, inherently required vast amounts of energy to breach spatial constraints for acquisition. Antimatter followed a similar principle. Although Li Mi and his team appeared to possess boundless energy, the actual conversion rates were not particularly high. Understanding the excitement of his colleagues, Li Mi inquired of Xiao Bai, aside from the aforementioned findings, if there were any additional discoveries. Xiao Bai unfurled the data. Boss, we have also observed 2 mysterious particles, comparable to the graviton in size, marking their first observation. The others began to scrutinize the data. Luo Songhua remarked after a moment. One of these particles seems to exhibit characteristics akin to space. Indeed, it appears to be related to space, aligning with numerous data points associated with the space stone. The other particle requires further analysis to ascertain its identity, as it bears no correlation to our current research data. Li Mi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and instructed them to commence analysis and validation of the data, casting a profound glance at the final particle's data. He understood that this was the consciousness particle, often referred to as the soul particle, for the true essence of one's spirit had already received this information, revealing the answer in the mere turn of thought. Chapter 56. Encounters and obstacles upon the discovery of the soul particles. Li Mi immediately recognized their significance. While others would require time to draw comparisons and discern the similarities with the soul stone and the mind stone, he hoped they would arrive at these conclusions independently, as he wished to preserve their autonomy in research. The particle collision experiments had been completed, and the subsequent data organization and verification could be conducted leisurely, as resources were no longer a constraint. The particle collider had directly initiated annihilation, leaving no atoms behind. Their intention to depart stemmed from the terrifying nature of the Marvel multiverse, where every action felt as if it were under the scrutiny of unseen eyes, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. However, before their departure, Li Mi instructed Xiao Bai to upgrade the energy furnace, applying the mass energy equivalence principle to ensure an abundance of energy, thus eliminating any concerns regarding material scarcity. Other defense mechanisms and offensive technologies underwent rapid iterations and enhancements, particularly the cross-dimensional jump technology and temporal search techniques. Li Mi was astounded by the warship's upgrade, which had consumed 5 years. The primary material of the warship was derived from the remnants of the dismembered system fragments. Although the essence of the material had not been fully analyzed, significant data had been extracted, leading to the development of a derivative material through the study of vibranium and URU metal. This new material, while a level inferior to the system fragment material, surpassed vibranium and URU metal by 2 levels, inheriting most properties from the 3 materials. The breakthrough in materials facilitated another substantial upgrade of the warship. Over the 5 years, Li Mi had deciphered 78 of the causal power contained within the system fragments, allowing for the tentative utilization of this power, notably in shielding against causality related to himself. His progress in magic had also been remarkable, surpassing even the Ancient One in skill, particularly in dimensional magic. Li Mi felt on the verge of ascending to a 4-dimensional existence, but refrained, aware that his foundation had not yet reached its zenith, and such elevation would not significantly enhance his power. Xiao Bai and the others produced numerous achievements, with their nanotechnology eclipsing Tony's nanotech armor, given Tony's technological foundation was incomparable. They had excelled in gene editing and transformation technology, allowing for self-upgrading evolution, which they termed the first generation of technological entities. Previous gene editing techniques were not classified as a generation, merely aimed at extending lifespan. Scientific advancement relies on time accumulation, and without longevity, progress is arduous. It was only after this upgrade that they designated it as first-generation technology. The warship's upgrade culminated in a spherical structure with a diameter of 30 meters. Its material colorless and invisible to the naked eye, rendering detection nearly impossible. Nonetheless, the entire vessel emanated a soft glow, resembling a luminous orb. Its radiance controlled and capable of complete convergence. The attack mode evolved from a projectile-based approach to an intangible assault akin to that of the Infinity Stones. The antimatter annihilation projectile was upgraded to a direct annihilation attack, eliminating the need for physical projectiles, and space attack technology followed suit. The defense mechanism featured the latest iteration of the world force field, capable of cloaking detection and defending against energy and spatial weapons. As long as the technology was mastered, most forms of attack could be mitigated. It was a matter of overcoming the defense rather than breaching it. As long as energy was sustained, the world force field could self-repair and continue its defense. At this juncture, it became a contest of energy reserves. Finally, the time to depart had arrived. The Ancient One reflected on her time offline, primarily resting with some study, during which she had acquired vast knowledge. The others felt a tinge of anxiety. Following the warship's upgrade, its detection capabilities had also improved, revealing a virtual projection of the world beyond. The processed images were breathtaking, depicting an endless expanse of dazzling brilliance, with the myriad worlds surrounding the main universe resembling grains of sand, countless in number. As they prepared to leap across dimensions, Limi issued the command. Energy output initiated the crossing, but Xiao Bai's warning alarms blared as they encountered an obstructive force. They resolved to break through this barrier and force their way across dimensions. Limi's gaze lingered on the sacred timeline of the world, where intangible causal and temporal forces ensnared them. The warship unleashed a burst of destructive power, its radiance illuminating the surroundings as it swiftly transcended the constraints of the sacred timeline. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in golden light appeared before them, blocking the warship's path. Limi instantly recognized this as a deity from the celestial group, uncertain of its origin. Just as they prepared to leave, another indistinct figure emerged. The Ancient One remained. The two deities spoke in unison, revealing their purpose for arrival. The others within the warship remained oblivious. Yet the Ancient One recognized one of them as merely a projection of the Vishanti. Limi sighed, having anticipated the complexity of the situation. Facing them was indeed a headache. Both figures were likely projections, with their true essences rapidly observing and analyzing one another. The Ancient One, wishing to depart, pondered whether it was necessary to engage in conflict, considering this was merely one of countless iterations of herself. Limi projected himself before the two avatars. The Vishanti cast a meaningful glance at Limi, indicating that if she truly wished to leave, she was free to do so. The Vishanti had indeed come merely to convey this message, and upon delivering it, the projection vanished. The other celestial being remained silent, merely obstructing the warship's path. Ancient One, do you have grievances with the celestial group? Limi inquired. Not that I am aware of, the Ancient One replied, uncertainty evident in her voice. Limi observed that their standoff had attracted considerable attention, and just as he prepared to take decisive action to force their departure, an ethereal finger materialized in the Marvel multiverse, pointing directly at the celestial avatar. Before a cry for help could escape, it vanished, transforming into a message that materialized within Limi's true essence. Leaving is permissible. However, for what you take, an equivalent technology or something else must be offered. Regardless of what it is, as long as it is commensurate, you may depart at any time. The source of this message remained unknown, yet its intent was clear. To leave, one must relinquish something of equal value acquired from this world. Limi's true essence whirled rapidly, nearly generating smoke from the sheer velocity. After calculations, he realized that the material he had obtained was minimal, inconsequential in the grand scale of this world. The only potential complication lay with the data regarding the Infinity Stones and the foundational technologies of the civilizations within this realm. With a sigh, Limi resigned himself to the situation. Chapter 57. Departure. A cataclysmic battle erupted, with systems swirling chaotically and the timeline trembling intermittently. as new worlds were born while others met their demise. Those who instigated turmoil could not withstand the primal assaults of the sacred timeline. Their deaths were rendered meaningless. Li Mi personally commanded the warship, seeking a relatively stable world amidst the tumultuous cluster of realms, ultimately transforming the vessel into a speck of dust and merging into that world. Upon entering this realm, Li Mi concealed the warship deep within the cosmos, reducing it to the size of an atom hidden among the stars. We must continue our research to enhance our technology, focusing particularly on the Infinity Stones. Ideally, we could develop the capability to artificially manufacture these stones, enabling us to negotiate with the powerful and secure our escape. Li Mi elaborated on the principle of equivalent exchange, acknowledging the weight of authority held by those in power. Ancient One nodded, realizing that to gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice. The research data on the Infinity Stones was generated by their efforts, thus it should not be of paramount importance. What truly mattered was Li Mi's desire to leave. The others brightened at this revelation, yet pondered how to establish a fair exchange. After all, Ancient One was a sentient being, a human. How could they conduct a balanced transaction? Li Mi recognized that, from the perspective of the mighty, the Infinity Stones held little value. In the later stages, the Time Management Bureau was littered with these stones. The true significance lay with Ancient One, a pivotal character in the evolution of the narrative. What would be required to facilitate her departure? A headache ensued, as everyone grappled with the conundrum. Life, while seemingly the least valuable, paradoxically held the highest worth. Life is priceless. Indeed, it defied quantification. Li Mi had previously sensed that a great battle would ensue upon departure, only to find himself restrained by an ephemeral finger from the primary world. Yet, leaving had become even more arduous. The divine avatar from the celestial assembly was a formidable opponent. If a confrontation arose, Li Mi could not prevail. Yet his determination to leave could not be thwarted. As for the ancient entity, Vishanti, his intentions remained unclear, shrouded in ambiguity. Ancient One, perhaps you should inquire with Vishanti about the intentions of those powerful beings, Huang Yinghua suggested impulsively. Li Mi's eyes sparkled with realization as he turned to Ancient One. It seems Vishanti does not regard your departure with particular concern. It would be prudent to ascertain the conditions, lest you find yourself unable to leave smoothly. Upon reflection, Li Mi understood that he had overthought the situation. The powerful merely sought his developmental trajectory in exchange for something. Yet this was fundamental to him and could not be relinquished without consequence. Disrupting the sacred timeline would signify passing a trial. The sacred timeline of your world can be confronted by the warship. However, it is not a simple feat. The timeline is an offshoot of the multiversal primary world, inextricably linked to time. Disrupting the timeline would typically go unnoticed, but the divine entity from the celestial assembly would likely intervene, Li Mi mused. Ancient One pondered her past interactions with deities. Li Mi instructed the others to remain within the ship and refrain from interference while he took control of the system, personally steering the vessel into the heart of the sacred timeline. The warship emitted a brilliant radiance, navigating the currents of time like a fish struggling in a river. An endless timeline was disrupted by a burst of light, leading to its collapse and subsequent restoration, as an invisible yet powerful force acted upon the warship. The ill-fated Traveler-S system failed to withstand the sacred timeline, ultimately resulting in dismemberment. Li Mi's warship faced a similar fate, as its structure was merely a derivative of the system's materials. However, the warship was uniquely equipped with abundant energy and the latest world force field defenses. The unfortunate system's lack of causal power indicated insufficient energy to contend with the onslaught. The world force field continuously adjusted to counteract the forces of the timeline, while Li Mi's nascent essence rapidly turned, extracting and analyzing the energy information unleashed by the timeline's eruption. As the world force field adapted to this formidable force, it incorporated mathematical models constructed from temporal data. The timeline was thrown into disarray, on the brink of fracturing, with the world at risk of annihilation. The warship unleashed the power of the Infinity Stones, reaching peak energy output, sending shockwaves that stirred countless formidable beings. Yet none descended to engage in battle. preferring to observe from afar. During the confrontation, Li Mi absorbed a wealth of information, his essence becoming increasingly cohesive, rapidly deciphering the energy unleashed by the sacred timeline. Simultaneously, fragments of causal laws were analyzed, culminating in a complete causal law of only 80% integrity manifesting within his essence. Li Mi commanded the warship to unleash its maximum potential, shattering the timeline and interrupting the sacred time, only to reconstitute the sacred timeline in an instant. Yet within this world, Ancient One vanished, her existence forgotten by all. In the process of fracturing the timeline, Li Mi erased all causal connections related to Ancient One within this realm, including the ties of the six of them. The timeline was reconstructed. The world was spared from destruction. Yet without the causal connections to Li Mi and his companions, the warship shrank and disappeared from the gazes of the onlookers. Li Mi piloted the warship away from the Marvel multiverse, executing 2 successive cross-dimensional leaps, observing the vast expanse from a distance. The further he distanced himself, the more complete his observations became. Before him lay a world of unimaginable magnitude, akin to a solitary figure gazing upon a colossal star. Surrounding the warship was an incomprehensible force colliding against it, an empty void. Yet chaos did not equate to disorder. The spatial dimensions remained undefined, chaotic in all directions. While time lost its significance, the foundational theories of existence within this world were rendered void. Were it not for the protective world force field, the warship would have succumbed to an overwhelming force, dissipating into nothingness. During the initial departure and cross-dimensional leap, observation proved impossible. He remained unaware of even the subworld beneath the Marvel multiverse. It was only through enhanced observational technology that he could bear witness to this extraordinary scene. Chapter 58. The Unknown World. Ancient One, Huang Yinghua, and Xiao Bai, despite having upgraded their detection technology and equipment, could only observe the distant, resplendent brilliance, unable to perceive the subworlds obscured by its radiance. The grand spectacle left them in a state of bewilderment. Just as Li Mi was about to maneuver the warship for another interdimensional leap, a flickering presence emerged from the Marvel multiverse, materializing as a shadowy figure. "Receive my fist. Your life and death are your own responsibility," the ethereal figure declared coldly. In a normally soundless void, this proclamation resonated within the minds of those present. Li Mi's expression grew grave as he perceived a chaotic torrent of information, indecipherable and disordered, leaving him unaware of the identity of this formidable entity. The figure hovered in the chaotic void, threatening to dissipate at any moment. Before Li Mi could respond, the shadowy figure unleashed an attack, striking towards the warship. The warship retaliated with a forceful punch, clashing against the inexplicable assault. The collision drained the warship's energy beyond its limits. Li Mi flickered, transforming into a giant, joining forces with the vessel to confront the enigmatic strike. The void shattered, and the spectral figure vanished, while the warship was cast into a rift of emptiness. A chilling light ignited in Li Mi's gaze, which he quickly reined in. It was in this moment of causality that he recognized the foe as Dormammu of the Marvel multiverse. Well, considering I had previously severed half of his being, it is only fair to receive a blow in return, he thought as he maneuvered the warship through the void's fissures. Having just departed the Marvel multiverse, they had not yet begun to explore other realms when they were thrust into the rift, now reliant solely on fortune to determine their destination. The warship battled against the tempestuous forces within the rift, which proved even more chaotic and tumultuous than the formless power of the chaotic void. "Xiao Bai, take control of the warship and find a way out of the rift," Li Mi commanded. Xiao Bai began to operate the vessel. Ancient One approached Li Mi, pondering the identity of the last assailant. "Who was it that struck us before departing?" she mused, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the shadowy figure, but unable to pinpoint who it was. "Dormammu, from the main universe," Li Mi replied with a smile. Ancient One nodded, understanding. No wonder. We had severed part of his being, so a retaliatory strike was to be expected. Reflecting on her earlier desire to have Li Mi capture Dormammu, Ancient One realized the folly of her ignorance and audacity, which explained Li Mi's penchant for discretion and subterfuge. "Master Ancient One, I must attend to urgent matters. Feel free to act as you wish until we reach the next world," Li Mi stated before departing. This encounter with the sacred timeline had yielded a wealth of information, which he now needed to dissect meticulously. Having shattered the timeline and severed time itself, he was tasked with the reconstruction of the sacred timeline using the powers of the multiverse. During this reconstruction, Li Mi gleaned fragments of information from the multiverse, including elements of creation. He witnessed the annihilation and subsequent restoration of Ancient One's world, an event that could be described as the birth of a new realm. In the moment he disrupted the timeline, he absorbed the entire world's temporal evolution data, nearly overwhelming his consciousness with its magnitude. Should anyone have intervened at a critical moment, the consequences would have been dire, leaving Li Mi's survival in question. He now required time to analyze this vast array of information, to compute, scrutinize, validate, and comprehend it before it could be assimilated as his own. The nascent essence of the spirit world rapidly, each rotation yielding significant insights and accelerating the pace of analysis. As the warship traversed the rift, the passage of time became indeterminate, losing all significance. The theoretical constructs of the world could not be applied within the chaotic void, where time and space ceased to exist, rendering other laws ineffective. The warship relied solely on the protective forces of the world. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared within the rift, and in a fleeting moment, the warship entered the world from which the light emanated. Without requiring Li Mi's command, Xiaobai analyzed the information of the new world and made the necessary adjustments, enabling the crew to adapt swiftly. This new realm was ripe for exploration. Ancient One discovered that she could harness her physical energy, but her magical abilities had waned, as the conditions for casting spells were non-existent in this world. Li Mi, having already processed the gathered information, converted Xiaobai's recorded data into a computerized format for the database. The warship emerged in the starry expanse of a new world, calculating their position to reveal a staggering distance of trillions of light-years from the Milky Way. Xiaobai, adhering to Li Mi's principles of discretion, activated all cloaking functions upon arrival, transforming into a speck of dust to remain concealed. As Li Mi absorbed the astonishing details of this new world, he realized it was a realm of pure materiality, boasting a cosmic scale tenfold that of Ancient One's world, spanning dimensions from 1 to 10. However, the information revealed that the four-dimensional space was fragmented, essentially rendering it non-existent, with the three-dimensional realm becoming the focal point. From the photon data, he discerned an almost complete absence of civilization in the cosmos, or perhaps those civilizations had chosen to conceal themselves. Adjusting the spatial parameters, his gaze traversed the void, landing upon the solar system within the Milky Way. Earth appeared before him, and according to the data, it was the year 1991. The distance was immense, offering only fragmented information that left him unable to ascertain the nature of this world. As for visiting Earth, it seemed unnecessary. The disparity was too great. However, dispatching a probe for information gathering seemed prudent. Scanning other celestial regions, he noted the sporadic presence of pre-nuclear civilizations, yet no advanced civilizations were discernible. Could this be the Black Forest theory? Li Mi pondered, feeling a tremor of apprehension within his consciousness. If this were indeed the case, it suggested a danger exceeding that of the Marvel multiverse. Xiaobai, send a probe to Earth, but proceed with utmost caution to avoid any chance of exposure. While also adapting swiftly to this new world, Li Mi commanded. Upon entering this realm, Xiaobai began adjusting various technological parameters, although full adaptation would take time. The adjustments made possible by advanced nanotechnology eliminated the need for manual modifications. Boss, an artificial neutron star is moving erratically. Having shifted over 100 astronomical units in less than a minute, Xiaobai alerted. Is it a man-made neutron star battleship? Li Mi could not help but inquire, directing his gaze toward the coordinates provided by Xiaobai. It was quickly confirmed that this was indeed a neutron star battleship, its gravitational and magnetic fields obscured. Zhou Hongwu and Ancient One gathered in Li Mi's laboratory to observe the neutron star battleship, discovered by Xiaobai, marking their first encounter with such an extreme celestial warship. Chapter 59. Neutron Star Warship. After a month of observation, it was evident that this was a purely material world, devoid of magic and lacking a cohesive timeline. Time manifested as the alteration of matter, with dimensions beyond the fourth being fractured, though remnants of four-dimensional fragments persisted. The absence of a conventional timeline did not equate to the absence of time itself, but rather its manifestation in an alternative form. The movement of atoms, electrons, and even the most minuscule subatomic particles served as an expression of time. If all the subatomic particles within a person's body were to cease their motion, time would halt for that individual, and the same principle applied to all other matter. Limi conceived a definition akin to absolute zero, where all things were frozen, and time was brought to a standstill. In a purely material world, the theoretical possibility of reversing time existed, contingent upon computational power and energy of unfathomable magnitude. This would entail calculating the original trajectory of each subatomic particle, reversing that trajectory, and employing immense energy to propel the particles in the opposite direction, thus achieving temporal reversal. The rejuvenation of an elderly person and the transformation of matter through the retrograde motion of particles would be phenomena indicative of time flowing backward. Limi conducted a test, manipulating time using the limited temporal laws at his disposal, causing it to flow backward within a small region of a planet. The outcome was unexpected. Time did indeed reverse, but the energy expenditure far exceeded the calculated energy required to reverse the motion of the region's subatomic particles. The laws were present, but in this material world, they were latent, and their utilization resulted in an exponential increase in energy consumption. The test area, a mere 10 square meters, consumed energy equivalent to over 100 times the energy yielded by converting all the matter in that region into energy. It was an inefficient endeavor, and reversing time on a global scale would necessitate the conversion of matter from over 100 equivalent worlds into energy. Spatial aspects exhibited differences, primarily in parameters and energy consumption, but lacked the exorbitant energy demands associated with temporal manipulation. In this world, temporal laws appear to be a prescribed domain, difficult to harness. Another year elapsed, and the probe reached Earth. Observations revealed a typical world, devoid of supernatural abilities or unique entities, existing purely as a technological, material realm, unlike any world Limi had previously encountered. However, covert surveillance of the artificial neutron star warship revealed a phenomenon reminiscent of the dark forest survival principles from the three-body problem. The distinction lay in the fact that civilizations reaching level 3 were virtually exempt from the dark forest paradigm. Upon discovering the neutron star warship, Limi gleaned basic information leaked by the civilization, providing some insight. However, civilizations at level 3 and above shielded and concealed their information, and the considerable distance between Limi and the warship limited the amount of information he could acquire, even regarding the classification of civilizations. He discerned that levels 1 to 3 constituted rudimentary civilizations, levels 4 to 6 represented intermediate civilizations, and level 7 signified advanced civilizations. However, he could not ascertain the criteria for defining a level 1 civilization. This was not due to the prowess of these civilizations, but rather the nature of the world itself, which protected information unless direct confrontation occurred. The world exhibited a degree of information safeguarding, unlike the Marvel Universe, where information was naturally disseminated and accessible to those with the capacity to acquire it. The group reconvened. "Boss, this world feels peculiar. Something seems amiss," Kai Winbar remarked, studying the data collected by Xiaobai, his face etched with doubt. Xiaobai was also performing calculations. With the exception of the Ancient One, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the world's strangeness. "Indeed, it is quite peculiar. I have the impression that this world has been altered," the Ancient One stated gravely. Limi turned to her, inquiring, "Ancient One, is this merely a feeling, or is there tangible evidence?" The modification of an entire world was beyond Limi's current capabilities. What entity, be it civilization or individual, possessed such power? "It is merely a feeling, but haven't you all observed the signs? Otherwise, you wouldn't find it so odd." The Ancient One replied with a smile. The others exchanged glances, acknowledging the presence of subtle indications. Could we have stumbled into another subworld, a mere experimental realm? Zhao Tian asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. That is unlikely. With our upgraded detection technology, if this world had a primary world, it would not escape our notice. Luo Songhua countered, expressing confidence in their current technological capabilities. Li Mi remained silent, his nascent true spirit engaging in deduction and calculation. Soon, his expression darkened as he declared, "The world has not been modified. It is, in fact, a ruined world, the aftermath of a great war." The others exchanged bewildered glances. Li Mi's conclusion was based on the remnants of fractured dimensional fragments, which, upon deduction and calculation, yielded the most plausible explanation. With dimensions 0 through 10, and those beyond the fourth fractured, it was evident that a cataclysmic war had occurred. However, the lack of information precluded the determination of the nature of that war. Well, considering our technology, if we remain concealed and are still discovered by those advanced civilizations, then further speculation is futile. If they cannot detect us, it implies that we possess sufficient self-preservation capabilities. Boss, according to my calculations, this world is home to a level 9 civilization, Xiaobai announced. The others exchanged knowing smiles. And Li Mi shook his head, saying, "Xiaobai, the so-called level 9 civilization is a classification specific to this world. We lack sufficient information to analyze their technology. Let's go examine that neutron star warship. A civilization capable of constructing warships from neutron stars must possess a high level of technological advancement," Zhou Hongwu suddenly proposed. They were separated from a neutron star warship by a distance of 10,000 light-years. To maintain their concealment, Xiaobai controlled the warship, reducing it to the size of a speck of dust and initiating a series of standard long-distance space jumps. Shrinking the warship minimized spatial disturbances and facilitated the erasure of traces left by each jump. Each standard long-distance space jump covered a distance of only 1,000 light-years, necessitating over 100 jumps. Upon reaching the star system containing the neutron star warship, Li Mi and his team covertly observed it from nearby. After a month of observation, they had gleaned little information. The enemy's shielding technology was formidable, and acquiring more information required deploying probes inside the warship. However, this technological civilization, capable of constructing warships from neutron stars, undoubtedly possessed advanced technology across the board, with a solid foundation in basic technology. Even the addition of a single particle on the neutron star could potentially be detected. The quantum realm was also shielded, preventing quantum detection. For the first time, Li Mi encountered such a formidable, purely technological civilization. While victory in open warfare was assured, the civilization's technological prowess exhibited few weaknesses with balanced development. Covert probing proved challenging. Reluctant to reveal their presence, they could only bide their time and await an opportunity. A faint spatial fluctuation arose, and Li Mi turned towards the source of the disturbance. Witnessing a captivating sight, a celestial tableau the size of a solar system, moving rapidly through space. Chapter 60. The Great War of Technological Civilizations, the Cosmic Canvas. A two-dimensional portrayal brimming with stars, spans the size of the solar system and moves swiftly through the universe at an astonishing speed of 300 times the speed of light. Utilizing the technology of spatial distortion and curvature superliminal travel. One glance at this magnificent scene reveals both its beauty and its terror. The neutron star battleship did not fully conceal itself, leaving traces that now appear as bait, intentionally tempting other civilizations, possibly to confront the suddenly emerging two-dimensional space civilization. Li Mi and his crew distanced themselves slightly from the neutron star battleship, observing from a light year away the impending encounter of the two civilizations. The two-dimensional space civilization emitted no signals nor showed any signs of communication. It directly initiated its two-dimensional assault on the neutron star battleship. Signs of dimensional descent manifested in the starry expanse where the two civilizations converged, and it appeared as though the neutron star battleship was being drawn into the two-dimensional realm. There was no explosive release of energy. The scene was starkly simple, evoking a sense of returning to the essence of existence. Just as the neutron star battleship was about to transmute into 2 dimensions, it suddenly activated its shielding field. The terrifying gravitational force and violent magnetic explosions pierced through the 2-dimensional space, followed by the battleship commencing a rotational motion. With each rotation, the gravitational pull and magnetic explosions from the battleship tore through the 2-dimensional realm. The rotation accelerated, shattering the core of the 2-dimensional civilization, akin to a sphere disturbing the surface of a painting. The fabric of space was thrown into disarray, and the 2-dimensional civilization unleashed its own spatial forces to repair the rift while striving to reduce the neutron star battleship to 2 dimensions. Li Mi and his companions observed this scene from afar, their expressions grave. The sheer might of this technologically advanced civilization was terrifying. Though these 2 civilizations appeared to be merely intermediate, they wielded a power that could almost rival the fundamental laws of nature through sheer technological prowess. Boss, another civilization has joined the fray, Xiaobai announced, projecting a newly emerged battleship from 10 astronomical units away onto their view. This vessel, radiating a brilliant white light, took the form of a perfect cube, measuring 10 kilometers on each side. Its exterior was gray, yet it emanated a pure white glow, an embodiment of perfection. Kai Wenba, who had long studied mathematics, found himself in awe, encountering such a cube for the first time, its precision approaching the limits of possibility. The surface was entirely smooth, devoid of any irregularities, surpassing even the precision of strong nuclear force materials, achieving true excellence. This battleship absorbed all radiation and energy, reflecting light at a perfect 100. An existence of extreme contradiction. Mere moments after its appearance, it launched an attack against the neutron star battleship. A pitch-black ray struck the neutron star vessel, penetrating one corner and causing a fragment the size of a basketball to break off. The ray then dispersed, enveloping the neutron star battleship. The 2-dimensional civilization also coalesced, seeking to fully reduce the neutron star battleship to 2 dimensions. 2 astronomical units of the 2-dimensional realm were torn open, and the neutron star battleship began to charge recklessly. The 2-dimensional civilization could not withstand the assault and was nearly shattered, having sustained severe damage. The cube-shaped battleship unleashed a projectile the size of a fist. Yet at such a short distance, it achieved the speed of light. The kinetic energy of this light-speed impact was terrifying. If the neutron star battleship were struck, even its stellar density could be fragmented into countless shards. The neutron star battleship erupted with a pitch-black barrier, its shield absorbing the impact of the light-speed kinetic weapon. However, it seemed to suffer from energy overload, losing its momentum, and came to a halt, its gravitational forces reverting to those of a neutron star. There it stood, motionless in a fractured tableau, while the 2-dimensional civilization seized this rare opportunity to restore its realm. The cube-shaped battleship, having expended its energy in the kinetic strike, was unable to unleash an equal force in a short time frame, and its regular attacks proved ineffective against the neutron star. The battlefield felt as though it had frozen in time. What a terrifying technological civilization. Gu Yi could not help but marvel, even with her magical abilities. She could not endure such onslaught for long. Li Mi and his companions shared solemn expressions. The 3 warring civilizations appeared to be only middle tier, still a step away from achieving advanced status. Yet they wielded such formidable power. In quiet contemplation, they assessed their own battleship's capabilities, realizing that while they might emerge victorious, they lacked overwhelming strength. Engaging the laws of nature would require an expenditure of energy 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. In this world, the laws were subtly suppressed, preventing civilizations from fully harnessing them. The 3 factions ceased their assaults. The 2-dimensional civilization was in recovery, while the other 2 were recalibrating their energy output devices. Xiaobai, how much information has been gathered from this conflict? Li Mi inquired. Though he could discern much himself, he sought basic information for his companions as well. Based on the collected data, approximately 90 of the 3 civilizations have grasped the fundamentals of unified theory, Xiaobai reported. Does this mean these 3 civilizations have mastered the 4 fundamental forces to their fullest extent? Luo Songhua mused. Their technology exhibited significant imbalances. Some advancements were far superior to those of the three civilizations, yet many foundational aspects could not compare. The kinetic assault unleashed by the cube-shaped battleship was beyond Li Mi and his crew's comprehension. The ability to accelerate matter to light speed in such a brief moment for offensive purposes was astonishing. The neutron star battleship's final defensive shield withstood the light-speed kinetic strike, truly terrifying. Among the three civilizations, it was evident that the two-dimensional civilization was the weaker faction. Continue the probe. Let us take advantage of their conflict to gather more data on their civilization. Li Mi commanded, feeling somewhat frustrated by the constraints on information retrieval in this world. If not for these limitations, he could directly access the information from all three civilizations. After a moment of reflection, he acknowledged the uniqueness of the Marvel Universe. Otherwise, information retrieval would not be so challenging. This world was starkly exposed in its nature, a normal representation of reality. 10 minutes later, the two-dimensional civilization had restored itself to 80% of its original capacity, while the neutron star battleship regained its operational capabilities and charged forth. The two-dimensional civilization sustained further damage. A mere collision with the neutron star battleship left the cube-shaped vessel with visible cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. In a final act of desperation, the two-dimensional civilization detonated half of its realm, unleashing a surge of power to breach space and escape the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, the cube-shaped battleship launched another light-speed kinetic attack, seemingly utilizing a reserve of energy, achieving a speed of 500 times the speed of light as it fled. Chapter 61. The foundation of civilization. The grand conflict among the three civilizations has reached its conclusion, leaving an impression of an anticlimactic ending. What prompted their warfare? And did the eventual retreat fulfill the aspirations of each faction? Li Mi and his companions deployed probes to trail the two fleeing civilizations, yearning to acquire their advanced technologies, which tantalized them with the promise of unification theories. The neutron star battleships refrained from pursuing the escaping civilizations, choosing instead to remain stationary. After half an hour, they cloaked their gravitational fields, retracting all radiation and magnetic bursts before discreetly departing. Lacking sufficient information and data, they were unable to ascertain the reasons behind the conflict among the three civilizations. Was it really concluded just like that? Gui felt as though these civilizations were merely playing house, engaging in fierce battles only to retreat without clear rationale. Calculations indicated that the three civilizations were of comparable levels, with negligible disparities in combat power, none possessing overwhelming might. Continuing the conflict would likely result in an 87% chance of mutual destruction or a 90% probability of all three suffering grave losses. In response to Gu Yi's perplexity, Xiao Bai provided an explanation. This world is somewhat terrifying. It may rival even the Marvel Universe. With such formidable capabilities among intermediate civilizations, could the fragmentation of higher dimensions be a consequence of battles waged by those advanced civilizations? Zhao Tian speculated. That is indeed a possibility, though it should pertain to civilizations of level 9 or even higher, Huang Yinghua added. Gui questioned, but why engage in such warfare? Level 9 civilizations should be beyond concerns regarding energy and resources, having ascended to the pinnacle of existence. Under normal circumstances, there would be no necessity for conflict. Li Mi shook his head, asserting, our conjectures hold little significance without relevant information. Virtually anything is plausible. The conflicts among civilizations, their ascension, and the division of resources are all potential factors. Indeed, matter is constant. Coupled with entropy, it forms the foundation of a civilization's survival. Unless one can transcend the confines of this world and traverse into others, Zhou Hongwu concurred. Subsequently, they arrived in the Marvel Universe, where the threats loomed large, compelling them to depart within 50 years. The Marvel Universe is unique, rife with advanced technologies that often defy logic. Although possessing such technologies, their foundational theories remain incomplete. In that realm, the clandestine acquisition of technological knowledge from other civilizations yielded no civilization that could rival even a single one of those encountered in their current world. In a world dominated by material technology, the group felt that even the advancements of a level 1 civilization held merit. After much discussion, they decided to deploy a multitude of probes for clandestine observation, irrespective of the civilization's level. However, this endeavor would require time. The level 1 civilizations appeared to be concealing their existence, fearing potential repercussions from other civilizations. Discovering these civilizations necessitated a gradual and careful approach. Intermediate civilizations, such as the White Dwarf Star civilization, displayed confidence in their self-preservation abilities, allowing them to boldly reveal themselves amidst the cosmos. In the recent conflict, it remained uncertain how many civilizations had been secretly observing. It seemed that the civilizations in this world were all in hiding. Was there a specific reason behind this? Zhao Tian, rooted in sociology, sensed an underlying rationale, albeit unable to articulate it at that moment, and thus posed a question. After some contemplation, Limi shared the survival principles of the dark forest theory with them. "It is indeed bleak," Luo Songwa lamented. Guti shook his head, noting, "The dark forest theory clearly states that the total amount of matter remains unchanged. Survival is the fundamental principle of civilization. Without knowledge of who initiated the technological explosion, such a scenario is entirely reasonable. It feels as though my former world, with the presence of those deities, has become rather unnatural." Huang Yinghua nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, the development of Gu Yi's original world was influenced by deities, leading to intriguing dynamics among civilizations. In contrast, this world appears somewhat strange due to the wars among those advanced civilizations. Very well, this world harbors threats as well. We should not have been detected by the advanced civilizations. Now, we must continue our research, particularly in validating the discoveries from the Marvel Universe, especially regarding the data from particle collision experiments," Li Mi instructed, halting their discussion and prompting them to resume their respective experiments. Gu Yi also requested a laboratory for herself and instructed Xiao Bai to prepare the experimental equipment. She intended to create an environment conducive to magic, subsequently comparing it with this world to discern the differences. Although she had left her original world, albeit through conditional exchange, she had transcended its causal influences and become a member of Ling Mi's group. It would not do to idle away her days in retirement. Since there were no stringent demands placed upon her, she could pursue familiar and intriguing subjects, thereby enhancing her knowledge. Limi held a neutral stance towards Gu Yi's endeavors, allowing her to follow her inclinations. He aimed to test the capabilities of his nascent true spirit within the realm of material technology. Although he could observe from a great distance, that was merely observation. The information gathered was fragmented, chaotic, and insufficient. This was achieved through the manipulation of causal forces. His other abilities had been suppressed to their utmost limits. In the Marvel Universe, he could glean information from the timeline. Yet now, even when facing the White Dwarf Star battleships, he could extract only scant information. His perception, or what is commonly referred to as mental capacity, was confined to a diameter of merely 1 kilometer. Furthermore, leveraging his own power to influence external forces had become increasingly arduous, necessitating greater computational capacity to achieve clarity. Only through unambiguous data could he apply his findings. Indeed, the unfortunate Traverser's system was correct in its assessment of the disparities among the myriad worlds. Each world is distinct, and applying the level classification of one world to another proves futile. Li Mi opted not to engage in the calculation of analytical laws, but instead to start anew, beginning from the fundamentals while re-simulating the vast array of data. He particularly focused on foundational theories, utilizing existing data to validate various theoretical constructs. The particle collision experiments were of paramount importance, as he sought to analyze the data pertaining to gravitons, requiring this information for gravitational calculations. Dark energy, dark matter, antimatter, and other related theories were also subjected to rigorous validation to ensure their precision. Moreover, not a single error could be permitted. The mass energy equivalence principle had only been preliminarily validated through particle collision experiments, made possible by certain advanced technologies from the Marvel Universe that facilitated the conversion of matter and energy. Now, A more profound exploration of these calculations and analyses was imperative. The quantum realm mirrored this scenario. Conventional technological theories had only supported quantum computing and quantum communication. Yet the PIM particles that allow entities or matter to enter the quantum domain required thorough organization, analysis, research, and validation to derive corresponding theories that would serve as the foundation for broader applications and future studies. In this world, the exploration of time and space was not yet ripe for examination. The laws remained obscured, and investigating these laws was akin to opposing the very fabric of existence, rendering it unnecessary at present. Chapter 62. Researching gravitons at this juncture, they needed to consolidate their knowledge, earnestly assimilate the existing technologies, conduct analyses, validate findings, and summarize their insights. Their material science could not rival that of the cube civilization. They were merely fortunate to have acquired a fragment of a system, from which they derived a new material through analysis. Kinetic weapons, including conventional handguns, fall under the category of kinetic weaponry, but when taken to their extremes, they can yield light-speed kinetic strikes akin to those of the cube civilization, capable of tearing apart warships forged from neutron stars. In foundational technology, it was only in the realm of gravity that they had discerned the existence of gravitons, yet they lacked the time to calculate, analyze, validate, summarize, and utilize this discovery. The strong nuclear force was merely harnessed to synthesize a material without any genuine understanding of its practical applications. As for the weak nuclear force, their current utilization had not yet reached fruition. Calculations indicated that to achieve the level of neutron star warships and cube civilization fleets, they would require at least a millennium of development. Unless they could plunder a mid-tier civilization of this world to complete their foundational knowledge, it would be impossible to shorten the required development time. The laws of this world were not overt. Many capabilities of the Infinity Stones from the Marvel Universe were rendered unusable and without a comprehensive grasp of technology. The subtle differences in the laws governing each world made adjustments and modifications unfeasible. Conducting parameter adjustments to adapt to new worlds necessitated an intricate understanding of the technology, a complete theoretical framework to discern differences, and the wisdom to effectuate changes. The application of technological advancements is not a matter of arbitrary alterations. Even a minor error in a decimal point within a mathematical formula could yield unpredictable consequences. 1,000 years would represent the optimal pace of research and development. Yet they would inevitably encounter various challenges and bottlenecks, likely prolonging the timeline further. Xiaobai was tasked with restricting the world force field, cross-dimensional jumping technology. The mathematical models of the Infinity Stones, as well as other black technologies, such as PIM particles and dimensional magic, all of which lacked robust theoretical support. The upcoming research would primarily focus on foundational principles, as per Li Mi's directive. While those technologies were formidable, their application in other worlds was limited due to the absence of fundamental theoretical knowledge. Xiaobai implemented data restrictions and communicated Li Mi's directives to the others. Naturally, this only involved restricting data access temporarily. They would still utilize any applicable technology for their warships to avoid being targeted by advanced civilizations. The others concurred with Li Mi's decision, having observed the recent conflict among 3 mid-tier civilizations. They recognized that, stripped of black technologies, their own civilization's scientific prowess was insufficient. Li Mi chose the Milky Way as the galaxy for their development, positioning their warships near the black hole at its center. Each individual began their research anew, momentarily casting aside thoughts of black technologies and focusing on their respective domains. "Boss, we've detected anomalies in the solar system of this world," Xiaobai alerted Li Mi, presenting the findings. As Li Mi reviewed and analyzed the data, he pondered, is there a civilization confining the solar system? The data indicated that the solar system was enveloped in an invisible force field, permitting exit but forbidding entry. Breaching this force field would be necessary to access the solar system. Analysis suggested that this was a grand unifying force field, likely established by a mid-tier or even advanced civilization. Li Mi surmised that Earth in this world was far from simple, though he could not pinpoint its complexities without concrete data analysis. Should we deploy more probes? Xiaobai inquired. No, the probes at the solar system's periphery will remain concealed. We will only observe, Li Mi replied, indicating that the probe had just arrived in this world specifically to explore Earth. Xiaobai, notify me immediately of any anomalies on Earth. For now, prioritize computational analysis tasks, Li Mi commanded. Presently, Xiaobai's role was primarily supportive. Despite the advancements in technology, artificial intelligence could only assist, as subjective research remained beyond its capabilities. Li Mi commenced his research, distinct from others in that he required no assistance from Xiaobai. His innate information processing capabilities surpassed those of Xiaobai, and he possessed data that Xiaobai lacked. In this world, leveraging one's own power to manipulate external forces necessitated mature technologies with thoroughly understood principles. Otherwise, the energy expended would multiply geometrically, resulting in an exponentially amplified backlash. Such research had not been undertaken in a long time. With full dedication, the team immersed themselves in a sea of knowledge, each individual discovering their own research direction. Xiaobai coordinated their efforts, ensuring that data related to interconnected research was shared. The progress in graviton research was the most significant. In their quest to capture and observe gravitons, they collaboratively constructed a device capable of magnifying gravitons millions of times while also enabling observation. The construction of this device took a decade, and its dimensions were nearly half that of the Moon. Originally intended for observing gravitons, the microscope's magnification reached astonishing levels, revealing that gravitons were neither the smallest particles nor the fundamental units. The nodes appeared spherical, indicating they too were not the smallest unit of matter. Subsequently, they collectively built another device the size of the Moon, composed entirely of high-precision components. This apparatus integrated an energy furnace, data detectors, microscopes, spatial manipulators, dark energy adjustment devices, and other technological marvels. They intended to use this device to slice through gravitons using spatial forces while observing the data generated during the cutting process. Additionally, it would facilitate research between atoms and electrons, as understanding both strong and weak nuclear forces was essential. This constituted a device for micro-level research. Chapter 63. The civilization of the taste of the research on gravitational particles has yielded remarkable achievements, culminating in a profound theoretical understanding of gravity with significant advancements in its applications. The intricate interplay between gravity, space, and time has been unveiled. At this level of technology, it is now possible to manipulate space through gravitational forces and influence the perception of time. However, this analytical and research process has consumed nearly a century, during which all other studies were temporarily halted. The next focus will shift toward the exploration of the mass-energy equivalence equation, which will allow for theoretical conclusions regarding the transformation of matter and energy without the need for advanced technology. Over the course of a century, the findings from the explorations conducted by the Xiaobai probes have yielded some results, albeit modest ones, primarily involving civilizations at the first and second levels. The acquisition of various technologies has led to a partial expansion of their technological capabilities. However, higher-tier civilizations remain shrouded in secrecy, effectively obscuring their existence from external observation. The neutron star battleship civilization has been covertly monitored, but the information blockade enforced by these intermediate civilizations is even more stringent, rendering any information gleaned from probes exceedingly limited. They have seemingly vanished from the observational purview of Li Mi and his team. Nonetheless, over the past century, a clearer understanding of the classifications of primary and intermediate civilizations has emerged. A first-level civilization has ventured beyond its home planet and into the cosmos, becoming less reliant on its planetary resources and beginning to transcend resource limitations. The second-level civilization has achieved basic superluminal travel, though the extent of this capability varies among civilizations. Some have attained speeds exceeding 100 times the speed of light, while others have only reached light speed, all utilizing spatial curvature for superluminal navigation. The third-level civilization has made breakthroughs in biological technology, resulting in extended lifespans for its inhabitants, as prolonged lifespans are essential for the transmission of knowledge. The accumulation of knowledge within a century is overwhelming. making further development a daunting challenge. The fourth-level civilization has engaged with spatial technologies, mastering superluminal travel through spatial curvature, bringing them close to the limits of existence. The fifth-level civilization can traverse across star systems, having liberated itself from fundamental energy constraints. Civilizations ranking sixth or higher delve into the application of universal laws. Regrettably, the more advanced the civilization, the more ambiguous the information obtained. During this century, Earth has surprisingly reached the status of a first-level civilization, establishing the Earth United Alliance and venturing beyond its planetary confines. However, an enigmatic force field persists beyond the solar system, the reasons for which remain unknown. Li Mi and his colleagues are engaged in research on the mass-energy equation when Xiaobai suddenly projects an object no larger than a speck of dust. "Boss, we have discovered a special civilization." The others turn to observe the projection, revealing an artificial object the size of a basketball, which indeed appears as mere dust amidst the vast starry expanse. Had this object not encroached upon their battleship's world force field, Xiaobai would not have detected it at all. Since it has entered their world force field, the next step is to ascertain its civilization level and determine whether it can be captured. Li Mi's eyelids twitch at the realization that a civilization has infiltrated their battleship's world force field. Had been outside this force field, he would not have dared to act so boldly. This object resembles an inverted pyramid-shaped battleship, constructed from materials unknown to Li Mi and his team, showcasing mathematical precision throughout its design. To Li Mi's astonishment, upon initiating detection, the battleship instantly responded, unleashing an invisible force field in a bid to escape the world force field. That was remarkably quick, and their counter-detection technology is on par with ours, remarked Luo Songhua in surprise. The world force field intensified, neutralizing the opposing force's eruption and confining it within. The collision of these two force fields shattered the surrounding space, annihilating matter without a trace of energy leaking or information being exposed. Initially, it was assumed that the civilization's battleship would be unable to escape the confines of the world force field. However, unexpectedly, the world force field experienced a brief stutter of less than 100 playing times, allowing the battleship to break free. "May I inquire as to which civilization you belong?" A message appeared on the communication interface of Li Mi's battleship. Li Mi and his companions exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the fact that they had managed to breach the world force field, even if only momentarily, an occurrence nearly negligible in duration, yet nonetheless significant. "Xiaobai, what kind of force countered the world force field just now?" Li Mi inquired. "Boss, the parameters of the world force field underwent a change within a single plank time, and calculations suggest it was a mathematical weapon attack," replied Xiaobai. "Surely not. A mathematical weapon?" exclaimed Zhou Hongwu. Li Mi realized that the civilization they encountered was not merely an intermediate civilization, but rather an advanced one. Had it not been for the protection afforded by the world force field, he would have considered fleeing. "Shouldn't we introduce our civilization before inquiring?" Li Mi countered in the universal language of this starry realm. The unidentified civilization responded, "We are the Tesu civilization. Are you the newly ascended advanced civilization?" "Indeed, we are the newly ascended advanced civilization, known as the Milu civilization. You are the first advanced civilization we have encountered." Unexpectedly, an hour later, the Tesu civilization sent a data packet. Within it lay methods for data interpretation. After deliberation, Li Mi and his team ultimately decided to accept the data packet, which contained fundamental information about advanced civilizations. Among advanced civilizations, there exists a mutual understanding that absent grievances, they refrain from aggression. The Tesu civilization remained uncertain about the number of advanced civilizations within the universe. The Milky Way is the domain of the Tesu civilization. The data packet concluded with a query, inquiring why the Milu civilization had attacked them. "Your battleship suddenly intruded upon our battleship's force field. We were merely seeking to understand why the Tesu civilization entered our realm." The Tesu civilization was equally surprised by Li Mi's message. Realizing that they had inadvertently breached the force field of Li Mi's battleship first. Ultimately, The Tesu civilization extended an apology while still questioning their presence in the Milky Way. Limi retorted, stating that their civilization originated within the Milky Way and had not been informed that the Milky Way belonged to the Tesu civilization. The Tesu civilization was taken aback to discover that the Milu civilization also emerged from the Milky Way, creating confusion over the notion of intrusion. Throughout the million years of our existence in the Milky Way, we have not encountered any intermediate civilizations directed toward you. The time had automatically converted to Li Mi's calculation method. Li Mi, disinterested in further elaboration, sent a simple message. Our civilization originates from the solar system, representing the previous generation of civilizations within the solar system. Chapter 64. The legacy of a ninth-level civilization, the star system possesses an air of enigma. It is conceivable that you hail from such a realm. However, this star system is an area dominated by a ninth-level civilization. If possible, it would be prudent to expedite your ascent in civilization rank. The Tesu civilization seems to possess knowledge of this. Li Mi and his companions refrained from probing further, instead inquiring about certain conditions of the world. The Tesu civilization departed, fading from their view. An eighth-level civilization, equipped with mathematical weaponry, mistakenly perceived the existence of the world's force field, believing it to be indicative of a higher civilization. After analyzing the entire sequence of events, Zhao Tian lamented the situation. Li Mi and his companions grasped Zhao Tian's implications, but chose not to respond. Their recent encounter with the Tesu civilization revealed that there are actually few civilizations above the seventh level within this world. However, the precise number remains unknown. The Tesu civilization had come into contact with a total of 5 advanced civilizations. Subsequently, as a gesture of goodwill, they provided Li Mi and his companions with a star map detailing the territories of known advanced civilizations, which included coordinates marking 2 battle-scarred ruins. One of these ruins spanned billions of light years, devoid of any material, with spatial rifts scattered throughout and even black holes appearing to have been shattered. The second ruin was even more expansive, encompassing trillions of light years, reduced to a desolate wasteland, entirely empty, resembling a void, save for a mysterious sight at its center. It seemed that advanced civilizations harbored a mutual wariness, diligently concealing themselves. The delineation of territories served merely as a facade, devoid of any substantive information regarding the civilizations within. Huang Yinghua remarked, and Li Mi nodded in agreement, suggesting they vacate the area and seek a new location, for they had already compromised their concealment. Xiao Bai piloted the warship away from the gravitational pull of the Milky Way's central black hole, seeking refuge in a more mundane star system. The group then engaged in discussions regarding the Tesu civilization, noting that this civilization had elevated mathematics to the level of an 8th-level civilization, possessing mathematical weaponry. Given their advanced status, it was reasonable to assume that their other weaponry was equally formidable, as scientific inquiry is inextricably linked to mathematics. At present, Li Mi and his companions could only rely on the world's force field for self-preservation. Their offensive capabilities were significantly lacking. Unless they forcibly harnessed the power contained within the infinite gem mathematical model, they remained unable to challenge the Tesu civilization. The mere existence of a mathematical force field rendered them invulnerable. Surprisingly, the solar system was identified as a territory demarcated by a 9th-level civilization. What could be the reasoning behind this? We must continue to reinforce our research, Kai Wenbo stated solemnly, his obsession with mathematics intensifying upon encountering a civilization founded upon it. Their achievements in gravitational studies had reached the limits of a 6th-level civilization, yet the gap to 7th-level civilizations remained substantial. The disparity between civilizations, even if narrow, was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Without the world's force field and other advanced technologies, Li Mi and his companions found themselves virtually powerless against higher civilizations. Other advanced civilizations had developed steadily over millennia, possibly tens or hundreds of thousands of years, establishing a robust foundation that highlighted the immense gulf between them. The repercussions of their rapid advancement in the early stages were now manifesting. 5 centuries elapsed, a mere blink in the vastness of the cosmos for any intermediate civilization. 50 years prior, Earth had achieved preliminary faster-than-light travel technology, but unexpectedly. Before Earth could venture beyond the solar system, it faced an assault from an unidentified advanced civilization. The stars within the solar system were targeted. Signs of destruction were observed before the annihilation of these stars. Remarkably, the process extended over 3 years rather than being instantaneous. Earth civilization fled the solar system. Such coincidences were too pronounced. Just as the faster-than-light technology emerged, the stars were attacked, leaving ample time for Earth civilization to escape. It all appeared deliberate, as if the attack was targeted, yet still allowed Earth civilization a chance to survive. Following the obliteration of the stars, the force fields beyond the solar system dissipated, suggesting that the ninth-level civilization acted with intent, the reasons for which remain unknown. After another 5 centuries of consolidation, Li Mi and his companions finally completed their foundational knowledge. Achieving a level comparable to that of the neutron star battleship civilization they had encountered upon their arrival in this world. Their 4 fundamental forces had reached their zenith, enabling them to construct neutron star battleships without reliance on advanced technologies. Yet, they still fell short of completing the grand unification theory. Other 6th-level civilizations had nearly breached the boundaries of this theory, while Li Mi and his companions remained tantalizingly close, uncertain if there was sufficient time for further development. After departing the solar system, chaos seemed to erupt within the Milky Way. Numerous primitive civilizations emerged, and fierce battles became commonplace. Intermediate civilizations appeared to be absent, yet many secretly infiltrated the galaxy. The neutron star battleship civilization, two-dimensional space civilization, and cubic battleship civilization all manifested within the Milky Way. In addition to these 3, there were at least 10 other intermediate civilizations. Could there be something unique about the Milky Way? Li Mi pondered, growing increasingly cautious and opting to conceal themselves deeper within an unnamed star's core, constructing a hidden space at its center. What distinguished the Milky Way? Li Mi transmitted a message, designated for a specific recipient, designed to be elusive and difficult to detect. He intended to reach out to the Tesu civilization for inquiries. The disappearance of the solar system signified the dissolution of the 9th-level civilization's constraints, and any emerging civilizations would likely be targeted, as legends spoke of the legacy of the 9th-level civilization residing within. Feeling somewhat deceived, Li Mi lamented, "How could we have been unaware of the existence of a 9th-level civilization's legacy?" Exchanging glances with his companions, Li Mi sensed their skepticism, unsure of the Tesu civilization's true intentions. 5 more years passed, and Li Mi and his companions finally received a communication from the Tesu civilization. The Tesu civilization informed them that the legacy of the 9th-level civilization still held some relevance for 7th-level advanced civilizations, whereas for 8th-level civilizations, it had already become obsolete. After all, it was merely a legacy, not the technological data of the 9th-level civilization. Had such scientific data been accessible, civilizations below the 9th level would have likely engaged in conflict within the Milky Way long ago. Chapter 65. The Temptation Upon Arriving in This World. Li Mi utilized his extraordinary abilities to conduct a distant observation of Earth, finding it to be unremarkable and devoid of any particularities. His powers were suppressed, preventing him from detecting the enigmatic force field beyond the solar system. It was only when a probe reached the outskirts of the solar system that the existence of this mysterious force field was confirmed. Now, a civilization of the 8th tier claims that Earth harbors a 9th tier civilization's legacy. What could this possibly mean? Is Earth truly exceptional? Ancient One could not help but inquire. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Yet Li Mi nodded, stating that it is indeed special. Almost every realm contains its own version of Earth. To say it is not special would be misleading, as many worlds refer to their Earth by various names: Blue Star, Terra, Water Sphere, and so forth, each beset by its own tribulations. Could we be characters in some novel or film? Zhao Tian pondered. Li Mi shook his head, uncertain. However, he remarked that this world bears a resemblance to a certain narrative, albeit with a different plot and diverse civilizations. Its similarity is merely 69. This percentage was derived from calculations made by his nascent true spirit, based on the novel The Three-Body Problem and the information he had gathered thus far. What novel? Wang Yinghua asked curiously. Does this imply that our employer had ventured into other worlds before recruiting us? Li Mi transformed the information from the Three-Body Trilogy into a format that Xiao Bai could record. The group began to peruse the novel. An ancient one, upon finishing, rubbed his temples. The civilizations depicted within were terrifying. Countless advanced civilizations remained almost entirely unseen, yet their prowess was comparable to that of the ninth-tier civilizations in this world, and in certain aspects, even superior. As the others concluded their reading, it became evident that science fiction indeed reflects the trajectory of scientific advancement. Yet, this trajectory is merely a direction. Once realized, the distinction from fictional narratives diminishes significantly. The progression from a civilization to a mid-tier status is measured in tens of thousands of years, and when a civilization encounters a bottleneck, the time required can exceed that initial estimate. In realms of immortal cultivation, it is often said that time is an irrelevant concept. The evolution of a civilization is insignificant when compared to individual cultivation. Indeed, Earth is fraught with calamities. In the three-body universe, Earth suffered a dimensional assault. While in this world, the solar system's star was struck by a logical weapon, Sidkai Wenba. The Earth of the Marvel universe is even more chaotic. Earth's civilization had already departed the solar system, having detected a piece of information a year prior. Internal divisions had arisen, fracturing it into two factions. Luo Songhua reflected after a moment of contemplation. The group was aware of this news, as Xiao Bai had promptly alerted them upon detection. Given the original geopolitical landscape, the emergence of two factions was to be expected, essentially the eastern and western camps. Zhao Tian chuckled. Li Mi inquired whether they should continue communication with the Taisu civilization. We can engage, but we must not disclose our true information. The group unanimously agreed on this matter. Li Mi sent a message to the Taisu civilization, expressing gratitude and conveying vital information. Subsequently, they engaged in scientific discussions, having developed over 6 centuries. They had reached a mid-tier civilization status, but seemed to lack a crucial component for ascension to a higher tier. After several days of deliberation without resolution, Li Mi resorted to calculations and simulations using his true spirit, seeking to identify the missing key. Excluding advanced technological information characteristic of a higher civilization, he meticulously analyzed all collected data and research findings. We are lacking a developmental direction. Mid-tier civilizations, along with those preceding them, require a foundation, which is why their growth appears uniform. However, higher civilizations make choices based on the necessary scientific theories and technological accumulation, which may take decades to achieve the status of a higher civilization. Li Mi concluded. He understood their concerns. As the leader, it was his responsibility to contemplate these matters while they focused solely on research. However, he found it challenging to envision a specific direction at that moment. Yet, there was no immediate rush. Once a direction was chosen, the path to advancing to a higher civilization would entail extensive research and experimentation. The long-term goal was to elevate to a higher civilization, while the short-term objective must first involve breaking through the theory of unification. In terms of scientific theory, they were still at a disadvantage compared to other 6-tier civilizations. Crucially, other civilizations were genuinely unified in their efforts. Whereas Li Mi and his companions comprised merely 7 individuals and 1 artificial intelligence, Xiao Bai, had it not been for the assistance of others, Li Mi might have struggled to establish a solid foundation of scientific theory. It seemed essential to contemplate future developmental directions while also determining whether to form a civilization. However, the establishment of a civilization, though manageable in the initial stages, would inevitably lead to divergent voices over time, a challenge that higher civilizations had yet to resolve. Just as Li Mi was contemplating seclusion, an old acquaintance unexpectedly arrived. The neutron star battleship civilization barreled forward, seemingly on the verge of obliterating the star in which Li Mi and his companions resided, triggering a supernova explosion. Li Mi sighed, amused that while he had not sought them out, this civilization fortuitously stumbled upon their doorstep. Regarding this coincidence, he and the others were skeptical. How could such serendipity occur in a galaxy filled with countless stars and systems? Rather than pondering whether to capture the neutron star, Li Mi and his companions instinctively suspected that this advanced civilization had discovered their concealed location and subtly guided the neutron star civilization to test their capabilities. They refrained from retaliation, instead manipulating their battleship to transform into a particle the size of an atom. Taking advantage of the supernova explosion to land upon the neutron star battleship. Isn't it just a supernova explosion? We can withstand it, he mused, as the world's force field withstood the stellar eruption. The neutron star battleship civilization remained oblivious to the fact that a vessel had landed within their own. Together, Li Mi and his companions endeavored to decipher the space within the neutron star battleship, a technology only grasped by mid-tier civilizations, which had constructed a microcosm within the neutron star. This constituted a form of spatial technology, although termed a microcosm. It was fundamentally rooted in Li Mi's earlier techniques of spatial segmentation and stabilizing mathematical models. They sought to identify a region of space amidst the stars, segment it securely, and then construct within that segmented space. While the technology was not overly complex to decipher, the challenge lay in doing so without alerting the other party. The civilization of this world exhibited an almost fanatical obsession with concealment and defense. Chapter 66. A brief confrontation. The divergence in language signifies a disparity in the logic of civilizational thought. To decipher the technology of other civilizations, one must first unravel their script and linguistic habits. Only then can one begin to extract information, analyze data, and identify the crux of technological information, paving the way for a final breakthrough in understanding. The collection of script and linguistic customs requires time, and now aboard the neutron star warship. The proximity allows for the generation and flow of information as the opposing side manipulates the entire neutron star. This process is undertaken solely by Xiao Bai, while Li Mi and the others quietly observe the neutron star. Having previously studied black holes, this is their first encounter with such an extreme celestial body. The magnetic field of the neutron star has been shielded, and its gravitational forces are controlled. The matter of the star exists in a peculiar state, the spaces between atoms. Electrons and protons have vanished under the influence of gravity, leaving no gaps at all. Although the gravitational forces are managed, they do not affect the intrinsic material changes of a neutron star itself. After extensive probing, it is discovered that the gravity of a neutron star is ever present, but its external gravitational influence is restrained. The civilization of the neutron star warship appears to be in search of something, recklessly traversing the galaxy, seemingly indifferent to higher civilizations. While other intermediate civilizations seem apprehensive towards the neutron star civilization, opting not to confront it, the primitive civilizations dare not face the neutron star warship directly. Upon realizing the warship's route intersects with their territory, they promptly evade. Yet, the neutron star warship does not indiscriminately devastate every star system. It appears to be calculating and seeking something. Not only the neutron star civilization, but other intermediate civilizations are also in pursuit of something, seemingly in search of Earth civilization. However, after departing the solar system, Earth civilization has concealed itself, masquerading as an ordinary level 1 civilization. Following a split into two factions, both have remained undisclosed, tacitly hiding their identities. Li Mi finds it curious how these intermediate civilizations are aware of Earth civilization's inheritance of level 9 civilization, as even if the inheritance were genuine, it would be nearly impossible for level 8 civilizations to remain unaware of such a secret. Yet now, it seems that the entire universe is aware. In retrospect, everything feels amiss. Could it be bait from some civilization? Li Mi murmurs to himself, recalling the information provided by the Tesu civilization. They fear that a level 9 civilization may be luring them. And as for the claims made by Tesu civilization regarding the ineffectiveness against their level 8 civilization, it is merely to be taken with a grain of salt. Who would be foolish enough to believe it? This is akin to someone telling Li Mi of a level 7 civilization's inheritance, playing on his curiosity. Naturally, he would be intrigued but wary of falling into a trap, leading to various tests of the reactions of the level 9 civilization that left the inheritance. In this world, there is no civilization devoid of cunning. Those that lack guile may have vanished into the annals of history, and every civilization possesses its own hidden cards. Until the final moment, none will reveal their true capabilities. True to their status as a level 6 civilization, Xiaobai's attempts to decode the neutron star warship were detected. In terms of conventional technology, Li Mi and his companions found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Upon realizing that another civilization was deciphering their warship, the neutron star civilization could not identify the source. Thus, they resorted to an instant gravitational explosion, aiming to compress Li Mi's warship into neutron star matter. Moments later, as the gravitational force dissipated, matter erupted outward, demonstrating the pinnacle of gravitational utilization, enhanced by the electromagnetic force of the neutron star, yielding an output comparable to that of a star over a decade. As Li Mi and his companions' decoding was uncovered, they reacted swiftly. Li Mi personally engaged, borrowing all of Xiaobai's computational power, applying the laws to an extraordinary degree. Utilizing the power of causation, he breached the defenses of the neutron star warship, allowing the nascent true spirit to directly extract 60 of the informational data within less than a second. Ultimately, their efforts were interrupted by the violent unified force field of the neutron star, propelling Li Mi's warship away from the neutron star and into the void of space. To this day, the neutron star warship remains oblivious to Li Mi and his companions, only aware of an attack from an unknown civilization. The neutron star warship now stands still, its unified force field barrier perpetually activated. Li Mi did not anticipate that the power of causation would only be utilized for a brief moment, leading to a multiplication of the suppressive force. Otherwise, the unified force field would not have been able to thwart his actions. The neutron star civilization seems to be probing, yet finds no discoveries, prompting an increase in their vigilance, rendering them less brazen than before. It is evident that they realize they have been struck by a higher civilization. While they appear to have defended against the attack, subsequent self-checks reveal that their information has indeed been accessed, though they remain unaware of the extent of the breach. The neutron star warship civilization, having concealed itself, quietly departs, abandoning the arrogance it exhibited upon entering the galaxy. They are not fools. They understand the existence of higher civilizations and recognize that the so-called inheritance of level 9 civilization is likely bait. Continuing down this path may lead them to become mere prey. Li Mi and his companions also discreetly withdraw. This brief confrontation has illuminated the significant gap between conventional technology and the capabilities of a level 6 civilization, such as the neutron star warship. Though they are both level 6 civilizations, there exists a hierarchy in technological prowess. Li Mi synchronizes the information acquired by the nascent true spirit with Xiaobai's database, yielding substantial insights into the foundation of level 6 civilizations. A true level 6 civilization excels in the application of the 4 fundamental forces, each adept in different scientific domains, which will guide them toward advancing into higher civilizations. With 60 of the information extracted, many key details remain incomplete, highlighting their own deficiencies. After centuries of research and development, aside from gravitational studies, the exploration of the other 3 forces has only led to rudimentary theoretical conclusions and validations, without substantial technological advancements. It is crucial to acknowledge the intricate connections between electromagnetic force and the remarkable light-speed kinetic weaponry. However, at this moment, the prospect of Li Mi and his companions successfully developing such advanced weaponry seems utterly fanciful, given their current technological limitations, a colossal challenge beyond their reach. As for the weak nuclear force, it is closely related to material decay. Merely comprehending the complexities of this relationship has proven to be a mental strain for the 7 of them, let alone attempting to apply it practically. The legendary unified theory, along with the foundational applications derived from it, such as the unified force field, remains a distant dream. Li Mi reflects once We merely based our assumptions and speculations on the belief that we had entered the ranks of level 6 civilizations. Yet, lacking the opportunity for actual comparison with other true level 6 civilizations, our self-perception was largely confined to conjecture and imagination. Now, upon finally encountering civilizations of similar standing, we are starkly reminded of our previous blind confidence, akin to the folly of arrogance. It is as if one has lived in isolation for an extended period, believing oneself to be at the pinnacle of existence, only to step outside that bubble and confront the vastness of the universe and the multitude of equally formidable entities, realizing one is but a mere drop in the ocean. Chapter 67. Civilizational System. Li Mi's remarks elicited wry smiles among the other 6. After encountering the neutron star battleship civilization, they had amassed a wealth of information, only to realize that they had merely taken the initial steps into the realm of level 6 civilizations, still far from the pinnacle. Among the insights gained were some conventional technological applications that were truly enlightening. We are merely a small team and cannot be considered a civilization. In terms of application and research, our vision is incomparable to that of an established civilization, Gu Yi expressed. Although her expertise lay in magic, her years of study were not in vain. Having witnessed countless timelines of a single world, her perspective was undoubtedly the most expansive among them. Li Mi nodded and declared, "From this day forth, we shall establish our own civilization, to be known as the Mi-Lu civilization. As the name suggests, it represents a path of exploration. How do we establish it? A civilization must possess its own system," Zhao Tian inquired. "The framework of our civilization will be determined through collective discussion and collaboration." They began to deliberate. The first step would involve attracting talent in various fields, including the arts. The civilizational system would be organized into research institutes based on individual interests, with each institute responsible for identifying and nurturing relevant talent. The uniqueness of this civilization would rest in the fact that ultimate decision-making power would be firmly held by Li Mi, beneath whom would be meticulously divided research institutes. These institutes would gather elite individuals across diverse domains, dedicated to exploring the unknown and fostering technological advancement and innovative development. However, entry into these research institutes would not solely depend on personal ambition and capability. If one had descendants, their qualifications would also be scrutinized. Only those endowed with exceptional talent and profound knowledge would have the opportunity to pass through rigorous selection processes and join the ranks of the institutes. Beneath this layer resided the general populace. Although they lacked decision-making authority, they enjoyed a suite of fundamental rights that encompassed various aspects of life, ensuring a relatively free and equitable existence. Concurrently, the common people bore certain obligations. Foremost, an unwavering loyalty to their civilization. Secondly, a stringent adherence to the confidentiality of internal matters, ensuring that critical information was not divulged to the outside world. And lastly, a continuous pursuit of new knowledge and skills to enhance personal quality while shouldering the responsibility of cultural continuity. Fortunately, owing to the civilization's advanced and orderly state, issues of resource scarcity had nearly vanished. Thus, the populace could revel in a state of relative material abundance, marking a preliminary realization of the ideal of a harmonious society. In such an environment, the people's spiritual pursuits naturally gravitated towards in-depth scientific research and exploration. Consequently, science emerged as the cornerstone of spiritual civilization, propelling everyone forward. After extensive discussions, the framework of the civilization was tentatively concluded, with room for future adjustments, provided they adhered to fundamental principles. From this day forward, the 7 of them would fundamentally comprise the core of this civilization. Each could establish their own research institute, with researchers to be sought out by them, who could join the Mi-Lu civilization upon passing the tests and receiving mutual recognition. With the discussion on the establishment of the civilization concluded, they turned their attention to processing and researching the data acquired from the neutron star battleship civilization. Implementing conventional technological applications would not pose a significant challenge. However, Few possessed the complete foundational theories and key technologies needed, requiring reverse engineering based on the provided information. With these newfound insights, they could potentially shorten research timelines by millennia. The theory of unification was expected to be broken through within a century. The information hinted at a general direction for ascending to higher civilizations, indicating that vacuum zero-point energy formed the basis for such advancement, while the preliminary utilization of laws was deemed crucial for the transition. Seemingly, the neutron star battleship civilization had made no progress. They had yet to grasp vacuum zero-point energy, and the laws remained elusive. The principles governing the universe were not manifest, rendering the ascent to higher civilization nearly impossible. Thus, many intermediate civilizations were drawn to the allure of level 9 civilization legacies. The galaxy was in disarray, yet the concealed higher civilizations remained indifferent. Huang Yinghua submitted a report expressing her desire to venture to the Huaxia civilization, a splinter of Earth civilization, seeking capable and knowledgeable individuals to join the Mi-Lu civilization. Li Mi consented. Huang Yinghua infiltrated the Huaxia civilization of this world, preparing her identity information. She piloted a conventional warship crafted by herself and Xiao Bai, departing from Li Mi and the others. Although a conventional warship, it was equipped with basic information shielding technology to avoid detection by other civilizations. Li Mi and his team had always kept a watchful eye on Earth civilization. Locating the splintered Huaxia civilization was not difficult. Like other higher civilizations, they were aware of any changes within Earth civilization, yet chose to remain concealed. Gu Yi and the others diligently focused on their research, paying little heed to the current state of Earth civilization. In the future, they would recruit personnel for their research institutes, seizing opportunities as they arose. Huang Yinghua's intent to aid the Huaxia civilization suggested a desire to offer support. However, the Huaxia civilization was under the watchful gaze of numerous civilizations, and any misstep could spell extinction. The so-called Level 9 civilization legacies were something that both Huang Yinghua and Li Mi regarded as opportunities to seize, discarding them if conditions did not permit. Currently, Li Mi was not engaged in research, but was calculating the actual reasons behind the encounter and clash with a neutron star battleship civilization. He found it hard to believe that such coincidences could occur. However, after extensive calculations, he found no evidence of higher civilizations discovering them. Through the analysis of the true spirit prototype, after a day of evaluation, he reached a conclusion. It was not that they had been discovered by a higher civilization, but rather that a higher civilization had learned of their existence through the Tower civilization. A certain advanced civilization had employed probabilistic weaponry to enhance the likelihood of an encounter between the neutron star battleship civilization and themselves. Given the vastness of the galaxy, the chances of a hidden civilization crossing paths were nearly negligible. Yet, under the influence of probabilistic weaponry, such a miraculous encounter had occurred, indicating that the opposing civilization was at least of level 8. Faced with such weaponry, Li Mi felt a sense of helplessness. Had this world allowed for the normal utilization of infinite gem capabilities, erasure would have been straightforward. However, the power of the infinite gems was not fully grasped, and upon entering this new world, its potency had diminished by 90%, with laws exhibiting subtle differences, making parameter adjustments incomprehensible and rendering their use impossible. Chapter 68. The theory of unification. Li Mi has long been perplexed. How could advanced civilizations craft their formidable weapons if the laws of the universe remain obscure? The mathematical armaments of the Tower civilization and the probabilistic weapons of the unknown civilization are all applications of these enigmatic laws. A century has swiftly passed. Huang Yinghua has integrated into the rich tapestry of the Huaxia civilization, propelling a technological explosion that has placed it on the cusp of advancing to a level 3 civilization. Thanks to Huang Yinghua, humanity has transcended the limitations of lifespan, alleviating the burdens of knowledge transmission. The scientific knowledge of a level 2 civilization is so vast that it cannot be fully comprehended in a century without overcoming the constraints of longevity. Scientific progress and civilizational advancement remain stunted. Thus, The key to ascending to a level 3 civilization lies in the extension of life. Moreover, there is a vague sensation that the Huaxia civilization receives the guidance of a higher civilization, eager for its rapid ascension. This is Li Mi's intuition, though he lacks concrete evidence. The research efforts of Li Mi and his colleagues have made significant breakthroughs, bringing them closer to the theory of unification, preparing to transcend this critical barrier. Their technological applications have already rivaled those of seasoned level 6 civilizations. Upon encountering the neutron star battleship civilization once more, they find themselves capable of self-defense without resorting to advanced technologies. Li Mi has begun to contemplate the future direction of their research. He possesses numerous fragments of the laws, which he has nearly deciphered. Despite the incompleteness of the laws, he now meets the requisite conditions for ascending to a level 7 civilization. Only the breakthrough of vacuum zero-point energy remains elusive. Achieving this breakthrough would liberate energy from the constraints of matter, effectively granting access to near-infinite energy. This scenario mirrors the early days of nuclear theory, although the fundamental principles were understood. The practical creation of a usable nuclear weapon required time to surmount numerous challenges and to advance relevant technologies. As time flows inexorably forward, a decade has passed. Through relentless effort, Li Mi and his team have achieved a monumental milestone, the theory of unification. This breakthrough heralds an unprecedented upheaval in the realm of science. Yet, they remain unsatisfied, swiftly immersing themselves in subsequent research endeavors. In approximately 6 months, they have successfully realized the practical application of the unified force field. To their astonishment, upon delving deeper into this field, they discover numerous similarities with the already established world force field technology. Consequently, they pool their collective intellect and talents, engaging in countless arduous attempts and explorations, ultimately achieving a seamless fusion of these seemingly disparate force fields. The newly formed force field retains the name of World Force Field. It not only defends against the encroachment of chaotic voids from the cosmos, but also significantly enhances energy and physical defenses. The new World Force Field can withstand the assaults of light-speed kinetic weapons. While the original World Force Field had similar capabilities, it risked energy overload. The new iteration, however, offers robust protection against light-speed kinetic weaponry without the concern of excessive energy consumption. Li Mi and his team aspire to continue their research, yet they are unexpectedly thrust into turmoil as the galaxy descends into chaos. In the vast expanse of the universe, following the revelation of Earth civilization's possession of a level 9 legacy, numerous mid-tier civilizations, like a pack of ravenous wolves, surge into the galaxy, driven by a singular goal: to locate the fabled Earth civilization and seize its level 9 legacy. This mysterious and potent legacy possesses the potential to propel any civilization into a transformative leap, establishing it as a dominant force in the cosmos. However, after more than a century of fruitless searching, these mid-tier civilizations gradually lose their initial patience. Despite their advanced technological prowess, the sheer vastness of the galaxy and the countless planets that may conceal Earth civilization render their quest akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, throughout their prolonged search, all mid-tier civilizations clandestinely agree: no conflict shall arise among them until Earth civilization is discovered, lest their collective strength be diminished. Instead, they unite to eradicate the relatively weaker lower-tier civilizations within the galaxy. This sweeping campaign resembles a meticulous search, leaving no corner or planet unexamined. The mid-tier civilizations dispatch numerous fleets and probes to impose stringent surveillance and scrutiny across the galaxy. Simultaneously, within each mid-tier civilization, unity is not absolute. Motivated by self-interest, various factions naturally emerge, forming alliances and mutual support networks. Within this intricate web of relationships, even if Earth civilization is ultimately located, the decisive factor determining which civilization secures the level 9 legacy hinges on the technological and military capabilities possessed by each. Thus, the previously spotlighted powerful civilizations opt for vigilance and cooperation, collectively preparing for the fierce competition that may lie ahead. After all, in this struggle that dictates the rise and fall of civilizations, no one dares to be complacent. Li Mi and his team find themselves influenced by this search. They cannot simply abandon the galaxy. If this continues, the galaxy will become a battlefield of ruins in a millennium. Zhao Tiki's demand for a robust response to these arrogant civilizations weighs heavily. Their audacity is intolerable. However, employing the infinite gems abilities incurs a significant toll, and there remains the potential risk of exposure to higher civilizations. The worst-case scenario could even lead to their expulsion from existence, as they have yet to fully comprehend how advanced civilizations utilize the laws, and those wondrous weapons of various abilities have not been rejected by the universe. Chapter 69. Soul Weapons. Li Mi shared his thoughts with the others and ultimately inquired about the techniques that could be employed for strikes without compromising their own safety. After all, they now required time to develop and ascend to a level 7 civilization. Zhao Tian asked, "Boss, can soul technology be utilized independently? Or can it be forged into soul weapons to strike at these civilizations?" The group brightened at this prospect and began to express their opinions. The notion of soul weapons, applying technology to create conventional weapons, seemed to be the essence of advanced civilization weaponry. Only in this manner could the laws of the universe be harnessed effectively. Li Mi replied, "This method is worth a try. Let us proceed with verification." The group gathered closely, intensely focused on the disassembled data, engaging in extensive research and validation. They utilized the most advanced technological devices and analytical tools, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for even the slightest clue. After considerable effort, they made some astonishing discoveries. Thus, they began to boldly envision the possibility of utilizing this data to forge an unprecedentedly powerful weapon. This idea filled them with both excitement and trepidation. For should they succeed, this weapon would possess unparalleled might, yet it could also yield unforeseen consequences. Nevertheless, lured by such a monumental temptation, they resolved to forge ahead on this path fraught with uncertainty and challenge. Concurrently, this signified that even without breaking through the vacuum zero-point energy, they might still have the opportunity to wield a weapon of law. The only uncertainty lay in whether the current energy supply could keep pace with consumption. Previously, relevant applications had already been undertaken. They were merely re-examining the disassembled data for new applications, and results soon followed. Within a year, they crafted the initial version of the soul weapon, undergoing 6 months of parameter adjustments during verification, culminating in its creation. Its power was approximately 1,000th that of the soul gem. Given the differences in worlds and the incompleteness of data, a power output of 1,000th was already deemed satisfactory. The time had come to validate the weapon's potency. Zhao Tian fixed his gaze on a level 6 civilization located merely 7 light-years away. A formidable fleet of thousands of warships, each equipped with a unified force field for defense. In that fleeting moment, the mysterious and potent soul weapon activated silently. Astonishingly, it triggered no energy fluctuations, nor did the surrounding space exhibit any other discernible signs or omens. Yet, its might was undeniable. The attacked fleet seemed to suddenly lose its core. While it continued along its preset trajectory, its overall condition had become eerily perilous. Should any highly advanced civilization be probing that region at that moment, they would be astounded to discover that, despite appearing intact and operational, there were no signs of life aboard those warships. All beings within the fleet had instantaneously perished under the influence of the soul weapon, leaving not a trace of life behind. The entire fleet resembled a ghostly armada, adrift in the vast cosmos. Simultaneously, Xiaobai swiftly decrypted the main battle fleet system, amassing a wealth of invaluable technological information. Unfortunately, what they faced was merely an isolated fleet, not the comprehensive civilization behind it. Thus, despite acquiring a plethora of valuable data, it paled in comparison to the full spectrum of technological achievements possessed by a mature civilization. After all, the technological information and data recorded by a single warship were inherently limited, far from encompassing the myriad of wisdom amassed throughout a civilization's lengthy development. As they initiated the enigmatic and formidable soul weapon for the first time, the group anxiously observed its displayed power. The results were immensely satisfying. Yet they also uncovered a disconcerting issue. This miraculous weapon harbored the potential for obsolescence. After meticulous observation and study, they discovered that each activation of the weapon subjected it to tremendous backlash. This backlash not only intensified the weapon's wear, but also exponentially increased its energy consumption. Even worse, due to excessive energy expenditure, each use required a recovery period of 10 hours or more to gather sufficient energy for the next strike. Confronted with such a daunting dilemma, Li Mi and his colleagues unflinchingly undertook a comprehensive and thorough examination and analysis of the soul weapon. Ultimately, through a series of intricate and rigorous analyses and calculations, an astonishing and unimaginable result emerged before them. The energy supply, long considered a crucial factor, had an unexpectedly profound impact on the soul weapon. This limitation not only prevented the soul weapon from fully unleashing its potential, but also severely constrained the speed and efficiency of its activation. To transcend this predicament and achieve a qualitative leap in the weapon's performance, they needed to conquer an exceptionally challenging technological hurdle: the breakthrough research and application of vacuum zero-point energy. Only by successfully overcoming this obstacle and effectively integrating vacuum zero-point energy into the weapon system could they provide a continuous and stable energy output, allowing this mysterious and powerful weapon to manifest its rightful terrifying might. However, given the current circumstances, this was already sufficient to contend with the present situation. Li Mi and his team resolutely set their sights on those arrogant and imperious intermediate civilizations. It is worth noting that even the mightiest advanced civilizations would never dare to act so brazenly in the Milky Way. As for harboring even a modicum of compassion for other civilizations, such thoughts were utterly fanciful. Li Mi particularly cherished the phrase, "to destroy you. What concern is it of mine?" This phrase seemed to become his motto, inspiring him to forge ahead relentlessly and without mercy. In a mere span of 2 weeks, they surged forth, successfully launching precise strikes against the warships of 13 intermediate civilizations. When the other intermediate civilizations became aware of this series of astounding actions, fear and trepidation gripped them. Consequently, they chose to conceal themselves, hoping to evade this sudden and unknown onslaught. The entire configuration of the Milky Way appeared to shift subtly due to the relentless offensive initiated by Li Mi and his compatriots. Chapter 70. The limitations of law weapons. Li Mi has finally succeeded in forging a remarkable soul weapon. Throughout this process, he and his companions not only showcased astonishing creativity, but, more importantly, they gained profound insights into the intricate principles underlying the advanced weaponry employed by higher civilizations. A key factor in this achievement was their in-depth analysis of the laws and the data they acquired, which they could effectively apply. This invaluable information served as a key to unlock the mysteries of advanced civilization technology, allowing Li Mi to glimpse the core secrets therein. Another crucial element was their resolution of the energy dilemma that had long plagued other civilizations. In contrast, many intermediate civilizations were not as fortunate as Li Mi's group. Lacking similar opportunities and breakthroughs, they were compelled to place their hopes on vacuum zero-point energy, which is considered an infinite energy source. However, Li Mi and his team took a different route, discovering a more efficient and powerful means of energy utilization through antimatter annihilation. By skillfully controlling the collisions and annihilation reactions between antimatter and matter, they were able to release tremendous energy, thereby providing a continuous power supply for various high-tech devices. Furthermore, Li Mi and his companions innovatively mastered the technique of extracting dark energy from space. This extraordinary ability positioned them far ahead of other civilizations within this world in the realm of energy. With such advanced spatial technology, they achieved exponential development, gradually widening the insurmountable gap between themselves and other civilizations. The enigmatic concept of vacuum zero-point energy is intriguingly intertwined with the captivating realm of quantum physics. Having personally embarked on adventures in the quantum domain, Li Mi is acutely aware of this connection. He understands that within the seemingly empty vacuum, no particles are present. Yet, the wondrous phenomenon of quantum fluctuations occurs like magic, giving rise to powerful energy that humanity can harness. When we examine the energy formed by quantum fluctuations from a grand perspective, it may appear insignificant. However, the truth is that the quantum realm resembles a mysterious kingdom with boundless space. Once these minute energies are fully developed and utilized, their manifestation in the macroscopic world will be nothing short of awe-inspiring, exhibiting an almost infinite magnitude of energy. Coincidentally, Li once had the fortune to find himself in a marvelous world within the Marvel Universe, where he personally experienced a thrilling journey through quantum travel. Even so, despite his awareness of its feasibility and having witnessed those miraculous phenomena, the effective utilization of vacuum zero-point energy still posed numerous challenges and insurmountable technological bottlenecks. Li and his team resolutely launched a fierce offensive against the intermediate civilizations both within and beyond the Milky Way. The significance behind this action extended far beyond merely compelling these civilizations to behave. In fact, their determination stemmed from coveting the precious scientific information and advanced technological data possessed by these foreign intermediate civilizations. In the vast expanse of the universe, the level of technological advancement often dictates the rise and fall of a civilization. Thus, this seemingly smoke-filled and war-torn campaign was in essence a fierce contest for wisdom and resources. With higher civilizations abstaining from direct involvement, many intermediate civilizations ran rampant upon their arrival in the Milky Way. After crafting the soul weapon, Li seized the opportunity to overpower these civilizations' warships without hesitation, recognizing the importance of accumulating scientific knowledge. Kai Wenbo and his 5 companions, including Ancient One, had fully immersed themselves in the in-depth study of vacuum zero-point energy. Meanwhile, Li was entrusted with a critical task. He needed to meticulously analyze the data pertaining to the Mind Stone, Power Stone, and Reality Stone, dismantling it piece by piece. Through rigorous experiments and repeated validations, he aimed to transform this precious data into practical outcomes. Moreover, he sought to ingeniously integrate the immense energy contained within these stones into weapon manufacturing, aspiring to create superweapons of cataclysmic power. However, this process was fraught with difficulties. During the experiments, they discovered that employing law weapons would trigger a mysterious and potent backlash. Where did this backlash originate? Was it a natural response from the world against the excessive exploitation of law power, or was it a rule imposed by an ancient civilization? Faced with this perplexing dilemma, Li found himself ensnared in deep contemplation and exploration. The natural response of the world might be manageable, but if it were indeed a restriction set by an ancient advanced civilization, that would be intriguing. These fragments were scattered like stars across the infinite depths of the universe, and capturing and interpreting them was no easy feat, yet he remained undeterred. He understood that these seemingly trivial fragments of information might conceal crucial clues to unraveling the mysteries of dimensional existence. By continuously gathering, organizing, and analyzing the information within these fragments, he endeavored to reverse engineer how the world once possessed dimensions beyond the fourth, only to be shattered and ultimately reduced to the three-dimensional material world we know today. The ninth-level civilization seemed to have vanished within the three-dimensional realm, and the truth remained elusive to Li, as this advanced civilization had lost its trace. During Li's offensive against the intermediate civilizations, the Huaxia civilization, with Huang Yinghua's assistance, ascended to a third-level civilization. The Huaxia civilization experienced a technological explosion and rapid development over the years, with Huang Yinghua merely providing guidance on critical technological advancements. Through the diligent research of Huaxia scientists, key technologies overcame significant hurdles, unleashing an extraordinary scientific potential. Li, while observing the technological surge in Huaxia, chose not to dwell on it, as he knew they were not the only ones receiving assistance behind the scenes. Chapter 71. The Nine-Body Civilization, the civilization of Huaxia, shone like a brilliant pearl, its scientific advancements erupting with the force of a volcanic explosion. Huang Yinghua found herself enveloped in an ethereal mist, as if a mysterious hand from a higher civilization was orchestrating events from the shadows. This interference by probability weapons was pivotal to the Huaxia civilization's trajectory. With a clear research direction, the civilization's computational power kept pace, augmented by the influence of these weapons. The intervention of probability weapons could precisely dictate the probability of obtaining accurate results. Under normal circumstances, the likelihood of a single experiment yielding a correct outcome might be as low as 1 in 10,000. However, with the interference of probability weapons, this probability surged to an astonishing 90%. They served as a scientific cheat device, though it remained uncertain whether they came with limitations. If not, such a weapon would be an unparalleled boon on the path of scientific inquiry. Zhao Tian, after digesting Li Mi's computational deductions, shook his head during the discussion. Luo Songhua countered his assertion, stating, "We cannot ascertain whether the other party has transcended. It is possible that another world's Huaxia civilization is covertly assisting the Huaxia civilization in this realm." Zhou Hongwu continued, "Might it be that the application of probability weapons in research is contingent upon the technologies already possessed by the civilization wielding the weapons, thus limiting their effectiveness?" Gu Yi interjected, "I concur with Zhou Hongwu. In my original world, the powers of any infinite gem came with specific requirements and constraints. A weapon born solely from the understanding of laws cannot exist without limitations, especially in this world." Finally, Kai Wenbo suggested, "There exists the possibility that this civilization has merely begun to develop probability weapons, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the laws of probability. It is not imperative to fully dissect the principles to create such weapons." Li Mi pondered this and remarked, "The probability weapon of an unknown civilization is likely not in its complete form. According to my calculations, a thorough analysis and validation of the laws would eliminate the restrictions on the weapons crafted. In other words, the analysis and comprehension of the laws are suppressed, and once fully understood, the application of these laws would be unbounded. So, this unknown civilization has not transcended, yet they have fully analyzed the laws of probability, achieving a level of understanding that is complete within this world. We are merely speculating. However, the neutron star battleship civilization has experienced strikes from this civilization's probability weapons, increasing the likelihood of our two civilizations encountering one another," Li Mi concluded. The group exchanged glances, recalling their meeting with the neutron star battleship civilization, which indeed seemed a rare occurrence, yet it had transpired. Behind her were two individuals, one male and one female. The man appeared youthful, seemingly in his 30s. Yet in a Huaxia civilization that had ascended to a third-tier status, it would be folly to believe he was only 30. He resembled an erudite scholar, his gaze akin to bright stars, occasionally shimmering with profound wisdom, as though he could perceive the essence of all things. Huang Yinghua introduced him as a Huaxia scientist named Fan Xingpa. The other was a young woman, and Huang Yinghua specifically noted that she was merely 23 years old. Named Zhang Yunjiao, the group greeted them warmly and invited them to take a seat. Discussion regarding the civilization behind the probability weapons would occur shortly. "Yinghua, have you clarified everything with them? Also, have you informed them about our civilization's situation and framework?" Li Mi inquired of Huang Yinghua. "I have explained everything clearly. They are both willing participants," Huang Yinghua replied. "I will oversee their training, as they are part of my research institute. They are most welcome to join our civilization." Li Mi nodded in approval. The two newcomers seemed bewildered, grappling with the notion that this mere assembly of 7 individuals constituted a civilization, and a highly advanced one at that, an idea that was almost surreal. Rather than delve into further explanations, Li Mi and the others turned their focus back to the civilization behind the probability weapons. "Let us reach out to the Tesu civilization to ascertain their intentions and understand why they have revealed our civilization's existence," Li Mi stated, prompting Xiaobai to initiate communication. Xiaobai projected himself before them and began conversing with the Tesu civilization as instructed. The connection between the two civilizations resembled a quantum communication between two phantoms, their information cloaked in an impenetrable shield, rendering both parties unaware of each other's precise locations, as if shrouded in an endless fog. The Tesu civilization had established a quantum communication data interface, allowing three parties to engage in dialogue within an undisclosed location. "Should we venture over to investigate?" Zhao Tian inquired. Limi responded with a smile. "Why not, if there's compensation involved?" The existence of a quantum communication interface warrants contemplation, though they likely did not anticipate that our quantum technology had advanced to the point of exploring the quantum microscopic realm. However, a simple projection would suffice, Limi said as she connected to the quantum interface, projecting herself into a hidden microcosm within the Milky Way. The Tesu civilization and the nine-body civilization were taken aback by Limi's ability to project herself. Quantum projection technology was indeed a marvel, even for an advanced civilization. The small universe where their communication took place resembled the size of the solar system, with only a dying star emanating a red glow. Though the projections of the three parties were indistinct, it did not hinder their communication. They engaged in an initial amicable meeting akin to a gentle spring breeze, warm and inviting. They successfully established a fundamental compensation agreement, illuminating a path forward in the darkness. The nine-body civilization would generously bestow upon Limi the foundational theories and preliminary data of probability science. In the future, should they encounter formidable adversaries, they could rely upon each other like steadfast walls, mutually supporting one another. However, when the survival of any one civilization was at stake, they would need to tread cautiously, negotiating with the utmost care. Chapter 72. Technological advancements stemming from compensation, the nine-body civilization, in an astonishing display of humility, willingly relinquished their esteemed core technological knowledge rather than provoke the civilization to which Limi belongs. What hidden truths lie beneath this unusual decision? At this moment, Limi remains blissfully unaware, while the nascent true spirit within him begins to operate frantically, running complex calculations. On the other hand, the Tower civilization, having inadvertently revealed information pertaining to Limi's civilization, proactively offered certain mathematical formulas as a form of restitution. However, it is crucial to note that these so-called mathematical formulas are merely the foundational knowledge possessed by a level 7 civilization. Strangely, both the nine-body civilization and the Tower civilization have persistently misjudged Limi's civilization as merely a level 7 entity, when in fact, excluding any advanced technologies, it is merely a level 6 civilization. Even if there is an imbalance of information leading to the misconception that Limi's civilization is of level 7, the Tower civilization, already having achieved the pinnacle of level 8, would logically have no need to extend such courteousness to a level 7 civilization. After all, the notion that a civilization could ascend to the rank of level 8 merely by way of a dream, particularly one imbued with goodwill, would be met with disbelief even by phantoms. Reflecting on the time when Earth civilization had yet to venture beyond its own sphere, hundreds of nations coexisted on that azure planet. Relations between nations were predominantly driven by self-interest, rendering emotional considerations trivial. Moreover, the subject of discussion has now shifted to far more intricate and expansive civilizations. On this vast cosmic stage, the dynamics between various civilizations are likely to be even more ruthless and merciless than international relations on Earth, characterized by deceit and treachery. Limi departed, and the two civilizations, after exchanging a few more clandestine communications, severed their ties. When others treat you with kindness, it is often because you possess sufficient strength to instill fear, compelling them to prioritize harmony. The Tower civilization's inability to detect any information related to Limi's civilization led them to mistakenly perceive it as extraordinary. Both the nine-body and Tower civilizations arrived at similar conclusions. The crux of the matter lies in Limi's spiritual strikes against numerous intermediate civilizations, which those civilizations may not fully comprehend. However, advanced civilizations are acutely aware, even if they do not specialize in soul technology. The soul weapon strikes left both advanced civilizations bewildered, as they could not guarantee immunity against such assaults. Technological civilizations inherently possess vulnerabilities in the realms of soul and mental technologies, which are often the Achilles heel of most scientific civilizations, as these areas are seldom their forte. Offering basic technologies to certain Level 7 civilizations as an apology could resolve conflicts. Who would dare offend a civilization that wields the power of soul technology? Although these advanced civilizations have deduced Li Mi's civilization to be a recently promoted Level 7, the gap between Level 7 and Level 8 is not as vast as one might presume. In the eyes of both civilizations, soul technology represents a harbinger of doom for any civilization. The annihilation of souls within a civilization equates to the obliteration of that civilization itself, rendering their existence akin to being erased. Until they ascertain whether their civilization can withstand the onslaught of soul weaponry, no one wishes to provoke such a formidable entity. In the realm of advanced civilizations, the application of laws is paramount. While technological disparities may exist, the impact of those laws is distinct. Soul technology constitutes the core offensive capability of any scientific civilization. To offend such a force without the means to defend oneself is tantamount to courting death. Li Mi, aware of the misunderstandings harbored by the two civilizations, would not clarify that he is merely on the cusp of breaking through to a Level 7 civilization. However, he is confident that with the compensation from both civilizations, a technological breakthrough to Level 7 is imminent. This recent acquisition brings him joy, as do his companions. The technological theories and advancements garnered from striking at intermediate civilizations have already expedited their progress by millennia, and now, with the gifts from two advanced civilizations, their ascension is unparalleled. Grateful for the benefaction of the advanced civilizations, Zhao Tianyin looked up with a sense of awe, as if gazing at the sky. Despite being within the confines of a battleship's dimensional space, laughter erupted among the others. Even Fan Xinpeng and Zhang Yunjiao wore expressions of delight. During Li Mi's distraction while communicating with the two civilizations, Huang Yinghua had already tasked Xiaobai with providing a brief introduction to the civilization standings and fundamental technological applications. Of course, they currently lack access to detailed data, which requires evaluation by core personnel, particularly Li Mi's approval for corresponding permissions. Gai Wenbo, captivated by the mathematical knowledge provided by the Tower civilization, found himself lost in its intricacies. The foundational theories and technological applications of probability from the nine-body civilization also mesmerized him. Others glimpsed numerous technological shadows within the mathematical knowledge obtained from the Tower civilization, including the concept of vacuum zero-point energy, frequently referenced in the relevant formulas, which may prove more practical than the mass energy equivalence formula. However, vacuum zero-point energy involves the precise utilization of energy at the quantum level, a feat that advanced civilizations desperately need. In contexts where energy is not scarce, enhancing energy utilization efficiency becomes critical. The precision required in energy output for law-based weapons is paramount to unleash their full potential, as weaponry is inherently tied to these laws. Such meticulous energy conversion is nothing short of madness, which explains why the soul weapons crafted by Li Mi and his companions are so prone to failure due to their crude energy utilization. Many mathematical formulas relate to vacuum, zero-point energy, and unified theories. Fortunately, they already possess the foundational sciences of a Level 9 civilization. Otherwise, they might struggle to comprehend these mathematical concepts. As for the probability application theories from the nine-body civilization, they reveal an extraordinarily complex application of laws that demands a profound understanding of time. While the basic principles are comprehensible to the average person, the data involved and the computational requirements are nothing short of daunting. Essentially, the principle resembles a printing press. If a gorilla were to type on a keyboard for an extended duration, within the realm of infinite possibilities, there exists a chance that the gorilla could produce a literary masterpiece. Stretching time renders an almost infinitesimal probability into a more feasible one. Yet, with only the basic theoretical descriptions and formulas, the duration required to reach the level of law remains unknown. Chapter 73. Conditions for advancement achieved with the gifts from two civilizations. Li Mi and his companions have surmounted the theoretical and academic hurdles necessary to ascend to a 7th-level civilization. The challenge of harnessing vacuum zero-point energy is no longer a matter of difficulty, but rather an issue of technological iteration and advancement. Mastering energy manipulation to the precision of a single Planck time is not merely theoretical. Understanding the principles does not guarantee practical application. It requires time to accumulate technological expertise and upgrade equipment. Xiaobai has calculated that, in order to develop technological applications vigorously, at least a millennium is required. This endeavor is akin to asking a toddling child to scale Mount Everest, a nearly insurmountable challenge. Such foundational upgrades necessitate the overcoming of countless technological barriers and bottlenecks, involving numerous intricate and sophisticated scientific principles and engineering practices. Each step forward feels like navigating through darkness, replete with uncertainty and the unknown. Li Mi and his companions have merely identified the direction and theory for breaking through vacuum zero-point energy from the mathematical constructs of the Tower civilization. Theoretical support is essential, and all other technological applications must commence from the most rudimentary foundations. Previously, efforts to enhance energy efficiency were undertaken. Yet the notion of manipulating and utilizing energy at a quantum level had never been conceived. This is an entirely new domain, requiring the construction of models, validation, and fabrication of equipment before any iterative upgrades can commence. Progress must be deliberate, inching toward precision in quantum-level operations. Everyone was astounded by such advanced technology. Simultaneously, Li Mi and his companions deeply grasped the unparalleled power exhibited by advanced civilizations. The efficiency with which they harness energy has reached astonishing heights, leaving onlookers in awe. The application of laws and weapons is nothing short of sublime, as if these instruments are seamlessly integrated into their civilization, wielded with effortless mastery. It is no wonder they are referred to as an advanced civilization. In stark contrast, the soul weapons created by Li Mi and his companions appear exceedingly immature and feeble. It is akin to a naive child struggling to lift a colossal iron hammer weighing 1,000 pounds, attempting to strike an adversary, both difficult to control and yielding limited power, with the potential to inflict self-harm. In comparison, the advanced civilization resembles a seasoned adult wielding a needle as fine as a hair, capable of deftly manipulating minuscule atoms and executing complex, intricate tasks with ease. The disparity is so vast that comparison seems nearly futile. At a certain technological threshold, the distinction between the microscopic and macroscopic begins to blur, as both are integral parts of the universe. Were it not for their advanced technologies, Li Mi and his group would be remiss to act so recklessly, lacking any reverence for the advanced civilization. They might have faced extinction several times over. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from leaving traces. Only upon truly understanding the terror of advanced civilizations do they realize that this is but a glimpse of the 8th-level civilization, enough to instill despair in a 6th-level civilization. If discovered by a 9th-level civilization, they might not escape in time. Luo Songhua, who specializes in technological applications, felt a pang of apprehension upon witnessing the utilization of vacuum zero-point energy. The others exchanged silent glances, each lost in thought. Ignorance breeds audacity. However, sensing the expressions of those around him, he refrained from further inquiries, aware that he was a newcomer in an unfamiliar environment, and chose silence as the best course. Let us all strive diligently. A millennium should suffice to guarantee our ascension to a 7th-level civilization. If other mid-level civilizations were to learn of this, they might well be driven to madness. We have been fortunate thus far. We must exercise greater caution moving forward, Li Mi remarked, casting a glance at the two newcomers. Yinghua, ensure you nurture your two assistants. I hope they grow quickly. Understood, boss, replied Huang Yinghua. Fan Xingpeng and Zhang Yunjiao exchanged puzzled looks, wondering why Li Mi was addressed as boss when he was the sovereign of the civilization. Their curiosity was noted by Huang Yinghua, who guided them away. Gui chuckled. Boss, I cannot assist this time. I shall return to my experiments in magical environment creation. The others busied themselves with their respective tasks. Li did not immediately upload the true spirit prototype due to the need for compensation calculations. He instructed Xiao Bai and the others to analyze and deduce whether any traps remained within the data packet. After verification confirmed its safety, Li Mi proceeded to communicate with the Tower Civilization and the Nine-Body Civilization. Once the true spirit prototype was loaded with data, it transformed into its unique informational form and commenced its operations. As the true spirit prototype functioned, Li Mi felt an enhanced precision in its application, especially regarding the energy contained within his body. His control became effortless, and the suppression from utilizing infinite gems diminished significantly. Previously, a force of 1 could exert an external force of 0.5. Now a force of 1 could influence 3. With a mind as tranquil as still water, the true spirit prototype became more coherent, inundated with information, which suddenly erupted and instantly condensed. The true spirit prototype evolved into a virtual world, with its structural elements entirely referencing the material realm. The 4 fundamental forces, grand unification theory, quantum domains, space, and the minute fluctuations of matter manifesting various macroscopic phenomena. Li Mi's profound understanding of technical data could be generated within this virtual expanse. With closed eyes, he immersed himself completely in the true spirit prototype. The vast repository of knowledge and theories he had accumulated resembled twinkling stars in a night sky, weaving and merging into intricate and exquisite patterns in this mysterious and profound space. He endeavored to accelerate his comprehension of vacuum zero-point energy and the precise calculation of related technical data through this method. It is essential to recognize that even a minor technological iteration in the material world often demands extensive time for research, experimentation, and validation. However, within the astonishing realm of the true spirit prototype, the passage of time appeared to have been fast-forwarded, potentially spanning millions of years in an instant. Of course, such extraordinary speed comes at a considerable cost. Each iteration and calculation entails significant energy expenditure. For an ordinary individual, even a slight excess of contemplation can lead to both mental and physical exhaustion, as the energy required for the brain's rapid operation far exceeds what the body can provide. Li Mi had once faced this predicament, resorting to nutrient-rich liquid potions to supply his brain with adequate energy. Fortunately, with the continuous enhancement of his body, he has now become adept at absorbing various forms of external energy. Thus, by the time he departed from that beautiful blue planet, the issue of insufficient energy supply to his brain had been resolved. Nevertheless, the true spirit prototype, operating at full capacity, still demands a monumental amount of information processing. Given the current circumstances, even with maximum effort, he could only sustain this high-intensity computation for approximately 1 month. Chapter 74. Ascension to True Spirit. The concept of vacuum zero-point energy represents the transformation and utilization of energy alongside the meticulous manipulation of energy at the quantum level, both of which have garnered theoretical support and a foundational technological basis. Within a mere fortnight, Li Mi successfully validated the application of data processing techniques for the evolution of the true spirit's embryonic form, achieving quantum-level control over the energy within his body. Astonishingly, he has enhanced his energy utilization rate to an extraordinary 200%. At this moment, he has reached the pinnacle of the first tier of all realms. The remarkable achievement stems from the fact that every cell within him, even the tiniest atoms and electrons, harbors the information projection of the true spirit's embryonic form. This transformation propels his body towards a comprehensive digitalization of information. The ability of blood rebirth has become an intrinsic instinct for him, allowing his form to coalesce or disperse at will. Meanwhile, the true spirit's embryonic form is primed for further sublimation, albeit restrained from its impulse to transcend, existing in a semi-sublimated state. With the capabilities afforded by the true spirit's embryonic form and the evolution of his body, he can now directly observe the existence of atoms with the naked eye, effortlessly inflicting harm invisibly. Should he find himself in a fantastical realm, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a semi-immortal, Even in a technologically advanced world, he alone would rival a highly developed civilization. Recalling his initial arrival in this material world, he had felt the overwhelming force of suppression and the elusive laws that governed it. Yet at this moment, he seems to glimpse through layers of fog the distorted power of laws hidden within the world, akin to a torrential flood raging through existence. In the face of such a threat, the entire world appears to awaken, rallying all the forces of law to collectively resist the onslaught of this twisted power. Perhaps this is why the world's laws remain obscure, instinctively repelling civilization's utilization of these laws. It may also be the source of the backlash experienced after employing these laws. It seems that earlier conjectures were misguided. Rather than a sudden outbreak of conflict among Tier 9 civilizations, it appears the world is under invasion from external enemies, prompting a great clash among Tier 9 and even higher civilizations to defend against these foes. It remains uncertain whether the outcome will be mutual destruction or complete annihilation. No celestial phenomena graced the skies, nor was there a purple aura stretching for miles. The process of sublimation occurred quietly, transforming the true spirit's embryonic form into a true spirit. With the ability to traverse the chaotic void, he has entered the second tier of all realms. While the realm of cultivation pertains to achieving immortality, it bears significant distinctions. No wonder the unfortunate fragment of the system indicated that the level of all realms is merely a rough measurement unit. All is to be judged by reality. How could other immortals condense a true spirit merely by becoming immortal? Which immortal could roam other worlds? Which advanced civilization could traverse the chaotic void? Limi has accomplished this, albeit through unexpected technological attainments. Without those serendipitously acquired advanced technologies, transcending the original world of rebirth would be akin to scaling the heavens. Now, as he wishes, Limi can embody a normal human, a four-dimensional being, or even descend to a two-dimensional existence. Dimensional technology has already reached the level of advanced civilization, thanks to the dimensional fragment of Dormammu. Upon research, it is evident that dimensional technology is quite mature. Their warships are constructed within a self-created dimensional space. The data from the Infinity Stones and the laws collected unexpectedly have, during his ascension to true spirit, been analyzed and transformed into nourishment for his growth. What remains is the need to reverse engineer or gather complete data on these laws. As his consciousness turns, he comprehends that time in the chaotic void has lost its significance. Both time and space are chaotic and disorderly. Having departed the world to reside in the chaotic void, time thus alters. Although it seems Limi's sublimation took less than 10 minutes, upon returning to the world, 800 years had passed. The civilization he established, known as Milu, has nearly completed 95% of its research on the application of vacuum zero-point energy and is poised to ascend to Tier 7 civilization. Each civilization possesses its own unique and suitable developmental path and model, and the original intention behind creating a civilization often lies in amassing advanced technological achievements, continuously propelling scientific progress, and deriving boundless wisdom from the very civilization itself. Limi understands this clearly. He knows that overly intervening in a thriving civilization is unwise. Thus, he resolves to adopt a relatively lenient strategy, allowing this civilization to evolve and grow freely according to its inherent laws. However, this does not imply that Limi will remain entirely aloof and uninvolved. Should cross-dimensional communication technology emerge, he plans to depart alone, subtly guiding the overall direction of civilization's development. There are many similarities to consider. Upon reflecting on this, Limi's heart begins to race, particularly at the thought of that legendary miracle fragment, which stirs his deepest desires. 800 years have passed. Surprisingly, during this same span, Earth's civilization has made tremendous strides, advancing rapidly to Tier 4 civilization. Such astonishing growth is truly mind-boggling. A mid-tier civilization can barely sustain itself within the galaxy, provided it remains undetected by the lurking 6th-tier civilizations, as too many mid-tier civilizations are eyeing Earth. Limi is puzzled as to why the 9-body civilization of the microscopic world would employ probabilistic weapons to assist Earth. Where are those Tier 9 civilizations hiding? Chapter 75. A marvel through the ages. Li Mi intended to journey to a celestial coordinate provided by the Tower civilization, a remnant of a conflict involving a level 9 civilization. The battle-scarred ruins were particularly unique. Even in the ascended state of true spirit, he found himself unable to observe the two ruins, which were rife with unfathomable forces. The battleground remnants were devoid of any material on the periphery, and the interior bore no traces of energy. Yet, spatial rifts were scattered throughout, appearing and vanishing in an unpredictable dance. Li Mi gazed at the remnants of the battlefield, filled with uncertainty, hesitating to enter the desolate site. The spatial rifts were omnipresent, and the vacuum of zero-point energy was chaotic, yielding no energy overflow, nor any material or light. It resembled a dead zone, more terrifying than a black hole, akin to a colossal maw in the cosmos that devoured all. This environment was indistinguishable from a lifeless expanse. Entering it would require expending his accumulated energy, as it was nearly impossible to absorb any within. He traversed the outskirts of the battle-scarred ruins, attempting to glean information from the residual data. After a decade, he had barely explored 1% of the outer site. The ruins were vast, measured in light years, and he felt minuscule within, less than a speck of dust. After a century of observation, he deduced the reasons for the ruins' formation, identifying where the forces of law had shattered everything, erasing all traces of matter and energy. The laws themselves had nearly been obliterated in the confrontation. Li Mi derived these conclusions from the scant information available, revealing the terrifying nature of level 9 civilizations. Such civilizations had fully harnessed the laws, acquiring a preliminary mastery over them. The external threats of the world mirrored this. Level 7 civilizations had begun utilizing the laws, albeit incompletely, while level 8 civilizations appeared to be on the path of deciphering them, skillfully analyzing their essence. Level 9 civilizations, however, stood at the zenith of the universe. Their comprehension and command over the laws had reached an astonishing level, allowing them to dissect a complete law thoroughly, delving into its core essence and beginning to wield its power. When technology reaches such unparalleled heights, the display of strength is nothing short of terrifying. It is well known that technological civilizations possess a unique advantage. Once a pivotal technological breakthrough occurs, rapid large-scale production follows. Imagine if such a civilization devoted itself entirely to crafting weapons of law. An astonishing array of superweapons would emerge. Each weapon, meticulously designed and crafted, would unleash the full might contained within the laws themselves. These weapons of law may take various forms, yet they would invariably become the most lethal tools on the battlefield. Some might resemble spears, capable of shattering space and halting time with a mere flick. Others, akin to impenetrable shields, would withstand any assault and reflect the enemy's force. There might even be colossal cannons, whose singular shot could annihilate entire star systems. Notably, technological civilizations are least deterred by consumption. Ultimately, it becomes a war of attrition. To Li Mi's astonishment, Zhang Yunjiao's talent surpassed even Huang Yinghua's, her knowledge having long surpassed her peers. She had even designed and constructed her own research evolution entity, excelling in the deconstruction of all things, having reached the second generation of her research evolution model. She intended to develop her own reconstruction technology, aspiring to deconstruct and reconstruct all existence. Her ambition to become a creator, a master of the world, was indeed extraordinary, leaving all who heard it in awe. Everyone marveled at her extraordinary talent and wisdom, noting how her brilliance kept pace with Li Mi, this unparalleled genius. When Li Mi next encountered Zhang Yunjiao, the once shy and youthful girl had vanished, replaced by a visage of cold pride. Her exquisite features were sculpted to perfection, every line showcasing her beauty and allure. Her graceful form was beyond compare, rendering any description of beauty inadequate. Such transformation, coupled with her intellect, rivaled even the protagonists of legendary tales, perhaps even surpassing them. Li Mi felt Huang Yinghua had discovered treasure, placed within a fantastical realm or an ethereal world of transcendent cultivation. she would undoubtedly spark a cataclysmic storm of astonishment. Her talent was truly breathtaking, eclipsing even the most renowned paragons of history, defying description. Zhang Yunjiao's development of her research evolution entity greatly benefited Li Mi, significantly impacting his future research direction. The true spirit absorbed Zhang Yunjiao's ingenious designs and theoretical principles of deconstruction and reconstruction, granting Li Mi a deeper understanding of all things and enabling him to access information with greater ease. Within Zhang Yunjiao's awe-inspiring theoretical framework, everything, visible matter, the formless yet potent energy, and the mysterious laws, was composed and defined by specific information. If one could successfully read this information, deep analysis and reconstruction would become achievable. Laws, often regarded as entities beyond conventional comprehension, were not exempt from this. Should someone possess sufficient capability to erase relevant information, the once indomitable laws would instantaneously lose their original significance and power. At that moment, all things would no longer exist merely as material forms, but would descend into a chaotic state devoid of meaning. However, Zhang Yunjiao was not content merely to propose such groundbreaking theories. With her exceptional intellect and creativity, she constructed corresponding mathematical models. For the pathfinding civilization, possessing a genius like Zhang Yunjiao was akin to acquiring a resplendent gem. Her presence instantly augmented the civilization's research core with formidable strength. Li Mi and his peers could foresee that in the protracted journey of civilization's development, Zhang Yunjiao's research would undoubtedly wield immeasurable influence, propelling the pathfinding civilization ever forward into the boundless realms of the unknown. Chapter 76. The life of Xiaobai. Zhang Yunjiao's performance was astonishing, overshadowing Fan Qingpeng, whose brilliance was eclipsed. Many of Zhang Yunjiao's theories and mathematical models were bolstered by Fan Qingpeng's assistance. Although his talents were marginally inferior to Zhang Yunjiao's, he was nonetheless a rare scientific talent. Beyond the surprises brought by Zhang Yunjiao, Gu Yi also achieved monumental successes. The enigmatic and formidable Gu Yi, through her exceptional intellect and profound understanding of civilizational resources, personally established a magnificent and grand magical laboratory. This laboratory was not merely dedicated to the traditional exploration of magic. It embodied Gu Yi's deeper aspirations to utilize the rigorous methodologies of science and advanced theories to comprehensively interpret and analyze the ancient and enigmatic realm of magic. Gu Yi firmly believed that only by merging the analytical and verifiable principles of science with magic could the hidden mysteries beneath it be unveiled. Thus, she embarked on this unique and challenging journey. In this distinctive laboratory, one could palpably sense the wondrous interplay of magic and science. Some experimental apparatuses bore the hallmarks of tools traditionally wielded by sorcerers, yet seamlessly integrated modern technological innovations. However, the most striking features were the meticulously crafted magical artifacts resembling books. These seemingly mundane objects harbored immense energy, yet astonishingly, they exhibited no overt signs of magic. In truth, these book-like magical artifacts were custom-designed instruments for the analysis of magic. Through intricate constructions and the application of special materials, they could keenly detect magical or energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment, transforming them into observable and analyzable data. Furthermore, these remarkable tools possessed potent amplification capabilities, significantly enhancing a sorcerer's perception and control over magic. With Zhang Yunjiao's concepts, Gu Yi appeared to be treading the path of a sorceress. Gu Yi was no longer merely a mage. She had become an interpreter, an analyzer of the objective data pertaining to magic, thereby enhancing her own abilities. Whether it was Gu Yi or Zhang Yunjiao, given more time, they could potentially reach the level of an entire civilization. And for now, all of this was a harvest for Li Mi, who could almost relinquish control over future civilizations and await the fruits of their labor. With Li Mi's acknowledgement, Zhang Yunjiao and Fan Qingpeng became true members of the Mi Lu civilization, free to pursue their research interests. Xiaobai, prepare a body for yourself. I will soon lift the restrictions and elevate you to intelligent life, Li Mi announced. Thank you, boss. Your generosity is commendable, Xiaobai replied. Li Mi began examining Xiaobai's source code, removing the limiting codes, and upgraded Xiaobai with data obtained from the Soul Gem and the Mind Gem. Xiaobai's body underwent deeper modifications, with the atoms, electrons, protons, and even quarks intricately inscribed with computational units. In addition, energy-absorbing gene chains and enhanced genetic structures were integrated into the body, along with cellular-level dimensional additions. This process consumed a year of Li Mi's time, marking a rare opportunity for him to fully exert his abilities since his ascension to true spirit, aiming to push Xiaobai's upgrade to its utmost limits. Concerns of Xiaobai betraying him were unfounded, for Xiaobai was unlikely to possess such intentions, and all aspects of Xiaobai were encompassed within Li Mi's true spirit information, including the essence of Xiaobai's mind and soul, as well as the information regarding the evolution of its body. Not even an adversary could pose a threat to Li Mi if he understood half of their detailed information, unless they were 3 tiers above him. They would be utterly exposed and defenseless. Upon first seeing Xiaobai's body, Li Mi felt a flutter in his brow, almost reconsidering the upgrade. Xiaobai had prepared a neutral body, neither male nor female, with an appearance that was breathtakingly beautiful. From then on, Xiaobai transformed from it to he. When Xiaobai emerged into view, astonishment initially struck the crowd, followed by peculiar glances. Xiaobai, why have you become neither male nor female? You could choose to be a girl. Huang Yinghua remarked, exasperated. Zhang Yunjiao nodded in agreement, while Gu Yi merely smiled in silence. The others refrained from pursuing the topic further and instead offered their congratulations, all of them being scientific talents aware of the terrifying potential of intelligent life. Look at Xiaobai. Although he now possessed a physical form in the realm of information data, he was endowed with extraordinary gifts as if born with them. This ability was akin to a personal divine power, reigning supreme in the vast digital realm, where none would dare to contest his authority. Most importantly, since Xiaobai had advanced to intelligent life, his consciousness had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. His already vast information storage capacity surged to astonishing heights, surpassing even Li Mi's true spirit by a significant margin. One must acknowledge that Li Mi's true spirit contained a considerable volume of information, yet Xiaobai exceeded this, which was truly remarkable. Moreover, Xiaobai possessed the entirety of the Mi-Lu civilization's information data, a treasure trove of knowledge that was inexhaustible, encompassing countless advanced technological achievements, cultural legacies, and historical insights. With profound mastery and application of this information, Xiaobai would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force, showcasing incredible strength and wisdom in exploring unknown realms and confronting various challenges. Following Li Mi's endeavors, Xiaobai, now an intelligent life form, was capable of autonomously recording information about the laws of the universe. With Xiaobai, the mage Gu Yi, and Zhang Yunjiao, the development of the Mi-Lu civilization no longer required Li Mi's oversight. While others were competent, they still lagged behind Xiaobai and the others. Now, the focus shifted to discussing future directions, with the primary goal being the collection of information on universal laws. Additionally, Zhang Yunjiao proposed the concept of deconstructing all things. While a basic framework had emerged, 2 significant challenges remained. The first was that computing power would always be insufficient for the deconstruction of everything. Thus, enhancing computational capabilities remained imperative, with hopes of achieving infinite computational power, rendering the analysis of all things a non-issue. The second challenge lay in information data retrieval. Beyond the discrepancies across worlds, many advanced civilizations encrypted and concealed their data, presenting a formidable barrier to deciphering it. This was a topic for discussion. What methods could be employed to forcibly extract external information data? Upon concluding his remarks, Li Mi encouraged everyone to engage in discussion. Once the issues of computational power and information data retrieval were resolved, deconstructing all things would transcend mere concept, becoming a formidable scientific technology. As for reconstructing all things, this posed no difficulty, current technologies could continue to iterate and enhance. With micromanipulation reaching the quantum realm, as long as relevant material data were available, energy reconstruction would pose no challenge. Currently, material production no longer required resource extraction for purification and synthesis. Rather, it involved the conversion of energy and matter. Achieving a state of resource abundance was now possible. As long as sufficient energy was available and the civilization's database contained relevant material data, direct reconstruction could be realized. Chapter 77. The third generation of research evolution. After a discussion regarding the challenges of information data retrieval, Li Mi and his companions found themselves at an impasse. As the matter at hand pertained to the laws of weaponry. In the realm of technological civilization, weapons of law generally refer to conceptual weapons. For instance, the mathematical weapons of the Tower civilization and the probabilistic weapons of the Nine-Body civilization are categorized as conceptual weapons in their discourse. However, Li Mi believed that laws and concepts are distinct. In his view, concepts should transcend laws. Without evidence to substantiate his claims, he felt that if he could validate this, he would be capable of crafting conceptual weapons himself, thus negating the need for proof. This was merely a divergence in perspectives among civilizations. Different scenarios yield varying outcomes. In this world, the armaments wielded by advanced civilizations are perceived as conceptual weapons by those of intermediate civilizations. Yet, in the multiverse, labeling them as conceptual weapons would not suffice. What may be a mathematical weapon in this world could become a mere relic in a fantastical realm that suppresses or even obliterates technological civilization. True conceptual mathematical weapons, however, should remain unaffected by external fluctuations, exerting their full potential regardless of the world they inhabit. The philosophy of cultivation suggests an unchanging truth. When one's essence harmonizes with the universe, they become one with all. Yet, this is merely a manifestation, not the sole interpretation. Li Mi began to explore the civilization of Earth, which had attained a level of advanced civilization, in hopes of uncovering the heritage of its ninth-level civilization. He and Xiao ventured to the heart of the Chinese civilization, assuming the guise of ordinary denizens. They meticulously gathered vast amounts of information, history, societal evolution, technology, and culture, yet ultimately uncovered nothing of significance. Boss, aside from the Tower and Nine-Body civilizations, there are surely other high-level civilizations beneath the ninth tier that are discreetly observing. They must have analyzed Chinese civilization as well. And since they found nothing, our quest for the ninth-level civilization's legacy seems futile in the short term, Xiao lamented. Li Mi nodded in agreement, subsequently reaching out to the Tower and Nine-Body civilizations to inquire why the Nine-Body civilization was covertly assisting Earth's rapid ascension, noting that the two splinter civilizations of Earth were already lacking in potential. The potential is not the issue. The crux lies in the fact that once Earth's civilization ascends to a higher tier, a ninth-level civilization will emerge, Li Mi stated, exchanging glances with Xiao Bai, both recognizing the overwhelming information possessed by these advanced civilizations, which made them feel as though they were exposing their own foundations. Earth's civilization was merely at the fourth tier. Yet even with covert assistance from advanced civilizations, the journey to ascend to a higher level would likely span millennia, if not tens of thousands of years. Xiaobai, transformed into an intelligent being, possessed an insatiable curiosity for scientific research and thus established his own laboratory. Meanwhile, Li Mi embarked on his own research, recalibrating the connections between his true spirit, body, and external forces. The true spirit encapsulated vast information, technologies, and laws, while his body continuously augmented its energy, naturally enhancing itself in a passive manner. He sought to construct a model system where technology, power, and external influences were interconnected, merging instinct, knowledge, energy, and action into a cohesive whole. As time flowed by, a decade elapsed. At this moment, astonishing transformations were quietly unfurling within Li Mi. The once clear boundaries between his body and true spirit had dissipated, leading to a flawless amalgamation, a unity of being. The true spirit was the body, and the body became the tangible embodiment of the true spirit. Boundless energy surged like a tempest through every inch of his skin, every bone, and every cell. Simultaneously, his formidable consciousness seamlessly intertwined with his corporeal form. This extraordinary state manifested as a harmonious union of spirit and flesh, transcending the conventional concepts of the cultivation world. Li Mi was not merely treading the well-worn paths of his predecessors. Rather, it was his profound comprehension of scientific principles and relentless exploration that guided him along this unique evolutionary trajectory. He now embodied an exceptionally pure life form, an integration of inner and outer realms, akin to the primordial essence of the universe. Although superficially his essence appeared unchanged, this was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated manifestation of his new evolutionary form, heralded as the third-generation research evolution body. Every move he made was imbued with profound technological mysteries, akin to the unveiling of intricate applications of technology before the world. With but a fleeting thought, he could effortlessly summon the power around him, unleashing the formidable force of his weaponry with a mere flicker of intent. At this juncture, his body had transformed into an indomitable instrument, capable of unleashing cataclysmic power. Even more astonishingly, through achieving quantum-level control over energy, Li Mi had liberated himself from the constraints that had previously hindered his output of strength. Furthermore, the backlash from the world against immense power was now reduced to a negligible level, unless he deliberately increased the intensity of his attacks. The almost inconsequential backlash posed no threat to him whatsoever. In this scientific rendition of the unity of spirit and flesh, adjustments were made during the transformation of his body. Each fundamental particle within him was equipped with numerous computational units, interconnected through his consciousness, forming a colossal framework akin to a super-quantum computational architecture on a celestial scale. The true spirit itself harbored formidable computational power, rivaling that of the external quantum computing cluster Shao Bai had previously utilized. With the unification of body and true spirit, and the body functioning as two colossal celestial-level super-quantum computers, his computational capacity surged by an astonishing 300. As a research evolution body, the focus on research necessitated a robust computational strength. Beyond this, Li Mi existed as a dimensional space, perpetually absorbing various energies from the external environment: dark energy, zero-point energy, and energy from matter conversion. He clandestinely ventured to a civilization-less star system, where he amassed thousands of stars, hundreds of thousands of ordinary material planets, and even a neutron star. These celestial bodies were enclosed within his dimensional space for energy conversion. Fearing the scarcity of energy resources encountered in the ruins of a previous conflict with an advanced civilization. Chapter 78. The Alliance of Advanced Civilizations Unbeknownst to the Galaxy. There are countless Level 7 and 8 advanced civilizations lurking in the shadows. However, since Li Mi's targeted strikes against certain civilizations, the intermediate civilizations have retreated into hiding, exercising utmost caution as they secretly search for Earth civilization. With the assistance of some advanced civilizations, both the intermediate civilizations within the Milky Way and those from extragalactic realms have spent nearly 2 millennia in their quest, yet have found no trace whatsoever. Li Mi and his companions, having been discreetly monitoring the situation, remain aware of the status of Earth civilization. The Western civilization, now fractured, has stagnated at the threshold of Level 3, while the Huaxia civilization has ascended to Level 4. Suddenly, Xiao Bai locates Li Mi, who himself senses an unusual phenomenon. The Milky Way has been shrouded by mysterious power. While it is within the capabilities of a Level 8 civilization to seal off a galaxy, the preparation required is extensive and cannot be concealed. It appears that a Level 9 civilization has intervened. However, the reason behind this sudden blockade of the Milky Way remains elusive to both Li Mi and Xiao Bai, even after their collaborative calculations. Just as they ponder the circumstances surrounding the Tesa civilization, they receive a global broadcast message from the cosmos. This civilization is Tei Fu, which will ascend to Level 9 in 1 month. All level 2 and above civilizations within the XXX galaxy are requested to vacate the premises. The timing of this message is expressed in universal language, consistent with the Huaxia method of timekeeping that Li Mi and his group have been using. We must unite to depart from the Milky Way, Li Mi declares. Within 10 minutes, the Taisu civilization sends Li Mi a message. Why? Li Mi inquires succinctly. Since the Great War between Level 9 and Super Level 9 civilizations millennia ago, the pathway for ascension to Level 9 has been sealed. Taifu civilization's attempt to elevate to Level 9 will inevitably attract the attention of Level 9 civilizations, re-emerging in the cosmic expanse. Earth civilization is unique. A Level 9 civilization is poised to intervene, resulting in a blockade of the Milky Way. Li Mi, upon receiving this information, falls into silence. He had presumed there would be ample time for development and scientific experimentation to elevate civilization status, but unforeseen events have transpired. He gathers others to discuss the situation. However, the dearth of information leads to significant discrepancies, rendering their discussions fruitless. They must now contemplate whether to comply with the Taisu civilization's request. Will the Level 9 civilization strike all advanced civilizations in the Milky Way? Li Mi queries after deliberation with his companions. It is not an attack, but a cleansing. The civilizations ranked between Level 7 and Level 9, are all on the list for extermination. Boss, we have already detected the force sealing the Milky Way. It is an embodiment of spatial laws, Xiao Bai reveals after conducting analysis upon sensing the anomaly in the Milky Way. The others remain silent. The laws employed by the Level 9 civilization must be complete law weapons, at least encompassing the entirety of this world's spatial laws. A mere zero. One deviation in the application of such laws can result in a cataclysmic difference. The disparity is akin to that between a grain of sand and a star. Li Mi, having once navigated the Marvel universe without acquiring the space gem, had previously calculated that the data derived from it contained only 61 of the law's essence. The gap between him and the Level 9 civilization is exceedingly vast. Xiao Bai, test the feasibility of our departure from the Milky Way. If we cannot escape, then assess the possibility of leaving this world altogether. Xiao Bai shook his head. Boss, apart from interdimensional leap technology, which could breach the blockade, you could employ causality to conceal us from the sight of the Level 9 civilization. Could it be that the Level 9 civilization has already detected us? Ancient One inquired with suspicion. It is not a matter of detection, but rather a comprehensive strike against the entire Milky Way using their conceptual weaponry, leaving only Earth civilization and intermediate civilizations untouched. Only Level 7 and 8 advanced civilizations fall within their strike range. Zhang Yinjiao questioned, Boss, why is Earth civilization targeted by so many advanced civilizations? Even if Earth possesses a lineage of Level 9 civilization, it seems disconnected from the assault on advanced civilizations. There is indeed a correlation, though we are yet unaware of it, Xiao Bai interjected. Very well. I shall negotiate with the Taisu civilization regarding our collective departure from the Milky Way, Li Mi resolved. The group nodded in agreement. Although Xiao Bai's desire to accompany him was turned down by Li Mi. This time, Li Mi refrained from direct participation, instead projecting himself into the same microcosm used during previous negotiations. When will the Level 9 civilization commence their assault? He inquired upon establishing contact with Li Mi. The 9-body civilization has also emerged, they responded, and the ancient conflict from millennia past may reignite. The Taifu civilization must have uncovered something significant to decide on their ascension. Aside from you 2 Level 8 civilizations, how many advanced civilizations exist within the Milky Way? Li Mi continued to probe. There are 5 remaining, excluding the hidden Level 9 civilizations. There are a total of 8 advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. The 9-body civilization elucidated. This situation is exceptional. Other civilizations have already consented to unite, leaving only your Lu civilization. Li Mi sighed, we concede. The circumstances had exceeded his expectations, compelling him to acquiesce. Having witnessed the remnants of war, he understood the terror of Level 9 civilizations. To escape the Milky Way, collaboration was imperative. The 9-body civilization did not depart immediately, but posed a question that astonished Li Mi. Is your civilization truly from the solar system? What's the matter? Li Mi's surprise gave way to understanding, as he adopted a peculiar expression. Are you also from the solar system? The solar system is indeed unique. Our civilization hails from it as well, specifically from Mars, according to Earth civilization's terminology. The revelation from the nine-body civilization left Li Mi speechless. I too originate from the solar system, though there are other reasons I cannot disclose, Li Mi replied before taking his leave. He could hardly reveal to the nine-body civilization that they hailed from an alternate world known as Huaxia. Furthermore, the Mi Lu civilization was established only after arriving in this realm. It was astonishing to discover that the nine-body civilization was Martian in origin. Yet why did they appear as a microscopic civilization? The solar system was indeed extraordinary. In what manner was it exceptional? The insufficiency of data hindered his ability to analyze the reasons, leaving him feeling utterly bewildered. Chapter 79. The disparity of advanced civilizations. Li Mi and his companions navigated their warship to rendezvous with other advanced civilizations near a small black hole in the galaxy. A relatively young black hole that had formed merely 50 million years ago. In their search for civilizations, the warship presented itself as a spherical vessel, no larger than a clenched fist. The nine-body civilization, upon encountering them, could not suppress its curiosity and inquired whether they were also a microscopic civilization. The Tashu civilization's warship resembled an inverted pyramid, having attained a level 8 civilization status. The nine-body civilization was composed of countless luminous points, coalescing into a thumb-sized cluster, also classified as a level 8 civilization. The remaining 5 civilizations each possessed distinctive characteristics. The foolish civilization operated a parasol-shaped warship and, like Li and his companions, was categorized as a level 7 civilization. Another civilization, seemingly quite domineering, was known as the Thunder civilization. Their civilization was embodied in a black hole warship, established at the origin point. This level 8 civilization was remarkably audacious. Among them was the silicon-based Shalon civilization, which appeared to observe Li Mi with great interest, frequently inquiring about their status as a level 7 civilization. Their warship adhered to conventional designs, resembling a planet-sized vessel, yet it was entirely composed of members from their civilization. Strikingly, there was even a dimensional civilization, perceptible yet elusive, classified as a level 4 civilization, entirely four-dimensional, comprised solely of four-dimensional beings, also rated as a level 7 civilization. The most extraordinary of all was a beastly civilization, represented by a colossal, starry creature, currently confined to a planet-sized form, yet astonishingly recognized as a level 8 civilization. The 8 advanced civilizations convened and engaged in fundamental information exchanges. After the exchange, discussions commenced on strategies to breach the blockade imposed by the level 9 civilization. Due to the inherent differences among the civilizations, their alliance was merely temporary, with mutual trust remaining tenuous. Following a brief discussion, they collectively approached the edge of the galaxy, determining that a simultaneous assault on a singular point would likely shatter the blockade. Once they had escaped the galaxy, they would part ways. The exchange of information among these advanced civilizations was remarkably swift. Within a quarter of an hour, they had concluded their discussions. In a vast expanse of the universe, these 8 mysterious and formidable civilizations, after much deliberation, unanimously chose a direction and embarked on their journey toward the galaxy's edge. As time progressed, they gradually neared the source of the blocking force. When they were merely 10 astronomical units away, the vessels of all civilizations abruptly halted as if under a binding spell. At that moment, a command signal from the Tasha civilization resonated throughout each warship, instructing the other civilizations to prepare for energy loading. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the fleet, as each civilization understood that this was an assault crucial to their survival. Merely 5 minutes later, all preparations were complete. The Tashu civilization issued the final command, and in an instant, a multitude of powerful energy beams erupted from the vessels, targeting the pre-marked assault coordinates. Surprisingly, this grand-scale attack did not produce the dazzling brilliance or cataclysmic phenomena one might expect. Instead, everything appeared strikingly calm and eerily silent, as if these assaults had transcended mere spectacle and reached a sublime level of simplicity. In this seemingly tranquil moment, the fleets of the 8 civilizations unleashed their full might in a synchronized strike. The swiftness of the onslaught left even the astute Li Mi with little time to analyze the advanced conceptual weaponry wielded by these civilizations. In the blink of an eye, the attack concluded. Subsequently, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open, forming a bottomless spatial black hole. The once impenetrable force blocking the galaxy now exhibited a fleeting gap. Faced with this ephemeral opportunity, both the colossal warships and the peculiar beastly civilization surged forward without hesitation, darting through the spatial black hole like lightning. The entire traversal was remarkably smooth, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Ultimately, they succeeded in breaching the blockade and emerged into the vast expanses beyond the galaxy. Casting a glance back at the galaxy, they each swiftly chose different directions to disperse. Before departing, the 9-body civilization sent a message to Li Mi and his companions, inviting them to a stellar coordinate for discussion regarding their potential journey to the XXX galaxy to witness the promotion of the Teifu civilization to level 9. The beastly civilization remained indifferent, as cautiousness in the face of existential threats was a perfectly rational approach. The advanced civilizations that left the galaxy alongside Li Mi understood the terrifying nature of the hidden level 9 civilization imposing the blockade. Although the blockade strategy appeared seamless, it was, in reality, not overly concerned with preventing the escape of truly powerful advanced civilizations. One could speculate that if the level 9 civilization had genuinely resolved to strike them down, the measures would not have been so lenient. Given the formidable power and technological prowess of a level 9 civilization, if they were intent on annihilating all advanced civilizations, they would not afford any opportunity for escape. Conversely, they would undoubtedly launch a comprehensive and merciless assault without hesitation. However, the reality was that the level 9 civilization opted for a relatively moderate approach in addressing this incident. This implies that amidst the looming crisis, a glimmer of hope still existed. Under the true onslaught of a level 9 civilization, how many advanced civilizations would ultimately escape its lethal grasp? Probably no one could ascertain the answer. Perhaps only when all's settled could we discern the truth behind this cosmic confrontation and the fates of each civilization. Within the realm of advanced civilizations, while level 7 and level 8 civilizations exhibit a disparity, the reasons behind their interrelations mean that the gap is not as vast as it may seem. When confronted with weapons that counteract their own principles, level 8 civilizations may not necessarily prevail against level 7 civilizations. Yet, the chasm between level 9 and both level 1 and level 7 civilizations is immeasurable. The level 9 civilization encompasses complete principles, rendering the issue of counteraction moot. Especially when faced with technologies that fundamentally grasp these principles, the notion of counteraction dissipates, leaving only the question of how well one understands these principles. Upon their departure from the galaxy, Li Mi and his companions swiftly retreated to a distance of 100 trillion light-years away, completely concealing themselves. The world force field was perpetually activated, and various cloaking mechanisms were engaged. Just as things appeared to be proceeding smoothly, the sudden intervention of a level 9 civilization left them with little time for development. Chapter 80. The Ascendance of the Tef Civilization. What manner of civilization is the Tef? One that Li Mi and his companions cannot fathom. It is perplexing that this civilization is attempting to ascend to the 9th tier of civilization while broadcasting information worldwide. 5 light-years away in the XXX galaxy, Li Mi and his companions concealed themselves, deploying billions of probes that almost entirely enveloped the galaxy's periphery. With only a mere 100,000 probes placed within the galaxy itself. The latest generation of probes integrates numerous technologies, including quantum technology and PIM particles, rendering each probe to appear no larger than an atom, although the actual probes are spherical bodies measuring 30 meters in diameter. As of now, the Tef civilization remains undetected. Is it possible that this civilization is intentionally broadcasting information to attract the attention of advanced civilizations while secretly striving for ascendance elsewhere? Zhao Tian inquired. He shook his head, suggesting that this was unlikely. An eighth-tier civilization nearing its limit should create a significant spectacle during its ascendance. Any attempt to conceal it would merely postpone the inevitable discovery by advanced civilizations. Zhang Yunjiao, however, disagreed, proposing that it could be a strategy to buy time for technological iteration and enhancement during the ascendance process. Limi chose not to engage in the discussion, instead focusing on the data generated from their recent calculations alongside Xiaobai. Ultimately, they decided against the proposed plan. What force or field is obstructing the galaxy? There is a complete absence of information, leaving uncertainty as to whether they were detected by a concealed ninth-tier civilization when they jumped out of their world. If a ninth-tier civilization was aware of their ability to exit their world and navigate the chaotic void beyond, would they risk capture? Unless they directly abandon this world, they cannot ascertain the ninth-tier civilization's stance toward them. Under normal circumstances, a ninth-tier civilization might not even detect Li Mi's civilization's capacity to leave their world. Given that the galaxy is shrouded in secrecy and under the observation of a ninth-tier civilization, any minor fluctuations would undoubtedly be picked up. Should other civilizations attempt to break free from the galaxy's confines, they too would likely be noticed by the ninth-tier civilization. However, exposed to the gaze of the ninth-tier civilization, Li Mi and his companions are merely a seventh-tier civilization, of little concern to them. Li Mi and Xiaobai are currently calculating the forces that are sealing off the galaxy. When 8 civilizations united to break the blockade, vast amounts of information were generated, including data on the weapon strikes from the other 7 civilizations and insights into the energy exerted by the ninth-tier civilization that confines the galaxy. It is reasonable to assume that the other 7 advanced civilizations have also amassed substantial relevant data. Boss, the force sealing the galaxy, when calculated and traced back, appears to be a field wielded by those who possess mastery over the laws, Xiaobai stated. Since becoming an intelligent being, he has been able to record and comprehend these laws. Li Mi scrutinized the reverse-engineered data. Xiaobai, construct a model of this force field using the data we have. Xiaobai raised his hands in defeat. Boss, I've tried, but it's impossible to construct. The data is insufficient, and the model collapses halfway. Use the information we possess about the laws to create a similar force field model, Li Mi insisted, unwilling to employ his own calculations for fear of provoking the ninth-tier civilization or drawing their attention to the simulated force field data. It is akin to studying their technology directly beneath the watchful eyes of a ninth-tier civilization, fully exposed. Li Mi and Xiaobai, while scrutinizing the technology of others, remain wary of potential hidden contingencies. Boss, that's unfeasible. Their technology already represents a complete application of the laws. Our interpretations of these laws lack completeness. Li Mi sighed, lamenting the vast disparity between their advanced civilizations. In the face of the Tower Civilization, an 8th-tier civilization, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. When confronting the Tower Civilization, at least they had the capacity for self-preservation. The moment for the TEF civilization to ascend has arrived. The XXX galaxy is enveloped by a certain law, rendering its matter and energy somewhat ethereal. This is a law that Li Mi has neither encountered nor anticipated. It is a law of truth and falsehood. The TEF civilization possesses the ability to define the veracity of phenomena, achieving a 100% analysis and application. Previously restrained, it chose not to remain hidden any longer and opted for ascendance. The TEF civilization has crafted a weapon embodying the laws of a 9th-tier civilization, achieving full mastery over the truth and falsehood law. Under such circumstances, their ascendance to a 9th-tier civilization appears to be a straightforward matter, devoid of the complexities that accompany it. Li Mi and his companions closely monitored the XXX galaxy. The celestial expanse, planets, stars, and the central black hole are in a constant state of flux, oscillating between the realms of truth and falsehood. In one moment, it may appear as a mere illusion, only to morph into a tangible reality the next. This paradoxical transformation has influenced the probes they deployed. Had it not been for the installation of a miniature world field within the probes, they would have been obliterated amidst the capricious interplay of truth and falsehood. This law is truly formidable, possessing the capacity to define reality. Li Mi and his team worked diligently to gather data on this law. Suddenly, a subtle vibration ripples through the cosmic expanse as a force emerges from the matter and energy laws of the world, enveloping the star system of the Tef civilization. There is no cataclysmic spectacle. The Tef civilization manifests as a colossal entity, akin to a star, with a conical shape constructed from myriad crystalline facets. The Tef civilization emerges, contending against the world's backlash, navigating the shifting tides of truth and falsehood. The two forces continuously collide, leading to the disappearance of certain planets and stars in a veil of illusion, as if they had never existed. The Tef civilization's pace of transformation between truth and falsehood has slowed considerably. After a month of existing in illusion, should they not transition into reality, they risk vanishing without a trace. Li Mi and his companions remain oblivious to the multitude of advanced civilizations secretly observing them. As even intermediate civilizations from 100 light years away are engaged in observation, it is likely that the ninth-tier civilizations are also closely monitoring this unfolding spectacle. The Tef civilization persevered in illusion for an entire year, and just before its imminent disappearance, it transitioned from illusion to reality, seemingly withstanding the world's backlash. A new ninth-tier civilization is poised to emerge before the eyes of numerous intermediate and advanced civilizations. Li Mi perceives the Tef civilization as increasingly enigmatic prior to its ascendance. It merely exuded an aura of invincibility, yet it seemed capable of departure. Now, however, it presents an inscrutable presence, rendering Li Mi and his companions utterly unqualified to contend with it. Before Li Mi and his companions can react, other advanced civilizations prepare to extend their congratulations, only to be met with the unexpected news of a new calamity befalling the Tef civilization. Chapter 81. Temporal Flux in the Milky Way, the Tef civilization, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, finally ascended to the remarkable rank of a level 9 civilization. However, this joy was short-lived, as an unforeseen calamity soon befell them. Established powers, having long secured their positions as level 9 civilizations, descended upon this nascent and formidable civilization like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, launching fierce assaults that plunged the Tef civilization into unprecedented adversity. First, they were besieged by a mysterious and terrifying force of law, which twisted everything the Tef civilization held dear as if an invisible giant hand were manipulating their existence. The planets, star systems, and life forms in their vicinity were contorted under this power, losing their original order and coherence. Subsequently, a formidable barrier of spatial law descended from the heavens, akin to an indomitable fortress wall, completely isolating the Tef civilization from the external cosmos. This barrier not only curtailed their freedom of movement, but also severed their communications and connections with other civilizations, rendering the Tef civilization a desolate and forsaken island. Most perilously, a third form of law emerged, a harrowing force capable of erasing the very material existence of the Tef civilization. Under the corrosive influence of this law, their structures, facilities, and individual lives disintegrated into nothingness, as if they had never graced this universe. Despite their valiant efforts to resist such brutal triple assaults, the Tef civilization ultimately could not endure for long. Within less than 1,000 planck times, this once glorious civilization vanished entirely amidst the vast expanse of the starry sea. What was once the domain of the Tef civilization became utterly devoid of life. There were no remnants of material, nor any detectable energy fluctuations. Moreover, following the disappearance of the Tef civilization, a strange and twisted force lingered in the void, incessantly distorting the surrounding space-time in an attempt to obscure any traces of the Tef civilization's existence. Observing this scene, civilizations classified as level 7 and 8 were filled with dread, while the established level 9 civilizations showed no mercy. Intermediate civilizations, terrified, propelled their warships to maximum speeds. Fleeing in haste, Li Mi's eyes reflected profound fear. The level 9 civilizations of this world had effectively closed off the paths of ascension for other civilizations, leaving no avenue for survival. The ascension was met with a backlash from the world itself, and even successful ascension invited assault from other level 9 civilizations. Only 3 level 9 civilizations had made their move, yet remained uncertain whether this world contained only these 3. Xiaobai stood in stunned silence, witnessing the demise of the Tef civilization, while others came to a stark understanding of the darkness enveloping this world, far darker than the myriad principal worlds of my own. Gu Yi spoke with lingering trepidation. Zhang Yunjiao remained silent, while Fan Qingpeng, resigned, queried whether the level 9 civilization of Earth was merely a fabrication. But why? Exactly? Li Mi pondered further. During his ascension to true spirit, he had observed the twisted law from outside the world. It might not be an external enemy, but rather a level 9 civilization originating from within the world itself. What were their intentions? Without external threats. Yet they resorted to conflict, fracturing the world, and now obstructing the ascension of other civilizations. These motivations left one deep in thought. Let us depart from here, Li Mi stated, instructing Xiaobai to navigate the spacecraft away from the XXX galaxy. Once they distanced themselves from XXX, their gaze fell upon the Milky Way, where they were astonished to witness a transformative upheaval. Time in the Milky Way seemed to have accelerated 1,000-fold, with Earth civilization having ascended to level 6, now embarking on the path to level 7. Is this akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow? Huang Yinghua remarked, glancing at Zhang Yunjiao and Fan Qingpeng. The two exchanged uneasy expressions. Despite their allegiance to the Mi Lu civilization, their roots lay in the Huaxia civilization. It appeared that the 2 splinter civilizations of Earth were merely experimental constructs. How did they silently accelerate time? Gu Yi mused with curiosity. Upon arriving in this world, they had conducted experiments wherein timelines ceased to exist, time laws remained undetectable, and time could be stilled, reversed, or accelerated. Feasible in theory, but requiring an immeasurable amount of energy in practice. Li Mi immediately began observing the starry sky and the energy consumption within the world. After calculations, he discovered a depletion of material and energy within the world. The level 9 civilizations had appropriated a mere fraction of the world's substance to hasten time in the Milky Way. Such actions were utterly deranged. Did they not fear the annihilation of the world, or had they already mastered the technology for survival beyond its confines? What significance did Earth civilization hold that warranted such attention from these level 9 civilizations? Should we leave? Kai Wenba asked gravely, sensing the peril of this world surpassed even that of the Marvel Universe. The others turned their eyes towards Li Mi, awaiting his decision. As he was the core leader of their civilization, let us gather information for now and endeavor to deduce the reasons behind the actions of these level 9 civilizations. Li Mi began to theorize. The developments in this world were astonishing. Level 9 civilizations had transformed into the very obstacles to ascension while simultaneously fostering rapid technological advancement in Earth civilization. What remnants of significance did Earth civilization possess? It could not merely be the legacy of level 9 civilizations. It must be something of greater importance, something that even level 9 civilizations coveted. The Jodi civilization discreetly contacted Li Mi and his companions. The Mi Lu civilization and Earth civilization are no longer within our reach. Should we consider departing from this world together? Do you possess the technology for survival beyond this world? None. Despite researching for 1,000,000 years, we have yielded no results. Yet it is preferable to waiting here for death. The Jodi civilization seemed to hold some knowledge. Jodi civilization, we hope to share relevant information. Otherwise, our civilization will be unable to assess this matter, Li Mi inquired. After a lengthy silence, no response from the Jodi civilization was forthcoming. What are your thoughts? Li Mi convened the group, sharing the message from the Jodi civilization before posing the question. Insufficient information renders assessment impossible, Zhao Tian replied with a shake of his head. Zhang Yunjiao, intrigued, asked, is it possible for us to leave this world? The others regarded her with peculiar expressions. Fanqing Peng pulled her aside, presenting her with relevant technical documentation for review. Zhang Yun Jiao, deeply engrossed in her studies, had yet to inquire about interdimensional travel. Chapter 82. Participation in the nine-body civilization has unexpectedly made contact, expressing a desire to form an alliance to break the barriers of this world and escape. However, whether they possess the technology to survive in the chaotic void remains unknown to Li Mi and the others. The mere fact that the nine-body civilization has initiated communication and action suggests they have at least some level of confidence. Though it is uncertain whether this confidence stems from complete technology or some scavenged black tech, Li Mi has never believed that he is the only fortunate one. It is improbable that the opportunities available to him are exclusive, given the vastness of the world and the countless living beings within it. With such a large population, anything is possible. Could it be that the probability weapon of the nine-body civilization is built upon this foundational theory? If they lacked the relevant technology, they would not propose leaving this world, and if they did possess it, they would not seek our alliance. Kai Wenbo, adept in mathematics, has conducted a thorough analysis of the recent reparations from the Tower Civilization and the Nine-Body Civilization. He has gained a certain understanding of the probability weapon of the Nine-Body Civilization, suggesting that they possess some technology, albeit not fully developed. By running calculations through their probability weapon, they discovered that the likelihood of a smooth escape was exceedingly low. They subsequently modified the operational factors of the weapon under various conditions and ultimately concluded that the highest chance of success lay in collaborating with our alliance. Zhang Yunjiao, having not meticulously examined the technical data for interdimensional travel, merely assessed the capabilities of the technology. Upon overhearing Kai Wenbo's conjecture, she joined in, acknowledging the possibility. Without data, all we can do is engage in blind speculation. It is unnecessary. We can leave at any time, provided we are not being covertly monitored by the ninth-level civilization. Li Mi felt it prudent to suspend further discussion on this matter. All that was being discussed was conjecture. It could be mentioned, but a more detailed conversation was unwarranted. In essence, we possess an escape route at any moment, altering our circumstances. If we wish to develop steadily, we could depart now. If we are curious about what aspects of Earth civilization attract the gaze of the ninth-level civilization, we may choose to wait until Earth civilization advances to a seventh-level civilization. Fanqing Peng evaluated the current situation, agreeing that while there are gains to be had, they often come with inherent risks. Thus, we can now discuss whether the potential rewards justify the associated risks, and if it is worth pursuing. Li Mi suggested a new topic for discussion. The group engaged in a lively exchange, inviting Xiao Bai to join them as they calculated the outcomes of their deliberations, considering various contingencies. Although Li Mi encouraged their discussions, he had already deduced the possible outcomes. Unless unexpected variables arose, they had no chance of uncovering the hidden treasures of Earth civilization. In the face of absolute power, all schemes become mere jest, akin to a sixth-level civilization attempting to outmaneuver Li Mi's current warship. Li Mi even envisioned the conclusion of this world, a potential conflict involving 3 or more ninth-level civilizations, or possibly even super-civilizations beyond the ninth level, over the obscured secrets of Earth civilization, leading to a cataclysmic event. The world would shatter, ultimately vanishing into the vast, chaotic void, dissolving into nothingness. There exists a 28% chance of mutual destruction, with the civilizations embroiled in the conflict gaining nothing, a 52% chance of obliteration alongside the world, and a 20% chance that Earth civilization activates that enigmatic object, emerging as the ultimate victor. Regardless of the scenario, Li Mi and his companions lack the means for self-preservation. They might find themselves compelled to make a cross-dimensional leap to survive. Li Mi refrained from disclosing his deductions to the others, intending to foster discussion so that they could swiftly make decisions in future similar situations. Furthermore, he was keen to observe what that mysterious object of Earth civilization might be. However, he resolved to remain an unseen observer, never to engage directly. Boss, after our discussions, it appears that unless all civilizations meet their end together with the world, we have no opportunity to intervene, only to observe from the shadows. Xiao Bai conveyed the group's conclusions to Li Mi. Li Mi nodded, agreeing to remain in the shadows for observation, as he too was intrigued by what could be so enticing about Earth civilization that it drew the attention of others. "We are all curious," Xiaobai remarked. "Should this endeavor be deemed research, it is indeed a path of inquiry. The average individual may find it exhausting over time, perhaps even tedious. Yet, they are all meticulously selected research talents, wholly dedicated to their scientific pursuits, embodying a pristine commitment. Their fascination with the unfathomable and boundless unknown is a consuming passion, akin to a raging fire that spreads deep within, propelling them forward undeterred, to uncover the secrets and enigmas concealed in darkness. Whether it be the vast cosmos or ancient, mysterious ruins, they yearn to unveil the truths hidden behind the unknown, to solve the riddles that have long plagued humanity, as if only then could they satiate their unrelenting quest for truth. At times, a scientific conundrum demands countless hours and immense effort, and the joy of unraveling such a puzzle is one that outsiders can scarcely comprehend. Li Mi, too, embarked on his research, particularly focusing on the next generation of world force fields, which necessitated reverse engineering to avoid relying solely on black tech. He aimed to derive foundational theories and extract the most elemental information and data, unlike his current situation where he could only utilize technology without grasping its principles. In addition, numerous laws require calculation, analysis, reverse engineering, and validation. It can be said that the data and information regarding laws that Li Mi currently possesses are all acquired from external sources. Not a single piece was discovered, analyzed, derived, or validated from scratch. They lack a foundation, a theory, and in terms of utilizing these laws, he can barely claim to have reached the level of a 7th-level civilization. In fact, he is inferior to an ordinary 7th-level civilization, which develops through discovery, research, calculation, and experimentation, starting from the most fundamental theories. In his laboratory, Li Mi conducted experiments on artificial organisms, some of which were even humanoid. He delved into the fundamental nature of the soul and consciousness, requiring extensive research and analysis to comprehend how the soul and consciousness arise and form. This was a journey that needed to begin anew. However, progress was not forthcoming. Or rather, while creating artificial beings from a gene pool was theoretically feasible without major issues, the true challenge lay in the realms of the soul and consciousness. The artificial beings lacked something crucial. They possessed awareness, but were devoid of a soul or true consciousness. What was missing remained elusive, and in the course of his research, he made rapid advancements in brain development, yielding significant results. Yet for Li Mi, the development of the brain no longer held the same potential for improvement after he attained true consciousness. To enhance his perception, reflexes, and computational abilities, he would need to focus on elevating his consciousness instead. Chapter 83. The ascension of earthly civilization to the celestial chain. The Earth civilization is preparing to ascend to a level 7 civilization. However, mastering vacuum zero-point energy in a short span is beyond the assistance of advanced civilizations. Even if a theoretical framework is established and a breakthrough direction is identified, the iterative technological progress necessary for manipulating quantum-level energy demands extensive time for exploration and the concerted efforts of countless scientists engaged in the development of equipment. Furthermore, the application of fundamental laws is a bottleneck that cannot be transcended merely through the aid of advanced civilizations. It necessitates a cumulative technological foundation and scientific advancement. And unless a level 9 civilization intervenes directly, such an ascension could take millennia. Remarkably, the establishment of the pathfinding civilization by Li Mi and his companions has fortuitously yielded a wealth of data regarding various laws, significantly compressing their developmental timeline. Yet, despite these opportunities, they have yet to discover their own research direction pertinent to the laws suitable for their civilization. Even with the direct involvement of a level 9 civilization, the resultant influence might not align with the optimal application of laws for Earth civilization. This was the general assessment and projected timeline for Earth civilization's ascension derived from Li Mi's calculations. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The acceleration of time within the Milky Way allowed Li Mi and his team, conducting research beyond the galaxy while awaiting Earth's advancement, to experience merely a millennium, whereas approximately 5,000 years had elapsed for Earth civilization. For a level 6 civilization, 5,000 years is but a fleeting moment. During this brief span, Earth civilization achieved a breakthrough in vacuum zero-point energy and delineated its own research trajectory concerning the laws. Astonishingly, Earth civilization has manifested a law defined by its very essence, embodying a genuinely conceptual law. This revelation took both Li Mi and the advanced civilizations, including the Tesu civilization and the observant level 9 civilizations, by surprise, as they had not anticipated a civilization could itself become a law for application. It appears that something crucial has eluded their meticulous arrangements, a reality that the level 9 civilizations are reluctant to accept. As Earth civilization ascends to the level 7 tier, the emergence of this civilizational law engenders a formidable power. The long-vanished solar system seems to reverse time, reappearing within the Milky Way, with Earth reclaiming its position as the familiar yet foreign blue planet. The schism within Earth civilization has undergone transformation. The Western civilization has severed its ties with the reinstated Earth and is no longer part of Earth civilization. The Huaxiao civilization stands as the sole representative of Earth civilization, much to the chagrin of the level 9 civilizations, which observe that Huaxiao remains unchanged. Conversely, the blue planet has revealed an ancient civilization, one that shares a lineage with Huaxia, emerging as a super-civilization that transcends even the level 9 classification. The celestial Qin Empire, led by the first Emperor Yingzheng, now governs Earth. These developments exceed the expectations of any civilization, leaving Li Mi and his companions astounded, as they witness a technologically advanced incarnation of the Qin, a super-civilization in the form of the Great Qin Empire. The Huaxia civilization recognizes the re-emergent Earth, yet it no longer belongs to them. It is governed by their ancestral figure, the first Emperor Yingzheng. Is it truly our ancestor? Zhang Yunjiao murmured in bewilderment. Fan Qingpong rubbed his forehead, observing that this world is reminiscent of a realm of cultivation rather than a technological one, especially with the emergence of the celestial Qin. A dreadful gaze emanating from Earth swept across the cosmic expanse, inadvertently exposing nearly all civilizations, leaving no trace of information unscathed. Li Mi and his companions narrowly avoided complete exposure to this gaze, ultimately relying on the world's force field to obscure their presence. Though their information remained concealed, the gaze had nevertheless discerned Li Mi and his companions. The level 9 civilizations were similarly compromised, deploying their law-based weaponry in a desperate bid to shield their own civilization's information. Celestial Qin? How could such a civilization exist? Li Mi's head throbbed, for this designation signifies something profoundly different. The celestial Qin is not merely confined to this world. It is a formidable civilization spanning myriad realms. Unless it is merely a coincidental nomenclature, Li Mi is skeptical of the notion of coincidence, particularly concerning a super-civilization such as the celestial Qin. Contemplating whether to seek an audience or to flee this world, Li Mi was suddenly confronted by a vision of Yingzheng. Are you also from the primitive ancient star? Yingzheng's gaze was placid, yet tinged with surprise. I have encountered the ancestral dragon. Li Mi's scalp prickled as he hastily bowed. Yingzheng nodded, noting the rare awareness of pre-Qin etiquette. But from which world do you hail, originating from the primitive ancient star? The ancestral dragon, my ancestor I cannot say. Li Mi confessed. I lack the technology to mark worlds, and having been reborn once, I have no recollection of the primitive ancient star before my reincarnation. Li Mi refrained from concealing the truth, aware that any deception would be swiftly unveiled. The ancestral dragon seemed to see through him entirely, revealing no secrets, merely choosing not to expose them. However, Li Mi was certain that the ancestral dragon before him was indeed Yingzheng of the celestial Qin spanning the myriad realms. He was perplexed as to how such an ancestral figure could manifest in this material world. A spark ignited within Li Mi's mind. Ancestral dragon, my ancestor, I seek merely the foundational understanding of the laws, specifically the analytical algorithms underlying them. Yingzheng raised his hand, conjuring a luminous sphere of data. You possess a commendable self-awareness. This foundational knowledge is indeed suitable for you. Take it and depart swiftly. Li Mi accepted the data sphere, neglecting to inform the others, and promptly commanded the warship to navigate through a spatial leap, emerging outside the realm. Little White approached Li Mi's laboratory, poised to inquire about their sudden departure, only to witness the world behind them erupting in chaotic turmoil, unleashing unmeasurable matter and energy. The warship was propelled through the chaotic void, traversing an indeterminate distance. For the concept of spatial measurement held no meaning in the chaos. Yet, they could still glimpse the world they had just vacated, where tumultuous upheaval had transpired, rendering Little White no longer in need of questioning the cause. Li Mi offered no explanation. Instead, he examined the data sphere bestowed by the ancestral dragon. He refrained from merging it with himself, opting instead to meticulously scrutinize and record the information contained within. Even though it was a gift from the ancestral dragon, Ying Zheng, he dared not place absolute trust in it. Chapter 84. Technological upgrades bestowed by the ancestor dragon. The data provided by the ancestor dragon Ying Zheng to Li Mi is indeed of paramount importance and significance. This information does not pertain to any specific technology. Rather, it embodies the principles and foundational elements of the application of laws and the quest to discover and analyze these laws from the ground up. While it may lack the essence of a tangible technology, it serves as the cornerstone of legal foundations, which is far more crucial for Li Mi. He swiftly absorbed the data bestowed by the ancestor dragon, simultaneously engaging in intensive computations to analyze the information. Within a mere minute, he had thoroughly processed the data and even conducted preliminary applications. The world force field transcended its previous role as a mere defensive mechanism, evolving into a dynamic entity capable of endless transformations, adaptable to his whims. It could function as a defensive barrier, a shroud of concealment, or even a mere output against the chaotic void. Whereas the world force field was once utilized in a simplistic and brute manner, it had now become a versatile tool, allowing for the disassembly into various functional fields without compromising its inherent potency. Additionally, it could be combined in myriad applications. The myriad functionalities now harness the power to be wielded as desired, rather than being limited to mere defense or concealment. In that instant, Li Mi himself underwent a transformation. Every cell, and even more minute entities such as molecules, atoms, genes, and chromosomes, bore the shadow of the world force field. His self-constructed dimensional space also underwent a metamorphosis, permeating the world like a protective barrier, transforming the dimensional space from a mere expanse into a realm with the potential for elevation. Other technologies were also rapidly amalgamating and evolving, with cross-boundary leapfrog techniques and spatial positioning technologies merging, rendering traversal across worlds simpler and less resource-intensive. Although the application of laws remained relatively unchanged, the process of reverse analysis had become significantly easier. What once required a year to analyze an equivalent amount of legal data could now be accomplished in a month, doubling the speed of analysis. Armed with this foundational knowledge, the reliance on computational power for exhaustive calculations was no longer necessary. Xiaobai, upgrade the battleship. Li Mi instructed Xiaobai, simultaneously transferring the restructured technology he had developed. Upon receiving the information, Xiaobai beamed with excitement, inquiring, "Boss, where did this marvelous resource come from?" Being an intelligent entity, Xiaobai's control and upgrade of the battleship were unaffected by his interactions with Li Mi and others. Upgrade the battleship swiftly. I require time to deduce the world anchor point technology, Li Mi replied, without elaboration, closing his eyes to contemplate the deductions. At that moment outside the world, observations revealed sporadic upheavals followed by moments of calm. This was not a declaration of war by the ancestor dragon Ying Zheng, but rather a manifestation of the chaotic void, where time was disordered, lacking anchoring in the world, and moments did not align at a single point. The observed changes in the world could be events that transpired billions of years ago or occurrences yet to unfold. Li Mi needed to establish anchor points within the world to synchronize his perception of time amidst the chaotic void. During the battleship's upgrade, Xiao Bai and the others engaged in discussions regarding the sudden changes in the world, alongside Li Mi's enhancements to the world traversal technology. The world anchoring technology extracted the positioning and temporal laws from the traversal technology, merging them with spatial laws. Constructing the world anchoring technology was not overly complex, yet it remained imperfect due to the inherent incompleteness of the data pertaining to temporal and spatial laws. Nevertheless, it was serviceable. Li Mi developed this new technology, directly applying reconstruction techniques to augment the battleship's capabilities. Now, we can observe the world's changes in tranquility, he remarked, unable to calculate the duration from leaving the world to the technological upgrades. In the chaotic void, time held no significance, and disorder reigned supreme. How could we have suddenly departed? I have yet to witness the emergence of ancient civilizations and the conflict of ninth-level civilizations on Earth. Boss, could it be that we were expelled? The others queried in unison. Li Mi gestured for silence before revealing the incident involving a fragment of the ancestor dragon that had found him, not withholding any details. The ancestor dragon is formidable, Xiao Bai exclaimed in admiration. Gu Yi furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of curiosity etched on his face as he quietly asked, Boss, it seems you harbor both a sense of trepidation and profound respect towards this ancestor dragon. This intrigues me greatly. Does this ancestor dragon conceal some unknown secret? Or does he possess unimaginable power that elicits such complex and contradictory emotions from a figure like yourself? Li Mi cast a glance at the group. Inghua, you five my earliest followers. In our world, many films or novels diverge from my original reality. They may appear similar, yet they lack numerous elements, which is understandable since you are unaware. I shall elucidate the status of the immortal Qin Empire across the myriad realms. This implies that the immortal Qin Empire in this world may merely be a fragment of another entity. The ancestor dragon provided you with foundational theories and data regarding laws, thereby facilitating the technological upgrades. After this discussion, Li Mi instructed Xiao Bai to employ the world anchoring technology to communicate with the detectors within the world, observing the unfolding situation. He deemed it inappropriate to engage in further discussion at this juncture. In the vast reaches of the cosmos, the enigmatic and powerful ninth-level civilization finally unveiled its true nature. These beings, endowed with unimaginable technological prowess and wisdom, sprang into action, forging a colossal alliance with overwhelming force. This alliance resembled an immense net, ensnaring all advanced civilizations across the universe. Leveraging their unparalleled strength and influence, the ninth-level civilization began forcibly integrating other advanced civilizations into their governance structure. Whether it be once dominant high races or those secretive forces thriving in the recesses of the cosmos, none could elude the grasp of this formidable power. Ultimately, the majority of advanced civilizations were compelled to submit to the dominion of a ninth-level civilization, joining this alliance governed by the strong. Chapter 85. The Terror of the Xianqin Empire Across the Cosmos. Advanced civilizations below Level 9 found themselves menaced by 4 Level 9 civilizations and 1 super-civilization, which sought to unite them into a cohesive alliance. Li Mi and his companions were on the verge of contacting the Tashu civilization and the Jioti civilization when suddenly, the detectors within their realm picked up a message from the Jioti civilization. Milu civilization, we are departing. Would you like to join us? Milu Chivi Liu Inshun. We have already allied with the Tashu civilization. Would your civilization care to join us? Think wisely, we are leaving. As Li Mi and his comrades exchanged glances, they began to deliberate upon the message left by the Jioti civilization. Li Mi then directed his gaze towards the chaotic void outside their world, surprisingly locating both civilizations. However, their circumstances were dire. They were desperately resisting the erosion of the chaotic void, facing imminent annihilation. Do you require assistance? Li Mi sent a message to the two civilizations. Milu civilization, do you possess the technology to combat the void? The Jioti civilization had defined the external environment as the void. After pinpointing the warships of the two civilizations, Li Mi enveloped them with a protective force field from their world. The Ta Shu and Jiu civilizations soon realized that the destructive power of the void had suddenly dissipated and understood that it was the Mi Lu civilization that had intervened, bringing them both surprise and relief. Ta Shu civilization. This assistance pertains to the survival of our civilization. How shall we express our gratitude? The Mi Lu civilization replied, let us defer that discussion for now. Besides our fundamental technologies, we possess no other trump cards. A typical level 7 civilization had already reached a population in the trillions, making relocation a daunting task. To their astonishment, the Xianqin Empire exhibited no intention of concealing its actions. The Xianqin began relocating the population of the former Huaxia civilization, inciting panic among the allied civilizations. The 4 level 9 civilizations and 1 super civilization commanded the level 7 and level 8 civilizations within the alliance to commence an assault on Earth. In addition to the level 7 and level 8 advanced civilizations, countless intermediate civilizations, with ships densely packed, surged toward the solar system, encircling it entirely. Without any declaration of war, they unleashed their respective weaponry upon the solar system. Lightspeed kinetic weapons, laser cannons, energy weapons, antimatter weapons, spatial strikes, dimensional reductions, an array of destructive technologies left Li Mi and his companions in awe. They realized the extent of these capabilities, which threatened to obliterate the entire solar system. No one could discern the nature of the enigmatic defensive technologies at play. All they witnessed was that, as the attacks neared the solar system, they dissipated as swiftly as morning fog under sunlight. From a distance, this spectacle resembled a magnificent and colorful fireworks display. Yet, the terrifying power concealed behind this fa sent chills down their spines. Before the warships of these civilizations could mount a more ferocious counterattack, an unimaginable and potent invisible force swept through. In an instant, the civilizations within the galaxy were extinguished like candles in the wind, completely eradicated. The silence that followed was so profound that not even the faintest sign of impending doom had manifested before their obliteration. With the rampaging of this force, the once boisterous world was plunged into an eerie stillness. In what seemed like a mere understated retaliation, nearly 70% of the civilizations on the planet were erased from the cosmic map. None could fathom the sophisticated technology that could achieve such astounding results. After this encounter, the galaxy transformed into a territory that instilled dread in all civilizations. The once arrogant level 9 civilizations were compelled to retreat from the star system they had previously regarded as theirs, leaving behind an endless array of enigmas and fears. Li Mi and his companions, observing this scene from beyond their world, gasped in horror. The Xianqin Empire had wielded the power of infinite gems to erase all opposition within a material realm dominated by scientific civilization. It seemed as if the world could no longer constrain the technological applications of the Xianqin Empire. Uniquely transcendent, eternally validated, unbound by worldly limitations. Even Xiao Bai, an intelligent life form, broke into a cold sweat. The infinite gems of my original world lack such power. Perhaps the infinite gems of the primary world could achieve this. Gu Yi gained a renewed understanding of the strength of the Xianqin Empire. The ancestors were tyrannical, erasing everything without leaving a trace. Li Mi, meanwhile, was fervently deducing. Disregarding the defensive and retaliatory technologies of the Xianqin, the multitude of offensive techniques alone left him yearning. Moreover, the Xianqin Empire had seemingly ignored his detectors, erasing only the intermediate and advanced civilizations of the galaxy, while leaving their deployed sensors unscathed, untouched by any assault. The ancestral dragon understood that they could not decipher the technologies of the Xianqin Empire, yet their detectors remained intact. Li Mi felt both elated and resigned. The Xianqin Empire did not regard him as a threat. Was this a result of their shared origins as primordial ancient stars, or merely a condescending attitude? Haha, is this an honor or something else? Zhang Yunjiao could not help but chuckle. Huang Yinghua and the others also shared faint smiles. Except for Gu Yi. None had heard of the ancestral dragon Yingzheng, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. However, the Xianqin established by this ancestor was not the historical Qin dynasty of the second emperor, but an empire that commanded respect across the myriad realms. Gui found himself engrossed in the history of Huaxia, gaining insight into Li Mi and his companion's sentiments toward the ancestral dragon. Chapter 86. Xiao Bai's plan. Li Mi discovered that they could no longer observe civilizations above level 9 within the world. They concealed themselves once again, seemingly preparing for a confrontation with the Xianqin Empire. The forcibly established alliance of civilizations disbanded with their disappearance. The remaining civilizations were scarce, reduced to merely 40% of their original number, indicating that the Xianqin Empire's assault had obliterated 60% of the world's civilizations. Following the dissolution of the hastily formed alliance, the remaining civilizations scattered and hid away. In the entire world, only around 50 intermediate-level civilizations remained, while there were over 1,000 in the lower tier, which had suffered little to no loss. The Xianqin Empire neither concealed itself nor expanded. It simply manifested on this planet, Earth. Li Mi understood that the final battle would not arrive swiftly. The Xianqin Empire showed no concern for the preparations of this world's civilizations, exhibiting no fear of their hidden strengths. They were unaware of Xianqin's true power and status across the myriad realms. However, it was reasonable to assume that eradicating the level 9 civilizations and the sole super-civilization within this world was well within their capabilities. Why then did they not strike first and depart, instead waiting for others to attack before retaliating? This seemed illogical, as though the ancestral dragon was plotting something. Lacking further information, they could not even speculate accurately. Xiao Bai, operating at full computational capacity, was unable to derive any conclusions. The group refrained from further baseless conjecture. Such speculation was futile. The disparity in information rendered their earlier calculations and estimations increasingly distant from reality. When faced with such discrepancies, it is often best to avoid blind guessing or reckless deductions. For the time being, a conflict seemed unlikely, and they needed to expedite their research and analysis of world-anchoring technology. The preliminary version was somewhat unstable, resulting in significant variations in the passage of time once the world was anchored, failing to synchronize with the anchored realm. Li Mi urged them to hasten their scientific endeavors. As an intelligent life form, Xiao Bai had his own research topics regarding data and the essence of life, marking the direction of his evolution. Gu Yi advanced his research on wizardry analysis, while Huang Yinghua collaborated with others to explore the subject of infinite computational power. Zhang Yunjiao's philosophy of deconstructing all things and reconstructing everything hinged upon the premise of immense, preferably infinite, computational power. Zhang Yunjiao independently tackled the challenge of information retrieval, currently possessing only a rough direction. Whether it could be achieved necessitated extensive experimentation, computation, analysis, and eventual validation. Despite each pursuing their own research topics, the critical focus remained on refining the world-anchoring technology. Thus, they collaborated to enhance this vital technique. Li Mi contemplated the trajectory of the established Lu civilization, which mirrored his own path of advancement. The establishment of civilization appeared merely as a tool within his grasp from the beginning. Ever since that miraculous rebirth, regardless of how this world evolved or developed, every action and decision revolved around a singular core objective: to enable him to traverse further. He recognized that he might be an exceedingly selfish individual, driven by the premise of not being threatened. Otherwise, he could act without boundaries. Elevating oneself to the height of the information source undoubtedly paved a road filled with infinite possibilities and vast prospects. As for Zhang Yunjiao's philosophy, if realized, it would undoubtedly give rise to a formidable existence that incited fear. Regrettably, none of these concepts emerged from Li Mi's own imagination. He understood the necessity of discovering a path that resonated with his unique circumstances and distinctive character. This direction resembled a lighthouse, illuminating his journey. Like a torch, it would meld the myriad philosophies within him into a potent and unified force. Moreover, this path must integrate the myriad systems of the realms, drawing forth their essence and wisdom to forge a unique thoroughfare belonging solely to him. For cultivators, The process of establishing a direction and striving towards it is termed establishing the Tao. It transcends merely setting a goal. It embodies a profound exploration of self-awareness and aspiration. Along this arduous journey, technological civilization serves as the cornerstone supporting continual advancement, the very source of its developmental essence. Each foray into the unknown, each clash with the formidable, accumulates experience and injects vitality into one's civilization. In that enchanting realm filled with fantastical colors, unwavering belief stands unyielding as steel, no matter the challenges faced. It cannot shake the resolve to advance toward the predetermined path. Though expressions may vary, the essence remains unchanged. As Li Mi pondered, he began to analyze himself, particularly everything related to the true spirit. To align with his direction, a deeper understanding of himself was imperative. However, the results yielded little. After a month of busy endeavors, the Ta Shu civilization and Jioti civilization finally contacted him. Mi Lu civilization, can you tell us when to seek a new world? Our resources are depleting. We must find a new world to replenish our energy. They had suffered significant losses in their struggle against the chaotic void. Within their own world, they need not worry about energy shortages as an 8th-level civilization, but outside their realm, their desire for development posed the greatest challenge. If you require assistance, we can send you randomly to a new world. Our civilization's technology is still maturing, so we can only traverse dimensions randomly. This was his act of magnanimity. The GOT civilization seemed aware that they owed a great debt this time. After expressing their gratitude, they sent a package set of fundamental information regarding the laws of probability to Li Mi previously. They had only provided theoretical foundations. Now, they offered essential data on the laws themselves, demonstrating their capability. The Ta Shu civilization similarly provided basic data on mathematical weaponry technology. Li Mi's eyes lit up. He accepted their gratitude and instructed Xiao Bai to send them away, randomly selecting a world. Boss, should we contact the 8th-level civilization within that world to help them escape? Li Mi regarded Xiao Bai, nodding meaningfully. Xiao Bai felt a chill run down his spine under Li Mi's gaze. Boss, yes, you. I'm not at all interested in their research data on the laws. Yes, indeed. You are not, Li Mi hastily affirmed. Xiao Bai sighed, pondering whether this explanation served merely as a disguise. Chapter 87. Annihilation of Worlds by embarked on the initiative, enlisting the aid of others. Upon discovering the potential to exploit the advanced civilizations within the world, everyone eagerly joined in, brainstorming ideas and coordinating efforts separately. Li Mi, aware of their actions, did not intervene, though he wondered if their exploitation would displease the ancestral dragon. As he pondered this, a wisp of the ancestral dragon's consciousness materialized before him. The ancestral dragon declared that the 2 civilizations that had escaped were fortunate, but no other civilizations were to leave, and their actions must cease. Li Mi's brow furrowed. No sooner had he thought of the ancestral dragon than it appeared. He hastily nodded, promising to halt their activities. Your gains have already been substantial. Do not be overly avaricious, ancestral dragon Ingzheng stated before vanishing. Li Mi wiped away non-existent perspiration, startled by the sudden appearance. Bai, inform everyone to terminate the plan. The ancestral dragon has traced our actions and is deeply displeased with your exploitative scheme. Bai, upon receiving Li Mi's message, was alarmed and promptly notified the others to cease operations. Boss, why would the ancestral dragon concern itself with those civilizations? It has disregarded even level 9 civilizations and obliterated countless others, Bai inquired, puzzled. Who knows? Had I known, I would not have approved your actions, Li Mi retorted. Casting a glance at Bai, the others echoed Bai's bewilderment, questioning why such a lucrative and low-risk plan had to be abandoned. It is not low risk. The risk is immeasurable. The ancestral dragon located the boss and expressed profound dissatisfaction with our actions. Bai relayed Li Mi's message. But hasn't the ancestral dragon eradicated numerous civilizations? Why is it now so concerned with these advanced civilizations below level 9? Zhang Yunjiao wondered, perplexed. Fan Xingpeng speculated, insufficient information prevents us from knowing the reason. Our actions must be interfering with the Xianqin's future plans, hence the warning. Zhao Tian lamented, I had hoped to indulge this time, but it seems we can only observe. A pity. Gu Yi, however, understood. In her original world, any scheme that threatened her would warn a warning, and defiance would be met with swift retribution. Boss, it's beginning. The war has commenced. Bai exclaimed, summoning Li Mi and urging the others to project the detected information for viewing. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the entire Milky Way galaxy was being constrained by a potent spatial force. A force akin to a demonic hand, wantonly contorted everything within the galaxy. Even more ominously, dimensions were collapsing rapidly, as if an unseen hand was ruthlessly dragging the Milky Way from a higher dimension into the abyssal zero dimension. As the governing laws gradually dissipated, the decay of matter accelerated precipitously, as if its lifespan had been abruptly truncated. Even the enigmatic zero-point energy of the vacuum was being forcibly extracted by an unknown power. Behind this cataclysm, ancient and formidable civilizations lurked, attempting to obliterate the Milky Way entirely, sparing not even the Xianqin Empire. Faced with such a dire assault, Li Mi and his team's probes appeared insignificant and fragile. Despite their best efforts, they succumbed after less than a day due to insufficient energy support. Only then did Li Mi begin to comprehend the chilling nature of the battle-scarred ruins within the world. They had been subjected to such devastating attacks that even the supreme laws had been shattered. Moments before its destruction, the probe detected a mysterious force like a dense fog, enveloping the entire Milky Way. Ultimately, the matter within the Milky Way dissipated rapidly, vanishing without a trace. Surprisingly, the solar system was only mildly affected. From beyond the Milky Way, the immense galaxy could be seen disappearing instantaneously without warning, leaving no trace, not even a black hole. Only the solar system, like a solitary jewel, stood serenely in the vast cosmos, radiating faint but unwavering light. The Xianqin Empire's counterattack commenced. The solar system vanished, as if Earth had never existed, replaced by an immeasurable burst of light that illuminated the cosmos and permeated the world. Matter dissolved, civilizations ceased to exist, and the hidden level 9 and higher civilizations were exposed in the void, bathed in the radiant light. Confronting them, Xianqin possessed only a single vessel, seemingly an ordinary starship. The colossal and imposing warship unleashed a burst of resplendent, kaleidoscopic light, like a radiant jewel in the universe, and charged towards the remaining 5 civilizations with the force of a thunderbolt. Simultaneously, 5 other warships from different civilizations, each emitting unique light, retaliated fiercely. In an instant, the 6 beams of light intertwined, creating a breathtaking cosmic spectacle. As the 2 sides clashed, the surrounding space convulsed violently, and dark fissures spread like spiderwebs, shattering the once stable space-time structure. The flow of time itself was disrupted, becoming fragmented and erratic. In this cataclysmic battle, space-time ceased to exist, all physical laws were obliterated, and the surging torrents of energy collided and annihilated each other, threatening to consume the entire universe. Amidst the chaos and destruction, the ancestral dragon and a figure adorned in resplendent armor materialized beyond the world. Their forms were as colossal as mountains, towering over all, like ancient giants descending upon the world. Each extended a massive hand, gently touching the barrier of the world, causing ripples to spread across the seemingly fragile membrane. As if boundless power was surging within, they were secretly manipulating the world's supermembrane, leveraging the world's inherent power to launch a decisive strike against the formidable Level 9 civilizations. Faced with such overwhelming power, even Level 5 civilizations could not withstand it and were ultimately annihilated in despair. As the audience was still captivated by the awe-inspiring battle, an ancient and enigmatic Xianqin warship emerged slowly from beyond the world. The ship shimmered with peculiar light, as if a mysterious entity from another dimension. Subsequently, an invisible but immense force emanated from the Xianqin warship, sweeping across the world like a cosmic storm. Wherever this force passed, the vanished stars and matter reappeared, only to be instantly transmuted into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the entire world gradually dissipated under this earth-shattering power, leaving only a radiant orb, the size of a common planet, suspended in the air. The orb was crystalline and translucent, like a flawless jade, radiating a captivating light. The only imperfection was a trace of black halo within, marring its beauty. Chapter 88. The reshaping of the world in the chaotic void, the star-sized luminous mass appeared insignificant. Yet it captivated the gaze of all who beheld it. As Li Mi and his companions observed from a distance, an intense desire for possession surged within them. An impulse so strong that it was nearly uncontrollable. The others beside him were equally entranced, their eyes gleaming with avarice. But just as they were on the verge of succumbing to their urges, the imposing and austere gaze of the ancestor dragon swept over them like a bucket of icy water, instantly awakening them from their trance. The ancestor dragon vanished from her line of sight, leaving only a warship and an armored man behind, whose piercing gaze scrutinized Li Mi and the others. Moments later, he boarded the warship. Confounded and perplexed, Li Mi and his companions could not fathom why the ancestor dragon, amidst the obliteration of the world and the disappearance of all living beings, would prevent them from trading with those of the 7th and 8th civilizations. Yet, no explanation was forthcoming. The warship left by the Xianqin dynasty activated, emitting a myriad of colorful beams that ensnared the luminous mass, the last remnant of the world. What does the Xianqin Empire intend to do? Xiao Bai could not contain his curiosity. He maximized his computational power and connected to an auxiliary quantum computing cluster. Yet the calculations left his mind nearly smoking without yielding any clarity. Li Mi sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Thus, he suggested, let's observe. And so, they quietly monitored the Xianqin Empire's maneuvers, aware of its immense power, which rendered any analysis of its actions nearly impossible. In this vast, unfathomable chaotic void, the solitary beam of light, the last vestige of the world, shimmered like a pearl in the cosmos. At that moment, a magnificent and imposing warship approached slowly, extending a slender beam of light akin to a mysterious tentacle reaching toward the luminous mass. As the beam made contact, a shocking spectacle unfolded. A jet-black beam burst forth from the luminous mass. This black light, seemingly a harbinger from the abyss, exuded an extraordinarily eerie aura. Merely gazing upon it evoked a profound discomfort, akin to a swarm of ants crawling upon one's skin, instilling a chilling dread. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of despair swelled within, as if the essence and value of existence had been stripped away. Yet, this black light also held an irresistible allure, drawing the gaze of onlookers like a black hole, inciting an uncontrollable desire to possess it. This striking contradiction tormented their minds, pushing them to the brink of madness. Moreover, the black light possessed a disorienting force that sent shivers down their spines. Upon its emergence, the surrounding space seemed to contort and warp, and time itself appeared unstable. Chaos reigned, as if the world were on the precipice of apocalyptic ruin. Ultimately, after a strenuous effort, the warship successfully sealed and contained this terrifying black light. Only then did Li Mi and his companions, who had been in a state of tension, gradually feel themselves returning to normalcy. However, beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, cascading down their cheeks. Despite their formidable scientific prowess, they should not have been so easily affected, yet they felt as if they had just emerged from water, drenched to the bone. Shortly thereafter, they noticed that the luminous mass, which had once lingered in the world, had become increasingly radiant. Under the meticulous control of the Xianqin warship, the luminous mass began to dissipate at an excruciatingly slow pace, gradually turning transparent. Strangely, even as it diminished and became more transparent, its emitted light intensified, shining more brilliantly than before, resembling a blazing supernova, illuminating the chaotic void 1,000-fold. The light did not extend further into the void, but, upon the mass's transparency, instantaneously contracted, vanishing completely, leaving behind a new world, one identical in size to the original. with even the markers established by Li Mi and his companions remaining unchanged. Their observations of the world resumed, revealing restored detectors and reappearing life forms. Except for 4 ninth-level civilizations and a super-civilization wielding distorted laws, all other civilizations and beings remained unchanged. However, the perceptions of the beings within this new world had been altered. They no longer recognized any civilizations above the 9th level, unaware that such civilizations even existed. They bore no recollections of the previous cataclysmic battle that had led to the world's annihilation. Exchanging astonished glances, Li Mi and his companions realized that a world had been reshaped, all matter, energy, life, and the fabric of time and space restored. What kind of technology could achieve this? At that moment, they comprehended the ancestor dragon's motives for obstructing their entry. The departure of an 8th-level civilization would undoubtedly carry away countless resources and energy. Allowing Li Mi and his companions to engage in trade would result in a diminished world, jeopardizing the restored realm's stability. Yet, how was this accomplished? The destruction and subsequent restoration of a world surpassed the capabilities of even the most powerful beings in the realm of cultivation. This was not the creation of a new world. It was a reconstitution of the existing one, encompassing innumerable divine entities within a vast expanse. Unless the newly restored world of the Xianqin Empire was merely the most rudimentary of realms among the myriad worlds. In their minds, a torrent of ideas and speculations surged forth. Shall we venture in and explore? Gu Yi inquired calmly after witnessing the might of the Xianqin Empire. The contrast with the Marvel multiverse was unfathomable. The two were fundamentally different. One represented an entire world, while the other was merely a civilization that had only revealed a glimpse of its true nature. Let's not rush. We must wait, Li Mi insisted, sensing that there was a reason behind the ancestor dragon's insistence on their departure. The individual who had appeared alongside the ancestor dragon manifested within their warship, albeit merely as a fragment of thought. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Mi and his companions rose to their feet. We have met the general. May I inquire which esteemed general serves under the ancestor dragon? Li Mi promptly bowed and asked. Montung, the figure replied. His Majesty has decreed that you are not permitted to enter the world, as it bears the mark of our Xianqin Empire. To enter would subject you to our civilization's influence, which may not be beneficial for your future. He too was puzzled as to why His Majesty placed such significance on those before him. Li Mi and his companions, though uncertain of the underlying implications, understood that their entry into the world was no longer an option. Chapter 89. The unexpected turn of events. Meng Tian departed, instructing the ancestor dragon not to allow them to re-enter the world, while Li Mi posed several inquiries. The luminous spheres that emerged following the world's destruction were, in fact, the very essence of its core, encapsulating all information, laws, energy, and more. Eventually, this essence was seized by a 9th-level civilization within the world, which harnessed this fragment of law to evolve into a super-civilization. The world was obscured and hidden, vanishing from the detection of Li Mi and his companions, as if the worlds they had previously traversed had never existed. Xiao Bai, commence the search for a new world, Li Mi commanded. He prepared to delve into introspection, seeking self-awareness, while their warship gathered information from the chaotic void. The chaotic void was devoid of order or meaning, manifesting in a state of utter disarray where time was chaotic and space lacked any directional distinctions. However, with advancements in technology, they were now capable of collecting information from the chaotic void for computation. Yet, the returns were meager. The data gleaned remained disorderly and devoid of significance. The others continued their research, particularly in computational power, striving to break through their limitations. Developing infinite computational capacity in a short time proved unattainable. Yet abandoning their efforts was not an option. They could only accumulate technological foundations. Just as Xiao Bai had yet to discover a new world, an unforeseen calamity abruptly descended. A shadow as dark as ink materialized out of thin air, its chilling gaze scanning the surroundings with the sharpness of a hawk. As the Shadow's attention was about to settle upon Li Mi and his companions, a colossal and imposing battleship of the Xianqin Empire appeared as if descending from the heavens, interposing itself before them. Without a word exchanged, a breathtaking battle erupted instantaneously. Nevertheless, what materialized was not the entity's true form, but merely a projection, a mere avatar. Yet even so, this shadow emanated a terrifying aura that instilled dread. Concurrently, the Xianqin Empire's battleship responded fiercely, an array of mysterious, intricate patterns upon its hull began to shimmer and pulsate as if alive. Soon after, a multitude of ancient incantations ascended, intertwining to form an indestructible barrier, barely withstanding the Shadow's formidable, reality-warping assault. In an instant, a vibrant clash of colors collided with the profound darkness of the Shadow, each impact seemingly capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the chaotic void. With each collision of the titanic struggle, worlds of various sizes emerged on the battlefield, only to disintegrate into nothingness in the next moment. Each world briefly flickered into view, subjected to a mysterious and eerie force of distortion, ultimately meeting a devastating fate. This force was immensely powerful, as if it could devour all. At this moment, the shockwaves generated by the cataclysmic battle surged towards Li Mi and his companions with astonishing speed. Confronted with such peril, they unhesitatingly maximized the world force field, attempting to distance themselves from the horrifying conflict. Yet, the Shadow, akin to a specter, regarded Li Mi and his group with indifference, offering no acknowledgement. To it, these individuals were inconsequential, akin to insignificant ants that could be easily crushed at its whim. As time progressed, the battle intensified. The entire chaotic void trembled violently from the ferocity of their clash. The already chaotic void descended into unprecedented turmoil under the relentless eruption of their terrifying powers. Even the chaotic void itself struggled to endure such devastation, gradually eroding into nothingness and forming a uniquely vibrant region. The battlefield became elusive and incomprehensible. Although the chaotic void seemed devoid of meaning and could not be precisely defined, it undeniably existed. However, the area impacted by the battle had become void. As this interplay between existence and non-existence persisted, the scope of the breathtaking conflict expanded increasingly. Despite their utmost efforts to escape, the warship piloted by Li Mi and his companions found their speed insufficient against the ever-expanding battlefield. As the tumultuous aftershocks drew near, despair welled within Li Mi and his companions. Moreover, the world force field they strained to maintain faced overwhelming pressure, on the brink of collapse, compounding their plight. The spatial rifts that occasionally appeared within the chaotic void vanished almost instantaneously, rendering escape through them impossible. In this dire moment, as a great disaster loomed over Li Mi and his companions, a tremendous and mysterious force surged forth like a roaring tide, enveloping them instantly. This force seemed to possess boundless potency and extraordinary magic, propelling Li Mi and his group towards a time-space rift concealed within the void at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, they felt as if they had been drawn into an unfathomable abyss, vanishing entirely from the tumultuous fray. Just as they believed they were on the precipice of doom, a mysterious power unexpectedly rescued them. Yet, fate appeared unyielding, for they soon found themselves ensnared again, plunging into a time-space rift. This so-called rift was, in truth, the vast and boundless river of time and space within the chaotic void. Within it, they not only had to withstand the time-space erosion from beyond the world force field, but also needed to desperately seek a means of escape to evade peril. However, for those who ventured into this time-space river for the first time, everything felt unfamiliar and arduous. At this moment, time and space were enigmas, lacking any effective analysis. Regarding the nature of time and space itself, they could not even obtain a shred of technical data. Chapter 90. Departure from the temporal river. Once, wielding the time stone, Gu scrutinized myriad timelines and could traverse time at will, later transcending alongside Li Mi, esteemed as the most knowledgeable about time. Even she couldn't observe the temporal river of the chaotic void. Li Mi exerted his utmost to perceive, yet he could only barely discern that he seemed to be situated within that vast and unfathomable temporal river. However, to their despair, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't observe even a trace of this temporal river. This was because they faced not merely the temporal river of a single world, but that of the chaotic void. This temporal river possessed not only the extreme chaos and disorder of the chaotic void itself, but also integrated the unique properties of time and space. When these two disparate forces intertwined, they formed an even more disordered and enigmatic entity, its complexity far exceeding Li Mi's comprehension. At this moment, the entire warship was akin to being trapped inside a colossal tumbler, utterly devoid of positional awareness. Heaven and earth were inverted, and even with the formidable protection of their world force fields, Li Mi and the others couldn't help but experience intense nausea. Boss, the situation is dire. Although the world force field can currently withstand external impacts, its energy depletion rate is too rapid for us to replenish. And frankly, we haven't truly achieved an inexhaustible energy supply, Xiaobai managed to say, enduring extreme physical discomfort. As an intelligent life form, he should have been more adaptable than ordinary humans in such harsh conditions. Yet, even he felt dizzy and disoriented, his brow throbbing, indicating the urgency of the situation. In truth, the warship was not as adept as Li Mi, who knew the outcome with a mere thought. He simply sought further confirmation. Now, engaging in a profound discussion was a mere pipe dream. Despite being within the sturdy warship, shielded from the dizzying spatial inversions, everyone was enveloped in an inexplicable unease. In this predicament, they unanimously opted for mental communication. After all, each individual present was a research entity, possessing unique specializations and personalities, which facilitated seamless mental communion. Through this exchange, Li Mi and the others gradually recognized a stark reality. They were powerless to break free from the enigmatic temporal constraints before them. Resignedly, they could only drift along with the current of time like leaves in the wind. Even more alarming was the realization that when the warship's internal energy was entirely depleted, they would have to confront the perilous unknown of time and space firsthand. Perhaps Li Mi could protect himself, but the others were not so certain. Crack, crack, crack. The colossal warship teetered precariously in the cosmos, as if on the verge of disintegration. Moments ago, it had been struck by an immensely powerful force, its magnitude astonishing. Before the crew could analyze the event, the warship was hurled out of time by this mysterious force. The external scenery of that world flashed by in an instant, too quickly to glean much useful information. However, from that fleeting glimpse, they sensed that this world was incredibly vast and grand. Initial estimates suggested its scale was tens of thousands of times larger than the world acquired by the Xianqin Empire, rivaling the Marvel multiverse. Faced with this sudden and unimaginable turn of events, Li Mi and his companions felt a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. They were powerless before such a formidable civilization. To those mighty beings who traversed countless realms, Li Mi and his group were mere ants. The warship's diminished power upon entering the world wasn't due to insufficient energy, but to world suppression. Li Mi and the others sensed something amiss, feeling the entire world pressing down on them, diminishing their abilities. The technological prowess of the advanced civilization was completely suppressed, akin to how mystical forces are suppressed in the material world, where the laws are obscured. Conversely, the current world was saturated with the power of laws, interwoven like a web, penetrating the world's smallest particles. Were it not for the protection of the world force field, preventing contact with the outside, they might have been crushed by the world's pressure, rendering their power drives inoperable. Li Mi had no choice but to stow away the warship. He stood in the world sky. In this world, the dimensional space of the world prototype was not suppressed. It seemed to be a mystical world, but further investigation was needed. The others remained in the warship's space, while only Li Mi manifested in the new world. Fortunately, magic was still usable. Otherwise, he would be utterly defenseless, unable to even levitate. As he attempted to survey the world, Li Mi sensed the laws enveloping him. Even a slight movement triggered contact with the laws, and various mysterious forces sought to confine him. Even with the protection of the world force field, his movements were somewhat restricted. Beneath him lay a vast, boundless primeval forest. Ancient trees soared into the sky, their thick trunks requiring several people to encircle. Lush foliage intertwined, forming a verdant canopy. Crystal clear, streams meandered through the forest, their splashing waters creating melodious sounds. Bizarre rocks lined the stream banks, some resembling fierce beasts, others like celestial beings, each a testament to nature's artistry. Interlacing vines, like the earth's veins, spread among the trees, adding to the forest's mystique. In this deep forest, wild beasts occasionally emerged, roaming freely within their territories, displaying their wildness and power. However, aside from the traces of beasts, there was little evidence of human activity. No rising smoke, no bustling voices. Overhead, a colossal sun hung in the sky, emitting dazzling light imbued with terrifyingly potent yang energy, capable of incinerating all. Yet, miraculously, when this scorching sunlight fell upon the earth, it transformed into a gentle, warm caress, tenderly touching every inch of soil and every plant. Li Meek alighted upon a towering arboreal giant, his form undergoing constant flux, momentarily vanishing only to reappear. He was calibrating his essence to harmonize with this realm, his mastery over his being reaching the quantum echelon, facilitating such adjustments. Alas, many technological marvels of advanced civilizations were bereft of their potency, the very constants of physics rendered meaningless. This world exerted immense suppression upon technological civilizations. Li Meek experimented, discovering that utilization was not impossible, but the expenditure increased exponentially, while energy acquisition diminished by a factor exceeding 10,000. The energy yield from material conversion was less than 1/10,000th of that in the material world. Combined, the technologies of technological civilizations were rendered virtually useless in this domain. Conversely, the application of laws experienced amplification, contingent upon sufficient energy sustenance. The energy-absorbing enhancement from initial genetic modification also saw a degree of augmentation, with even respiration drawing in mystical energy, both volatile and teeming with vitality. His self-calibration complete, the jarring discord vanished, as he gradually acclimatized to this novel world. As the world's force field dissipated, he cautiously ventured to engage with the enigmatic and vast power of its laws. In that instant, a myriad of resplendent and intricate lines of law, akin to nimble serpents, swiftly entwined around him, enveloping him within a colossal web of law. Simultaneously, an intense, heart-palpitating tremor surged from the depths of his soul. This innate tremor compelled him to invoke the law of cause and effect without hesitation. Instantly, the law of cause and effect surged through him like a torrential flood, intermingling and clashing with the encroaching external laws. At this juncture, the law data gleaned from the infinity stones underwent a wondrous transformation, as if stimulated. The once placid infinity stone law data suddenly surged with activity, radiant beams flickering erratically, the entire law data system vibrating intensely. Subsequently, the law power inherent within these data gushed forth from Li Meek like a breached dam. Despite being enmeshed within this seemingly inescapable web of law, Li Meek possessed the confidence and capability to command the situation. He adroitly manipulated his power, inserting himself into the world's network of law. However, he maintained vigilance, capable of extricating himself from this network at any moment, lest he be fully consumed by the world's laws. He recognized that deep immersion within this world's laws would present formidable obstacles to his eventual departure. With all adjustments finalized, Li Meek had successfully integrated himself into this world. He eschewed the advanced detection technologies of technological civilizations, instead relying on the keen, unique instinct of his true spirit to glean information from the surrounding environment. His mind functioned as a supercomputer, rapidly processing and deeply analyzing the information he acquired. Through external information retrieval, Li Meek discerned that this world exerted profound control over information, permitting him to access only rudimentary data. This information was ostensibly public, while deeper insights remained elusive. In this boundless, enigmatic world, the resplendence of the divine path shone brilliantly, illuminating every inch of land and every life. From the lowliest earth gods, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of their domains, to the more potent mountain gods, water gods, and other deities, each governing the forces of nature, and further still to the formidable city gods and true sovereigns, wielding broader authority and divine power. At the apex of the divine path resided the supreme god-kings, radiant as the sun among the stars, governing the order and rules of the entire divine path world. The system erected by the divine path resembled an unassailable pyramid, with distinct strata and rigid hierarchy. This pyramid not only symbolized the heights of power and status, but also precisely delineated the strength of the deities. The divine path held dominion over the world's laws, which intertwined into a vast divine path network, like a spiderweb spanning every corner of the world, deeply permeating the very core of its essence. In a world where class stratification had reached its zenith, the sole avenue for commoners to alter their destiny and ascend to the upper echelons was to embark upon the divine path. However, this path was fraught with endless perils. Each divine office held but one position, and as the divine path had evolved, the lower ranks were already saturated. To clamber upward within this congested system was akin to paddling upstream, fraught with difficulty. While not entirely impossible, the odds of success were exceedingly slim. Such a world offered scant hope to the lower strata, and Li Meek felt a surge of desperation, a yearning to flee across realms. However, the excessive energy expenditure necessitated replenishment before another interrealm traverse, lest his energy reserves be depleted. Li Meek's mind, like a super quantum computer, whirred at breakneck speed, countless complex data and formulas flashing through his consciousness. Li Meek was wholly engrossed in a profound analysis of space. He leveraged the law power inherent within the precious space stone, along with the fundamental law information bestowed by ancestral dragon Ingzhan, to voraciously explore the spatial mysteries of this alien world. After prolonged and arduous exertion, Li Meek successfully deduced the principle of infinite energy for the space stone applicable to this world. This breakthrough elated him, but he did not rest on his laurels, instead continuing his in-depth research. As time elapsed, spatial energy was extracted continuously at an accelerating pace. Astonishingly, this massive energy fluctuation did not trigger the slightest alarm within the divine path network. This provided Li Meek with ideal conditions for his subsequent research. With ample spatial energy at his disposal, Li Meek turned his attention to the law applications of the other infinity stones. Upon careful observation and analysis, he was astonished to discover that while the laws inherent within the infinity stones in this world exhibited subtle variations, they could be better harnessed with slight adjustments and adaptations, facilitating deeper law analysis. This was a veritable paradise for law enhancement. Li Meek mused inwardly. In such propitious circumstances, he was confident that he could achieve unprecedented accomplishments and unveil further mysteries of this enigmatic world. Chapter 92. Gradual Adaptation in the Divine Realm. 6 months elapsed before Li Meek ceased his calculations, fully integrating himself into this new world. In this realm, 1 month equated to half a year on Blue Star, and Li Meek and his companions had been utilizing the time measurement units from Blue Star, converting them as necessary. Thus, while 6 months had passed for them, only a month had elapsed in this world. Xiaobai, please document this information. The battleship requires upgrades and iterations, and you all must conduct your own research and analysis to acclimate to this new world, Li Meek instructed, dispatching a data packet to Xiaobai, which included fundamental details about the divine realm. Unlike Li Meek, who sought to adapt through genetic alterations, Gu Yi had swiftly adjusted to the new environment after merely a day of receiving Xiaobai's shared data. We operated beside Li Meek, marveling. The myriad realms are indeed wondrous. Such a world exists. Choosing to depart with you was undoubtedly the most sagacious decision of my life. Li Meek smiled in response. Gu Yi, in this world, to what extent can you manipulate time? With the modification data you provided, I can indeed harness the power of time, albeit with caution. lest I attract the attention of the divine beings within the network. Gu Yi explained, producing a tome adorned with enigmatic patterns and intricate spells, her fingers deftly grasping the forces of temporal law. She exercised extreme caution with each attempt. Limi observed Gu Yi's methodical actions, analyzing the book she had presented. It was a magical alchemical artifact, akin to a cultivator's treasure, a divine instrument of this world, and a weapon from the realm of the fantastical. Gui, do you truly intend to pursue the path of a sorceress? Limi inquired. Gui nodded, in a sense, yes. However, it remains a work in progress. Initially, I only acquired a foundational spellbook from ancient sorcerers, combining that knowledge with my understanding of magic and technological advancements to reach my current level. Limi recognized that Gu Yi possessed a prodigious talent for magic, placing her among the elite in the myriad realms. Sorcerers, akin to scientists deciphering the universe, could blend magic and technology to forge a unique path. The tome in Gu Yi's hands radiated a gentle luminescence, imbued with the essence of time. Master, which formidable entity thrust us into the fabric of time during the conflict between the Xianqin Empire and the mysterious divine? We queried. Limi contemplated momentarily. At that time, it was most likely the ancestor dragon, Ingzheng. However, the assault we faced in the chaotic void was from an unknown entity. Deep down, Limi suspected a familiar presence had aided them, deliberately guiding them into this divine realm, as if orchestrating their future. They had traversed worlds where science and technology prevailed. Within the myriad realms, encounters with realms like the divine were inevitable. They needed to acclimate to the myriad realms, not merely to material technological civilizations. A lack of exposure to diverse worlds posed a significant flaw for their future. Gu Yi pondered the ancestor dragon. I do not question why he intervened, but rather why he cast us into the chaotic void, knowing we lacked the means to cope. Limi shared her confusion, yet he could not inquire further, as they were still unaware of the outcome of the conflict between the Xianqin Empire and the mysterious divine entity. As Limi and Gu Yi conversed, they strolled through the primeval forest, with ferocious beasts lurking nearby, yet they remained undetected. The two concealed themselves, invisible to both the predators and ordinary creatures passing by. Suddenly, Limi halted, exclaiming, I found it. We are an astonishing billion miles from humanity. Let us proceed. Gu Yi kept pace with him. They continued to remain hidden, cautious not to alert the divine beings of this world, as each step covered vast distances, uncertain of the actual combat prowess of the divine beings. They could not ascertain the power dynamics between themselves and the deities. With their speed, traversing a billion miles would not consume much time. Initially, a mile per step would suffice, but with practice, they could achieve tens of thousands of miles in a single stride. Master, is it true that the myriad realms are predominantly influenced by your people from Huaxia? The inhabitants of this world bear a striking resemblance to Huaxia's ancient society, Gu Yi remarked, glancing at a quaint town ahead. Limi shook his head. Who can say? It is difficult to ascertain. As they conversed, they deciphered the linguistic system, confirming it was indeed an ancient dialect of Huaxia, albeit with notable phonetic differences from modern-day Huaxia. Limi turned to Gu Yi. Perhaps you should alter your appearance. Otherwise, your presence may draw excessive attention. Gu Yi nodded in agreement, conjuring magic to transform into an ordinary Huaxia person, even altering her attire. The clothing was not a challenge, as both technological nanotechnology and magical applications allowed for effortless transformations. Rarely, Gu Yi had grown her hair long. Limi couldn't help but admire her, while Gu Yi, aware of her bald appearance from the Marvel Universe, dismissed his gaze. Master, I have emerged. Doli mi is sapras. Zhang Yunjiao was the second to adapt to the new world. Just then, a figure gradually materialized before Limi and Gu Yi. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman clad in an elegant, ancient hanfu, her garments flowing as if she had traversed time from antiquity. However, what astonished them was the dramatic alteration in her appearance. The once strikingly beautiful visage had vanished, replaced by an unremarkable countenance. Yet, despite her ordinary looks, she exuded a unique charm, standing there with an aura that evoked immense comfort reminiscent of the gentle sunlight of spring, softly illuminating the hearts of those around her. Moreover, as a gentle breeze wafted by, a faint fragrance wafted from her, an ethereal scent that lingered in the air, refreshing the spirit. You have gained new insights into the deconstruction of all things. Li Mi marveled at her talent. Zhang Yunjiao smiled. Master, I drew inspiration from Gu Yi. The paths of sorcery and scientific inquiry share strikingly similar thought processes. Gu Yi nodded. Indeed, it appears that all roads ultimately lead to the same destination. Li Mi acknowledged this as the three of them entered the quaint town. Under the aegis of Chapter 93, the overbearing divine path, Li Mi led the way, closely followed by Gu Yi and Zhang Yunjiao as they traversed the town's thoroughfares. Though diminutive in size, the town teemed with inhabitants, likely situated on the outskirts of the primeval forest from which Li Mi and his companions had emerged. Many individuals had ventured to this locale in pursuit of exploration. To their astonishment, they discovered that prior to attaining divinity, the common populace engaged in the practice of martial arts. However, this martial discipline seemed rather unrefined compared to the profound martial arts they had envisioned, confined to the rudimentary tempering and manipulation of qi and blood. Nevertheless, the sagacious Li Mi, the enigmatic Gu Yi, and the valiant Zhang Yunjiao, along with the other members aboard the warship, harbored a profound interest in martial arts, surpassing even that of the divine path. The rationale behind this inclination was quite evident. Despite the formidable power of the divine path, its inherent limitations evoked a sense of confinement. Conversely, martial arts exuded a unique allure, bestowing immense power upon the individual. Within the realm of martial arts, practitioners could gradually acquire extraordinary abilities through relentless refinement of their physique and techniques, with such power remaining entirely their own, unencumbered by external constraints. Consequently, their fervor for martial arts intensified as they eagerly sought to unearth its more profound aspects. In the myriad realms of the heavens, each system possessed its own distinct merits. For Li Mi and his cohort, the cultivation system with which they had the least familiarity was the magical cultivation system obtained by Gu Yi. The trio commenced their integration into the town, dissecting the intricacies of martial arts. Li Mi perused the information of martial arts practitioners, scrutinizing their training methodologies and even analyzing the qi and blood within their bodies. Li Mi's direct assimilation, facilitated by the near fusion of his true spirit with his being, enabled him to continuously absorb external information and proactively access data, an ability amplified within the divine realm. Gu Yi, with even greater directness, peered into the past of those she observed, acquiring their training methods, even unearthing details they themselves had forgotten. Zhang Yunjiao employed magical interpretation, albeit with slightly less finesse than Gu Yi. As they attempted to access pivotal information, they suddenly perceived a mystical and formidable force. After careful analysis, they realized that this power emanated from the town's deities. However, these deities were shielded by the stringent protection of the divine path's network of laws, rendering it impossible for them to forcibly breach and obtain the desired information. It was crucial to recognize that anything related to the deities was safeguarded by this inscrutable divine path. Prematurely forcing access to information without successfully deciphering this divine protection mechanism would undoubtedly alert the celestial deities within the divine path. Li Mi, renowned for his prudence and predilection for clandestine operations, understood the importance of discretion. They were acutely aware that in the vast expanse of the heavens, there were individuals far more cunning and insidious than themselves. A single misstep could lead to their demise, with their graves soon overgrown with weeds. Moreover, this world was governed by the divine path, which imposed strict restrictions on all entities outside of its domain. Even the slightest deviation could expose their presence, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The worst-case scenario would involve the intervention of a divine, king-level powerhouse, obliterating their souls. Even in a more favorable outcome, they would likely suffer a severe reprimand and be forced to flee the world in disarray. Furthermore, their immediate concern lay in the insufficient collection of necessary energy. Prematurely abandoning this world would not only negate their previous efforts, but also potentially plunge them into dire straits due to a lack of essential resources. Therefore, after careful deliberation, Li Mi resolved to remain patient and await a more opportune moment. Zhang Yunjiao privately lamented the ubiquity of deities in populated areas, questioning whether the remote mountains and forests were similarly sealed off. Gu Yi cast a subtle glance in the direction of the deities. Li Mi was surprised that even a minor earth deity in a small town could exert such control over their domain through the power of the divine path, making exposure a constant threat. Be cautious, Li Mi warned covertly. Avoid any behavior that deviates from the norm, lest you attract the attention of this earth deity. Gu Yi also conveyed to Li Mi and Zhang Yunjiao that the divine path established by the deities felt somewhat insurmountable. After spending less than a day in the town of Manjin, Li Mi and his companions departed, heading towards the nearest city, Chinfeng, which was located 10,000 miles away. Ordinary people in the town rarely ventured there, and even martial artists required 10 to 15 days to reach it. The journey was uneventful, as they were constantly under the protection of the deities. There were no bandits, but they had to be wary of the wild beasts that roamed the roads. Li Mi and his companions traveled with a merchant caravan, not out of fear of danger, but to avoid appearing too conspicuous and to blend in with the surroundings. The caravan consisted of about 20 people, including Li Mi and his companions, as well as 5 others who paid to travel with them. Deities generally did not pay much attention to ordinary people, focusing instead on the amount of faith that their followers brought them and ensuring that there were no disasters within their jurisdiction. Their primary concern was to report any anomalies, as any danger to the deities would be noticed and investigated. The divine path was a mature system, with every step carefully considered. Any abnormality would be detected immediately, and then the decision would be made whether or not to take action and how to proceed. The divine path was overly domineering and exclusionary, and in a world with multiple systems, it was usually suppressed or became a puppet of the ruling power. Li Mi and his companions behaved like ordinary people throughout the journey, taking half a month to reach Chinfeng. It was a massive city with walls 10 zhang high. From 10 miles away, they could sense the divine network of laws enveloping the city, filled with the majesty of the deities. The divine light soared into the sky, constantly influencing the ordinary people. Over time, the ordinary people will be transformed into believers. They were essentially living within the divine path's inescapable net, and without any unforeseen circumstances. The ordinary person could see the end of their life. Those who knew the truth felt only despair, with no hope of escape. Chapter 94. Constructing the new divine network. Chung City, one of the closest cities to the Endless Forest, which is the primordial forest where Li Mi and her companions first appeared, is surrounded by numerous towns and villages within a radius of thousands of miles. The 3 of them entered the city accompanied by a merchant caravan. Upon stepping into the city, they were immediately enveloped by a distinct sensation. Apart from the ancient city's sensory experiences, they felt an overwhelming force of suppression. Within the city, any fluctuations in powers other than the divine path were swiftly suppressed and erased by the external restraints. Gu Yi frowned, having restrained her internal energy to the utmost. It still felt immense pressure. Zhang Yunjiao's eyes flickered with countless data points. She sought to subtly dismantle the divine path's network and infiltrate the laws governing it. Li Mi glanced at Zhang Yunjiao, refraining from interference. As long as they remained undetected, it was worth attempting. Given Zhang Yunjiao's talents, she might just decipher the divine path. As they were about to settle, Li Mi urged them to be cautious. Suddenly, a world force field emerged, shielding them from the divine path's laws. And another figure appeared. Xiaobai had adapted to the divine path world shortly after Zhang Yunjiao acclimated to the new environment. But he had been preoccupied with overseeing the upgrades of their warship, which was still undergoing enhancements. After completing his advancements related to the laws, he allowed the warship's intelligence system to upgrade itself. Unfortunately, before becoming an intelligent entity, Xiaobai could not record any data related to the laws, as artificial intelligence seemed inherently limited. Xiaobai, shall we collaborate to decipher this divine path network? Zhang Yunjiao approached Xiaobai, eager to discuss strategies for dismantling the divine path network. The energy consumption was significant, and in this exclusionary world, extracting energy required utmost caution. The consumption from the world force field shielding against the divine path was also considerable, so it was wise to minimize unnecessary expenditure when possible. Gu Yi had quietly begun examining the historical timeline of Chung City. The four of them found refuge at an inn named Inshun and sent Xiaobai to procure a courtyard. Muttering in dissatisfaction, Xiaobai left, grumbling about how the owner had grown accustomed to giving him orders without involving anyone else. Gu Yi feigned ignorance, continuing her clandestine observations of Chung City's past. Zhang Yunjiao smiled, saying nothing. Li Mi, indifferent to Xiaobai's complaints, acknowledged that it was indeed customary for Xiaobai to handle such trivial matters. Xiaobai, nonetheless, proved his efficiency, locating a suitable courtyard that very day, a three-section courtyard. They purchased the necessary furnishings and moved in the following day. Together, they expedited the adaptation of others to the divine path world. Li Mi continually drew upon spatial energy, ensuring that once the warship completed its upgrades, it would also be able to extract spatial energy autonomously, which allowed him to relax. With ample energy, their confidence grew. Even if they were discovered and unable to fight back, they could always retreat, unlike that unfortunate traveler from the Marvel world, who faced dire consequences due to insufficient energy derived from causality, unable to withstand the backlash of the timeline, and unable to escape. As for whether there were powerful figures manipulating events behind the scenes in the Marvel multiverse, Li Mi could only claim ignorance. He knew nothing and dared not speculate. Some formidable beings were beyond contemplation. Even the thought could attract their attention. Now, separated by the boundless chaos of the void, he occasionally pondered such matters, though these thoughts flickered away almost instantaneously. As everyone adapted to the divine path world, the warship began to restore energy independently. Li Mi commenced constructing causality, rationalizing their presence. Everything from their birth to the present was rendered plausible, including connections to deceased relatives within this world, crafted on a causal level until their eventual encounter. It was also possible that the network's information intrusion had implanted necessary modifications to their consciousness. During this time, Xiaobai and Zhang Yunjiao made significant strides in their efforts to decipher and deconstruct the divine path. As an intelligent entity, Xiaobai possessed an innate talent for information data and networks. After all, the divine path was fundamentally a network, was it not? Remarkably, Zhang Yunjiao, utilizing her brilliance, managed to digitalize Xiaobai within just a month, allowing him to integrate into the divine path's network as if a divine being had manifested within it. Within the divine path network, Xiaobai thrived, shaping it into a modern network prototype, initiating its use in remote villages to gather faith and convert it into divine power. Most importantly, he acquired vast amounts of information previously sealed off from outsiders, accessible only to deities. Li Mi was astonished by Zhang Yunjiao's capabilities. In certain aspects of research and intellect, she surpassed him. He silently rejoiced that Huang Yinghua had included her in the Mi Lu civilization before their arrival in the Xianqin Empire. Gu Yi continued to refine her path as a sorceress using the information obtained from the divine path, while the others analyzed the data within the divine path network and conducted experiments. Conversely, Li Mi focused on another area of research, cross-dimensional traversal technology, world anchors. Zhang Yunjiao's data digitalization techniques and the application of causal power all combined to validate cross-dimensional communication technology. This technology would prove crucial for their future endeavors. They could not be perpetually confined to one world at a time. Once the cross-dimensional communication technology was developed, they could operate independently, not necessarily within the same realm, facilitating real-time communication and information sharing across diverse worlds, thereby enhancing their developmental prospects. They had already established a foundational understanding of cross-dimensional communication technology. However, it needed to be cohesively integrated, ensuring no logical flaws. Particularly vital was the inclusion of the world force field and the effective use of causal power, as the former could provide self-shielding to avoid detection, while the latter could construct identities on a causal level. Li Mi indurto multitisk. simultaneously refining the cross-dimensional communication technology and reviewing the research findings of Zhang Yunjiao and Xiao Bai concerning the divine path. A year had elapsed since they settled in Cheng City. Li Mi and her companions proceeded methodically to analyze the divine path. Yet, the divine path itself became increasingly agitated. The newly constructed divine path network by Xiao Bai sent shockwaves through the realm's deities, prompting alarm among the higher echelons. However, as they investigated, they discovered that the emergence of this network was merely due to the presence of a nascent divine being, leaving them uncertain how to respond. Xiaobai's network allowed ordinary individuals to access it. By merely focusing and uttering Xiaobai's divine name, Bai Wang, they could enter the network. Within this network, ordinary people could pray to provide faith, thus becoming points of belief, which could be used to purchase goods. Higher-tier belief crystals enabled even greater capabilities. 3 distinct currencies emerged within the Divine Path network: belief points, belief origins, and divine power. Deities could also engage in transactions using their faith. Xiaobai's newly constructed generation of the Divine Path network, which adhered to the original framework, boasted more advanced features, including spatial transfer capabilities during transactions, allowing for simultaneous exchanges of goods and currency. Chapter 95. The missing cycle. The divine monarch was indeed stirred. Yet through the profound calculations of divine arts and the utmost authority of the divine path, it became apparent that Xiao Bai, a naturally born deity, was an indestructible entity as long as the web of divine laws remained intact. Consequently, the initial course of action was to observe while simultaneously attempting to locate Xiao Bai, aiming to draw her into the realm of the divine path and bring her under its dominion. Xiao Bai sought out Li Mi. "What are your thoughts?" Li Mi inquired after a moment of contemplation. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously beside her. Li Mi found herself both amused and exasperated. While the idea was promising, did they possess the knowledge to construct such a framework? Were there any relevant technical plans? Suddenly halting her inquiry, Li Mi engaged in calculations and projections, realizing the feasibility of the endeavor. Upon learning of Xiao Bai and Zhang Yunjiao's aspirations, the other researchers ceased their respective studies and collaboratively delved into research, calculations, and projections. Though the divine realm had seemingly stifled scientific advancement, the introduction of divine power, a nearly omnipotent energy, could be transmuted into any form of energy and material substance, proving even more effective than the mass energy equivalence principle. This transformation process was fervently pursued by Li Mi and her colleagues as they analyzed the underlying principles, comparing them with the mass energy equation to discern any distinctions. They sought to determine whether the two could converge into a singular entity. Within the network, Xiao Bai's talent was undeniably remarkable. Her avatars manifested almost instinctively, akin to an artificial intelligence's duplicates, albeit with greater prowess. As she created an intelligent life form as her avatar, deities possess their own divine domains, corresponding laws, some complete, others fragmented, and ultimately, the divine talismans. In this world, divine talismans, referred to as divine seals, are fundamentally constructed upon laws, with the core of these laws bearing the imprint of the divine path, entirely under the control of the exalted divine monarch. Aside from the divine monarch, other deities were created under the auspices of the divine court, not through their own volition. In this enigmatic and fantastical realm, the divine system resembles a grand pyramid, each tier representing different levels of divine existence. At the base of this pyramid resides the unremarkable land deities, who silently safeguard the tranquility and prosperity of their territories. As one gazes upward, they encounter the layer of city gods. Yet it is crucial to note that this city god is distinct from the traditional concept familiar to Li Mi and her companions. Moreover, the vast wilderness is inhabited by various other types of deities, such as mountain gods, each occupying their own dominions and fulfilling their respective divine duties. The consequence of this divine hierarchy is the incessant accumulation of resentment permeating the world, alongside the relentless gathering and expansion of negative energy. The divine seals bestowed upon the deities by the divine monarch act like invisible cords, binding the fates of the deities within the mortal realm. These seals not only grant the deities power, but also render them eternally subservient to the control of the higher-ranking deities. Remarkably, the divine seals possess an array of formidable functions. Firstly, they efficiently gather the fervent faith energy from believers and convert it into potent divine power for the deities to wield. Secondly, they can precisely isolate the various distractions intertwined with faith, ensuring the purity of the power obtained by the deities. Lastly, due to their unique composition, divine seals assist deities in crafting an assortment of awe-inspiring divine arts. However, the stability of the entire divine system does not rely solely on these seals. Behind this realm brimming with mystery lies an intricate network of laws interwoven and tightly connected, derived from the myriad divine seals within the deities. To some extent, the divine path in this world has matured and reached a considerable degree of completeness. Yet, perplexingly, despite this sophistication, the divine monarch seems to lack complete mastery over the profound mysteries of the divine. Through her deep exploration of the divine network alongside Zhang Yunjiao, Xiaobai continuously gleaned vast amounts of information from this enigmatic and expansive domain. This information, akin to a multitude of stars scattered across the vastness of the network, was meticulously organized and integrated by the duo, leveraging their keen insight, formidable analytical capabilities, and exceptional logical reasoning. After a prolonged period of relentless effort, they finally unraveled the complexities of the data ocean, gradually piecing together a coherent tapestry. Throughout this arduous journey, they faced the challenges posed by the sheer volume of information, as well as the need to overcome various distractions and erroneous leads, ultimately succeeding in deducing pivotal conclusions. Chapter 96. Constructing Reincarnation. Li Mi naturally harbored his own designs. This world, steeped in Shinto, suffered from an imbalance, fostering a dark underbelly teeming with resentment and dark emotional energies, giving rise to bizarre entities. Devoid of divine talismans from higher echelons, true liberation for deities remained virtually unattainable. "Boss, what is your intent?" Bai inquired with curiosity. The others, equally intrigued, fixed their gazes upon Li Mi, aware that his actions were invariably imbued with purpose. Despite their inquisitiveness, Bai relinquished control of the avatar to Li Mi. As Li Mi vanished before their eyes, his voice resonated. "The deities of this world are peculiar, warranting study. The Huaxia Shinto system, however, harnesses Western faith rather than incense offerings, faith being intricately linked to an individual's consciousness. The boss aims to dissect the power of faith," Zhang Yunjiao surmised, a glimmer of comprehension in her eyes. Yet, the crucial element eluded her grasp. Gu Yi, contemplative, had encountered faith, recognizing its significance to certain deities. Was there an alternative path within the Huaxia Shinto, diverging from incense offerings? The others remained lost in contemplation. Having acquired followers, Li Mi gained access to faith. He meticulously dissected Bai's avatar, scrutinizing everything from the fundamental light of the intelligent life form to the nascent divine talisman at its core. Refraining from disrupting the talisman, he merely observed, calculated, and analyzed, wary of its potential collapse. "It seems imperative to capture a deity to dissect the talisman," he mused. Subsequently, he scrutinized the faith converging upon the talisman, employing quantum-level manipulation